Chapter 101, known as a scum. Calvin stood alone in a deserted area, clearly visible bulging veins on his forehead, and his mouth was broken because he didn't know who was cursing. He was completely angry. Mist Gang, you bastard, your bad habit of talking only halfway, I will kill you if you don't change it. Listen carefully, the person cursing in Calvin's mouth is actually the most mysterious wizard of the fairy tale Mist Gang. Although the two of them are not close friends, they are finally friends of life and death. The relationship is actually not bad, and I don't know what Mist Gang did to make him so atmosphere. The time is called back slightly. Hey! Another world! And Magnolia was sucked into the magic by that soul. Lucy cried out in disbelief, though Gagaru behind him was still worth it. Calm, but it is difficult to hide the shocked look on his face. Yes, so I want to send you into Adris. The guild partners are now alive in the form of magic crystals. Before the magic is drawn, there is still a way to rescue them. Mist Gang calmly told Lucy 3 the person said, and Calvin, who already knew some information, was a little absent, looking up at the sky not knowing what he was thinking. But, is there a way for us alone? Our enemy is the whole world, although Calvin and Gagaru are great, the enemy is also, well. What is this? Lucy heard Miss Gang's words. It's hard to see, she is self-aware, and her strength might drag others back, but Mr. Gang suddenly stuffed a ball into Lucy's mouth, making her a little at a loss. I can only send one person to Edras at a time, Lucy, please. Mist Gang ignored Lucy's anger, gently pushed Lucy to his prepared magic circle, and then revealed Xi's whole person disappeared without a trace. Hey, you haven't told Lucy how to restore the magic crystal to adulthood. At this moment, Calvin, who had been looking up at the sky, suddenly said. Mr. Gang heard the words, was silent for a while, then pulled Calvin to the magic circle and stuffed him with a pill, and then directly sent him away. Then he moved his gaze to Gagaru. Wait. Let me talk about how to solve the problem of the magic crystal. And what exactly is the meatball you gave them? You don't make it clear that I won't go in. Gojiro immediately roared and shouted in a defensive posture. He finally understood that Mist Gang was an extreme egoist. Oh. By the way, as long as you attack the demon crystal with dragon-killing magic, the demon crystal will be restored to a human. And this thing is called the X-Egg. If you don't eat it, you can't use magic in Edras. Mies Tegan explained to Gagaru, but Gagaru always felt that the reason Miskin would tell him was because he was the dragon slayer. For the same reason, Miskin ignored Calvin and Weat. He turned his gaze back to Calvin, who had arrived in Adris, and was thrown away before he got all the information from Mist Gang. It is no wonder Calvin was angry. He went to teleport here from the same magic circle, but did not see Lucy, let him know that the teleportation of this teleportation circle was random, and Mist Gang did not tell anyone about this. It really is a prince, that self-respecting character. Calvin sighed deeply, obviously disappointed with the guy with communication difficulties. Hey, where is this place? How can I find the magic crystal that everyone has turned? Just when Calvin was complaining about himself, a large number of UFOs quickly approached in the sky. After the discovery, Calvin was ready to fight in the first place. Calvin! Aren't you in the royal capital? Why are you here? Suddenly, a familiar scream came from one of the UFOs. Calvin looked up, a crimson glow fluttered. The person who scolded him was obviously Elisa. Elsa on the UFO, both her look and clothes were very different from the past. In an instant, Calvin confirmed that they were the aboriginals of Edras, not his own partners. And it seems that they think of themselves as Calvin of Adris. It's nothing, I just wander around, but what are you doing here? Calvin said haha, planning to go over it. However, the person opposite was obviously not an idiot. Hearing Calvin's answer, Elisa's face suddenly changed. It became cold, and a skeptical look appeared. I saw the flying monster under her seat slowly landed, then jumped down and slowly approached Calvin until the two were close to reach. Calvin did not dare to do anything, but the cold sweat on his face was gradually appearing. Elisa stared at Calvin without speaking. For a long time, she suddenly rewarded Calvin with a slap. Because of the close distance, Calvin had no room to dodge. What's the matter? Did she find out? But if I really found out that I was a fake, it shouldn't be the only kind of attack. Calvin pressed his cheek, completely unknown, so he had to pretend to be panicked. What are we doing here? Obviously I am hunting for fairy tale. Don't be foolish, you must know our mission destination, so come here to find your old lover, right? I know, though you told me that you would cut off the relationship with all the women in the past, but obviously I overestimated you. This time is that Miss Kana or Lucy Asur. But it is a pity that they have already slipped away. Elisa squinted at Calvin Delnovel.me and said coldly, but Calvin felt awkward how she listened. The old lovers are Kana and Lucy, and they seem to have an unexplained relationship with Elisa. Me in this world, how scumbag you are. I heard Elisa's jealous words. Calvin really didn't know what to say, so he was awkwardly silent. Calvin's acquiescence made Elisa even more angry. She suddenly stepped on Calvin's 5 toes, and then slammed his collar, regardless of his struggles, and directly took him throwing on another flying monster, and then jumping on his own flying monster, with a big wave. Everyone immediately thought of a certain direction. Well, regardless of the process, I managed to get in, but it seems that the other me is the same group with them, but how did the other me who is the enemy of the monster tail chase Kana and Lucy? Calvin sat on the monster helplessly and looked at everyone quietly. Although there was still an awkward expression on his face, he actually kept thinking about the next countermeasures. Suddenly, the original owner of this monster lightly put Calvin's shoulders on Calvin's shoulders, and said in a tone of all men understand, it's a good move to retreat as an advance. Just lightly tentatively know that Elisa is not right, you don't feel it. But then again, you really dare to come to them when you were on the two boats of Kana and Lucy. As a man, I really admire you, Lord Calvin. Haha, no, I really just came out to hang out. Calvin replied blankly, but in his heart, it was a gallop. The other me, seems to be more scumbag than I thought. Chapter 102, Lucy who came to report for the first. Lucy, who arrived in Adris earlier than Calvin, walked helplessly. Everything strange here made her realize that she was in an unknown world. Since she was sent here, she has been waiting for Calvin and Gagaru to arrive, but unfortunately, the two did not show up. She secretly guessed that the location of the teleportation is not fixed. In desperation, she was the only one who came forward. Row. First of all, I will find the magic crystal that everyone has turned into. Where should I find it? Lucy walked in tears, loneliness slowly growing, making her feel uncomfortable. If she traveled alone before, she might not be so vulnerable, but since joining Monster Tale and having a trusted companion, she has become accustomed to relying on. It doesn't matter, I'll find a town to find out first, hoping to find useful information. However, Lucy is a strong girl by nature. After a while, she has established her goals and became full of vitality again. Lucy, who was forcibly energetic, found a figure in front of her as she walked. Judging from the back, she was very familiar, and she couldn't help speeding up and approaching the figure slowly. The closer she gets to the front, she feels that the back figure is more familiar. Suddenly, the figure in front of him seems to have noticed her, and turns his head without warning, revealing a face that Lucy is very familiar with. Ah! Calvin! Great, I finally found you. As soon as she saw the person's face, Lucy rushed to catch him, put on his shoulders, panted and said, her tone full of joy. Find me? Lucy, have you been looking for me? I saw Calvin with a shocked face, and he gently held Lucy's shoulder in disbelief, and asked with gentle eyes. Of course, what should I do without you? Lucy smiled, and her body became relaxed. Because of the crisis of her partner, and the haze caused by being alone, she saw Calvin after disappearing without a trace. She saw that with Calvin, everything can be solved perfectly. Great. Lucy, you are not angry with me. In fact, I have been looking for you too. Calvin hugged Lucy abruptly, and gently touched the hair of her head, as gentle as possible said the lover. What the hell, I'm not so stingy. Lucy was very unaccustomed to such an enthusiastic Calvin, gently pushing him away, and felt a little strange. This Calvin seemed a little different from the Calvin she knew. Don't be shy, there is no third person here, come, give me a good hug, I miss your body temperature so much. Calvin said with a smile, his hands opened, as if waiting for Lucy to pounce on him. In the arms. Hey. Lucy was startled, and she gradually felt that something was wrong. Don't be shy, but since you want me to take the initiative, I won't refuse. Calvin sighed softly, as if Lucy was a naughty child, and then he hugged him deeply without waiting for Lucy to react. Up her. Lucy, who was hugged by Calvin, turned ruddy. She had always liked Calvin, but she couldn't turn her mind. Suddenly, her blushing cheeks turned red as blood in an instant, because she felt that her back was being rubbed, and so was her butt. Out of female instinct, Lucy slapped Calvin severely, causing a fiery red palm print on his face. Looking at your dress, I thought you became gentler, but it turned out to be so spicy. Calvin pressed the palm print on his face and said in a daze. Lucy felt a little sorry for that look. But I like it too. However, the next second, Calvin immediately raised his thumb and exclaimed, so angry that Lucy rewarded him with another flying kick. Sure enough, you said you weren't angry, but you were actually angry, right? But that's right, we've all done that kind of thing, but I went to hook up other women behind your back, or your guild partner. Actually, I'm really sorry, but sometimes I can't control myself. Lucy, can you help me? Calvin, who was kicked off, showed a more painful look despite his body aches, sincerely begged Lucy. Looking at Lucy's gradually softening expression, Calvin smiled inwardly. Lucy is really a soft-hearted person, but my acting skills are really amazing. Have you done that kind of thing? What do you mean by that kind of thing? Lucy looked at Calvin's appearance and felt that he was really pitiful. Although I don't know why Calvin has changed so much since he came into this world, but she still asked curiously. What's the matter? Of course it refers to that kind of thing. Calvin was a little puzzled, but just thought Lucy was awkward. He stretched his head beside Lucy's ear and gently said what kind of thing was. After listening to Calvin's explanation, Lucy turned red, and opened her eyes wide, opened her mouth, and looked at Calvin in disbelief. She could not say what she wanted to say. His head was probably already machine. That kind of thing is a bit too exciting for the innocent little girl Lucy. Seeing that Lucy's expression didn't seem to be pretending, Calvin's expression gradually became suspicious. Not only was Lucy suspicious of him, even Calvin felt wrong. After a while, Calvin reacted, with a sudden realization, oh. I see, you are Islandin Lucy. Calvin's words also brought Lucy back to her senses. She remembered Mr. Gang saying that the world that sucked Magnolia was called Adris, and the world she was staying in was called Island Board. Are you from Adris? Poor Lucy, Mr. Gang never told him that the two worlds have the same appearance but opposite personalities. Calvin stood in front of a luxurious house, a little dumbfounded. Just now, he followed Elisa and others to the royal capital of the kingdom. The people who took him enthusiastically sent him to his house. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com and now, he has encountered a small problem. Is this the home of Calvin and Adris? Okay, how do I get in now? Calvin looked at the luxurious door and couldn't find the keyhole after searching, but as the owner of this house master, can't do such a thing as forcibly breaking into. Calvin took a closer look and found that there seemed to be a glass hole in the door. He couldn't help but leaning over to take a closer look. Suddenly, the glass hole shot out a light, instantly sweeping Calvin's face, and then a sweet voice was mechanically the tone said, "Welcome back, Master Calvin." Then the door opened. Really advanced. Calvin was a little surprised, but soon recovered his calm expression and stepped in. The other one seems to have a very good status in this country, maybe I can find some information in his house. Calvin looked around, looking for all the clues. Soon, he looked at a diary in the drawer of the house room. Opened it without hesitation. Soon, Calvin's face turned red and his expression changed drastically. It was very exciting. How many girls has this guy harmed? He has the face to record them one by one. And even Kana and Lucy are, too much. Unforgivable. After reading, Calvin threw the book fiercely on the ground, said angrily. But after a while, he picked it up and put it in his arms. Women who are victimized, I will definitely help you to be fair. That actually took a photo, no. I must find the photo and destroy it. Calvin continued to search, his expression stern. Chapter 103, Arrested. After Calvin found out that Lucy was not the Lucy he knew, he kept staring at her and the seal of the fairy tale with inexplicable eyes, and then he didn't know what to think of, his expression became shy, and his cheeks became more rosy. Lucy couldn't help feeling chilled by this look. Well, it seems that you and I have both admitted to the wrong person, right? Then, goodbye. Although Lucy was still a little confused, she also vaguely guessed the general idea. The Calvin in front of him is obviously a very bad person. She couldn't help but want to escape from here immediately, escape from this Calvin. Miss Lucy, I'm going to fairy tale now, do you want to be together? Suddenly, Calvin said coldly, his eyes changed back to the gentle look just now, but vaguely, he could see what conspiracy was hiding in his heart. Deep. Fairy tale. Is there a fairy tale in this world too? Lucy asked quickly, surprised. Well, where should I tell you? This is Edras, a world completely different from the island you are in, but there are many similarities. It's like there is one in Islandin. Calvin, Lucy, there are Calvin and Lucy here, so of course there is one more fairy tale. Do you know the names of Kana, Mila, Naz, and Gray? Calvin asked with a soft smile. No. Upon hearing these familiar names, Lucy subconsciously thinks that Calvin in this world is also her partner. Although there is a problem with her personality, she still cares about these troublesome teammates. One is a violent idiot, one is a violent mad who loves to undress, and the other is a brutal queen who occasionally gets a little off the line. Calvin's degree is only a pediatrics for her. Okay, then I'll take you over. Calvin lifted Lucy in a princess embrace with a full face, the boots under his feet suddenly glowed, and then the person moved forward like the wind. 1 Lucy, 2 Lucy, I really am the one who is loved by God. Unlike the surface, Calvin's heart is about to reveal the hidden demon. Well, do you have to hold me like this? Lucy, who was very uncomfortable by the wind, asked a little annoyedly as she moved forward. She vaguely felt that Calvin was holding his hand as if a little restless. Hey? What did you say? Calvin couldn't hear clearly because the wind was so loud, he couldn't help asking. I said your hand. Where are you touching? Quickly let me down. Suddenly, Lucy struggled and yelled. If Calvin was just a little restless, then now he is blatantly touching she got breasts, how could Lucy bear such humiliation? Ah, don't mind this little thing, you see, we have arrived. Calvin said nonchalantly, his hands even more unscrupulous, but before Lucy could not bear it, he suddenly put down Lucy and looked at her grinningly. Don't be angry, look, the demon tail has arrived. As Calvin continued to look for some clues, there was a knock on the door of the house. Calvin's heart shuddered and he immediately acted as usual and quickly opened the door. The person outside is Elisa who rewarded him with a slap. Is there anything wrong? Calvin still felt a bit big when he saw the person coming. It was obvious what happened to the other him and Elisa in front of him, but he didn't understand it. It would be very difficult to continue pretending. Calvin, don't you have anything to say to me? Elisa's eyes were sharp, and Calvin was sweating a little. Yes, do you want to come in? Calvin thought for a while, and quickly made a decision, inviting Elisa in. Elisa is obviously familiar with this place, she didn't even want to go straight to a soft chair and sit down. She raised her feet and looked up at Calvin. She didn't speak, but her eyes made it clear. First of all I want to say one thing, I think you may, probably, I am afraid that you have admitted the wrong person. My name is Calvin, but I am not Calvin in your mouth. Calvin said softly, but the content of the words, but Alice's face changed drastically, and she suddenly became terrible. Elisa subconsciously wanted to pick up something, but found that she didn't take a weapon in. However, she did not hesitate to prop up her body with her hand and kicked Calvin with one foot. Calvin has sharp eyes and hands, and when he stretches out his hand, he wants to stop Elsa's kick. However, he really underestimated Elisa's power. Even if it was blocked, people were still kicked. Slow down. Listen to me first. I'm not hostile. When Elisa wanted to win the pursuit, she suddenly heard Calvin yelling, but instead of stopping her hand, she fisted towards Calvin more powerfully. Boom passed. When the fist was about to touch Calvin's face, suddenly a rune wrapped around her body and completely imprisoned her. Elisa looked at Calvin in shock, and the latter just smiled gently. Trouble, you can calm down and listen to me. I said I am not hostile. It was that you first thought that I was the person you knew, and brought me here indiscriminately. Don't deny that. Calvin released the magic that bound Elisa and said indifferently. But you didn't deny it at the time. I met you only a few minutes after I came into this world, of course I followed you to understand. Not long ago I passed a town, and suddenly a huge hole appeared in the sky, sucking the whole city in. If it weren't for me, there is a special magic to protect myself. I am afraid I can't stand here and talk to you now. When I come back to my senses, I am already in this world. Miss Elisa, can you tell me where this is? That huge, what's the matter with the hole? Is it the ghost of your kingdom? Calvin asked, but Elisa became calmer as she listened. It seems that you are an unrelated person who has been implicated in. Elisa groaned for a while, and then told Calvin about her own world. At the same time, she watched the changes in Calvin's expression, and finally talked to him. It shows that the huge hole is the super magic that the kingdom uses to seize the magic power. Looking at Calvin's more and more exciting expression, even though Elsa still had doubts until novel.me, she was no longer so vigilant, and her body gradually relaxed. What you said is a bit too ridiculous, give me some time to digest it. Calvin held his head, as if something was hard to accept, interrupting Elisa's next topic. It took a while before he recovered and his expression became calm. By the way, is it okay to tell me so easily? It seems that you are not sure whether I am an enemy or a friend. Calvin, who had recovered his calm, doubted Elisa's confession for the first time. Yes, I am indeed still doubting you. I told you this just to delay time. Elisa suddenly smiled contemptuously, stood up suddenly, and looked at Calvin condescendingly. Now the whole house is covered. Our kingdom army is surrounded. Calvin, in another world, don't resist. Otherwise we won't guarantee your safety. Looking at the people coming in from the hidden doorway around, Calvin couldn't help smiling wryly. Is it right? Is the defense here so weak? It's a pity that this house is a highly intelligent house, and I, as one of the managers, have the authority to operate it. Elisa chuckled again, waved her hand, and immediately someone came over with handcuffs. Well, I surrender, but I still hope you can talk to me. I really don't want to be an enemy of you. Calvin smiled bitterly and raised his hands, showing no signs of resisting. Seeing your attitude as sincere, I will interrogate you personally. Elisa stared coldly, heroically leading the army to arrest Calvin, and Calvin looked sad and helpless. Follow them to the cell. Chapter 104, Be interrogated. Looking at the very stylish guild in front of him, Lucy smiled happily. As for what Calvin did just now, she temporarily forgot about it, rushed over and opened the door. What caught my eyes were multiple familiar faces. Miss Myra, who was the same gentle, looked a bit like Tamae's herself, and was as dignified as Miss Kana, Wendy, who was mature and coquettish, and N.A., who was an idiot. Zi, Hobby, there is a kid like Wendy next to him. Hey? There are two Wendys. Lucy. Are you Lucy? Naz saw the person who was dressed like Lucy in Islandon, and Lucy in Edras was standing next to him, so this Lucy's identity obviously, it was Lucy who teamed up with him to do the task. Are you Naz? Are you okay? You have come into this world. Seeing Naz's excited reaction, Lucy couldn't guess his identity. How is it possible? Except for the Dragon Slayer, me and Habai, no one else can escape this soul. Xiaolulu was shocked and asked. I'm hiding in the clock seat. There are different spaces inside. I'm afraid I'm fine because of this. In fact, it's not just me, Calvin and Gagaru also came to this world, but they are separated from me. Lucy smiled. He said with a smug look in his eyes. Calvin? You said Calvin just now. Suddenly, Lucy of Adras hurriedly said when he heard Calvin's name, and the others in the demon tail also showed subtle expressions. Lucy is talking about Calvin in our world, not Calvin in this world. Naz waved his hand and asked again with a curious look, right, I don't know Calvin in this world. What will happen? You should know Lucy. Calvin and you are actually companions? It's really hard to imagine. The younger sister Lucy showed a look of hatred, her face resentful. Well, Calvin of this world actually brought me here. Others are just outside the door. Seeing the other one's own expression, Lucy couldn't help saying, and her heart was secretly guessing. What did Calvin do to make the original lover so disgusted? What are you talking about? Calvin is outside. It's just that Lucy's words really shocked everyone. Everyone in Monster Tale, including Lucy, showed horror, especially the mature version of Wendy. Very. Lucy, Kana, and everyone, it's been a long time. Before everyone could react, Calvin, who had been waiting outside for a long time, came in and greeted everyone with a smile. But Tamae Lucy didn't intend to greet her. She rushed forward and swung the magic whip at Calvin fiercely. The others quickly took out their weapons and looked vigilant, but did not attack impulsively. Calvin watched the younger sister Lucy attack him, a sad expression flashed across his face, and after a light sigh, he avoided the long whip at will, and quickly dodges next to the younger sister Lucy, reaching out and swiping gently. Hugging the waist of Tame Lucy, the other hand grabbed her hands, making her unable to resist. I haven't seen you for a long time, and you don't have to want to kill me as soon as you meet. Have you forgotten our past happy times? Calvin said softly in the ear of my sister Lucy, just this action let her struggle harder. Asshole. You liar. Karna and I will never forgive you. Lucy roared loudly, her tears shed somehow, full of regret and anger. Seeing her expression, Calvin only felt it hurt in my heart that other people threatened to let him let go of Lucy's words, but he ignored them. Listen to me, the fairy tale can't last long. You will be in danger here at any time. Come with me. Just save you and Kana. I can do it with my status. Asshole. Who will go with you? Tame Lucy continued to growl, but Calvin obviously didn't have much patience. He lowered his head and kissed Tame Lucy's lips, which blocked her. Vicious language. This incident made my sister Lucy stunned, and the others were also frightened by Calvin's reckless behavior. Everyone watched the two deep kisses dumbly, and forgot to rescue Lucy, but dignified Kana showed a grieved face, turned her head and couldn't bear to look again. Calvin was tied to a chair by the big 5 flowers, opposite Elsa holding a weapon. His expression did not appear panicked, instead he looked at Elisa's weapon with interest, looking interested. Why, are you interested in my 10 Commandments gun? Elisa hid the gun behind her back without a trace, and asked in a daunting tone. Yes, this gun contains a lot of magic power, and it's not something ordinary people can control. Calvin nodded and slapped a flattery. This is another magic device you made, so stop talking nonsense. When we found you, you called out my name in one go. Come on, why do you know that I am Elisa? AI Russia put the 10 Commandments gun aside, sat down in front of Calvin, and asked quietly novel.me ordinary, but Calvin knew that if her answer didn't satisfy her, she might be in danger of life. I have admitted the wrong person. To tell you the truth, Elisa is also an extremely famous wizard in our world, almost the strongest female wizard in the kingdom of Fiori, and one of the yellow cards of fairy tale. Calvin groaned for a while, but came here as it is. I can believe you for the time being, but your identity is still a mystery. Elisa nodded and continued, her tone of suspicion continued. It seems that if I don't tell you everything about me, it is impossible for me to leave here. In fact, I am one of the 6 generals of the Dark Guild. I came to Magnolia specifically to investigate the Fiori Kingdom. A guild, fairy tale's intelligence, but unfortunately, it was sucked in by you just when it arrived. As for why I would impersonate the other me, it's just because I want to find a way back to the original world through you. Calvin shaking his head, acting as if he was defeated, said very sincerely. Is there any evidence to prove what you said? Elisa said calmly, unmoved. In our FuriMDL.me everyone in the guild will have the guild's coat of arms printed on their bodies. The coat of arms on my right arm should be used as proof. Calvin shrugged, believe it or not, it's up to you. Elisa didn't speak, she tore Calvin's clothes directly, and she saw a coat of arms with the ancient text 6 on his right arm, and nodded in satisfaction. If you are looking for a way home, I would advise you to do it all. Although we can use this soul to convert the humans of Islandon into magic power, if we want to let people pass, there is no such thing for the time being. Kind of technology. Elisa said with pity. If you let her know that I know Mist Gang, how would she feel? Calvin snickered in his heart, but still put on an uncertain expression on his face. But seeing that you just can easily control me without weapons, I can recommend you to join the Kingdom Army. Seeing Calvin hide's disappointment, Elisa said again. My thoughts are a bit messed up, can I think about it? Calvin lowered her head helplessly and said in a low tone. Elisa gave an and turned and walked out. However, she did not see Calvin with her head down, her eyes flashed with a triumphant look. Elisa, how is the interrogation? After Elisa walked out, a purple-black cat, more powerful than a black panther, asked her. The cat walked on 2 feet and wore a mighty armor. It seems to be of the same race as Hobby and Xiaolulu. It should not be the enemy. He seems to have a certain amount of combat power. I intend to let him fall under my command, so even if he wants to do some small actions, he will not escape my eyes. Chapter 105, Forcibly Abducted. Tame Lucy slammed Calvin away. She was so angry that she swung like Calvin with a long whip without mercy, but the difference in strength between the two was too big. Calvin just waved her hand gently. There was an invisible ripple between the two. Tame Lucy's attack had already failed. Calvin still looked at Tame Lucy with a nasty expression, making people angry. Suddenly, behind him appeared a bull-headed human monster with a cow pattern and a large golden axe in his hand. The monster was extremely strong, and the large axe in his hand slashed towards Calvin. Calvin glanced back and held it back with one hand. A silver-white magic shield appeared out of thin air, steadily blocking the monster's axe. Is it the magic of Adris? I have never seen it before. Calvin raised his eyebrows and looked at Lucy, who was holding a strange key and staring at Calvin viciously. Seeing self being so insulted, I really can't bear it, you bastard. Lucy gritted her teeth and said, he would attack Calvin, except for being treated like this by him because he couldn't stand another self. It was also one of the reasons why he was under his control. Hearing Lucy's angry speech, Calvin smiled and did not speak. He also knew how annoying his behavior was to women. This kind of thing is not surprising. Now, what do you want to do? Let me tell you first, I will never abandon my companion and follow you. Tame Lucy wiped her lips vigorously. Although her cheeks were flushed, she still firmly said her refusal. The expression is beyond doubt. I also guessed that you would say that, but I'm sorry, I'm not asking for your opinion, just to inform you. Calvin sighed slightly, and then the figure walked through the crowd like a ghost, and instantly came to return. In front of Kana, who was a little stupid, she stretched out her hand to hold her slender waist, and then the figure blurred again, and instantly passed through the crowd to the side of Tame Lucy, with the other hand also held Tame Lucy. It's a long story, but from the start of Calvin to the abduction of two women, it was just a short breath, and no one could react. Asshole! What do you want? Naz was the first to react. I saw him rushing to Calvin with a fist, yelling Fire Dragon's Iron Fist, but his most proud flame did not appear. It's really a weak fist, so I want to stop me. When Calvin saw this, he couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. He let go of the hand that was holding Kana, and pushed towards Naz. Several thunder and lightning flashed out in a powerful manner. Naz was hit hard. After defeating Naz, Calvin's eyes turned to Lucy. Lucy suddenly felt that something dangerous was being watched. But before she could react, Calvin had already come to her with a cloak behind her. Young, Lucy disappeared from the place and fell into a coma on Calvin's shoulder, while Taurus Lingtaros also returned to the astral world with Lucy's faint. Lizana, Mila, Libby, Zhubayan, Wendy, and all the beauties, I will come to pick you up one day. Calvin laughed wildly, and then left openly. There was no monster tale. People have time to stop, or they are powerless to stop, but in the same way, everyone's faces are very ugly. Calvin really is Calvin, so good no matter where it is. Hobby clicked on Naz, who was focused, and said with lingering fear. Suddenly, Naz, who was teased by Hobbit, raised his head suddenly and shouted, Calvin, you bastard. We haven't decided the winner yet. Nats, Calvin has gone, and 3 people have been taken away. Looking at Naz's excited look, Hobby reminded with a sigh. What? Hubby, let's go after it. Let's go, Wendy. After hearing this, Naz wanted to chase out and regain his partner. Nats of Islandon, calm down. However, Grey of Adris stopped him at this moment and said softly. My partner has been taken away, how do you tell me to calm down? Naz pushed Grey away and shouted angrily. I understand your mood, but you can't beat Calvin. Grey's tone was low and his words were full of gloom. What do you mean by this? Do you want me to abandon my partner? Do you still count as the magician of the fairy tale? Naz heard it, and his anger became more intense. He pulled Grey's collar and roared loudly. Nats. Calm down first. At this moment, Myra's sister Lysina approached the two, gently pushed Naz away, looked at his eyes, and said solemnly. If someone else said this to him, Naz might not pay attention, but the speaker was Lysina, who had died in Irondon. Naz couldn't help letting go when he saw this familiar and distant face. Hand. Actually, Grey is right. You are not Calvin's opponent at all. Although he looks like that, he is the strongest combat power in the real kingdom. Even the demon hunter Queen Elisa is not his opponent. You are like this. If you rush to find him, you will only lose miserably. Hearing Lysina's words, Naz became more and more unwilling. He understood Lysina's words were true, not to mention that he was completely unable to use magic just now, let alone Carl when, maybe any soldier can defeat him. And Lucy's safety can be guaranteed. Although they are a playboy, Calvin's love for them is real. In his hands, he can guarantee that none of them will be hurt. Lysina touched lightly. Naz's heart slowly calmed his excitement, and this was indeed effective. Naz's breathing had gradually eased. Actually, it's not a good thing that Lucy and Kana were arrested. Suddenly novel.me Grey said coldly, and his words made Naz finally calm down and rise again. What did you say? You are dissatisfied with it. Under the hunt of the kingdom army, it is very difficult for our guild to escape to this point. How long can we hide? No one can say. We will lose our life at any time and be taken away by Calvin. Let them both save their lives. Grey lowered his head and couldn't see his expression, but Naz could hear that he was actually very unwilling. Do you think that if you continue to live after losing your partner, will the two of them admit this way of living? Anyway, even if I am far from Calvin, I must rescue Lucy and the others, as well as other partners. Jean, to people's surprise, after hearing Grey's words, Naz did not have the violent anger he imagined. Instead, he said very calmly and firmly, as if taking an oath, and as if saying a last word. After speaking, Naz would not leave the guild. Hobby and Wendy quickly followed. Xiaolulu paused, and said, although I joined Fairy Tale not long ago, the Fairy Tale in my knowledge, is never giving up any partners. Gagaru, the last one to enter Adris, randomly arrested a person in a certain village, put on a vicious expression, and asked him, hey. How far is it from the capital of the kingdom? Pardon. Forgiveness. You go in this direction, maybe one day away. The man was frightened by Gojiru's murderous expression, and answered tremblingly. Is there another day? Mist Gang has thrown me too far. Gojilo frowned, and said to himself impatiently. Chapter 106, Elisa's Personal Guard. In the palace of the only kingdom in Adris, Calvin was in a cell, and the person standing in front of him was Elisa, who had locked him in. Elisa watched him silently, as if waiting for something. In fact, she was waiting for Calvin's answer. Actually, I have no choice at all, am I? Calvin grinned at Elisa, and urged Elisa to help him untie him quickly with his eyes. This is a good way for you and me, isn't it? From now on, you will be my personal guard. Elisa raised her mouth slightly, and released Calvin's jail, but her hand the weapon on the 10 Commandments gun, but never left his hand. Being a beautiful lady's guard, this is a good job. After Calvin recovered his freedom, he twisted his body slightly, the smile on his face was very bright, and he couldn't see what was thinking in his head. Well, what is my specific job? Can you tell me? Then Calvin couldn't wait to ask, as if he had been detained for so long before, it made him want activities very much. Come with me, let's catch the Dragon Slayer of Islanden. Elisa threw a piece of clothing to Calvin, and took a closer look. The coat was printed with the coat of arms of the Kingdom Army. This is Calvin's uniform. Dragon Slayer? This is quite difficult, you know that is the magic to deal with dragons. Calvin was a bit stunned when he heard this. As far as he knew, the Dragon Slayer in this world, there should be only Gojairu alone. Don't worry, someone has lured them into the cage, and you don't need to go to the battle yourself. Elisa heard Calvin seem a little reluctant, and she sarcastically said. They? Isn't it only Gojairu? Calvin keenly heard the words dissatisfied with his intelligence, and his mind turned for a moment. Suddenly he remembered that Gojairu was not like him and Lucy, when his soul was activated. Protected by him, he was not sucked away by the soul because of the special magic power of the Dragon Slayer. If you say this, Naz and Wendy are naturally fine. I don't know if Mist Gang sent them or passed them by themselves. Other ways? What are you talking about? I can't wait to go to the battle myself, and I'm still the wizard of fairy tale. Let me guess, is it Naz the fire dragon or Wendy the sky dragon? You say them, are there two people? Calvin laughed immediately, his tone became arrogant, as if he couldn't stand Elisa's irony and was eager to prove himself, but his real goal was to test Elisa to know how many demon tails were. A dragon slayer. You know it well, but there are indeed two people who have invaded from the dark roads, one man and one woman. Elisa smiled lightly and was very satisfied with Calvin's attitude, so she revealed some information without pain. Let him know, then he turned and walked away, and Calvin quickly followed. Listening to her, it seems that they only know the existence of the Dragon Slayer, but who and how many people the Dragon Slayer is unclear, and their goal is very clear, which is to capture the Dragon Slayer. Does this have any meaning? Calvin lowered his head and meditated quietly, feeling a little bit fascinated in his heart. Just now, he used language to induce Eliza to think that there were only two Dragon Slayers, and he concealed the secrets. Gagaru. The soul has no effect on the Dragon Slayer, Mist Gang found Gojairu in the first place. It can't be wrong. The Dragon Slayer definitely has a special meaning to Edras, or it is effective. Slowly coming to a conclusion, Calvin's eyes behind Elisa gradually became cold. He always felt that as long as he figured out the truth about the Dragon Slayer, his lurking could end soon. Soon Elsa came to a troop, which seemed to be her subordinates, and then everyone followed Elsa through left and right, turning around into a tunnel, everyone quietly, and soon heard a small voice talking. It seems that it is really Naz and Wendy, but why only feel the magic of Hobby and Xiaolulu? Naz and Wendy are completely empty inside. Calvin heard the familiar voice and closed his eyes quietly, perceiving statically, frowning slightly. Come. Suddenly, Elisa whispered, and immediately gave instructions to the people behind her. The weapons in everyone's hands shot out sticky objects, which tightly bound Naz and Wendy. When Calvin saw this, he hurriedly hid himself. He didn't want to meet the two of them at this time. Naz was too clueless. He would expose everything when he saw him, and he also wanted to explore them through Naz. The real goal of the kingdom. In the living room of Calvin, Lucy, who had been for a night, looked at the person in front of her with a blushing face. The person was staring at her with an inexplicable smile, making her feel a chill. Lucy still remembers what happened last night. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she heard her voice clearly. Last night, when Calvin took the three of them into his home, he took his sister Lucy and Kana to his room, while she was in the living room. Lucy heard it soon after another cry of herself and Kana struggling in horror, but after a while, the cry gradually became pleasant, and she wanted to refuse to respond until the sound stopped until late at night. During that time, it was simply torture for Lucy. Don't be so nervous. Calvin walked into Lucy and gently lifted her chin. I won't eat you until you really fall in love with me. Lucy flushed with shame by the explicit declaration, and shook her head quickly to shake Calvin's hand away. Unfortunately, I know someone who has the same appearance as you but is 100 times better than you. With the contrast, how could I like you? Don't be arrogant. Lucy stared fiercely. Calvin's eyes didn't flinch. The person you are talking about is Calvin of Islanden. I would like to meet him after hearing you say this. Calvin didn't care about Lucy's dislike of him, and instead sat next to Lucy. Put your arm around her shoulder gently. By the way, Lucy, the magic you used in Monster Tale yesterday is protoss magic, right? I'm very interested in it. Can you tell me about it? Just when Lucy thought Calvin would have further intimate actions, but suddenly he asked Lucy seriously. Do you think I will tell the enemy? Haha. That's right. And I'm not good at forcing confessions to women. Forget it until novel.me, it's not a big deal anyway. Calvin laughed, and just then, there was a knock on the door. Carl Wen frowned and waved her hand, and Lucy's figure disappeared without a trace, completely blocked. Calvin walked over to open the door and found that the person was a small soldier of the Kingdom Army. What's happening? Master Calvin, Master Elsa has captured the two Dragon Slayers of Islanden. Now please go to the abbot to extract magic power, the soldier said respectfully, without a trace of nonsense. I see, I'll come over right away. Calvin raised his eyebrows and closed the door without talking nonsense. When he showed Lucy's figure again, the latter was already pale, obviously very disturbed. You are here to save your partner, it's a pity, it seems impossible. No, Calvin will definitely save everyone. Lucy shook her head vigorously, shook off her terrible thoughts, and said firmly. Calvin shook his head and laughed. He didn't care about Lucy. He didn't know what method was used to make her pass out, and then he left home for the palace. It seems that Calvin of Islanden is also in this world. Judging from Lucy's attitude, the other person is also a difficult guy. Thinking of Lucy's trust in Calvin just now, Calvin the corners of his mouth raised up, and he smiled happily. Chapter 107, A World Where Magic is Not Allowed. The soldiers brutally imprisoned Wendy and Naz in the cell. The leader was a young man with half black and half white hair and arrow-shaped eyebrows. Although young, his identity is not simple. He is one of the captains of the 4 magic warfare units in the Kingdom Army, Hughes. Facing Naz and Wendy, who were already in the cell and were at their mercy, he indifferently stated their purpose, which was to take the magic power of the Dragon Slayer, and their partners, Hobby and Xiaolulu is a race who is known as the god who is the transcendent who captures the Dragon Slayer. And these words were heard clearly by Calvin, who was always hidden. Standing next to Elisa, his face was always calm, but his heart was completely opposite. He was struggling to save the two of them now. Now the two are likely to be in danger, but it is a hard-won opportunity to find out why the kingdom has to win the magic power. Just when he was struggling, suddenly the crowd spontaneously separated a path to make way for someone. Calvin glanced, but saw a guy who looked like himself, smiling and walking over. The man had exactly the same face as Calvin. He was wearing a red-bottomed and white-faced cloak, a ferocious wolf-shaped shoulder guard on his shoulders, and a pair of fingerless gloves on both hands. The gloves were very dazzling and engraved on them. Understand the rune, and on the back of his hand are studded with 2 round and dazzling magic crystals, faintly exuding a dangerous smell. This person is Adra's strongest combat power, Calvin. The weird thing is that when Elisa saw someone, she quickly turned her face and looked very disdainful, completely ignoring the much-anticipated Calvin, making Calvin next to her a little bit dumbfounded. Calvin apparently also saw Elisa's reaction, showing a bitter smile, and then he saw another himself next to Elisa, and Calvin also intersected with his eyes. Karl of Adriswen showed an inexplicable smile, and then continued to walk to Naz and Wendy. This guy, I really deserve to be me, he is so oppressive. Calvin dressed as a guard can feel the strength of the opponent with just a glance, and he is by no means inferior to him. Now he was even more worried. With such a person, even if he wanted to rescue Naz, it would be very difficult. Chief of Staff Bayro, extract the magic power of the Dragon Slayer, it's up to you to Abbot, I want to talk to the other me. Suddenly, Calvin, the strongest in the kingdom, stopped and turned to Ai Lusha said solemnly. The Chief of Staff Bayro glanced at Elisa when he heard the words. He also understood Calvin's feelings for Elisa. Suddenly there appeared a guy with the same appearance beside Elisa, no wonder Calvin was so. After reacting, he didn't care, and responded softly yes. Elisa, don't you mind? Calvin stared at Calvin viciously, in a very bad tone. What's the matter? You don't mind being listened to by me too? Elisa had never tried to be treated with such a tone by Calvin, her temper came up immediately and rushed towards Calvin. When other people saw it, they felt that they were caught in the Shura field, and Seuss thought inwardly, Elisa, you will be fired up again. Didn't you see Calvin exploding? I want to talk to you too, another me. Don't worry, Elisa, it's okay. The moment Elisa spoke for Calvin, Calvin felt like he was back to Islanden. He patted Elisa on the shoulder and smiled confidently. However, he didn't notice that the people around saw his movements and stepped back. Good guts, come with me. Calvin reluctantly pulled out a smile and couldn't look at Elisa. He turned and left. Calvin quickly followed and stopped Elisa's intention to follow. Don't worry, he and I are Calvin too, don't you think I'm really weak? Calvin left behind such a sentence, somehow, that confidence always makes Elisa feel trustworthy. While in the cell, Naz and Wendy stared at the two Calvins going away through the window. Wendy whispered, Calvin is really good, so he can sneak into the kingdom so easily. Fortunately, Wendy you just grabbed me, or I'm afraid I'll mess up Calvin's plan. Calvin, please save everyone. Calvin took Calvin to a vacant room, locked the door, and set the soundproof magic, then he said, when we first met, this is Calvin Lucifer, I believe you should have heard my name. Of course, Adris has the strongest combat power and is also the country's most powerful magic tool caster. I really can't find anyone more suitable for the title of genius than you. Calvin said calmly, although Karl van Lucifer has a great reputation, but he is not nervous because he has the confidence not to lose to him. Actually, you should know why I deliberately talked to you alone. Lucifer didn't care about Calvin's appreciation, but said in a low voice. I think we are looking for each other because of the words in your diary. By coincidence, Calvin's face also became serious. After I got home yesterday, I immediately found that the diary had been read. To tell you the truth, magic was used in that diary. Unless it was me, other people would only see the blank pages when opening it. Lucifer sneered. Tau, apparently ironicking Calvin's unauthorized checking of other people's privacy. I have no interest in your private life, but the content on the last page of the diary is really amazing, but the diary is very brief, can you explain it in detail? Light and shadow will die, just Siame insufficient, even if he senses that the world is about to be destroyed, he is completely powerless. What does this sentence mean? Calvin said. It's really a keen observation, but the truth is too heavy to make people crazy. Lucifer shook his head, the expression that had always been laughing and smiling has disappeared, replaced by an indescribable loneliness. What do you mean? It seems that you don't understand the true face of this world. After coming to this world novel.me, don't you think it's strange? Why are there people with the same name and the same face? Their physical structure is completely same, why are your personalities completely different? Why do your bodies have magical powers, why do we not have magical powers? Want to hear the details? Calvin asked. Did you know that everything has two sides, when there is light, there is shadow, when there is heat, there is cold, even in the world, there are so-called two sides. Just like a coin, there will be front and back, a ball, there are points inside outside, the relationship between Ace and Adris is like the front and back of a coin, and the biggest difference between my two worlds is that one world has magic power and the other has no magic power. Lucifer said. Wait, there is no magic in your world? What jokes are you talking about? Calvin frowned upon hearing this. The appearance of magic power is something that happened in the past few hundred years. It didn't exist before. Lucifer smiled softly and continued to tell the most secret things in the world. I don't understand more and more, what does this have to do with the destruction of the world? Calvin continued to ask. Magic power in your world is a kind of nature, but in our world without magic power, it is undoubtedly a kind of poison. Did you know that there is only one continent in this world? I have tried to explore the whole world, but it was discovered that the sea horizon far away from the mainland has been eroded by magic. The address I am in does not allow magic at all. Chapter 108, Princess Xiaolulu. Magic power is not allowed? But you are deliberate to seize the magic power, even if you don't hesitate to exchange it for the lives of our world. Calvin could not help but sneered and said contemptuously. We don't deny in this regard. Since the emergence of magic, we have long been accustomed to using magic. Almost everyone can't imagine what a world without magic would be like. That kind of fear makes them seize it by any means, but I can't reverse it by myself. Their thoughts. Lucifer sighed and said lowly, his eyes expressing regret unnaturally. Calvin looked at Lucifer with suspicion for a long time before continuing to ask, but I have a question. Since Adelis has no magic power since ancient times, why did it suddenly appear 400 years ago? Of course I have investigated this aspect. If my speculation is correct, someone should have used the power of the astral world to artificially reverse time and space, allowing Islandin to flow through the astral world to give a lot of magic power to come here. You can check it after you go back to Islandin, there should be a record of the magical power suddenly withered 400 years ago. Lucifer thought for a while and said that he was not completely sure of the speculation. There is no need to go back. This kind of thing happened 400 years ago. Because of the lack of magic resources in that era, the invincible race dragon has disappeared. Calvin replied affirmatively, reading the books. I have indeed seen relevant matters in the literature. That's right, there is a rift between our two worlds. That rift is a world of its own. The race in it is called protoss. The magic powers of protoss have the magic power to control time. It must be some who use the stars. The power of the spirit is distorting time and space. Hearing Calvin's affirmation, Lucifer slammed the wall down and said in an angry voice. At the same time, a name flashed in Calvin's mind, a dark wizard with a fierce reputation 400 years ago, Jeff. Next, you should also tell me your plan. I don't think you are looking for me just to say these things. Calvin asked calmly with blinking eyes. Yes, I do have something to ask you for help save our world, and save your world. Lucifer said. Our world. Calvin said. Don't you think that after the destruction of Adris, Islandin will be unaffected? Lucifer sneered. Calvin was startled, and he couldn't help thinking of Lucifer's words in his diary, the light will die and the shadow will die. The cold sweat kept dripping, obviously thinking of something terrible. It seems that you have figured it out. The two worlds are related to each other. If Adris is destroyed, Islandin will collapse, and it will collapse without warning. After all, the problem is not Islandin, but ours. Adelis, you have no choice but to cooperate with me to save Adelis. Lucifer smiled brilliantly, the smile was so dazzling. Your face is really irritating, just say it, what do you need me to do? Calvin twitched the corner of his mouth, raised his eyebrows, resisted his anger, and asked calmly. Hehe, that's what it is, you must know that unity is strength, gather you and me, I believe there is nothing that can't be solved. In the world of Adris, there is a kingdom floating in the sky called Extalia, in which Extalia, the noblest race in Adris lives. And Hobby and Xiaolulu are fleeing desperately in this kingdom. Originally, when they were first caught here, they were treated as heroes, but later learned that they came to Naz and Wendy to obliterate the Dragon Slayer. The two cats suddenly collapsed and they rebelled. Queen Extalia's order, with her own will, to return to their dearest partner, to the fairy tale. They saw their companions turned into huge magic crystals on the way, and they also met a couple who were eager to help them. That wife is very nice and kind. Although the husband is very rude, she is obviously a cold-hearted guy. Both Hobby and Xiaolulu think he is very cute. In the end, Hobby and Xiaolulu broke through the anxiety and confusion in their hearts after they came to this world. Their two cats rushed to the edge of Extalia, jumped into the sky, and moved forward bravely. The wings flew forward, spreading out the wings that had not been used since arriving at Adris. Go on. Go save everyone. Hobby. Habi and Xiaolulu passed through the clouds and reached the castle of the kingdom. They did not hide, staying in the air with a grin, knowing that they were discovered. The first person I found was Elisa. Her complexion was not very good, and her mood was obviously very bad. Seeing Habi and Xiaolulu not talking, she didn't know what she was thinking. The Transcendent. Is there anything wrong? Where are the two dragon slayers? Xiaolulu asked. Under the West Tower. Elisa replied hesitantly. Humans, the name of the queen, we will bring the dragon slayer to Extalia, and quickly bring them here. Xiaolulu said condescendingly, her eyes very cold, as if Elsa in front of her was just an ant. I don't have the authority to release them. Elisa's eyes flickered, and finally she knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Slow wordy. Do it now. Xiaolulu's face was stunned, and she roared with great momentum, causing Elisa to frown. Do you know who I am? I am the daughter of Queen Charlotte, Princess Xiaolulu of Extalia. My words are equal to the queen's order. Without permission? I can give you. Xiaolulu's words scared Elisa into a cold sweat, but the magic power of the Dragon Slayer is a necessity for the kingdom. How can it be taken by the Transcendent? It's just that neither the Transcendence nor the identity of Princess Xiaolulu is a position she can ignore. Just when she was a little overwhelmed, a man slowly walked over to Elisa with a frivolous smile on his face. Elisa, that expression doesn't suit you. The person here is wearing a dazzling costume. It is Calvin Lucifer who likes Elisa. It's Calvin of Adris, what should I do? When Habi saw someone, he quickly whispered in Xiaolulu's ear. It doesn't matter, no matter who it is, before the identity of the princess, it's just a human being. Xiaolulu's remained unmoved, calmly said. Did you end your conversation? Where is the other Calvin? Elisa turned her head slightly and asked Calvin. Hehe, that guy is the fairy tale sorcerer of Islanden, you have all been tricked by him, but don't worry, I have just cleaned him up, and he is now locked in a cell. Calvin said. Compared to Xiaolulu, they were shocked. Could it be that their best ace in this world has been defeated? Is he a fairy tale person? Elisa frowned deeply and said suspiciously. Hehe, of course. Just as Calvin spoke in an extremely mocking tone, Xiaolulu interrupted him. Humans, I am not interested in knowing your troubles, I will say it again, and quickly bring the Dragon Slayer before us. Chapter 109, True and False Calvin. Just as Xiaolulu further suppressed the people, a very strong black transcendent ran over with a team of soldiers, and shouted, Calvin, Elisa. Those two transcenders were by Ixtaria expelled the fallen from heaven. Xiaolulu and Habi evacuated as soon as they thought about it, so quickly no one could react, and the two cats flying to the high altitude, no one could threaten them for the time being. However, no one can threaten them. It doesn't mean that no cats can't. There are a lot of flapping sounds in the sky. The two cats looked up, and countless transcendents descended from the sky, holding weapons and killing them. Flying. Habi. Being in the air is not good for us. Landing on the ground. Xiaolulu couldn't help but immediately told Habi, and then immediately flew to the ground. Wait. Xiaolulu. There are enemies on the ground. Habi was shocked and quickly grabbed Xiaolulu. Sure enough, there were not only the captains of the 4 magic warfare units below, but also Calvin, who was known as the kingdom's #1 combat force. Waiting for them with a sneer. No way, let's hide inside the building. Xiaolulu gritted her teeth fiercely and immediately flew to the castle next to her. Although she knew that the castle would be the home ground of the kingdom army, at this moment in desperation, only soldiers were on the move. Took a gamble. At this moment, a large number of flags were suddenly erected around the castle, as if conveying some order, and then a large number of lights-like attacks appeared in the city wall, emitting a dazzling light, and the area was large enough to hunt down everything. Bai and Xiaolulu's transcendents were all surrounded, and the transcendents who were illuminated by the light kept screaming, obviously very painful. This is, what's going on? Rebellion. Habi, who was frightened by the situation, muttered dumbfounded. Although I don't know exactly, it's the best way to escape now. Compared with Habi, Xiaolulu looked much calmer. Go and rescue Wendy and the others now. The two cats took advantage of this opportunity and quickly flew into the castle, and flew towards the direction of Theta that Elisa revealed just now. Not good. Fallen into the sky and escaped. However, not everyone ignored them. Hobbit and the others just ran away, and Elisa immediately found out that they hurriedly chased after Calvin, who also hurriedly followed Elsa. The many transcendents who were irradiated by the light turned into pieces of magic crystals in endless unwillingness, and then the king walked out and released a Weilun with infinite magic power, which aroused the morale of all soldiers. On the other side, when Habi and Xiaolulu rushed to a certain corridor, they heard the voice of a familiar partner. It was a painful scream. And it happened to happen that Elisa and Calvin also chased after him, and saw that she fired her own 10 Commandments gun, inserted it not far from the two cats, and suddenly radiated light and exploded. The two cats were seriously injured immediately. Xiaolulu asked in pain and anxiously, You, what did you do to Wendy and the others? Humph, seize the magic required for the ETD operation. Elisa smiled triumphantly. No matter how the two cats reacted, she drew her spear and was about to kill them, while Calvin shook her head from behind. There was an inexplicable smile, as if regretful and as if mocking, but he raised his hand, not knowing what he wanted to do. Suddenly, at this moment, the soldiers following up from behind heard a scream, mixed with the sound of magic. Elisa and Calvin couldn't help turning their heads to see what was going on. The culprit behind the chaos gradually revealed himself. It seemed to be a man and a woman. The man was wearing only pants and a fairy tale coat of arms was printed on his chest, the other woman was wearing armor, with beautiful red hair and sharp eyes. Why, what's the matter, it's me. Elisa, who was holding the 10 Commandments gun, was shocked, but she immediately realized that the person coming should be from Islandon, that is, another herself. Yes, those men and women were Grey and Elisa. It was Grey who took the lead. Where are our companions? Where are the companions who have been turned into magic crystals? Grey shouted loudly, clenching his right hand and placing a fist in the heart of his left hand, a burst of magic rippling, and the ice burst, many soldiers were immediately knocked down. When the ice came to Calvin, Calvin just waved it slightly, and the ice had disappeared, which seemed to have no effect on him. At the same time, Elisa, the captain of the magic warfare unit, also jumped out of the ice, stabbing Elisa with a spear in her hand, and Elisa quickly drew the long sword from her waist by one gear. The shock of the two men's magic shocked a hurricane. Elisa, even if they can't win, they can draw a tie, then, can I defeat Calvin in this world? Grey glanced at the battle behind him, and he believed that he could not get in the battle like a monster. However, in front of him, a more terrifying monster was blocking the way. I saw that Calvin raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Grey didn't realize what was going on, but Elisa's scream came from behind, which scared him back quickly. But the images he saw almost made him unable to believe his eyes. Elsa of Adris was actually bound by some magic, but her partner Elisa couldn't stop attacking and slashed the opponent fiercely. The battle that was supposed to be prolonged for a long time ended easily. What's going on? The same question flashed across everyone's heads at the same time, but coincidentally, they all turned their attention to Calvin. Calvin smiled slightly, and pulled off the clothes on his body, revealing the clothes inside. It was obviously the clothes that Calvin of Islandon often wears. Seeing this, everyone still doesn't understand. The real identity of the person in front of me is Calvin Macaro of Islandon. Novel.me Calvin Macaro? Cough. Hateful. What happened to the other Calvin? The slashed Elisa widened her eyes incredibly, and asked Calvin angrily. Forgot what I just said? That Calvin is the fairy tale wizard of Islandon. You were all deceived by him. I have cleaned up Calvin and threw it into the cell. Calvin he smiled, his expression very proud. Impossible. How could Calvin lose to a guy like you? Elisa gritted her teeth and said bitterly, but she was severely injured and restrained by Calvin's restraining snake, and she was powerless. You just trust him too much, so when I wear his clothes and drag him out, no one will think that I am pretending to be. By the way, the magic on you is that I just approached you and stayed. It's down, you're still Elisa, you didn't notice it. Calvin's unrelenting force continued to attack each other, but in exchange for knowledge, the two Elsa's hateful sights, Elisa scuttlered. It is clear that Calvin was at the mercy of her being fooled by Gerald and planted a restraining snake on her body. Okay, we are going to save our partner, so let's ask you to sleep. After Calvin finished speaking, Elisa, who was injured and fell on the ground, suddenly felt her pajamas hit and fell asleep. This is Mr. Gong's magic. When did you learn it? Grey asked in disbelief, driving away his sleepiness. I only know how to furry, act now, you and Hobby will rescue Naz and Wendy, but Elisa and I have another plan. Calvin smiled lightly and looked confident. Chapter 110, Plan in Progress, 1. While Grey and the two cats went to rescue Naz and Wendy, Calvin and Elisa ran in the other direction. Calvin, what's your plan? Eliza asked with a serious look while she was running. The whole thing is very complicated, I don't have time to elaborate slowly. Calvin said lightly. After hearing this, Elisa pulled Calvin abruptly, dragged him to the wall, and grabbed him by the collar. You are strong and smart, yes, but this is not an excuse you can hide. Seeing Elisa's stubborn expression, Calvin sighed helplessly. Okay, talk while walking. Calvin moved Elisa's hand and nodded. The reason why this kingdom extracts the magic power of the Dragon Slayer is not simply to store it. They want to use this magic power as a driving force to make everyone turn into a huge magic crystal to hit Extalia, trying to bring the two. This kind of magic power is merged through impact and becomes endless magic power. Calvin quickly explained briefly, and after he finished speaking, Elisa's face was darker than an iron pot. These bastards, dare to despise life so much. This anger made Elisa gritted her teeth. Indeed, for them, the importance of magic is far beyond the value of life. Calvin said with a sneer. What about your plan? Elisa asked again, her tone of voice has been calmed a lot, for an experienced S-rank wizard like her, she would not be easily affected by anger. They extract the dragon-killing mana to charge a certain weapon, we take that weapon. Calvin said. While the two were running, soldiers from the kingdom of Adris arrived and surrounded the two. It's just that even though there is a huge advantage in numbers, no one dared to attack. After all, the other identity of these two people is the strongest combat power in Adris. On the other side, another Elisa who was unconscious by Calvin was finally awakened by other soldiers. Captain Elisa, the Dragon Slayer was rescued, they are too strong, we can't stop it. The moment Elisa woke up, soldiers immediately reported to him. Has the magic of the Dragon Slayer been drawn? Elisa asked softly, her tone without emotion. The extraction has been completed. I see, where are Calvin and Elsa posing as Els Landon? Elsa continued to ask. They ran in the direction of the king. After hearing the words, Elisa directly pulled out the 10 Commandments gun and chased Calvin and the others. Although she kept calm just now, she was so arrogant as she could bear Calvin's play. In Elisa's heart, there was already a huge fire. Gray, Xiaolulu and Habi learned the purpose of the Kingdom of Adris from the two of them after they rescued Naz and Wendy, so they also decided to stop them, and divided into 3 groups. Habi flew out to find Ge Garud, Wendy and Xiaolulu went to Extalia to inform the other Transcendents, while the remaining Gray and Naz went directly to the king. After Habi found Gojiru, he immediately took him to the huge magic crystal floating in the air. Just as he was about to restore his partner with dragon-killing magic, a huge sword suddenly slashed over. Gagaru and Habi looked up. The cat, who had always been like a giant, was holding a huge sword with wings outstretched behind his back and staring at them like swords. I'm the captain of the Kingdom Army's first magic battle unit, Pansalili. This magic crystal is the most important stronghold of this battle. You can't let you destroy it. Pansalili said in a calm voice, bringing it to Habi felt extremely oppressed. Is he a transcendent too? He has such a huge figure. Seeing the other side's wings and appearance like a leopard, how could Hobbit not know that the other side is the same race as him? Cat, you step back. Gojilo shouted, and his arm turned into a giant sword. Iron Dragon Sword. On the other side, Naz and Gray also encountered the enemy. The opponents were the captains of the 3rd and 4th Magic War Forces, Hughes and Shujbor. One person, quickly solve them, Naz. Seeing the enemy, Gray's eyes became cold, and he said lightly. That's not enough. Contrary to Gray, Naz's eyes burst into flames, and he rushed out with a full roar of fighting spirit, and the flames of the dragon slaying appeared in both hands. Calvin and Elisa faced a large number of siege and pushed forward lightly. A large number of soldiers could not stop them for even a second. Soon, they came to the front of the kingdom. Are you the king of Adris? I advise you to take out the key to unlock the dragon lock cannon if you don't want to die. 3 rays of light appeared behind Calvin, and when the voice fell, the king knight, queen knight, guard knight, the figures of these 3 knights have already appeared. And Elisa also put on the celestial armor, with dozens of swords floating behind her, and the threat of the 2 people no longer needs to be said. Are Calvin and Elsa of Islanden? It's troublesome now. King Foster's gloomy face became more gloomy. As a king, he knew Calvin and Ella well. Shaw's strength, relying on the soldiers around him, could not resist at all. Only procrastinate, wait for our Calvin and Elisa to arrive. Foster's thoughts moved quickly, and he made a decision in the blink of an eye. Bayro. Hearing only a shout, the chief of staff next to him immediately stood up. Bayro is a 90-year-old man. His appearance is synonymous with insidiousness. Although he looks old, his actions are not vague at all. Quickly took out the test tube from his arms and opened it. The next moment, a liquid flame was released from it. Scorching liquid. This liquid flame rolled towards Calvin and Elsa as if it were alive. The 3 knights behind Calvin did not say a word, and quickly flashed in front of the 2 of them, each flailing their shields. www.mtlnovel.com. The 3 knights can join forces when attacking, and defense is also natural. The 3 shields echo each other, condensing an invisible wall in the front. After the hot liquid hits, the blocking liquid disperses. Small bugs. Calvin said contemptuously. When Elsa next to her saw the opponent's shot, she naturally wouldn't look at it. The dozens of sharp swords behind her blew out like a storm, shooting at soldiers around her. Your Majesty, quickly turn on the dragon lock cannon. In a brief match with Calvin, Bayro confirmed that he was definitely not an opponent. He quickly threw the key to the king, then took out a test tube and drank it himself. The next moment, he was old and physically declining, and he got lumps all over, and quickly turned into an extremely huge and disgusting octopus. It's really ugly and vulnerable. Calvin chuckled, and raised his hand. Countless magic runes poured out. Amaterasu 18 rules awesome. The magic runes gathered into the shape of lightning, and they smashed the huge octopus fiercely. In that moment, Bayro was defeated. And the king, after receiving the key, he had no time to insert the dragon lock cannon. Looking at Elisa who had defeated all the soldiers, and Calvin slowly walking towards him, Faust couldn't help dripping cold sweat. Somewhere in the palace, Calvin Lucifer in a cloak is working with someone who does not know what he is doing. Finally found the remnants of the soul, and now I can send the Demon Tail's magic crystal back. The speaker was hidden in his clothes, with a few magic wands on his back, obviously Mist Gang. Next, I have to ask you, Calvin. Mr. Gang nodded to Calvin and said solemnly. I understand, let's start, Your Royal Highness. Calvin said with a smile. Chapter 111, Plan in Progress, 2. Let the time go back a bit when the 2 Calvins met. Since you have noticed the evil of magic a long time ago, you should be prepared. Do you have any plans? Calvin Macaro asked. Yes, I do have a plan. I originally planned to implement it with the prince. Now that you come, it will be easier. Calvin Lucifer replied. Prince? Is it possible that you still have a party? I thought the royal family here are cold-blooded. Calvin Macaro said disdainfully. The king is indeed cold-blooded, but our prince is full of love and justice. You also know him, the one who has stopped the soul many times. That's it, Mist Gang. Hearing Calvin Lucifer telling Mr. Gang, Calvin Macaro's trust in him suddenly increased a lot. Mist Gang? Is the prince's name in Islanden? Forget it, you should listen to my plan. You pretend to be me and go out first, and I pretend that you were defeated, and grab the key to the dragon lock cannon to attract attention, and I went to send the huge magic crystal back with the prince. Although the magic power of the dragon lock cannon can restore your guild to its original state, many ordinary people and buildings will also recover together, so I advise you not to restore the magic crystal until the last moment. Then the prince and I will reverse the soul, then the magic of Adris will disappear completely and flood into your world. At that time, even you will be sent back to Islanden, the passage between the two worlds will be closed, and you will be regarded as murderers who destroy magic, and the prince will be the hero who defeated you and become the new king. Lead us. Calvin Lucifer finished in one breath, and then watched Calvin Macaro's reaction. That's right, then, do you need me to help you kill the king, so that Mr. Gang will be easier on the throne? Calvin Macaro had an unidentified smile on his face, using a subtle asked in a tone. The prince will definitely not agree, but if you kill the king by mistake, I won't mind. The prince will never see you again anyway. Calvin Lucifer also replied in a subtle tone. I understand, I will cooperate with you. Calvin waved his hand and used a simple magic to put on Calvin Lucifer's clothes. When Calvin Lucifer saw it, he raised his cloak, and his clothes became the same as Calvin Macaro. But then again, you are quite cold-blooded. There is no way, the prince is too kind. Macaro Lucifer said with a smile on his face, without paying attention. As Calvin and Elisa were approaching Faust's eyes drenched, and the hand holding the dragon lock cannon wanted to move. Don't move, if you dare to move, I will kill you immediately. Calvin's eyes showed a murderous look, and the three knights and Elsa were ready to attack. Throw the key here and don't do extraneous movements. The dragon lock cannon is the chain that connects the magic crystal island. What are you doing here? Faust asked inexplicably, also trying to delay time. Calvin guessed the intention of the other party, but he also had the same idea, and then slowly replied, that cannon shoots a concentrated dragon-killing magic power, I want to shoot it directly at the magic crystal, our partners are liberated. Then don't act rashly, even if you can kill me easily, but I can destroy the key before I die, and at the latest tomorrow, the magic crystal will be assimilated into the magic of this world. Faust chuckled lightly. As if returning to the original majestic king. Then it depends on whether you dare to gamble with your life, Lord King. Calvin said disdainfully when he heard the words. Elisa didn't speak beside her, but the murderous look in her eyes grew stronger. Just when the stalemate came, a loud shout came. Calvin Macaro. The shout was full of hatred. When the voice fell, a red-haired woman came over with a spear. The voice made Calvin turn her head slightly, and Elisa who was next to him reacted instantly, blocking the murderous blow for Calvin. Don't want to get in the way. Elisa, wearing the celestial armor, gritted her teeth. Don't get in the way of us. Elsa Netavoka, holding the 10 Commandments gun, was even more angry when she saw someone blocking her. Besides, it was Elisa who stopped her. Needless to say, the two began to fight. Fauster checked the time, taking advantage of the moment Calvin's heart was slightly different, magic suddenly appeared from the scepter in his hand, and the magic exploded instantly after it was sent, raising a lot of dust. Calvin reacted immediately, but Foster took the opportunity to escape. Elisa, I'll chase him, I'll leave it to you here. Calvin shouted loudly, no matter whether Elisa heard it or not, he quickly took the 3 knights and called the Moonlight Silver Wolf to chase. Seeing Calvin leave, the blocked Elisa Netwoka gritted her silver teeth, but facing Eliza's obstacle, she had more than enough energy to stop her, so she could only vent her anger on Eliza. Body. Similarly, Elisa, who has accumulated a lot of anger after coming into this world, also wished to vent it immediately. The battle between the two became more intense. Calvin found that he still underestimated the king. Maybe he was not good at fighting, but he could slip away very much. The pair of boots under his feet was obviously a magic weapon, and the speed could not even catch up with the silver wolf. At this moment, the magic crystal in the sky changed. It first emitted light that could illuminate the kingdom, and then it turned into a pillar of magic power to the sky. The next moment, it disappeared without a trace. The magic crystal was restored to its original state in Islanden through the soul novel. Me Calvin Lucifer and Miss Gang's actions succeeded. Humph. It's been a long time. Calvin looked at the bare island with a knowing smile. Fauster, who was fleeing, certainly saw this, but he just lost his mind for a few seconds and immediately took the opportunity to escape Calvin's sight. Damn it. It must be the guy from Gerald, and the guy from Islanden, I will never let you go. I want to use Daroma Anum to destroy you all. Faust gritted his teeth, really thought that many years of planning still fell short, leaving him only with a desire for destruction. Okay, now only the reversal of the soul is left. Mr. Gang exhaled and rescued the guild's partner, which made his heart relax a lot. Then, Mr. Gang said to Calvin Lucifer, from now on, the title of first blacksmith will be completely useless. Calvin, are you enlightened? Calvin Lucifer nodded with a slight sadness on his face. Seeing this, Mr. Gang shook his head slightly, as if regretting Calvin Lucifer. He knows very well that Calvin Lucifer can have his current status and how much effort he has put in to reverse his soul at this moment. Not only will his status no longer exist, he may be regarded as the culprit by the people. But now, it is impossible to look back. Mr. Gang walked out first, Calvin Lucifer followed him, and the two of them avoided the soldiers all the way, slowly approaching the room where the soul was created. Both of them are top-notch characters, and they arrived in the room very quickly. Thanks to the attention of others, the guards of the room have all been distracted. Here, I hope the people of Adris can withstand this change. Chapter 112, Plan in Progress, 3. Laser Cannon. A beam of light shot from the tail of Scorpion and hit the door hard. However, the aftermath dissipated and the door was not damaged at all, which made Lucy couldn't help but frustrate. It's useless, this house has incomparable defenses, and your attack can't break the defenses. A woman who looked exactly like Lucy said, looking at Lucy for wasting her time, she couldn't help but persuade her. Even so, I must leave. My partner is still fighting. Lucy gritted her teeth tightly. Even though she had already used a lot of magic power and she was tired, she still didn't want to wait for her partner to save her. She was. But now you're just wasting your efforts. It was built by Calvin, the kingdom's first blacksmith, personally. The third woman in the room also persuaded her, her dress is dignified, and her whole body exudes the temperament of a lady. These three are Lucy who was taken captive by Calvin Lucifer and Lucy Encarna, the wife of Idris. Since Lucy was awakened by her sister Lucy Encarna, she has been trying to leave the house, but unfortunately she has used all the protoss that can be used, but the house is completely undamaged except for the furnishings. Instead of wasting magic power like this, it's better to find out if there is any other way to leave. Tame Lucy said. Other methods? Isn't it the only way Calvin can come and go freely? Lucy asked, puzzled. It is true, but Calvin seems to have given other people the authority of the house. I think if the authority can be modified, we should also be allowed to leave. Tame Lucy said. Let's look for clues together. As a member of Fairy Tale, how can I be trapped in this mere room? Kana also persuaded. Lucy heard the words of the two, and she was moved in her heart, and she couldn't help saying, really, thank you. King Foster finally got rid of Calvin, and ran directly towards the position of the final weapon of Idris. After arriving, he saw Calvin Lucifer. Calvin? Why are you here? Faust asked when seeing Calvin who had been missing forever. Your Majesty, Daroma Anum is ready to attack at any time, please drive yourself. Calvin Lucifer did not answer the king's question, but said with a bow. Faust heard this, he was overjoyed, and he was about to sit on this strongest weapon. However, after entering Daroma Anum, he did not forget his question just now. After the weapon was in his hand and safe, he said with a black face again, Calvin, answer my question. What happened to you? What are you doing, are you planning something? Calvin Lucifer still calmly replied with a smile, Your Majesty, you misunderstood me. I just went to stop the prince, but unfortunately it was a step too late and asked him to send the magic crystal back. It really is that guy, stop calling him a prince, I don't have a son like him. Hearing Calvin's answer, Faust became even more angry. If this is the case, Your Majesty should not blame me. Just now I found out that he wanted to reverse this soul and send the magic of this world to Islanden. In a hurry, I had no choice but to put a heavy hand. Calvin Lucifer said. You have done a good job. Follow me to annihilate the enemy first. Although the magic crystal is sent back, as long as there is no Gerald, I will be able to absorb Islanden's magic once again. Although it fell short this time, it still fell short. Not to the point of despair, Faust rekindled the desire in his heart and said viciously. Your Majesty, according to my investigation, Pansalili is more loyal to the prince than you, so I suggest that you directly turn all the transcendents into magic crystals. If you plan again next time, at least don't worry about them using wings. Run away. Then I will stop Calvin on the other side, and other enemies, please. Calvin bowed again and said respectfully. Okay. I will kill either Pansalili or anyone else, Calvin of Islanden will be handed over to you, he must die. Faust finished speaking and immediately moved his seat. Longi attacked with incomparable power. Looking at the leaving king, Calvin Lucifer's gentle eyes became cold, and he muttered, My dear Majesty, I hope you still have your life to watch how I kill Calvin. On the other battlefield, Gagaru and Pansalili were fighting fiercely, but the sudden change of the magic crystal made both of them listen to them. What's going on? Why did the magic crystal suddenly disappear? Is it your ghost? Gojira was very frightened and angry, and shouted at Pansalili. I don't know what happened, but this change is by no means our plan. Pansalili was also confused, but he was much calmer than Gojira, just said calmly. Although I don't know, but I managed to avoid the magic crystal from colliding with Extalia, everyone is saved. At this time, Hobby flew out from nowhere, and said with joy. What are you talking about? The other people in the guild don't know if they are alive or dead, how can they relax at this time? Gojira turned his head and screamed at Hobby, and then immediately looked at Pansalili vigilantly. Stop it, now, you and I have no reason to fight. Pansalili didn't care about Gojira's reaction. After a word, he turned and flew down. The reason for fighting? I want you to be my cat, partner. Cat. Take me to chase him. Gojira's mouth raised, and the fighting spirit rose again, regardless of Hobby's reaction. Just jump down directly. Hobby was very helpless, but he couldn't just watch Gojira fall to his death, so he could only fly over to catch him and chase Pansalili. It's a tough guy. Pansalili sighed helplessly when he saw Gojira's pursuit. But the next moment, his eyes became awe-inspiring, his speed increased again, and he rushed towards the palace. What happened? Could the magic crystal be sent back to Islanden? It was discovered that the magic crystal had changed. Not only these people, the two Elsa in the battle, Grey and Naz who had just ended the battle, also discovered the change. Everyone in the guild, what the happened? Naz, whose head was weak, couldn't understand what was going on. You ask me, who am I asking? I think I should find Calvin quickly. Novel. Me maybe he knows something. Grey remained calm despite his surprise. What are you waiting for, let's go. Naz said, and ran to the place where the fighting sound was made first, but after a few steps, he ran back in panic when he saw something. Ah! Two Elsa are actually fighting? What is this? Is the world going to end? Naz cried out in horror. What are you panicking? This is terrible, yes, but Elisa can only deal with Elisa, leave them alone, let's go another way. Can't you use your nose to find Calvin? Gray directly pulling Naz and ran to other places, sometimes he was really helpless for Naz's inadequacy. Naz immediately sniffed when he heard Gray's words, and soon showed a strange look. What's wrong? Do you smell it? Where are you going? Gray asked. Strange, Calvin's smell exists in two places, Naz said. One of them is Calvin in this world. Damn it. Which side should we go? Gray immediately wondered why, and suddenly felt a headache because he didn't know which way to go. If the wrong choice was made, maybe soon we'll be defeated. Why do you care about so many? Just choose one at random. If you choose the wrong one, it won't be enough to knock down Calvin in this world. Naz didn't think so much, and rushed in one direction. Gray couldn't help but feel a little envious looking at Naz's impulse. Sometimes I really envy Naz's confidence, but he is right. If you meet Calvin in this world, then knock him down. Influenced by Naz, he always wanted to avoid being with Calvin. Gray, who was fighting with Lucifer, had a high fighting spirit in his heart. Chapter 113, Plan Termination. Naz ran quickly along the smell, Gray followed closely behind, and both of them were walking very fast. It didn't take long before they came to the target. Standing in front of them was Calvin Lucifer wearing a red and white cloak and two shoulder pads on his shoulders. One of the shoulder pads on his shoulders looks like a wolf's head, and the other looks like a dragon's head. There are a pair of fingerless gloves on his hands, which are engraved with incomprehensible runes, and the backs of his hands are studded with two round and dazzling red crystals. This dress is obviously not Calvin Macaro. It's Calvin of Adris. It seems that your instincts are not very good, Naz. Seeing the other person, Gray said to Naz in a joking tone. That really hit the jackpot. Naz's mouth was the same, he smiled, his hands burst into flames, and he rushed towards Calvin Lucifer. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Braved the fist of the dragon's flame, and blasted on Calvin Lucifer's head with a whistling force. This punch Naz did not reserve the slightest, because his enemy was called Calvin. Gray did not react slowly. Although the relationship with Naz was usually very poor, he had a tacit understanding during the battle. When Naz attacked, the magic in his hand was also ready. Ice-making lancers. A large number of ice guns were shot from Gray's hands, bypassing Naz's figure and shooting towards Calvin Lucifer. The lancer's attack speed is extremely fast, and the last one comes first. The purpose is to expose Calvin Lucifer to the gap so that Naz's iron fist can hit his cheek. The tacit understanding between the two can be described as wonderful. However, facing this fierce offensive, Calvin Lucifer smiled slightly, pushed forward with one hand, and a magic circle appeared out of thin air, steadily blocking Gray's lancer. Then, Naz arrived with Long Yan's fist, and also landed on this magic circle. Naz's fist was quite powerful, coupled with the lancer's remaining power, just broke the defense of the magic circle, but the flame on Naz's fist was also extinguished, and Calvin Lucifer held his fist. Hehe, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Calvin Lucifer smiled lightly and pushed out his other hand. A powerful golden shockwave spurted out of his palm, and Naz was the first to be blown away. Gray saw this and quickly used the ice-making magic. In a short moment, he made a chain net with ice and caught Naz. Awesome, you can create a complex thing like a chain so quickly, you are much better than Gray of Adris. Calvin Lucifer was taken aback, and then said with admiration. Looking at Calvin Lucifer's calm look, Gray couldn't help but bitter thoughts. Sure enough, this guy is as strong as a monster. Asshole. Don't underestimate me. Hearing Calvin Lucifer admiring Gray, Naz suddenly had the idea of being compared. When the chains were stretched back to the limit, flames came out of his legs, and he jumped forward. One punch. I saw that if Naz shot forward like a sharp arrow, flames appeared all over his body, like a flaming meteor. The horns of the fire dragon. Facing such a blow, Calvin Lucifer didn't want to block the idea, only his boots flashed under his feet, and when he gave in a little, Naz wiped his head and flew over. And Calvin Lucifer's room where Daroma Anum was placed behind it has been completely destroyed. I didn't underestimate you, I'm very jealous of your dragon-killing flames. Looking at Naz, who stood up embarrassingly in the ruins, Calvin Lucifer smiled and said with a still kind expression. Your smile is really disgusting. Naz replied viciously with a grimace. For Naz, Calvin Lucifer's expression and tone at the moment were simply the most insulting contempt, so he relentlessly fought back. Disgusting? Many girls say that my smile is very handsome. Calvin Lucifer didn't care, and responded with a beating tone. At this moment, an ice-made axe swung from the side. It turned out that Gray saw the opportunity and hurriedly attacked. But Calvin Lucifer didn't even look at it, just gently tossed the cloak behind him. The raised cloak touched the ice battle axe, which seemed to be fluttering, but threw the fierce battle axe out. What's more terrifying is that the thrown-out battle axe seemed to be concentrated by some huge force and completely shattered. Regardless of whether it is Gray or Naz, seeing this situation, I can't help but feel shocked. Although neither of them thought that this kind of attack could defeat Calvin Lucifer, but seeing him easily defuse the attack, I really had to admit that he was powerful, which made Naz and Gray stop the attack and dare not continue. Attack at will. I said you, is it necessary to be so impulsive? The magic crystal of your guild has disappeared. We should have no reason to fight. Seeing the two stopped their hands, Calvin Lucifer asked. Anyway, you must be our enemy, but I also want to ask, where have our guild partners gone? Grey said. I was sent back to Islandon. That magic crystal has been restored to its original state in Islandon. Calvin Lucifer said helplessly after hearing this. Returned to the original state? Really? Naz could not help asking loudly when he heard it. No way, the masked man is too cunning and powerful. Calvin said, although his tone was regrettable, he didn't care much about his expression. Hearing the word masked man, Naz and Grey both thought of Mist Gang in their hearts, and they were overjoyed. Don't be happy so early, but I took your majesty's order to annihilate you all. Grey, you are right, we are indeed enemies. Seeing the expressions of the two, Calvin said with a mocking smile. Right now, Naz and Grey became vigilant again. Now, it's my turn to attack. Calvin Lucifer's expression instantly became serious until novel.me the boots under her feet shone again, and came to behind Naz like a ghost. Before Naz could turn his head, he was hit by a huge force. The whole person was knocked into the air again. Grey could see clearly that it was the cloak again, and he was shocked when he remembered the tragedy of the battle axe. Naz. Grey did not move slowly, and an icicle condensed in his hand, rushing towards Calvin Lucifer. He can no longer control the knocked out Naz, just trying to prevent Calvin Lucifer from pursuing it. But Grey's icicle was steadily blocked, and Calvin Lucifer's cloak behind him was alive and waved at Grey. Grey watched the attack coming, but he had no time to react. The next moment, he was knocked into the air like Naz. Then Calvin Lucifer chased the two of them, and before they could react, he shot two shock waves with his palms at them. Just when Grey and Naz were about to be hit unsuspectingly, two shields appeared out of thin air in front of them. The shield was a magic circle composed of magic runes, named Amaterasu 11 Rules Round Pattern Shield. The shock wave was blocked by the shield, and at the same time, footsteps came from behind Naz and Grey. You were going to kill them just now, can you give me an explanation? Calvin Lucifer. The person who released the shield asked as he walked by, with a very angry expression. Do I need to explain to you? Calvin Macaro. Calvin Lucifer replied in a relaxed tone. Where's Mist Gang? According to the plan, shouldn't he be with you? Calvin Macaro continued to ask. Sorry, the plan has ended. Calvin Lucifer said with an evil smile. Chapter 114, Calvin's Confrontation. The two Calvins stared at each other, the Lucifer's face was relaxed, while the Macaro's face was sullen, especially when they saw their partner almost died. Grey and Naz struggled to stand up, Calvin Lucifer's cloak was astonishingly powerful. Grey was only hit by a blow, but the place where he was hit was shockingly painful. And Naz's injury was heavier than Grey. Before he was hit by the cloak, he had eaten a shock wave. Although it seemed nothing at the time, in fact he was already injured, but his physique as the Dragon Slayer was amazing. That's it. Calvin, what's the matter with the plan in your mouth? Why is it related to Calvin in this world? Hearing the conversation between the two, Grey immediately questioned Calvin, his expression was not very good. I'll tell you about this later, let's knock him down first. Calvin did not answer. The whole thing was not explained in a moment, but now he can be sure that Calvin Lucifer deceived him. Kill me? I don't mind, but then again, is it time to do this kind of thing? Calvin Lucifer said with an inexplicable smile. What do you mean? Calvin also felt that the other person's attitude was strange, and couldn't help asking. Hehe, just now your majesty drove the final weapon in the country, and led the army, the target is Extalia. Calvin Lucifer said, and his words surprised Calvin all three. Why Extalia? It's fine if something comes at us. Naz couldn't help shouting when he heard the words. He didn't forget that Wendy and Xiaolulu went there to tell the Transcendent to escape. There is no way. Your Majesty's son sent the magic crystal back. This really made your Majesty so angry that he attacked Extalia directly and turned all Transcendents into magic crystals. Karl van Lucifer shrugged, pretending to be regretful. What do you guys think of human life? Naz growled angrily. Seeing his appearance, I'm afraid he would rush up at any time and punch Calvin Lucifer in the cheek. Your Majesty's son. Hearing Calvin Lucifer's words, Calvin suddenly remembered something and asked in an anxious tone, where is Mist Gang? What happened to you? Calvin Lucifer showed a look of remembering something, and then said maliciously, God knows. But when the prince faced me, he was defenseless. This bastard. Calvin's expression suddenly became very gloomy. Although he wished to kill the opponent immediately, he also understood that it was not the time to do such a thing. Thinking of Mr. Gong's life or death at this moment, even if Calvin was angry, he had to force himself to calm down. He quickly threw out two cards and summoned two eagle girls. The eagle girl has a female body, but her hands are wings, and her legs have bird claws. Nats. Grey. Go and bring Wendy here. Calvin roared, and the eagle girl caught Naz and Grey separately, and flew away like the wind. In this place that is not generous, Calvin can only summon the small flying summoning beast like the harpy. Naz and Grey also understand the seriousness of the matter, don't talk nonsense, and follow Calvin's words to find Wendy. You want to stop me here, but you can summon two summoned beasts at once. Is it too impulsive? I remember you can only control 3 summoned beasts at the same time. Calvin Lucifer did not stop, just said with a smile. You even know about this? Calvin didn't say a word, just looked at each other with firm eyes and was on guard. Although only one summoned beast can be summoned, the Hawk Girl does not require much magic power, and he still has considerable combat power. I don't want to fight you right now. I'm leaving. If you want to stop it, please feel free to. Calvin Lucifer shook his head and turned away. Calvin Lucifer, what are you planning? Calvin Lucifer's attitude was so strange that Calvin couldn't help asking when he saw that he was leaving soon. The king is both selfish and incompetent. It is time for the king of this country to be replaced by a more capable person. Calvin Lucifer said indifferently, and his back was gone. So, his purpose is to consume the power of us and the kingdom, and then go out to defeat us and become the new king. Is he really playing it thoroughly? Calvin no longer thought, summoned the silver wolf under the moon, and quickly searched for Mist Gang. Fortunately, the silver wolf has an amazing sense of smell. Soon Calvin determined the location of Mist Gang, but his heart sank, because while smelling Mist Gang, he also smelled a strong smell of blood. This probably means that Mist Gang is bleeding heavily. In midair, Pansalili, Gagaru, and Habi, who were flying to the palace, met the king and the assembled army heading to Extalia. Seeing the menacing army and the king who has already sat on Daroma Anam, Pansalili could not help but step forward and ask, Your Majesty, what happened? Habi and Gojairu behind Pansalili, seeing the large number of each other, did not dare to step forward for a while, but looked at them from a distance. Pansalili, we are going to attack Extalia, do you want to be together? Faust's voice came from the dragon, no joy or anger could be heard. Your Majesty, I. Pansalili suddenly hesitated and sat and watched the magic crystal hit Extalia. He had already challenged his conscience and asked him to do it himself. It was even more tormenting. Was about to ask himself not to participate in the battle, but the struggle on his face made Faust impatient. Read www.yuyuganshu.com and Pansalili was also behind Gagaru and Habi. Seeing Faust manipulated the Dragon Knight to fire a huge magic bullet from his mouth, the unsuspecting Pansalili was too surprised before he was shot down. Without looking at the scars all over his body, Pansalili fell to the ground. The king and the army continued to march. Damn, dare to take my cat. Gagaru looked furious and wanted to rush over to avenge Pansalili, but Habi behind him ignored him and flew straight up because he heard the king's purpose, and Shailalu and Wendy he admired are still in Extalia. Your Majesty, that transcendent has escaped. Seeing Habi's actions, a soldier reported to Faust. Fauster looked at the direction Habi had left, then smiled contemptuously, and said, Don't worry about them, it will be fine to annihilate them together. Pansalili, who was hit, didn't just fall to the ground. Fortunately, he was caught by Naz and Grey who had just come out of the palace. Although the physique is very different, he and Hobbit are the same race, right? Naz said. We have to hurry up. Grey said gravely with a sullen face. Then he just ignores it. Naz asked. Grey checked Pansalili's injury, and then said, although he was seriously injured, there is no life-threatening danger. Looking at his physique, I'm afraid he will wake up after a while. Let's go then. Naz said quickly after hearing the words. The two put Pansalili and quickly let the eagle girl fly into the sky. Not long after taking off, they had already seen a huge army, and the extraordinary Daroma Anam, which made them even more anxious. Chapter 115, Elisa's Battle. There is a battle in the palace. The battle is very fierce, no one dares to approach at all, because if one is not careful, maybe it will be killed by the aftermath of the battle. There were only two people in this fierce and exciting battle. These two people have exactly the same faces, the same crimson hair, and the same beautiful body. Their names are all called Elisa. One of them is holding a long spear, and the shape of the spear changes from time to time. The other is wearing armor with amazing defensive power. Coincidentally, the armor also changes from time to time, including the weapon in his hand. It's the same person, it's really the same person. Elisa in armor said solemnly, her physical strength and magic power have been consumed a lot in the fierce battle. It's not comparable, I'm much better than you. Another Eliza gritted her teeth and shouted. The people in the world of Adris have no magic power, but her physical strength is also consumed a lot, and the state is actually the same. Elisa is almost the same. Fortunately, the 10 Commandments gun in her hand uses the top magic crystal, and there is still a lot of magic power left, so she can confidently say that she is better than the other party. Anyone who speaks big words. Armor Elisa said disdainfully, and she was not too speculative. After the two said, they fought again. The battle between the two is very flexible and changeable. One uses a sonic gun, and the other turns into a flying armor. Seeing that the speed cannot be overridden, Elsa Netwoka turned the 10 Commandments gun into a gravity gun, limiting the speed of the armor Elisa. A pitch-black ball shot out from the tip of the gun, and a sudden suction came, and Elisa instantly replaced the armor with the giant armor, holding a huge evil spear in her hand, and using the giant armor to increase her picking power characteristic, projected a spear of breaking evil. There is no need to aim at all, the suction of the black ball can make the evil breaking spear accurately hit, and the black ball is quietly destroyed. At this time, Elisa Networka changed the gun to the gun of sonic speed, and quickly approached the armor Elisa. She could see that the armor was obviously not fast enough. It's just that Elisa's armor reacts very quickly. After throwing the evil spear, she has begun to change her outfit. She is replaced by the armor of the star, which has a surprisingly fast attack speed. She holds two short handles with the handles facing Elsa Knight. Woka. Star Sword of Light Particles. Two light beams came out of the handle with amazing power. Elisa Knight couldn't respond without the card and was shot severely. It's just that she is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The moment she was hit, she immediately replaced it with the sealing gun, sealing up the remaining power. Damn it! Let you taste the final form of the 10 Commandments gun. Elisa Netivoca roared angrily, and then the gun in her hand changed again. Holy gun, holy stone world! The head of the 10 Commandments gun has become simple, without too many tricks, and there are more side blades on both sides of the gun tip. In fact, Elisa Netivoca doesn't want to use this trick, because it requires a lot of magic power. After doing it, I'm afraid the 10 Commandments gun will temporarily rest, but without this trick, she has nothing to do. Way to defeat Elisa in armor. Armor. Elisa felt extremely threatened from the holy stone world, and now she can't save her magic power and use her strongest armor. The armor of the fairy. It's useless. With your broken copper and iron, how could it be possible to win the world of sacred stones created by Calvin himself? Elisa Netivoca rushed forward, shouting. This is the strongest armor crowned by the name of the guild. How could it be possible to lose to a fellow like you who cares for human life? Armor. Elisa also screamed and rushed forward. The two of them made their strongest attacks one after another. When the weapons crossed, a burst of violent light shone, and the explosion rang loudly. The impact caused by the two spread out to the surroundings, and the ground was reduced to ruins. That huge power, neither the holy stone world nor the fairy armor could resist, and it shattered one after another, and the two Elsa looked incredible. But this appearance only lasted for a moment, and the two immediately fought again with their bare hands. The next battle was not as gorgeous and dazzling as before, but the level of horror was even higher. Her fist hit her cheek and her foot hit her abdomen again. Until the end, both of them fell to the ground and couldn't even stand up. However, the outcome was still undecided. I don't even have the strength to fight, it seems that there is no way to tell the victory or defeat. Lying on the ground and looking at the sky, Elisa the armor said lightly. I can only hate that I can't beat you, but it doesn't matter. This is the palace. Anyone can kill you. Although she was embarrassed, Elisa Netivoca was confident. You miscalculated, Elsa. All the people in the palace have been summoned by your majesty to attack Extalia. No one will come. At this moment, a voice came, and two voices were heard. Elisa shuddered at the same time. The owner of this voice was very familiar to both Elisa, because it belonged to the voice of Calvin. Calvin slowly approached the two of them, and the two Elsa were surprised. The one surprised was Elisa in the armor, and the happy one was Elisa Netivoca. The person here is naturally Calvin Lucifer. Calvin, I think you were killed by another you. Elisa Netivoca said with joy, unable to hide. How can I be killed so easily, but your battle is really fierce, and even the 10 Commandments gun was destroyed. Calvin Lucifer shook his head, although he said to the two of them. My business is not important. Your majesty is being chased by another you. Hurry and save your majesty. Seeing Calvin Lucifer's sluggish appearance, Elisa Netivoca suddenly felt angry. Shouted loudly. Don't worry, Faust has taken Daroma Anum to attack Extalia. Calvin picked up Elisa Netivoca and said softly www.mdlnovel.com. Although he was surprised why Calvin Lucifer stubbornly avoided the king's name, Calvin Lucifer suddenly lifted himself up, causing Elisa Netivoca to panic suddenly. Before, she had never had close contact with men, not to mention that she had inexplicable feelings for Calvin Lucifer. You are also tired. Take a break. After you wake up, everything will end. The world will be in panic, and you will become the new queen leading the people. Calvin Lucifer's tone is still gentle, and Elo before Sha Netivoca understood what this meant, she fainted her. Then Calvin Lucifer turned her head to look at Elisa Armor. Elisa Armor stared at him without showing any weakness. Although she knew that her life was only between the others' thoughts, she would never show weakness. Don't stare at me with such horrible eyes. Although it is an enemy, it is too cruel for me to kill Elisa with my own hands. You can fend for yourself here, anyway, someone will come to the end. After that, Calvin Lucifer is about to take Elisa Netivoca away. What does it mean that this world will be in panic? Don't you want to gain unlimited magic power just to avoid this situation? Seeing that the other party was leaving, Elsa Armor couldn't help asking. God knows. Abandoning the empty words, Calvin Lucifer's figure gradually moved away, and Elisa, who was puzzled by this armor, became serious. Although I don't know what he wants to do, I have a bad premonition. I was puzzled by Calvin Lucifer's strange attitude, and an inexplicable sense of crisis surged in my heart, making Elisa the armor struggle to stand up. By the way, Hobby said that Lucy was taken away by Calvin in this world and she must be saved. Chapter 116, Iron Dragon's Charge. When Calvin walked along the smell to the room of the soul, Mist Gang had been lying in a pool of blood for an unknown period of time. Seeing this, Calvin's face suddenly became stiff. Calvin hurriedly stretched out his finger, peeked under Mist Gang's nose, and found that there was still a faint breath, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. It looks like he's not dead yet. Calvin muttered to himself fortunately, but then immediately hesitated. Except for the Archangel's breath, Calvin has no magic that can heal. Therefore, facing this injury, he absolutely dare not act rashly. It's just Mist Gang's injury at the moment, so obviously you can't just leave it alone. After thinking about it for a moment, Calvin decided to help Mist Gang first. After the simple dressing, Calvin wanted to wait for Naz and the others to return, but after thinking about it for a while, he thought that Extalia was being attacked, Wendy and Xiaolulu might not be able to come over smoothly, and there were other things in the palace. Calvin really had to guard against. So Calvin lightly carried Mr. Gang on his back, sat on the silver wolf and quickly ran to the open area, and then summoned the demon bat dragon to fly to Extalia. Extalia is the largest floating island in the world of Adris. Inside live a group of winged cats, which the world calls transcendents. They are the only race in this world that can use magic power. They have ruled humans for a long time, which has allowed them to develop a high arrogance. Therefore, when Habai and Gagaru came to Extalia first, they saw such an angry scene. Wendy and Xiaolulu were hugging each other weeping, and the cats around were throwing stones at them. Obviously, they didn't believe Wendy and Xiaolulu's words at all. In their opinion, how could human beings dare to attack the transcendent? Xiaolulu. Wendy. Harpy took the lead, let go of Gojairu, flew in front of one person and one cat, opened his hands, and tried to stop the stones with his not huge body. The king's army is coming, but you are here to bully those who want to protect you. Hobby yelled very angrily. He really couldn't understand why the cats here ignored the kindness released by others so much. We have the protection of Her Majesty the Queen. It's your humans and Fallen's turn to be nosy, hurry up. A transcendent said disdainfully, and at the same time threw a stone in his hand to Hobby. However, this stone was caught by an abrupt hand while flying. The owner of is naturally Gagaru. You guys, do you want to die first? Gojalu's face was blue and he was obviously very angry. When the voice fell, the stone had been crushed by him. You cats are great, aren't you? Why don't you fight with me first? Then, Gojairu's hand turned into an iron dragon sword, and he slashed down. The ground was split and a lot of dust was raised. Amazing. The appearance of Gojairu itself was very scary. With this iron dragon sword, the transcendents were all frightened and their movements froze immediately. Although the attack did not harm any transcendents, even no matter how arrogant they are, they also realize that they are not Gagaru's opponents at all. Maybe, only Her Majesty can defeat this vicious man. After seeing the power of Gojairu, every transcendent had this idea. So they shouted out the idea. Hearing the voice of the queen yelling around, Gojairu was even more angry, his hands turned into iron dragon swords, arrogantly shouted, "Shut up all of you! Then hurry up and run for your life. Otherwise, the kingdom army will attack. Before I come, I will kill you first." It seemed that he didn't think his image was scary enough, and Gagaru waved his arms. To him, he just waved his arms, but in the eyes of the transcendent, Gagaru was committing a crime, so they became more angry and more afraid. The voice calling for the queen has not weakened, but has grown stronger. Please stop. Don't hurt the residents here. Suddenly, a long black cat, waving his arms, stood in front of Gojairu. We already understand what you mean, we will run away right away. The black cat was interrupted before he finished speaking. Master Nady. What are you talking about? Having Your Majesty the Queen is not a big deal at all. Yes. We are not afraid of him. Amidst the turmoil of other transcendents, there was a wave of shaking across the island, and it was obvious that it was being attacked. Gojairu thought of the huge dragon-shaped metal for the first time, and couldn't help biting and muttering to himself, "Damn it, is it already here?" Even if Gagaru is confident in himself, he doesn't think he can defeat the army. Now he can only take Wendy and escape. Little devil, take your cat and run quickly, the enemy is coming. Gojairu could no longer take care of these transcendents, and shouted anxiously at Wendy. The voice fell, and huge monsters appeared around Extalia, firmly surrounding the floating island. Those monsters flapped their wings, and there were soldiers on each end, and the soldiers held weapons in their hands. These beasts are named Regio, and they are special products of the world of Adris. They have powerful flesh and impact, and their flying speed is quite extraordinary. Against these well-equipped troops, with Extalia's transcendence, the odds of winning are 0. Gojairu, what do you do now? Hobby asked in a panic. Find a direction to break through. Gagaru said with a calm face. So what about the other transcendents? Wendy also asked, her expression very worried. I can take care of it, and we have reminded them a long time ago that they have done their best to do their best. Gojaloi said coldly. Within the short time they spoke, the kingdom army had already begun to attack. They have a very special weapon that can shoot out a strange light. It won't cause any harm when hit by that light, but it will turn into a magic crystal. What is this that turned the cat into a magic crystal? Gojairu looked at him with a cold sweat. He didn't understand these weapons, and he was afraid that it would become a magic crystal by accident. The Transcender's guard division was wiped out by these lights. Gagaru, don't you be shot. Hobby said beside him, looking very worried about Gagaru. You should worry about yourself, Gagaru said irritably, annoyed in his heart. It's difficult now. Transcenders were slowly turned into magic crystals, but they did not run away. They still called their queen. In their hearts, as long as the queen took action, they could easily defeat all human beings. However, the appearance of the queen only once again destroyed the arrogance of the transcendents. Run away. Run away. I am neither a nor a queen. I am just an ordinary transcendent just like you. The queen shed tears and shouted anxiously, and the people she ruled were constantly being transformed into demon crystal. She was also in grief, but she had nothing to do, as she said, she was just an ordinary transcendence. Transcenders are desperate. The gods in their hearts cannot protect them, but can only let them escape. Therefore, they cried, screamed in fear. Some clever transcendents wanted to escape, but faced with the encirclement of the army, they turned into magic crystals halfway through the flight. At this moment, the transcendence has no escape. Therefore, many transcenders have given up. Don't give up. A clear shout until novel.me reached the ears of all transcendents. Don't give up. Are you still alive? Run away, as long as you can escape. So, please don't give up. Woo. Xiaolulu shouted, watching her compatriots receive such suffering, even if she was brutally exposed just now. Treated, but she still cheered for them, and as she spoke, she also cried sadly. Xiaolulu's tears are undoubtedly sincere. Seeing Xiaolulu's true feelings revealed, those who transcended could not help feeling guilt pouring from their hearts. At the same time, I think I can work harder. At this time, Gojalo squatted down and gently touched Xiaolulu's head, then his expression became firm. The moving cat, follow me firmly behind Lao Tzu. I will take you out of the encirclement. Gojalo's tone was very flat, but his eyes were very serious. At that moment, Habi seemed to see the figure of Nez. Cat, can you still fly? Gagaru asked Habi. Love. Of course you can. Then come with me, but unfortunately my cat, Pansa Lily, is not my cat yet, I can only count it with you. After all, Gagaru and Habi have rushed out. Xiaolulu, let's go too. The petite Wendy looked at Gojairu's back and said firmly to Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu wiped away her tears, and with the support of partners, that warm feeling turned into motivation. So Wendy and Xiaolulu followed Gojairu behind and charged towards the army to break through. Other transcendents, look at me, I look at you. Finally, the black cat named Nady is the first to follow. There is one, there is a second and third, and other transcenders have followed. Courage is sometimes contagious. Chapter 117, Those who are late are all bastards. Habi grabbed Gagaru and quickly swept across one of Regio. In the next moment, a huge sword wound suddenly appeared on Regio's body. It turned out that Gagaru had already made a move in that short period of time. Up. Iron Dragon Rod. Then, Gojairu rushed into the densest place, stretched his leg and kicked, and his whole foot turned into an iron rod and stretched out, hitting one of Regio fiercely. But Gojairu's attack was more than that. The iron dragon rod that stretched out then extended more iron rods, just like the fork of lightning, but these iron dragon rods were divided more and more densely. This trick was really useful. Many Regio and soldiers were defeated, but immediately more soldiers filled their positions. Hurry up and attack. There is only one person. A soldier shouted loudly, while swiftly aiming at Gojairu with his magic weapon. I saw that the weapon fired a magic bullet, accurately shooting at Gojairu, but Habi was not covered as a wing, and quickly took Gojairu to avoid it. The magic bullet seemed to be a signal, and other soldiers began to attack one after another. Countless magic bullets blasted towards Gojairu. Seeing this, Habi was so scared that he almost couldn't hold back in a cold sweat. Is it just this point of attack? This uncle is the Iron Dragon Slayer. Gojairu smiled disdainfully, then roared, with iron scales all over his body, completely fearless. The magic bullet dropped on Gojairu like raindrops. Although it could not break the scales of the Iron Dragon, one person and one cat were also beaten back by the impact. It was only a small group of soldiers who dealt with Gagaru. More soldiers were still using magic crystal transformation lamps to capture the transcendents, and Faust was still bombarding the island with Daroma Anum below. Extalia shook the mountain. But it was this soldier who forced Gojairu to go all out. Just as Gojairu and Habi were beaten back step by step, Wendy and Xiaolulu followed. Wendy saw this situation, but she opened her mouth without thinking about it, and vomited a dragon's roar. Because Gojairu really attracted too much attention just now, these people ignored Wendy's existence for a while and were completely unguarded. Wendy is the dragon slayer of the sky. Her roar may not be comparable to Naz and Gojairu in power, but in range, it is incomparable to the other two, and at this moment they are right. Located in the sky. This roar is slightly weaker in lethality, but the damage caused is very considerable. After those Regios were blown by the roaring hurricane, they swung their wings slightly and returned to stability, but the people standing on it were not so lucky. Because they were all shooting enthusiastically at Gojairu with their weapons in their hands, they were blown off one by one in a careless manner. Regio creatures are not very high in IQ. Although they have been tamed by the kingdom, they will only obey the instructions. If the person who issued the instructions is not there, they will obediently follow the biological instincts and stay away from dangerous places. In their eyes, the murderous Gagaru is naturally a dangerous creature. Therefore, Wendy's blow caused many Regio to leave the battlefield. And everyone was a little stunned by the incident. Haha. Boy, you did a good job. Seeing that the attack had stopped, Gojalo exclaimed excitedly and rushed forward to kill. Gojairu, you are too heavy now. This is a bitter for the hobbit behind him. Gojairu was originally not too heavy, but now he has transformed the surface of his body into iron scales, so he can keep it from falling. Better than turn the swift weather that ran across the sky into power. The galloping wind. At this time, Wendy's magic was delivered at the right time, and Hobby only felt that the weight of herself and Gagaru had suddenly become much lighter, and her confidence immediately increased. Just rushed up. You have become so light. Wendy's support is more than that, just listen to her continue to chant, turn the powerful force that tears the sky into an arm. The power of a steel wrist. Gojairu's body flashed light, and he and Habai were wiped out wherever he passed. Such a terrifying attack made others dare not touch the edge. Cat. Spin. Gagaru shouted in the loudest voice. Love. Understood. After becoming light, Habai was able to take Gojairu to make various difficult movements, rotating in a small way. Just when Hobbit started to spin, Gagaru's hands turned into iron spears, and they pierced forward continuously at high speed. This trick was originally called Iron Dragon Spear Ghost Sword, but after adding Wendy's steel wrist power and Hobby's rotation, it is no longer suitable to use the same name. Eat me this trick. The Ghostly Iron Storm. The momentum of this move is just like its name, and it is as great as a storm. With this move, Gojira and Hobby are like a broken bamboo, and the enemies retreat one after another, allowing one person and one cat to successfully rush out of the encirclement. Behind them, Wendy and Xiaolulu followed closely, and a large group of transcendents rushed out with them. Hey! Isn't this rushing out? Gojilu said with a smile, very proud. Oh. I rushed out. How sacred is this guy to rush out of this kind of army? Your Majesty, we escaped. Haha. Haha. Following the transcendent of Gojiru, they just escaped from the dead. They were all so excited that they could not wait to celebrate and shout loudly. This is not the time to relax. The army is still behind us. Amidst the many cheers, Xiaolulu's anxious voice rang out. After her reminder, everyone woke up and she was not out of danger at all. Disperse quickly, don't get together, I'm going to separate and run away now. Gagaru reacted immediately and shouted. However, at this moment they rushed out of the encirclement so arrogantly, and they also gathered a large number of transcendents. Those kingdom army had already focused their eyes on them and flew here by accident. Before they had time to taste the joy of escaping from death, these transcendents were about to continue their lives and deaths. Even if they were as tough as Gojiru, they couldn't help but give birth to fatigue. Is it really impossible to protect them? He couldn't help asking himself, but two figures flashed in his heart, namely Naz who was fighting with him, and the one who had blocked Jupiter with his own power. Calvin before, these memories made him couldn't help but smile. Just give up like this, you don't deserve to be called the wizard of the fairy tale. When Gojiru raised his head again, his eyes were full of war. Cat! Go on! Gojiru shouted loudly, before Wendy's auxiliary magic disappeared, his hands turned into iron dragon swords, and he was about to continue fighting. The roar of the fire dragon. Ice-making lancers. At this time novel.me two familiar voices came over. The next moment, a ball of flames and countless ice guns blasted towards the army. The damage caused by this ice fire made the army scream. Scream. Asshole. Hobby is my partner. Don't think of stealing the limelight alone. When I saw the attack on Gojiru, I knew who the person came. I turned my head and saw that Naz and Grey were each held by a woman with wings. Hurry up and change it back, your cat is stupid. Seeing the person coming, Gojiru also relaxed a little, and said jokingly. When he heard what he said, Habi immediately let go of Gagaru and flew towards Naz. Naz. You are finally here. I'm here to help you, partner. Naz smiled heartlessly, completely ignoring Gagaru who was left behind. The eagle girl who flew up with Naz is at best a summoned beast. When it was summoned just now, Calvin used the method of soul separation to give them the consciousness to obey Naz and Grey's commands, that is, there is no order. They will not take the initiative to save people. Therefore, Habi listened to what Gagaru said about the exchange, but Harpy did not. Grey, Wendy, and Xiaolulu who looked aside were terrified. Fortunately, there was a group of transcendents here. After finding that Gojiru was unsuccessful, they immediately flew down to catch him. Despite this, Gojiru was caught in a free fall for nearly 100 meters. When he was caught and flew up, his face was blue, not scales, but frightened. You late bastards! Gojiru gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, shaking and shouting angrily. Even more annoying, Naz still looks like he doesn't know why. Chapter 118, The Hero is Not Late. The attacks of Naz and Grey, coupled with the strength that Gojiru had shown before, made the kingdom army not dare to encircle them wantonly. And their prudence earned Gagaru and the others a respite. Let's land quickly, we can't exert our full strength in the air. The calm Gagalu immediately proposed, and everyone agreed. Although they all have the ability to fight in the air at the moment, they are still more accustomed to fighting on the ground after all. Not everyone is as tacitly as Habi and Naz. Hurry up and run away now, we have to escape too. Naz yelled at the transcendent and flew down at the same time. Hearing the words, the transcendent also quickly scattered. On the way, Naz also officially exchanged the aircraft behind Gagaru, and the 4 demon-tailed wizards landed below along with the 2 cats. This decision cannot be said to be bad, but rather decisive. It is a pity that the military power gap between the two sides is really a little bit apart. Although transcendents possess magic powers, the only magic they can use is the wing magic behind them, but similarly, the kingdom army also has flying pets like Regio. Furthermore, Regio's flight speed is not slower than that of the transcender. Therefore, separated from the demon tail and the group of people to escape, it is to give the kingdom army a chance to defeat one by one. From the ground, it looked like a hunting game had started in the sky. Soldiers scattered around on Regio and captured the transcendent magic crystal. Without Naz and them, the transcendent became a prey that could only escape. Even Naz and the others can't do anything about this situation, because under them, there is the strongest weapon of Adris. Daroma Enum, which means dragon's reinforced armor, referred to as dragon cavalry. After the 4 people and 2 cats landed on the ground, Faust greeted them with a warm welcome. The powerful magic cannon came with unparalleled power, but Naz and the others could only evade in embarrassment. No one dared to try his power. Ha 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 ha. You are all going to die here. Faust laughed arrogantly, sitting in the dragon, making him fearless. Everyone in the guild has already gone back, how could it be possible to die here? Ice making and snow cannon. Gray shouted uncomfortably, and at the same time a cannon made of ice condensed in his hand and fired at Dragon Knight. A large amount of ice and snow was shot from the cannon, but Faust did not evade, letting the attack fall on the dragon. It's useless, Daroma Anum is covered with magic crystals dedicated to demons. No magic from the outside can make it hurt. Only Daroma Anum is here, as the king I am omnipotent. The power of the king is invincible. Disappear. Faust exclaimed triumphantly, and at the same time the Dragon Knight opened his mouth, and the gun barrel in his mouth was clearly visible. That kind of attack is coming again. Hurry up. Gojilu, who knew the power best, shouted quickly, and everyone evaded. The voice fell, and the barrel fired a terrifying magic cannon again. Although everyone had escaped in advance, the shock wave still blew everyone away, so embarrassed. Don't underestimate us. Suddenly, a large amount of flame flashed above the dragon's head, and it hit the dragon's head, and the huge dragon was also swayed by the sudden blow. Monster Tail's attacks came one after another. Before Dragon Knight was still standing, its chest was hit once again, and the huge impact force moved its entire center of gravity upward. Dragon's roar. Then, Wendy, who appeared from the dust, snarled the Dragon Knight fiercely, and the Dragon Knight with unstable center of gravity was directly blown away a few steps. The people who attacked are naturally the 3 dragon slayers. Not bad, Wendy, Naz said with full of warfare in his eyes. This guy is really hard. Gojilu spit out blood and said disdainfully. It is also thanks to the gap created by the 2 of you. Wendy said solemnly, standing between them. However, Dragon Knight took a few steps back, basically without major damage. However, the dragon-killing magic did hurt the Dragon Knight. It seems that only the Dragon Slayer magic is useful. Looking at the 3 Nazes, Gray thought to himself, while thinking about what he could do at this moment. Just as he was thinking, he rushed out of a few Regios from nowhere, and flew straight to Hobby and Xiaolulu on the side. They were fast. Although Gray reacted, his body was too late. At this moment, 2 eagle girls stood in front of Hobby and Xiaolulu, their wings spread forward. The Harpy Girl and Suzaku formation. A circular magic circle appeared out of thin air in front of the 2 eagle girls, and a big bird with red feathers appeared in the center of the magic circle, firmly blocking Regio. Amaterasu 25 rules suddenly Fang Hua. Then, a familiar voice came, and then several rune magic circles appeared around Regio and detonated instantly. There was not even a second from the appearance of the magic to the explosion. Gray only felt that there was a flower in front of him, and then an explosion occurred. After the explosion, only Regio and the soldiers on his back were left. Not only Gray was stunned by this change, but even Naz, Gojilu, Wendy, Habi, Zeluru, and even Faust were stunned. Everyone, I'm not late. A frivolous voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a dark flying dragon hovering in a low place. In addition to Calvin, the people came. Anyone? Calvin hero. You came to save us. Hobby cried out with tears. When he saw Calvin, the happiest one was the blue cat Hobby, even more excited than Naz's arrival. Obviously, Hobby was right. Calvin's trust surpassed Naz. The timing is really right, you shouldn't have been waiting for the chance to play. Gray said with a sigh of relief, jokingly. Actually, it wasn't just him. The others were also relieved when they saw Calvin, but Frister's expression in the dragoon became even more hideous. Calvin controlled the demon bat dragon to land. At this time, everyone realized that Miss Gang was also with him, and Miss Gang's state at the moment did not look good. Wendy sees this mental novel. Me hurriedly ran over to treat Miss Gang in a panic. You guessed this too. That's right, I've been hiding the figure just now. Calvin replied suddenly, his words were unexpected, and everyone looked at him in surprise after hearing them. Don't look at me like that, after all, I have to watch out for Calvin. Calvin said lightly, while looking in a certain direction. Calvin's words made everyone unclear, but Gray and Naz immediately realized that Calvin in Calvin's mouth was Calvin Lucifer. It's amazing, how did you detect it? Sure enough, in the next moment, the same voice came out, and Calvin Lucifer's figure was also exposed. Guess, I don't want to tell you. Calvin said. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it, it's not a big deal anyway. Calvin Lucifer's tone was faint, but it revealed incredible confidence. Calvin, I would like to ask you why you are hiding. At this moment, Faust asked. Your Majesty, of course, beware of Calvin. Calvin Lucifer said. For some reason, Faust had an unspeakable awkwardness. Didn't I order you to kill him? Faust continued to ask. He is not so easy to kill. In fact, I have always wanted to attack him. Unfortunately, even if I rescued the 2 transcendents just now, that Calvin still did not neglect. Calvin Lucifer said. Calvin Lucifer's excuse was flawless, but Faust felt something was wrong for some reason, but couldn't tell what was wrong. So Foster ignored it and continued to attack. Anyway, with Dragon Knight, he is confident that there is nothing beyond his control. Extravaganza, the Dragon Skane Rock. 400 years ago, it was not humans who ruled this world, but the extremely powerful dragon. The poisonous dragon Skaneric is one of the ruling class. He is tyrannical, cruel, and his favorite thing to do is to kill humans. In fact, Skanilok doesn't really like the taste of human food, but he likes to watch the despair before humans are about to die. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. Some dragons, who looked extremely stupid to Skaneric, actually stood on the side of mankind and believed that humans and dragons should live in peace. Then, Two groups of dragons with different opinions broke out. Snilok originally didn't want to bother with such cumbersome things. Although he liked to kill humans, he didn't want to fight with the same kind. However, the severity of the war was beyond his expectations. There was a human who developed the dragon-killing magic. Since then, the dragon on the human side has won the upper hand in the war, and a terrible guy has appeared. That guy was originally a human, but after practicing dragon-killing magic, his strength was far beyond the average dragon. With this man, the anti-human dragon was defeated. That person's name is Akunarokia. Skenirek was lucky to keep his life because he did not participate in the war, but Akunarokia did not intend to stop there. It seemed that killing the dragon was his lifelong goal, even the dragons who were in the same camp as him. They were all killed by him. Even the famous Fire Dragon King among the dragons is not his opponent. Both humans and dragons understand deeply that Akunarokia has become the enemy of the world. At the same time, Skenirek realized that he would eventually be killed like other dragons. In order to save his life, he had to move closer to the dragon that supports humans. Skenilok discovered that the Fire Dragon King Agunalu, the Celestial Wizard of the White Dragon, the Shadow Dragon, the Iron Dragon, and the Heavenly Dragon combined with humans, planned to defeat Akunarokia, which is to cultivate the Dragon Slayer. The Mentor came to confront Akunarokia and send these dragon-killing wizards through the protoss gate of time and space to an era with the most magical power 400 years later. Snirikma knew about it, and immediately said that he would also participate in the plan, and immediately found an excellent baby to adopt. But not long after the baby was adopted, Skenirek was told that he was about to fight Akunarokia. Skenilok was messed up right now. Didn't it mean that he wanted to train a dragon slayer to defeat the black dragon? Then Agunalu told him that all hope should not be placed on these children. These children who learn the magic of slaying dragons are the last cards. Hearing Agunalu's words, Skenilok certainly wouldn't agree. Originally, he joined this camp to avoid Akunarokia. So Skenirek escaped with the baby, missing. Soon after, Skenirek heard that Akunarokia had won, and the souls of the 5 dragons were all taken away by him. How those dragons will train the dragon slayer in the future, Skenirek does not know, nor does he want to know. He only knows that there are fewer and fewer dragons in the world, and soon he will be destroyed. So Skenilok created a kind of magic. Originally, dragons were a kind of highly intelligent race, but they were naturally tough. Most of them were used to fighting with instinct and creating a new kind of magic. For them, it was not difficult. Skenirek studied the human body and discovered the mystery of the human body. The mystery is inheritance. The name of that magic was named genetic engraving by Skenilok. After Skenirek cultivated a certain dragon-killing physique for the adopted humans, it was hidden in his genetic factors. He tampered with the memory of that human being and made him forget that he was a dragon slayer and continued to live as an ordinary human. That mankind has multiplied from generation to generation, while Skenirek is in the blood of human beings, quietly waiting for the era of sufficient magic power to come 400 years later. Finally, on a certain day, Skenirek felt the abundant magic power of the earth, coming again from the human body. Skenirek, who had not killed anyone for 400 years, discovered a small village not far away. The fierce nature drove him to destroy it. The weak human being is not his opponent at all, but somehow, a monster in the form of a dragon appeared. The monster has the appearance of a dragon, a white body, and exudes a magical power of light. But it is by no means a dragon. 400 years later, Skenirek became weaker. This was because the genetic secrets were not perfect. These 400 years had consumed too much magic power. For a moment, he has not had time to recover. In the end, Skenirek and the white dragon died together. This is the story of the poisonous dragon Skenirek. Chapter 119, Plan in Progress, 4. Foster suddenly attacked during the conversation with Calvin Lucifer, and the attack was still aimed at Wendy, who was treating Mist Gang, which was unexpected by everyone. But Calvin was right next to Mist Gang, defending calmly, and saw his fingers quickly stroked a few times, and several rune magic circles appeared in front of him and rotated to form a wall. Amaterasu 37 Regulations Spiral Wall. Dragon Knight's magic cannon was completely dismantled, and this attack ended without a problem. Naz. Gagaru. You guys deal with that big guy. Wendy, try to cure Mist Gang. Gray, you protect Wendy and them. I'll deal with that Calvin. Calvin shouted, and then to Calvin. Lucifer threw out a card, and the card glowed during the flight. When it reached Calvin Lucifer, it had turned into a Black Panther, wearing armor, holding a scimitar and shield. This is Calvin's summoned beast, the Black Panther warrior. Seeing the Black Panther who was about to swing his blade at him, Calvin Lucifer did not see the slightest panic. His boots gleamed, his body quickly backed away, avoiding the sharp light of the knife, and then pushed forward with one hand. A terrible the blue shock wave shot forward, easily destroying the pitch-black leopard warrior. He started to do things here. Naz and Gojairu were not idle either. Facing the extremely powerful Dragon Knight, the two were not afraid, and each used magic to counterattack. Both of them are good hands in close combat, and when they join hands, they temporarily restrain the dragon. However, the Dragon Knight is huge, and the attack range is exaggerated. Even if it is restrained by the Sanjiang, it will still affect Wendy's treatment at any time. Calvin's battle is not to mention. Calvin Lucifer has sent shock waves to Wendy several times, but Calvin has blocked it. The battlefield must be kept away from Wendy. Calvin thought in his heart and was implementing this idea at the same time. I saw a black wing spread out behind him, pulled back slightly, raised his palm to Calvin Lucifer, and then the powerful magic power seen by the naked eye gathered in his palm, and a cyan light flashed in an instant. Virtual flash. Calvin Lucifer didn't mean to dodge at all. He also raised his hand and took the blow with his palm, while the magic crystal behind the fingerless glove creaked. What kind of glove is that? And that cloak, no wonder it is called the kingdom's first blacksmith. Calvin snorted, and at this moment he felt like he was fighting against a coin player. What an interesting attack. Calvin. Calvin Lucifer's expression became agitated, and the wolf head guard on his shoulders suddenly deformed. It opened its mouth and spit out an ice blue magic beam toward Calvin. Is that also a weapon? Calvin had no time to be surprised. Facing the blow of the thunder, he could only evade in embarrassment. Fortunately, he opened the black winged demon and the speed increased a lot. Can you hide it? Not only was the magic beam extremely fast, but the penetrating power was also extremely terrifying. The stone behind Calvin had been pierced, and the edge of the hole was very smooth, as if carefully carved. Gloves, cloak, shoulder pads, and boots, this guy's belt shouldn't be a storage belt, right? Calvin thought sadly, and his brain was in pain. But in the blink of an eye, Calvin rushed towards the opponent. This is an extremely rare scene. In previous battles, Calvin had never been so close to the enemy. Calvin Lucifer also seemed to be taken aback. He didn't want to raise his cloak for defense until Calvin got close, but Calvin took a step faster, grabbed his collar and flew away. Obviously, Calvin would behave so inconsistent with his style just to stay away from Wendy. For the sake of my companions, I'm about to cry. Calvin Lucifer still laughed and teased in spare time, which shows that he doesn't care where to fight. You who wants to steal the country, a scumbag who plays with women. Calvin scolded disdainfully, and then threw him away. It turned out that Wendy was already far enough away to let him go and fight. It's really ugly, but I don't want to refute it. As long as my plan succeeds, no matter how much you say, it's only a ruin. Calvin Lucifer paused in the air, and then falling lightly to the ground, he straightened his collar easily. Let's talk about this kind of big talk until you succeed, you have to beat me. Calvin twisted his neck and said in an inexplicable tone, not knowing when the card had been clamped between his fingers. Yes, now it's left to defeat you. As long as you kill you, the rest is not enough to be afraid of. Calvin Lucifer said calmly, while the magic crystal on the back of his hand glowed brightly. This means that both of them are ready to fight. Calvin Lucifer took the lead. He rushed towards Calvin at a very fast speed. The entire glove was fluorescent. The next moment, several lightning bolts were thrown by him. Calvin was dissatisfied with his actions. A card was thrown out by him. In the blink of an eye, the card summoned a human-shaped summoned beast with a purple costume and a wand. Is one of his strongest magic cards the Black Sorcerer? The Black Sorcerer just came out, and immediately pointed his wand forward, and Calvin Lucifer's lightning was easily blocked. Fighting is only when there is communication. The Black Sorcerer also attacked while defending. The gem on the wand glowed inconspicuously, and then several magic bullets shot out quickly. Magic link. Insect carving skills. Calvin Lucifer said disdainfully, and attacked again with his palm, and the magic crystal on the back of his hand flashed again. Sure enough, that glove can absorb magic. Calvin frowned, and suddenly felt pressure. But Calvin Lucifer will not leave Calvin a chance to breathe, he has avoided the Black Sorcerer and came to Calvin's body. Suddenly, the dragon head shoulder guard of his other hand changed, and the horns on the dragon head suddenly stretched out, stabling Calvin like a sharp sword. Not only that, at the same time that the dragon horn stabs Calvin, the cloak behind Calvin Lucifer also rose automatically without wind, crumpled into a hammer and smashed towards Calvin. Calvin glanced at the attack and swiped his right hand sharply. 5 light blue sharp blades spawned from the tips of his fingers, blocking the dragon's horn stabbing, and the black wings behind them also moved forward. The sledgehammer wrinkled into the cloak. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect you to have this kind of strength. Calvin Lucifer said unexpectedly, but his tone remained calm. Hey, when I trouble you to say this kind of thing, your tone is a bit ups and downs. Calvin shouted in an uncomfortable voice, pushing him hard, and at the same time, the attack of the black mage came again. Black magic guide. From the wand of the Black Sorcerer, a huge dark purple ball of light was emitted. The center of the ball of light was completely dark, using lightning as an ornament. Calvin Lucifer felt a deep crisis from the ball of light, and could no longer maintain a calm mood, his face changed drastically. Calvin Lucifer could only hurriedly wrap himself in a cloak, head on this attack. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and the blast wind blew Calvin back again and again. Novel.me. The explosion raised a lot of dust, but Calvin with sharp eyes saw the fuzzy figure in the dust. The owner of the figure is Calvin Lucifer, and except for a little embarrassment, he has no injuries. Is that cloak a bit too exaggerated? Calvin couldn't help smiling wryly when he saw this. This is my meticulous work. This cloak is attached to the shoulder guard. It is an offensive and defensive magic weapon called Dragon Wolf Wing. Calvin Lucifer smiled triumphantly, even more proud. The earth shook the cloak. But that trick just now was also very powerful, and it almost pierced the Dragon Wolf wings. Then Calvin Lucifer deliberately said with a regretful expression. This guy is very tricky. That pair of gloves can absorb magic power, and the Dragon Wolf wings have such strong defensive and offensive capabilities, and they are super fast, and I don't know if he has other magic weapons. Calvin's eyes he became more solemn than ever before, so he used his mouth again to resort to disruptive tactics. In fact, our battle is meaningless. Even if you win me, as long as the king does not lose, everything is empty talk. Your plan is to wait for the king to be defeated, and then stand up and become a hero. Isn't it the same as the people in our guild? Are you confident? Don't worry, your partner will be able to win. No, I should say, I knew they would win. Calvin Lucifer said confidently. This calmness made Calvin very confused. Even he did not dare to say that he had such confidence in Naz and the others. What do you mean by that? Do you have a backhand? Calvin asked. The king would have been defeated by them, everything went according to plan. Calvin Lucifer gave a weird smile and let out a sinister laugh. Chapter 120, Soul from the same hometown. Just after Calvin took Calvin away from Wendy, Naz and Gagaru also realized that the person to be protected at this moment was Wendy. To be precise, it should be Mist Gang who was treated by Wendy. Gray said before that everyone in the guild has returned to their original state, that is to say, the purpose of coming to Adris has been achieved, and the rest is how to go home. This task can only be done by Mist Gang. Originally they planned to save the Transcendent by the way, but judging from the current manpower, they are really powerless. The battle between the Naz and the Dragon Knight was very fierce. Although they could damage it, their power was slightly insufficient. Both of them understood that if this continued, the magic power was used up before the Dragon Knight was defeated. How much Gojiro missed Wendy at this moment, if Wendy's support, the Dragon Knight in front of him would be broken and broken. Come on, kid. Gojiro cried secretly. On the other side, Gray's task is not easy. He not only wants to protect Wendy and treat Mist Gang, but also two kittens, and he has to be optimistic. After all, the main purpose of the Kingdom Army is to turn all transcendents into magic crystals. As other transcenders are arrested, more and more people regard Gray as their targets. Ice-making knuckles. Gray yelled and pressed his hands on the ground. A large number of huge ice fists were created on the ground, bombarded from bottom to top, and many people were blown away at once. There was no spare time for breathing, an attack shot over immediately, Gray's posture remained unchanged, and his magic continued to be consumed. Ice and ice wall. Didn't move his body, but Gray created a wall of ice in the opposite direction, again resisting the attack. GA. There are too many people. Gray panted, looking very tired. He has been fighting for a long time, and his magic power has been seriously consumed, even he himself doesn't know how long he can last. You know, his enemies are not only soldiers, but also the huge monster Regio. One more time, another time, the treatment is over. Wendy is also working hard. For her, Mist Gang is a special existence, so she spares no effort to use this healing magic. This kind of magic consumes a lot of magic power, and fortunately, she has preserved the magic power well before, otherwise after the treatment, I am afraid that she will lose the fighting ability. Magic card 1000 knives. Countless knives appeared out of thin air, aimed at Calvin Lucifer and flew away. Facing such a physical attack, Calvin Lucifer, who could not use his gloves, could only avoid or bump into it. But the number of knives is too much, it is impossible to avoid them one by one, so he chose to attack. Wolf roar. I saw the wolf head on Calvin Lucifer's shoulder deformed again, and the armor extended from the shoulder to the wrist. The wolf head also moved and fixed on the forearm, turning into a wolf head-shaped muzzle. Ejected a huge magic bullet from the wolf's mouth and bounced all the knives in front of him. The magic bullet did not disappear, but continued to shoot in Calvin's direction. Calvin shot another card to summon the long-prepared summoned beast. A swordsman in light purple armor was born from the light and neatly divided the magic bullet into two. Then, the swordsman charged forward and fought Calvin Lucifer together with the black sorcerer. The pure physical attack of the Dragon Slayer swordsman should be more able to deal with him. How powerful is the cooperation between the two 7-star summoned beasts, and Calvin Lucifer was forced into a rush. The wolf head magic cannon in his hand did not blast out the magic beam, but the black wizard flashed one by one. The sword in the Dragon Slayer swordsman's hand is so powerful, Calvin Lucifer dare not let his cloak kiss the blade, but the embarrassing stepped away, but thanks to the strength of his boots, he would have been hit by the knife, but he was still forced into embarrassment. For a long time, Calvin Lucifer understands this truth, so he will not hesitate to fight back. The wolf head in his left hand had been preparing for a long time, and when the Dragon Slayer swordsman struck again, he aimed at it and launched the wolf howler with all his strength. At this time, the Dragon Slayer swordsman could no longer defend with his sword, so he could only continue to hack. The massive shelling and the duel of the dragon slashing sword, the result seemed so understatement. Was split by the shelling, and whizzed away from both sides of the Dragon Slayer swordsman. The big knife hit Calvin Lucifer severely, but the knife got stuck on his clothes and just slashed him out. Although it was because the sword's power had declined after the wolf roar cannon was split, the defensive power of the suit was also evident. I knew it wasn't that simple, so let's just say it, what equipment do you have? I don't remember this question clearly. It doesn't matter, the battle is over anyway. Magic card fusion. Calvin held a card in his hand, emitting a dazzling light when his voice fell. The black mage and the dragon slashing swordsman overlapped in the light, and a new summoned beast was about to appear. Let you taste the power of the fusion of two 7-star summoned beasts. Super Swordsman Dark Paladin. I know you want to fuse, the shock of oscillation. Calvin Lucifer didn't rush, and the two magic crystals on the back of his hand slammed into each other, and a strange vibration was revealed from the super magic guide that was about to be merged. Swordsman, separated again to become the Black Sorcerer and Dragon Slayer Swordsman. Unexpectedly broke the fusion. Calvin was taken aback, but there was no way but to let the fusion be lifted. Seeing you have summoned the Black Sorcerer and the Dragon Slayer Swordsman successively, I knew you had the idea of fusion. What a pity. Calvin Lucifer smiled triumphantly. The next moment, the dragon head on his right hand changed. Extending the armor like the wolf head in the left hand, the dragon head moved to the forearm position, and a magical sword popped out from the dragon mouth. What's the matter? Even if he knew my information from Mist Gang, I have never used the fusion of the Black Sorcerer and the Dragon Slayer Swordsman. No one in this world should know it. Just when Calvin was shocked, Calvin Lucifer had already rushed towards the Dragon Slayer Swordsman, and the magic sword quickly stabbed. Calvin Lucifer is not good at hand-to-hand combat. For this kind of crude offensive, the Dragon Slayer Swordsman only uses a light knife to block the path of the magic sword. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. However, the sharpness of the magic sword surpassed Calvin's expectation. The magic sword pierced the dragon swordsman's sword and then pierced its body. This undoubtedly shocked Calvin again, but he was relieved to see that the tip of the sword only penetrated slightly. Relax too fast, sword of demon. Calvin Lucifer smiled strangely, and the Dragon Slayer Swordsman disappeared into a bubble. This sword. These summoned beasts are essentially just a collection of magical powers. This sword has the same ability as my gloves and can absorb magical powers. You care about it, Calvin Macaro. Calvin Lucifer lifted the sword and went down. With a flick, a terrifying huge slash flew out of the sword and shot Calvin directly. Calvin calmly used a magic card, and the next moment, two colorful tubes appeared out of thin air. Magic card, magic tube. The whole of one magic tube absorbed the huge slash, and the other magic tube shot the slash again. However, Calvin Lucifer just lightly waved the sword, and the slash was absorbed into the sword again. What an unpleasant sword. Calvin said faintly, and the more the crisis, the more calm he appeared. That magic tube is not bad. I wonder if you can summon the blue-eyed white dragon. I used to like that card very much. Calvin Lucifer's words made Calvin frown, and suddenly he understood many things. So, are you from that blue planet too? Calvin's tone was calm, but the cold sweat dripped unnaturally, betraying his true ideas. This scene is really not suitable for confession. It's a pity that I can't sit down with you for a drink and have a good chat. Calvin Lucifer said softly with a faint mockery. Chapter 121, Real Purpose. What does he want to do? Lucy said to herself tremblingly, her eyes full of panic, as if she had seen something. Lucy is holding a notebook in her hand, and she has turned a lot of pages, and what makes her show this expression is obviously the content recorded in the notebook. It's really a bold and prudent plan. Calvin has been planning this kind of thing all the time. Tame Lucy also said in disbelief. Can this kind of thing really succeed? It's too whimsical. On the other side, Kana frowned and said worriedly. I'm afraid he has already got the answer. That unknown magic device is the best proof. Kana, we should have seen it through. This person is a lunatic from the root. Tame Lucy used hate said to Kana in a tone of iron and steel. At this moment, she was truly disappointed in Calvin Lucifer. Let the time go back 10 minutes ago. Lucy, my sister Lucy, and Kana, in order to leave Calvin's house, they wander around the house, trying to find the core of the house. Just as the two Lucys were about to destroy all the furniture in the living room, Karna's voice came from the room. Lucy. I found the basement. Really? X2. Lucy hurriedly ran into the room. The carpet inside had been opened, while Karna was standing by a square hole, and the downward staircase was clearly visible. It turns out that there is a basement. That guy is really cautious. Tame Lucy showed a triumphant smile, waved a big hand, and the three of them entered the basement together. When stepping out of the last stairs, all the lights in the basement were on, showing a wide space in front of the three Lucy, full of various unfinished or failed magic devices. It's amazing. No wonder it's called the #1 blacksmith in the kingdom. Lucy exclaimed. What the basement showed was the brilliance created by a genius with his amazing talent. Don't admire it, don't you have to go out to find a companion? Hurry up and find it. Tame Lucy seemed a little unhappy with Lucy's reaction, and ordered a bit harshly. Haha, I'm sorry. Lucy touched her hair and ran to the side. She had forgotten that Calvin Lucifer and the two of them have a very unusual relationship. The space here is very large, and it takes a lot of time for the three people to search separately, but they soon got together, because in the center of the space, there is an incredible magic device. Next to the device, there is the only table in the basement. This magical device has a very complicated structure. A huge ball-shaped object is placed on the ground. In front of the ball are two equally weird coffins. There are a lot of lines and giant ball links on the coffins. What is this? Is it a new type of magic device? It doesn't look like it is for combat. As a magician who uses magic devices to fight, Tame Lucy is the first to express her opinion. I won't be surprised if he smashes anything out anyway. Kana said from the side. And Lucy is the only one among the three who noticed that there are many books on the table. She usually likes to read, and immediately wants to find clues in the books. I flipped through several books, all of which were professional forging books that she couldn't understand. Then, she got Calvin's notes for the next one. Then he discovered Calvin Lucifer's true purpose. You must go out right away. You must not let two Calvins meet. Lucy exclaimed excitedly, already feeling a little hysterical. I understand your feelings, but it's not easy to get out from here. Even the ground here is part of the house. Said Tame Lucy. Just then, a familiar voice came from above. Lucy, are you here? Is it Elisa? Upon hearing the voice, Lucy immediately turned from sorrow to joy and ran toward the stairs. Wait. Lucy. The reaction of the younger sister Lucy was completely different from Lucy. You know, in this world, Elisa is called a fairy hunter, and is the entire enemy of fairy tale. After Lucy ran up the stairs excitedly, she saw Elisa leaning against the wall with her whole body wounded, looking reluctant. What's the matter? How can I get hurt so badly? Lucy was shocked immediately after being overjoyed, and ran to Elisa's side anxiously. At this time, my sisters Lucy and Kana also ran up, watching vigilantly ai Lusha. This was caused after I fought Elisa in this world, but it doesn't matter. Just now I seem to hear you say that Calvin of the two worlds must never meet. Elisa asked seriously. That's right. Lucy put Elisa's hand on her shoulder and helped her go outside. You must inform Calvin immediately, I'm afraid it will be too late. After that, Lucy helped Elisa and walked towards the door. The elder sister Lucy and Kana looked at each other, and both sides were surprised that they couldn't hide. Both Elsa of Islanden was a friend and not an enemy, and Elisa of Adris was actually defeated. Reason. Of course me the two didn't know that the battle was actually a tie, but thought that since this Elsa could come here alive, the other Elsa would naturally be defeated. At the moment, Tame Lucy no longer hesitated, and went up to support Elisa's other side. It feels amazing to be supported by two Lucy, and I can see Kana in such a dignified dress. Elisa chuckled, obviously very happy to find Lucy. The four people walked out the door smoothly. Except for Elisa, the other three found it incredible. I came out so easily. Lucy muttered to herself in disbelief. Is there any problem? I just went in normally, but I used a little violence to ask here. Elisa said calmly. It should be that Elisa in our world has the permission to enter and leave the house, and although Miss Elsa is from another world, I am afraid this house is not smart enough to distinguish. Kana guessed, and her guess it is indeed correct. By the way, Lucy, what does it mean to not allow Calvin from the two worlds to meet? Isn't it possible that something will happen when they meet? Elisa no longer paid attention to the entangled issues of the three, solemnly asked again. In Elisa's memory, the two Calvins did meet, and Calvin of the Demon Tail once defeated Calvin in this world, and nothing happened. The meeting between the two is nothing in itself. Maybe they will have a good time, but Calvin Lucifer has been calculating our Calvin from the beginning. We learned everything from his notebook. Calvin Lucifer deceived everyone. He didn't care about the magic of this world. From beginning to end, he just wanted to take Calvin's body. Chapter 122, Soul Reincarnation Magic Device. Give up, in front of my sword and gloves, any magic is wasted. Calvin Lucifer looked at Calvin with a wink in his hand, not caring about the surprise of the other party. And your summoned beast is based on Yu-Gi-Oh as the blueprint. Do you think that as a fellow countryman, I don't know their information? You have no chance of winning. After a brief shock, Calvin quickly regained his peace. He ignored Calvin Lucifer and just thought about something quietly. It's really stubborn, but you shouldn't think you are the only protagonist. Calvin Lucifer smiled mockingly, activated his boots, and quickly flashed to the black sorcerer's side, his right hand magic sword sharply across. The black magician would naturally not wait to die. The wand shot out purple and black magic bullets, but in front of Calvin Lucifer's demon sword, it could only become the nourishment of the sword. The sword of elimination easily pierced the wand, and then across the body of the black sorcerer. Soon, the black sorcerer also disappeared into a bubble like the dragon slayer swordsman, and the gloss of the sword of elimination seemed to be even greater. Brighter. And Calvin hasn't reacted all the time, just staring blankly at the black wizard being eliminated. Don't continue calling? Or do you plan to give up? Calvin Lucifer continued, seeming to think he was determined to win, and even the words became nagging. Calvin continued without saying a word, but a large number of white wolves appeared around his body. All these wolves were made up of magic power. They stared at Calvin Lucifer fiercely, and rushed forward without warning. Wolves chase and kill. Facing the surging wolves, Calvin Lucifer's expression became solemn, and the demon sword quickly drew a few demon wolves, and the demon wolves were naturally absorbed into the blade. However, there are too many wolves, and Calvin Lucifer's lame swordsmanship is not enough to resist. Even with the glove of the upper left hand, there are still a few demon wolves who escaped the fate of being absorbed and hit Carl. When Lucifer and detonated smoothly. It's a pity that the power of these explosions is not too powerful, and the defensive power of the dragon wolf wings is amazing. After the explosion, Calvin Lucifer was only slightly embarrassed by the impact of the explosion, and it was not even injured. Calvin didn't take the opportunity to attack for some reason, and he just watched quietly. You still have this kind of magic, which really scared me. Calvin Lucifer looked at him in amazement. He looked admiring, but in fact it was an insinuation to Calvin, there is no call. Beast, is this all left? I have been thinking about what your real purpose is. Finally, Calvin spoke, but his words made Calvin Lucifer frowned. What do you mean? Calvin Lucifer said lightly, how cold it was at the moment compared to his obviously happy tone. What you did before has a lot of puzzling things. If it is true that the world is being eroded by magic, as you said, the king who uses the most magic power will be eroded first. Calvin said. Sorry, that was a lie to you, maybe you only found out now. Calvin Lucifer said with a mocking smile again. I noticed it before, but the problem is that you wrote this in your diary. I don't think you expected that I would see that diary. Calvin still said calmly. Even if this is just your self-entertainment, but Mist Gang still survived until I came to save him, that really doesn't make sense. If your purpose is to seize the kingdom, it is impossible to keep the prince's life. What on earth are you planning? Calvin asked in a positive tone. It was not a question, but a question. He, your keenness is beyond my expectation. I will tell you after I defeat you. Calvin Lucifer obviously didn't want to continue talking with Calvin. The wolf howled with his left hand stretched out, a terrible magical power. The beam shoots out quickly. Calvin knew that the magic beam was terrifying, so naturally he didn't want to stop him. There was a black wing behind him, and his figure moved quickly. It seems that you can only ask if you beat you down. Calvin said softly, showing a confident smile. Virtual flash. Calvin Lucifer cut off the magic of the virtual flash with his sword, and rushed towards Calvin, while Calvin was drawing something with his hands, and didn't want to avoid it at all. Magic is useless. Calvin Lucifer shouted loudly, and at the same time the sword of demonization in his hand slashed at Calvin. Not necessarily. Calvin's mouth was the same. The magic circle in his hand had been drawn. 18 columnar rune magic circles stretched out from the ground, tightly entwining Calvin Lucifer's body. Avoiding flexibly he lost his sword and gloves, making him immobile. Amaterasu 34 rules 18 pillars of God. At this time, the sword of elimination was less than 10 centimeters from Calvin. It's not over yet. Calvin muttered to himself softly, while continuing to draw the magic circle with both hands. Amaterasu 19 rules 3 solid formations. Amaterasu 20 rules double crosses. In an instant, a triangular shuriken-like magic circle was wrapped around Calvin Lucifer's waist, while 2 runes made up of crosses fixed his arms up and down. Although swords and gloves are very powerful, it seems that only these 2 things can absorb magic power. It is a pity that you, without magic power, cannot break free from these 3 magic circles. Calvin said, pointing his palm at Calvin. Lucifer's head, the palm of the hand holds magic power. The battle is over. My fellow town, Calvin Lucifer. Virtual flash, burst teeth. At the same time that the virtual flash hit Calvin Lucifer, a violent explosion occurred. After the explosion, Calvin Lucifer, who was wearing a heavy defense, eventually fell to the ground and passed out. After Calvin Lucifer passed out, the first thing Calvin did was to take off all his equipment, lest he woke up and continued to make trouble. After taking off Calvin Lucifer's shorts, Calvin woke him up. Calvin had a good control of his power just now, so Calvin Lucifer was quickly woken up. www.novel.com. The first words of Calvin Lucifer who woke up were to admire. It turns out that the group of wolves that explode is for testing, to test if I have other equipment that can absorb magic. Don't talk nonsense, just tell me your purpose. Calvin said coldly. After all, you are better than you, who possesses magic power. It's really enviable. My purpose is clear, it's just a desire to have magic power. Even if you are the first blacksmith in the kingdom, being able to use magic power and possessing magic power are still 2 different concepts. I have always wanted to be able to gain magic power. After learning about your existence through the prince, I have been planning to get your body. Do you know Ashimaru? It was through him that I got inspiration and made a soul reincarnation magic device. Unfortunately, everything is just empty talk if I can't beat you. Calvin Lucifer spoke out his plan without reservation. Since he was defeated, there is no need to hide it. Hey! Are you so sure that you can beat me? Calvin snorted disdainfully, sarcastically. I also have my own pride. If I can't beat you, what right do I have to occupy my body? Calvin Lucifer didn't care about the irony, and still said calmly, his tone could not be heard, only indifferent. Regret. Are you proud? I thought you were a more unscrupulous person. I'm afraid we can't sit down and have a drink, but let's talk to me. Calvin Lucifer glanced at Calvin. Alright, I also want to know your overall plan. Calvin sat down and said calmly. Chapter 123, Regret of not having magic. Long ago, I had a regret. I can't have magic power. Even if I become the most powerful forge in the kingdom, as long as there is no magic device, I am not even as good as those who transcend. At the time I was very unwilling, but there was nothing to do. This is the rule of the world, and our physique is destined to be unable to possess magical powers. I aspire to be a true wizard, an extremely powerful wizard. You tell me, I will plan this plan, the main reason is the prince. After he disappeared, the kingdom spent a lot of effort to find him and he and I have been good friends since childhood, so naturally I looked for him very hard. A few years later, after the prince once again blocked the soul, anima, I finally contacted him. We talked a lot, including his life and address, the guild he joined, and from his mouth, I have to know the existence of you Calvin Macaro. You are the other me, and you are also an extremely powerful wizard, can you understand how envious I was at that time? It was also at that time that I conceived this plan. I am from the earth, I know the progress of this world, one day, the fairy tale of Idris will descend in this world, but I don't know if you will come with you. So I agreed with the prince's idea, pretended to be on his side, and suggested that he recruit you as a helper to let you know the existence of this world, in order to increase the chance that you will come to this world too. This is all gambling, you are really good enough. Hearing this, Calvin couldn't help but tease. If you have hope, naturally you have to take a gamble. In fact, if you don't come to this world or become a magic crystal, I will help the prince wholeheartedly. Haha, then I'm really sorry Mist Gang. Calvin pretended to be ashamed, but his expression was gloating. After that, before you come, I just need to be prepared and wait quietly. I have created a magical device that can transform souls, and developed a weapon that restrains the summoned beasts like the sword and gloves. Is to capture you alive. In that case, why do you have to write that kind of thing in your notes? Is there too much extra in your plan? Wouldn't it be fine to just fight with me? Calvin asked. No matter what the outcome, I will reverse this all. Even if I become a wizard in this world, I will only get loneliness. My ultimate goal is to go to Edras after getting the magic power and feel the brilliant magic. Times. Calvin Lucifer said with a fanatical expression. Therefore, after losing the magic power, the world needs a new king to lead the people, and Elisa is the new queen I chose. So if you have done everything, let us fight the kingdom. Calvin added. You will definitely be in conflict with the kingdom. Everything I do is to stabilize your unknown factor. Before the two sides really fight, you can't make you mess up. So, after you kill me, do you plan to kill Naz and others who killed the king, and then give all the credit to Elisa in this world? Calvin guessed. Yes, Elsa is more prestigious than the prince who has been missing for 7 years. In this way, I will probably understand the details. First, let me see the notebook, after attracting me to contact you, then deceive me to form an alliance with you, and when we and the king are almost consumed, we will come out to clean up the mess, but how are you sure that I will see the notes? Calvin nodded and said, apparently agreeing with the plan, and finally asked. I deliberately caught Lucy in your world and locked it in my house, but it seems that you have been here before. At the same time, the magic crystal of your guild is also a time bomb. If it is restored, I am afraid I won't have any chance, so I will attack him after the prince sends the crystal back. It's a terrible plan. Fortunately, I defeated you. Calvin looked lucky. If he was defeated by Calvin Lucifer, the consequences would be really terrible. The idea of swapping souls is too crazy. After living in Adras for many years, he has long been accustomed to the existence of magic. Well, my plan ends here, there is one more thing I have to tell you. At this moment, Calvin Lucifer's expression suddenly became serious. Although it is a lie that magic power erodes this world, magic power did not exist in this world before. Do you mean that someone twisted time in Adras 400 years ago? Calvin said solemnly. Yes, I have investigated before and read a lot of literature. The literature pointed out that there was no magic in this world 400 years ago. The magic was suddenly produced 400 years ago. Then I discovered that Adelas was born. The magic is indeed flowing from Esladen. But these magic powers have not been produced since 7 years ago, so the magic of soul was born. After the prince knew about it, he immediately came to Edras to stop the soul. I estimate that someone traveled through time and space from 400 years ago to 7 years ago, and the span of this period of time, for unknown reasons, allowed the two worlds to influence each other, and after that span was over, the impact disappeared, leading to the source of the magic is gone. 7 years ago. I remember that this was the year when the dragon that nurtured them disappeared. Calvin suddenly thought of something, secretly pondering. Originally, after using magic, the magic power will return to heaven and earth. This is the law of conservation of energy, but in Adras, after using magic, the magic will disappear without a trace, so the magic of this world will become less and less. Calvin, no matter who the people travel through time and space, but I can be sure that they definitely did not travel in this era. It's a pity that this comic hasn't ended before I crossed over. Looking at your solemn look, I'm afraid I don't know what will happen in the future. Calvin Lucifer smiled. Do you know the meaning of fairy tale? Calvin asked rhetorically without answering. Haha. Do fairies have tails? Actually, you can't even know if there are fairies until novel.me because of this, it's an eternal unknown, an eternal adventure. Calvin Lucifer heard the words and said aloud laughed, and said the meaning of fairy tale. No matter what enemy it is, fairy tale will not be afraid. Calvin continued, appearing so energetic. It's an admirable guild, worthy of being the protagonist. Calvin, let me help you. Calvin Lucifer said in an admiring tone. Since you want to eliminate the magic of this world, then take all my equipment back, anyway, it's useless, let my talent bloom in Edras. Calvin Lucifer said. Holding this set of equipment is very cumbersome. Calvin said reluctantly, very disgustingly. My belt is a space for storing things. Just put the equipment in it, and it also contains my knowledge of forging. Bring it. It's always useful. Calvin Lucifer smiled lightly. That belt is really a storage belt. Calvin felt very twitchy. He felt that apart from fighting, Calvin Lucifer was completely blown away by Calvin Lucifer. Also, there is a necklace in the belt. When the soul is sucked away, you will be surprised if you wear it on. Then I would like to thank you first. Calvin fastened his belt, and after understanding the usage, he put away all Calvin's equipment. Then, goodbye, Calvin Lucifer. Calvin finished speaking lightly and left. Don't you kill me? Calvin Lucifer asked, his expression very calm. Forget it, you haven't done anything to me anyway, and no one is more familiar with the world of loss of magic power than you. Survive and make atonement slowly. Calvin chuckled, leaving only one back. Chapter 124, Victory or Defeat. A little bit before the two Calvins were divided, the other battlefield was still fierce. Okay. Miss Gang's injury has been stabilized. Wendy yelled happily, the news came in time, and Gray immediately refreshed. But for Gray, there is actually no difference. The number of people he has to face is still increasing, and the magic power is about to bottom out. Not far away, the battle between Naz and Foster continued, and the rumbling voice could not be heard. There were only 2 people, and it was too reluctant to face the dragon. At this moment, Wendy is in a dilemma, whether to meet the enemy with Naz and Gojiru, or stay here to help Grey, because it seems that both sides need assistance. Wendy. Go help Naz and the others. If you don't defeat the king, these soldiers will be useless. Mist Gang will leave it to me. Grey saw Wendy's entanglement and immediately shouted. As Grey said, the king is the head of the army. Wendy also understands this. Although he is also worried about Grey, she can only nod her head in agreement. I can only trust Mr. Grey. Wendy's eyes became firm, and she nodded to Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu also nodded in response. The tacit understanding made each person and cat understand each other what to do next. Mr. Grey, let me give you a little more support. Xiaolulu flew to Wendy's back and was about to take her to the battlefield of Dragoon. Wendy quickly used support magic on Grey to fully improve his item capacity. Speed, strength, defense, and endurance are comprehensively improved. Feeling the difference coming from the body, Grey smiled confidently. Okay, the second round is about to start. Grey's fighting spirit rose again, and with Wendy's support magic, he once again resisted the army's offensive, and protected Mist Gang and Hobby well. But no matter how much magic power is used up, Grey has no idea how long he has been in a fatigued relationship, only knowing that he is about to fall. His vision became blurred and his reaction became sluggish. A magic bullet came towards Grey. He had clearly understood him, but he could no longer release the magic to resist, nor could he move his steps to avoid him. He could only watch the magic towards himself. Hit. Is that the end? At the moment Grey resigned, a shining fist bounced the magic away, and a familiar figure appeared next to him, supporting him who was crumbling. It's really embarrassing, Grey. The man said with a joking smile. He was wearing a black suit with a golden hedgehog head and a pair of brown glasses on his eyes. It's too late. Grey heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the incoming person. A sense of powerlessness came from him and he almost fainted. Grey. It's okay. It was another familiar voice, slowly approaching here from the outside. If you look from the top down, you can see a gap gradually opened. The people here are Lucy, Elisa, and Lucy and Kana from Adris. Supporting Grey is naturally Xing Ling Liu. Not long after, the four of them rushed in and met Grey. Looking at Elisa, who was covered in injuries, Grey couldn't help but teased, it's really bad. You can't get better, okay? Elisa just returned in angrily. Seeing the people coming, the kingdom army was all disturbed. Is there any support again? It's so difficult to deal with by yourself. Damn it, are the wizards of Adris so good? What are you afraid of? There are only a few of them. Go on and knock them down. The soldiers said, but the attacks that should have occurred continued. Hey! It's not just us. At this time, Tame Lucy snorted disdainfully. The next moment, countless tree roots popped up on the ground and knocked down the enemy severely. After a while, a guild appeared out of thin air, and the flag hung on it was a familiar symbol. Fairy tale, all participate. Ed Lucy. Lucy looked at her sister Lucy, and she didn't know how to express her gratitude. We can't escape forever. I already notified everyone when I came, let's fight together. Tame Lucy smiled confidently, and then yelled, go on. Fairy tale. A large number of people rushed out of the guild, all with familiar faces, bloatedly dressed Grey, Zhubian, Shadow Gear Squad and so on. Haha, the fairy tale is here to save us. Hobby said with tears covering her round eyes. Lucy here is really reliable. Elisa whispered to herself, even though she was exhausted, she put on her armor and continued fighting. The two sides became evenly matched, and as the only surviving guild in Adris, the strength of Fairy Tale was not covered. Not long after, when the battle situation gradually became fierce, the soldiers of the kingdom suddenly fell one after another, and the sound of snoring sounded from their noses. Fell asleep. The people in Monster Tale were shocked, thinking, why did the enemy suddenly fall asleep? Only the people of Adelas knew that it was Mist Gang who woke up. That hypnotic magic is as powerful as ever. Grey couldn't help but sigh. After playing for so long, he could finally rest. Mist Gang stood up and saw that all the people present were injured, and he woke up from the serious injury. He was as smart as he naturally guessed what was going on, and his face couldn't help feeling sad. Don't be so hypocritical, then again, who put you like this? Is it Calvin of Adris? Grey said indifferently, and then asked immediately. Mr. Gang nodded silently. When Grey said Calvin's name, the four Lucy who had just come from the basement suddenly showed terrible expressions on their faces. Novel.me Grey. Do you know where Calvin is? There is something very important to tell him. Elisa asked for the first time, the gloomy face shocked everyone. He went to deal with Calvin in Adris. Grey replied immediately in a cold sweat. Oops, is it still too late? Lucy said with an annoyed look. Although I don't know what happened, I don't think I need to worry so much. That's Calvin, do you think he will lose? Halfway through the conversation, Hobby stopped, and subconsciously glanced at Mist Gang. Even Mist Gang was defeated, the enemy is indeed not easy. I don't mean that, but the consequences of the defeat are too difficult to bear. You have to stop them quickly. Elisa said worriedly. Calvin is really good, but why is the other Calvin, the other Elo Shagwang tied himself with a 10 commandment gun? God knows if Calvin Lucifer has any more powerful magical devices. If you lose the battle, it is not as simple as death, even your body will be taken away. That's what it means, Elisa, you really underestimated me. At this moment, a voice of dissatisfaction came from the sky, and a figure quickly fell among the crowd. Oh, handsome, You're okay. The visitor greeted Mist Gang, very chic. Is Calvin Macaro. Not to mention the defeat, Calvin didn't even have a scar on his body. Returned with a victory. You defeated Calvin Lucifer. Mr. Gang asked with a slightly raised mouth. Of course. I just looked at Nez. Their battle is over. You should do the rest of the work. Chapter 125, Seed of Magic. Remaining work? Calvin, is it possible that you mean to eliminate the magic of this world? Lucy asked before Mist Gang could answer. Having read Calvin Lucifer's notes, she knows what excuse Calvin Lucifer used to pretend to be an alliance. The sisters Lucy and Kana, who stood not far from Lucy, had very ugly faces, and they obviously remembered the contents of the notes. And everyone in the demon tail of Adris looked deceived. They just joined hands and turned around and said to eliminate the magic of the world? Calvin watched Lucy silently, before speaking for a while. Rocky, why did you suddenly appear? And it seems that I haven't seen you in a long time. Upon hearing this, Lucy and Loki were stunned at the same time, and then looked at Calvin with contempt. Rocky is Leo, you don't know about this matter until now. How indifferent you are usually. Gray said with an incredulous look. If you look closely, his eyes will look the same. Loki is actually a protoss? When did it happen? I don't know at all. After all, Calvin was the most difficult and trusted person. He was not pretending to be stupid, but he really didn't know. Loki sighed, turned into a bubble and disappeared. Before leaving, he showed a sad expression at Calvin. That was after the war with the ghost. You were practicing at the time, so you didn't know. But it doesn't matter now. Do you want to wipe out all the magic of this world? Elisa coldly interrupting the topic, repeating the question again. Although it is an interrogative sentence, it is in a positive tone. How did you know about this? Mist Gang, who had been cold after waking up, spoke. This was originally a very secret plan, and only 2 Calvins should know it. Calvin Lucifer wrote everything on this. Elisa took out a note and said, it includes pretending to work with you to eliminate the magic of the world and his true purpose. If everything is written on it, then Elsa, you should understand that the magic of this world will eventually disappear. Calvin said coldly first, not caring about the mood of Edris's tale. But this can't be a reason for you to eliminate the magic. Elisa shouted angrily. This world is not like Islandin. Magic power will only become the source of struggle. Although there will be a painful period, I believe it will survive. I am willing to take all responsibilities for this. Mist Gang used he said in a very sincere tone, and his words were full of his consciousness. What about the guild? Without the magic, what should we do with the fairy tale? Tame Lucy was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking loudly. At the same time, sad tears couldn't stop streaming from her eyes. As a result, even if we defeat the kingdom army, we can only lose to the world. Yet, Mr. Gang, do you want to think about it, it's too cruel for them. Seeing the sadness of the demon tail, Calvin couldn't help but persuade. Mystigun glanced at Calvin, the inconsistent guy, and then sighed helplessly. I don't want this world to lose its magic, but if it weren't for this once and for all, my father would not give up, and the struggle would only continue. Then we can knock him down again. Naz's spirited voice came, and he dragged a person over. His body was full of injuries, and the Gagaru and Wendy beside him were not much better. It hurts so badly, I'm so embarrassed to say you. Gray laughed. Before Naz had time to get angry with Gray, the world suddenly changed. The floating island fell, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and the magic power visible to the naked eye was being sucked in. In the distance they could not see, the transcendent who had been turned into a magic crystal returned to its original state, the earth vented its magic power, and poured into the huge hole in the sky. What's going on? Naz was surprised and his mouth grew wide, unable to speak. Magic, I can't use magic. Suddenly, a demon-tailed wizard shouted in fear. Others heard this and immediately tried to use magic, but found that it still didn't work well, and they were panicked. The soul has been reversed, what is going on? Mr. Gang muttered to himself, unable to understand. This is probably a good thing Calvin Lucifer did. Most of it is a backhand for his failure. This guy is really exhaustive. Calvin said indifferently, and he couldn't help but rise to Calvin Lucifer. Somewhat admired. Suddenly, Calvin remembered Calvin Lucifer's words again, saying that he put on the necklace in his belt when his soul was reversed. Thinking of this, Calvin no longer paid attention to the sad fairy tale and the grey who was comforting them, walked aside and took out the necklace. The necklace seemed to be made of unknown seeds. By the way, can you believe what that guy said? Calvin picked up the seed and examined it carefully. But the soul has been reversed. Even if he has any conspiracy, it's too late. Thinking of this, Calvin no longer hesitated and hung the necklace. He was still curious about the surprise Calvin Lucifer said. After hanging up, nothing happened. Calvin couldn't help showing a puzzled face. Nothing happened? Could it be that Calvin lied to me? Calvin muttered bitterly, subconsciously inputting his own magic power into the seed. Who knew that at the moment when the magic power entered the seed absorbed a large amount of Calvin's magic power. Calvin was suddenly shocked, thinking it was another plot of his. But before Calvin had time to remove the seeds, the kind glowed softly, and Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com then hit into his body. What the is this? Calvin guy, what good things did you do to my body? Calvin was really a little panicked about this sudden change. He bit his mouth unnaturally, and wanted to go back. questioned Calvin Lucifer. But the next moment, his body glowed and he was quickly sucked into the sky. The moment Calvin rose to the sky, the demon tail and his group found him. The demon tail's people looked at Calvin ascended to the sky in a daze, and Calvin was also stupid. Calvin understands that reversal soul can all creatures with magical powers in, but why, at this moment, only one of them is sucked in? He must be 100% responsible for that seed, but he doesn't know whether it is good or bad. Hey, Calvin flew away. Naz said sadly. Up to now, he still doesn't understand what happened. But looking at his expression, it seems to be totally unknown. Gojalua looked at him from a distance and let out a smirking laugh. Calvin Lucifer, who was still lying on the ground not too far away from them, couldn't help laughing as he looked at the panicked figure in the sky. After laughed, his face turned into a look of regret. In the future you will be very grateful to me, Calvin Macaro. Alas, this plan really hurts me. I actually believed me that much, and hung up the seed of magic power. It has taken root in him now, right? Looking at the sky, Calvin Lucifer's eyes were not envy, but a sense of relief. I'm so generous, I'm really willing to give him the seed of magic power. Chapter 126, Return to Islandin. Is surrounded by chaos, like a tunnel of time and space, in the inexplicable space, the body is being churned and uncomfortable. This is Calvin's feeling after being sucked in by the soul. Inhaled with him, there are countless magical powers. Even if Adris's magical power is lacking, it is a world after all, and there are still many magical powers that have not been used by humans. After the magic power poured into the huge hole in the sky, it then poured into Calvin's body. It should be said that the seed of magic power poured into his body. The magic power of a world is all absorbed by the magic seed. However, the magic seed itself has not changed much, but has more mysterious patterns. At this moment, after absorbing the magic seed of Adris' magic power, after mixing with the magic power of Calvin's body, it shattered. Although he can't see it, Calvin can really feel that the seed has changed somewhere in his body, the outer shell is broken, and young buds sprout from it, and at the same time it has taken root in his body. At the moment of germination, a huge magical power gushed out from it, all directed at Calvin's body. Calvin's whole body seemed to have been washed away by magic, very consistent, a completely different feeling from the past, and the appearance did not change, but Carl knew it. In this short time, his magic power has more than doubled. At the moment, Calvin was really scared. No wonder Calvin Lucifer would say that there was a surprise. This is a great surprise. What is the most important thing for a wizard? Of course it is magic power. No matter what kind of magic is used, magic power is the most important, especially Calvin, his own summoning card has been perfectly structured, as long as the magic power goes up, the strength will increase exponentially. This magic power, even the true red-eyed black dragon can easily be summoned. Calvin still looked incredible, muttering to himself while looking at his hands. Where did he find such a seed? In this passage, there is no concept of time, and Calvin did not know how long it took before he was vomited out of the hole that suddenly appeared. It is still raining heavily outside, just like Calvin's arrival in Adris. Looking from a high altitude, Magnolia has not changed, everything has returned to its original state. When Magnolia turns into a magic crystal, time seems to stand still. Well, the result is not bad, I don't know what happened to Elsa and the others. In midair, Calvin used the Blackwing Demon and slowly landed from the air. Calvin landed on a suburb of Magnolia. At this time, the hole in the sky had not disappeared. Immediately after Calvin, a group of kittens with wings flew out one after another. Are all transcenders of Adris? It seemed that they were uneasy about the new environment, or out of curiosity, all the transcendents flew over Magnolia to look around, and did not notice the existence of Calvin. Immediately afterwards, Elisa, Naz and the others also appeared from the entrance of the cave and fell straight to the ground. The place where it fell on the ground is probably not far from Calvin. The one who dropped in the first place was Naz. It was obvious that he saw Calvin, waved to him desperately, and motioned to himself. Calvin nodded, with one hand and gesturing across, a magic circle accurately caught Elisa and Wendy, and he cleverly hugged Lucy with the princess. As for the other three, they fell a little bit painful. Calvin, you bastard! Didn't you tell you to catch us? Naz yelled at Calvin for the first time. Didn't I catch Lucy? Calvin put on a very puzzled expression, lifted Lucy who was still holding him, and said with a beating. The three Nazes were very upset. Calvin was obviously treating men and women differently, but he couldn't argue with it. Well, Calvin, you can let me go. Lucy said embarrassedly, how could she catch herself? At this time, Lucy thought of Calvin of Adris in her heart. Of course, this Calvin was not so shameless, his hands were peaceful, and Lucy was quickly put down. After all, Calvin just wanted to use Lucy to tease the Naz 3. At this time, the Transcendents came back, and the faces of each cat showed signs of excitement, apparently satisfied with the new environment. However, Xiaolulu disagreed with them very much. The two sides started an in-depth heart-to-heart meeting. Calvin didn't pay much attention to it. He just looked up at the sky and wanted to see when the hole would close. Under this observation, a female figure appeared from the entrance of the cave again, and then the giant hole disappeared. The woman who appeared last made Calvin so shocked that his eyes protruded. Li. Listen. Before he was surprised, Calvin hurriedly hurried to listen before landing, and steadily caught her. Not far from Calvin, Pansalili turned into a kitten and stared at Calvin dumbfoundedly. Brother Calvin. Lissina asked uncertainly. After seeing Calvin's shocked expression, she immediately became excited, grabbed Calvin, tears filled her eyes, and couldn't help falling. In fact, Calvin is a little down at the moment, but since Lysina was rushed by the soul, it naturally means that her body contains magic power. It is impossible for people in the world of Adris to possess magical powers. The only explanation is that Lysina is from Islandon. So you didn't die, you were just sucked into Adris. It has been a long time, and Calvin's expression of excitement appeared for a long time, and he couldn't help but tremble. Well, when I woke up, I found myself in Adris. Lysina became more calm and replied softly. Calvin, what's going on? See you so anxious. Eliza brought people over to novel.me and said questioningly, but she stopped halfway through her words. Lysina's existence obviously made her head down. Just now, Calvin was anxiously missing where he went. Everyone was worried, so after the transcendent left, these people looked for it. Just now everyone was guessing what happened. Naz and Hobby even sharply guessed that Calvin was in a hurry, but the answer was always unexpected. A person thought to be dead reappeared in front of them. What are you doing? Lysina is back, please be a little bit happy. Calvin was amused by everyone's reaction, and said mercilessly. Completely forgot that he was like this just now. It's a lie. Naz murmured incredulously, staring straight at Lysina. Before his head could react, Lysina had already jumped on him. Meet you again. Naz. This time she cried with complete joy. Lysina laughed and cried. Calvin, what's the matter? Elisa finally reacted and asked Calvin, who seemed to know everything. Isn't it clear at a glance? Lysina, who was thought to be dead 2 years ago, was actually sucked into Adris and is now back. Calvin said calmly, as if to tell a little thing that he didn't care about. Same. Why is this guy so calm? Lucy looked at Calvin strangely, and saw Naz and the others with a of a face. Comparing with Calvin, I really have to make people think he is a cold person, plus, Calvin actually didn't even know that Loki had become his own protoss. But looking carefully, Calvin's calm expression, his lips trembled unnaturally, Lucy couldn't help showing a bright smile when he saw the scene. Chapter 127, How to Solve Elisa's Finding Fault. In the eyes of everyone's surprise, Lysina told her story in Adris. The story in is not important, anyway, Lysina is back, this is the best result. Then everyone went back to Magnolia happily, and Gagaru got his cat, partner, logically. The first destination was the sister and brother of Mila who was sweeping the grave. Regarding Lysina's sudden appearance, no matter whether it was Myra or Elfman, couldn't help crying. The others just watched them silently, and did not disturb the reunion of the three, especially Calvin, who looked at Myra's eyes, filled with tenderness, and was satisfied with her joy. Then, after everyone went home to freshen up, they couldn't wait to return to the guild immediately and announce the news of Lysina's return. Everyone was very unbelievable and very happy about Lysina's return, and they all celebrated well. Calvin took the opportunity to claim credit to Myra and publicize his achievements. After all, he defeated the most powerful guy, the other him, and was the first person to discover Lysina. Mila seemed to be infected by the warm atmosphere. When Calvin was talking about it, she shyly sent a fragrant kiss on Calvin's cheek. At the moment, everyone in the fairy tale boiled even more and made a lot of noise. Everyone was riding into the night, but Calvin was satisfied and returned to his home early, his face was intoxicated, and his inner anxiety was hidden. Although Lysina's return is worthy of joy, Calvin is still very worried about his body and must figure out what is going on. Even though the seed seems harmless. From the point of view, Calvin's magic power is probably a little more than doubled, and the seeds in his body are still slowly emitting magic power, which is washing his body all the time. Of course, Calvin did not find anything wrong. Instead, the emission of magic power has been improving his body. After the magic power is emitted from the seed, Calvin's magic power increases at a slow rate. I saw Calvin wanting to get everything out of the belt, carefully checking every possible clue. The space in this belt is big enough. Calvin Lucifer's stuff almost fills the whole room, and there are many kinds of items. Calvin suddenly has a sense of sight after playing games in his previous life. The most precious materials and minerals are the most, followed by books, all of which are Calvin Lucifer's experience in forging the magic device, and there is also a photo album full of unsightly photos. There are many heroines in the photos, but the most stunning ones are definitely Lucy and Kana. What a scumbag! Calvin scolded fiercely, and then carefully retracted the album into his belt, with an unnatural ruddy expression on his face, and an expression of misfortune. In addition, there are a few design drawings of the magic guide, but this is of no use to Calvin, and he quickly put it aside. Finally, there is a record about the seed of magic power. Seeing this record, Calvin twitched the corners of his mouth unnaturally. He really did not expect that Calvin Lucifer was prepared for failure in such detail, which was obviously for himself. Name, Seed of Magic. Maker, Calvin Lucifer. Function, transform the user's body to make it possess unparalleled magical power. Specific details. After absorbing the user's magic power, it will hide in the user's body, and then it needs to absorb a huge non-aggressive, masterless magic power in a short time. After absorbing enough magic power, the seed of magic power will germinate first, and then it will feed back to the user to increase the magic power greatly, and then slowly grow with the absorbed magic power. This process will grow together with the user. When the seed grows into a big tree, the user's own magic power will grow to an extremely terrifying point. Finally, the big tree will wither and the magic seed will disappear. In essence, the seed of magic power is actually a magic power converter, which converts external magic power into the user's magic power. Therefore, the amount of magic power absorbed at the beginning will determine the height of the future user. The conversion process takes a long time, depending on the amount of magic initially absorbed. Production testimonials. This is the highest masterpiece of my life. Since you see some text, it means I lost it to you. My dream is to become an incomparable wizard and leave his glory in history. I will entrust this dream to you. Since I can beat me, then this dream is no longer a luxury. Calvin Luciferius. After reading the complete description, Calvin was once again shocked by this defeated man. The previous weapon had already surprised him enough, but this seed of magic power was completely beyond his expectations. That thing was actually made by hand. That's too exaggerated. This time facing Calvin Lucifer, the opponent is the most difficult and predictable opponent he has ever encountered, whether it is strategy, preparation, or strength. If Calvin had not defeated the opponent, I am afraid that it would really make Calvin Lucifer become Island's strongest wizard. Just by looking at the things that the other party developed, Calvin can be sure that whether it is learning magic or developing magic, Calvin Lucifer is a breeze. Fortunately we will never see each other again. Calvin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before seeing these things, he really didn't know that Calvin Lucifer's head was so high in IQ. But, I really can't help but thank you. At this moment, the seed of magic power is just a sprout, but the magic power has risen to this level, and the real growth will be completed in the future, then how strong will I be? In his mind, he couldn't help but appear a picture, the left is really red, the right is white dragon, himself in the middle, and the pterosaur under his feet. After learning about the seed of magic power, Calvin no longer had any worries, and then he sorted out the things in his belt until novel. Me from Calvin Lucifer's experience, he randomly took out a book about books for forging magic weapons, poured a glass of wine, and lay lazily on his comfortable sofa. Calvin feels that a lot of things have happened recently, and it's been a long time since I was so leisurely. He didn't look at the book in his hand very seriously, only his head was empty and he sat blankly. This is a way for him to relax himself. Recently, he has experienced too many difficult battles, such as Spectre, 6 Demons, Storm Labyrinth, and this time Edras. Makes him tired physically and mentally. It will be the S-level exam soon, I hope there are no accidents. Calvin muttered in his mouth with apathetic eyes and no focus on his pupils. After a long days, Calvin's face suddenly changed. Wait, since the S-level exam is coming soon, Elisa is almost starting to trouble me. Regarding the S-level exam that year, Elisa has always been brooding, and more importantly, after so many years, Calvin did not apologize to her. No, I have to find a way to stop her haunting me. Calvin's eyes rolled around, looking quite like a kid who wanted to play a prank. Finally, his eyes turned to Calvin Lucifer's magical device design. Just now Calvin flipped through it, and he remembered something. I saw him pull up one of the drawings. The patterns on the drawings were exquisite and murderous. Anyone who saw it would think it was a good armor. A gift for Elisa should be no better than good armor. Calvin rubbed his chin with his fingers, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It just so happens that Calvin of Adras left so many good things. Anyway, those ores are not necessary for me. Chapter 128, S-Level Assessment Meeting. The next day, when Calvin came to the guild with a yawn, everyone was still cheering and singing for Lisana. It seemed that these guys would not stop if they didn't make trouble for a few days. Sister Mila accompanied Lisana around the guild. Zhubian was depressed after hearing about Adras yesterday, while Gray was sitting on the bar with a teaser, holding the barrel of the card. N.A. Everyone is so energetic. Calvin came to Kana with a pair of dark eyes and sat down, and then yawned a lot, looking apathetic. What did you do yesterday, so tired like this? Kana glanced at him and asked helplessly. Calvin looked at Kana and looked away a little unnaturally. Just now, he naturally remembered the photos he had admired yesterday. Now, I am afraid it will take a while to face Kana and Lucy as usual. Plus, the male limbs that were shot inadvertently are obviously exactly the same as his body. Calvin can't imagine the consequences of these photos being exposed. It's nothing, it's just too fascinating to study something. You didn't drink it early in the morning. Calvin said pretendingly. That's right, you should learn from Karna of Adras, what a lady she is. Gray also laughed from the side. Hey! You guys are so annoying. Kana snorted uncomfortably, and then took another sip of wine. Unlike the past refreshing, Kana's eyes revealed a little sadness. Calvin keenly caught this trace of sadness, but he could only sigh helplessly. I don't know when, Naz and the others are quarreling again, and there is a tendency to become more and more intense. Karna also put down the wine barrel and rushed into party together. Really, why are you so stubborn? It would be nice to recognize Kildas earlier. Calvin's dark eyes revealed a feeling of helplessness. At first, Calvin didn't interfere with the father and daughter too much because he wanted Kana to be with Kildastam, but as Kana dragged on for a long time, even Calvin didn't know how to deal with Kildas. Said. Glancing lightly at Kildas, who was talking with the president for some reason, saw Calvin looking at him, and smiled brightly at Calvin. In response, Calvin could only put out a reluctant smile. Everyone in Monster Tail clambered again into the night, and everyone was exhausted and fell asleep in the guild. Of course, this did not include Calvin. After staying in the guild for a while, he returned to his home and continued to study Calvin Lucifer's design diagram. At the same time, due to the increase in magic power, Calvin also took this opportunity to upgrade the summoning card once, allowing the summoned beast to strengthen its abilities in all directions. It's not that Calvin couldn't do it before, but he just focused on creating powerful cards because of lack of magic. He didn't want to consume a lot of his own magic power with just a single summoned beast, but now it is different, his magic power is greatly increased at this moment, and he can increase it in the future, so there is no need to spare magic power. With the help of the soul dividing technique, Calvin summoned 3 humanoid summoned beasts to help, and transformed the card by himself. The summoned beast was based on the forging experience of Calvin Lucifer. Calvin does not need much esoteric knowledge for the apocalyptic gift to Elisa, as long as he can understand the design of the armor and add something according to Carl's words in aesthetics. Calvin is confident that he can get it done. When Calvin worked hard and full, almost a month passed. As the S-level assessment is coming this month, everyone in the guild is busy with tasks and did not cause so many troubles during the work period. They showed themselves very actively. Contrary to their busy schedule, Calvin rarely showed up in the guild during this time. Even if he showed up, he looked tired and didn't go to work at all. Almost all of the S-level commissions were completed by Elsa, which made Elisa very big of resentment. When Calvin appeared again on this day, Elisa stopped him. At that time, Calvin's people thought she was going to discuss with herself again, but Elisa only brought Calvin to a room. In addition to the two, there were Mila, Kildas, and the president, Makarov. At this moment, several S-rank wizards of the fairy tale and Makarov are about to have a meeting. It's this day again, President, have you selected the candidates? Calvin asked boredly, sitting in a chair in a lazy posture. The candidates have been decided, this time there are many participants, there are 8 people. Makarov said calmly. Oh. There are 8 people? It seems that these boys have become a lot stronger in the past 3 years. Kildas said in surprise. In his memory, it is very rare to have 3 people selected. Yes, everyone has become stronger, especially Naz and Gray, who have been very active recently. Myra said to Kildas with a smile. That's why we need all 4 of us to be examiners this year. Elisa nodded slightly and said very seriously. If there are 8 people, the scale is not small, where do you plan to hold the exam, President? Calvin said. This is a rare feast. The assessment will take the form of a partner. I plan to hold it on Sirius Island. What do you think? Makarov said. You are the president, you have decided, and speaking of it, I have never been to the Holy Land of the Guild. Calvin agreed, and the others nodded slowly. I have decided on the re-examination of the assessment, do you have any opinions as long as the examiners who did the initial exam? Makarov asked. Facing this problem, everyone is silent. Although everyone here is an S-level strong, it is still a bit difficult for them to give them a set of assessment methods, but it is more troublesome. Especially Calvin Delnovel.me after Elisa's assessment of partiality, he has already decided not to formulate assessment methods. Well, I knew it would happen. Fortunately, I was prepared. At the moment, Makarov slowly expressed his thoughts. The first test assesses strength. 8 groups of participants will enter from the 8 entrances of Sirius Island. 4 of them will face off in pairs, and the other 4 will be S-level examiners. Theoretically speaking, at most 6 people will pass, and in the worst case, only 2. The re-examination is to find the grave of the first President Mibis. Makarov will leave clues. This is to test the reasoning ability and observation ability of the participants. After listening to Makarov's thoughts, everyone said that they had no objection. As for the assessment of the initial test, you have to decide by yourself. I won't interfere. Do you have any questions? Finally, Makarov said with confidence. Give me a list of assessments, I want to prepare it, and have fun with their weaknesses. Calvin gave a sinister smile, and Elisa suddenly burst into flames when she saw it. To be honest, when Elisa participated in the assessment, Calvin deliberately calculated it. The reason for her anger was not Calvin's calculation, but Calvin's partiality. Despite this incident still made her angry. Right now, Elisa stared at Calvin fiercely, and for a while, the smell of gunpowder in the scene became rich. Calvin pretended not to see Elisa's eyes, but the cold sweat couldn't stop it. The people who participated are Naz, Gray, Elfman, Jubian, Libby, Fred, and Meister. Then you can study it carefully, Calvin. Makarov used compassion. Answered in a tone of voice, as for Myra and Kildas, they were secretly laughing. Chapter 129, The Emperor is not in a hurry. After the meeting, Calvin did not go home, but went out and came to the armor production company where Elisa usually buys armor. The armor to be given to Elisa has been improved by him. On the basis of the design drawings, he added dragon wolf wings and demon gloves, and even the extremely fast boots. Go up and change it to provide magic power by the user himself, instead of using magic crystals. After entrusting everything to the person in charge of the armor company, the person's eyes were shining. Obviously, the technology of this armor is highly admired. When Calvin got home, it was getting late. He originally planned to go to sleep, but after opening the door and turning on the light, he found a person lying on the sofa with a wine bottle in his hand. Will appear at Calvin's house at this time, and there will be anyone besides Kana. Why don't you even turn on the light? Calvin said with a little scolding tone, grabbing the bottle in Kana's hand. The bottle was already empty. Let's drink a few bottles with me. Kana said lightly, looking very low. It's like this every year. Kildas is back now. Hurry up and recognize him before he leaves. An outsider, is worried for you. Calvin said dissatisfiedly, taking out 2 bottles of brandy from the wine cabinet. Pass Kana a bottle naturally. You don't understand. Kana took a sip of wine and said softly, without her usual boldness. I really don't understand what qualifications are needed to be fathers and daughters, and there is a limit to low self-esteem. Kana did not respond to Calvin, but drank the wine bit by bit, and soon the bottle was empty. Calvin didn't care about Kana's indifference, he had said these words countless times, and Kana wouldn't listen, he couldn't help it. If you don't mind, I can help you to make it clear to Kildas, is it so difficult for Dad to say it? Or do you blame him for not knowing your daughter? Calvin continued. Don't mess around, I will naturally say after passing the S-level assessment. Calvin was a bit inhumane at once, and Kana's nonchalant attitude made him a little unhappy. In fact, Kildas is also quite miserable. He also has the right to know his daughter. I bet he will cry when he knows it. Calvin seemed to be talking to himself, as if he was deliberately speaking to Kana. After hearing these words, Kana really froze. Was silent for a while, and Kana suddenly stood up. I'm leaving, let's talk next time. Pretending to leave a sentence calmly, Kana left without looking back. Upon seeing this, Calvin could only shake his head helplessly. The next day, Calvin came to the outskirts of Magnolia alone. His summoning cards were all upgraded yesterday, and today is to try it out. Summoned beasts head after head appeared from the summoning card, showing their strength in this empty suburb. While experimenting, Calvin nodded, very satisfied with the modified summoned beast. The summons of the Devil, the Dark Knight Gaia, the Dragon Swordsman, the Black Mage, the JQK3 Knight Fusion Heavenly Knight, etc., the strength of these summoned beasts is far beyond the previous ones. And this is Calvin summoned with the lowest magic power. As long as the amount of magic sacrifices increased, the summoned beast can go further. Finally, there is one that has only been summoned once and has not yet been tested. The real red-eyed black dragon that he barely summoned after exhausting all his magic power. Calvin's expression became serious, his fingers clamped the card, and the magic entered it. The card flashed bright light, and a huge black dragon protruded its head from the bright light, followed by wings, claws, and tail. The shiny metal shell, scarlet eyes, ferocious dragon head, and sharp claws all show its power and fear. This is the strongest card Calvin can summon at present. Compared with the last time I dealt with Guriath Temple, Calvin easily summoned the true red-eyed black dragon today, and the magic has not bottomed out. The red-eyed black dragon is huge, and it is easy to cause damage with every move, and change the terrain. In order to not be so shocking, Calvin does not test its moves, just manipulate it to do some simple actions. The control was very smooth. Calvin was very satisfied. He sat on the real red-eyed black dragon and flew around in the sky. After feeling its speed, he took it back. Awesome, actually summoned this kind of monster. When he was about to go back, a magnetic voice came over. Calvin looked back and found that it was Kildas. When he saw him, Calvin I subconsciously remembered what happened yesterday, my expression was uncontrollable, and I became a little cold-eyed. What's wrong? I always feel like you won't wait to see me after coming back this time. Kildas asked inexplicably, looking at Calvin with a weird expression. Nothing, you are too suspicious. Calvin shook his head, his expression turned calm. Right? What did you just say? I'm boasting that you have become a lot stronger, are you okay? I always feel that you are worried. Kildas asked worriedly. It's not because of you father and daughter. It's really upset, why should I worry about other people's affairs so much? Calvin scolded inwardly, gave Kildas a fierce look, and saw his daunting, the attitude of not having a father at all, feels even more popular. I'm nothing, I'm just thinking about the S-level assessment. Calvin waved his hand and said, about to leave. Why do you care so much? It's not you, just being an examiner. Hey? Is it possible that you are worried about Kana? This child seems to have started taking the test when he was young, and he has not passed the test yet. It is normal for you to worry about it. Yes, I also think it's a pity. Kildas looked sad and sad. Although Calvin knew he was deliberately exaggerating to tease himself, he couldn't help but get a little blown up when he heard this. I'm worried about you. As a father, your daughter will be ashamed for you if you are not so serious. Calvin couldn't help but sarcastically, and Kildaston was stunned. After a while, he laughed loudly, haha. What are you talking about? I'm still single, how can I have a daughter? Calvin's expression remained unchanged, but he glanced at him lightly and sighed. Kilda's laughter did not last long, and gradually changed from a big laugh to a dry laugh, and then even the laughter disappeared. Before he knew it, cold sweat broke out all over his body, because he thought about it just now, it's no surprise that there are so many women around him. Calvin, shouldn't I really have a daughter? Kildas asked Calvin tremblingly. Calvin did not answer, but looked at him with a smirking expression. Seeing Kildas like this, Calvin felt that the worries in his heart were wiped out. It is true that happiness is based on the suffering of others. Don't you even know if you have a daughter? I really feel sympathy for your daughter. Calvin continued sarcastically, while Kildas was just calm and couldn't see what he was thinking. Calvin. Tell me. Kildas asked seriously. Tell me everything about my daughter. He almost shouted the last sentence. Novel.me. Oh. I also want to reunite your father and daughter, but it's already 5 years late. Calvin didn't care about Kilda's excitement, but said quietly. He hadn't forgotten Kana's instructions before she passed S-level assessment must not tell Kildas. And 5 years ago, it was the first time Karna participated in the S-level assessment. However, I told Kildas that he had a daughter, but I didn't say it was Kana. so I shouldn't be afraid of breaking the agreement. Kildas heard that it was 5 years late, and his first reaction was that his daughter had been dead for 5 years, and suddenly looked unlovable, and his eyes lost focus. He walked back staggeringly, still whispering, "My daughter. Why are you acting like this? I didn't say that she was dead." Calvin couldn't stand it anymore and shouted. This feeling of great joy and falling is really unacceptable. Fortunately, it is Kildas. If it were Makarov, the heart would really not be able to stand it. Kildas returned to Calvin's face as quickly as possible, shook Calvin anxiously, and shouted angrily, "You stinky kid. Is it fun to play with me? Tell me about my daughter. I promised she can't say it." Hearing these words, Kildastan felt relieved. As long as he did not die, he would have a chance to reunite. Then there is no way, only violence will make you speak out. It's your words, it doesn't matter if I use my best. The next moment, Kilda's eyes became dangerous, and he laughed. Okay. If you can do it, try it, it's time for the strongest throne of the demon tail to change. Calvin was not afraid, and the fighting spirit immediately rose. As expected, the wizards of Fairy Tale are all fighting freaks, and if they don't agree, they will fight. Chapter 130, Calvin vs Kildas. Calvin and Kildas have already possessed their respective magic powers in their words. The collision of magical powers can be felt by even the entire Magnolia. Kildas's magic power is still extremely powerful, an unparalleled magic power rushes towards Calvin. At this moment, Kildas is the strongest wizard of that fairy tale. It's just astonishing that Calvin's magic power is not inferior to Kildas. The two magic powers compete against each other, and the invisible confrontation in midair is actually comparable. Even the Calvin people felt quite surprised. There was no comparison before. He didn't know how terrifying his increase was. Only now did he know that he had caught up with Kildas in magic. It really surprised me, this magic is too terrifying. Kildas was both emotional and gratified. 3 years later, the spirited S-rank wizard has grown to be called a monster. The presence. At the same time, there was a depressed feeling in my heart. I am afraid it would be difficult for me to get something about my daughter from Calvin. Come on, Kildas. Calvin yelled, and once again summoned the true red-eyed black dragon. He failed to test his strength just now. Now Kildas is the opponent, so don't worry even if he uses his full strength. Really, I don't have time to think about it now. If I accidentally, I may really have to squat, and I will be ashamed at that time. Kildas's mouth raised, unknowingly, the fighting spirit in his heart has already surged. He hadn't tried this way for a long time to fight against evenly matched opponents. Calvin took the lead in attacking, without temptation, he directly caused the true red-eyed black dragon to eject a black flame bomb. A huge and terrifying fireball of black and red energy surged from the dragon's mouth and went straight to Kildas. The size of the black flame bullet is huge, but it is actually an attack that has been condensed with magical power. In the face of this power, Kildas is not completely absorbed. He stretched out his right hand and used all his power to crush the black flame bomb. The black flame bomb was immediately divided into countless cubes and exploded with a bang. The power of the explosion was extraordinary. Kildas quickly backed away and left the explosion range. Before he could stand still, Calvin had already rushed forward riding a real red-eyed black dragon. Kildas didn't want to try the power of the monster in front of him. He dodges the red-eyed claws dangerously, but Calvin's attacks waved after the claws. After the claws, the red-eyed turned around and his tail flicked. Come. At this time, Kildas was unavoidable and could only use the crushing magic to touch it, but how hard is the body of the real red-eye? How can Kildas's instant attack smash the tail of the true red-eye and be smashed? Whip out. But the whip of the tail can't hurt Kildas. When he was hit, he had already used magical defense to defend him. In addition, his melee combat ability was also first-rate strong. After spinning a few times in mid-air, he was safe. Landing. At the moment of landing, abruptly rolled out 18 rune magic circles from the ground, tightly binding Kildas. This is naturally Calvin's magic. Amaterasu 34 rules 18 Pillar God. The next moment, a really red-eyed attack came again. This time it was not a black flame bullet with a fixed shape, but an endless wave of black flames. The black flame wave sprayed from the mouth of the true red-eye is like a magic beam, with a very fast attack speed and strong penetration force. The biggest difference is that its attack area can completely cover a person. Was hit by this move, it was the end of no bones. But Kildas just raised the corner of his mouth, the magic burst instantly, and easily broke free of the 18 pillars. This magic circle that has restrained Calvin from many opponents is like noodles to Kildas. Then, Kildas used the decomposition magic against the black flame wave that came from the impact, breaking the black flame wave fundamentally. When the black flame wave's attack reached in front of Kildas, only a little bit was left. Mars. As always, as terrible as a monster. Calvin couldn't help but smile. The two strongest moves of the red-eyed black dragon were easily resolved by Kildas. How could this be done? Kildas then charged towards the real red-eyed. Facing an opponent with such a big difference in size, he was not afraid of it. The magic power gathered on his fists, and he jumped up, facing the head of the red-eyed black dragon. Fist. Large size has the advantage of being large. It can make the red-eyed real red-eye in every move and move incomparable power, but the flexibility is always inferior to the smaller opponents. Facing the fist of Kildas, the real red-eyed black dragon looks like a black dragon without moving. The target. But Calvin is not only such a summoned beast, his method of soul separation allows him to easily control 3 summoned beasts. As soon as he raised his hand, Calvin threw a card towards Kildas. The next moment, a warrior in purple-blue armor jumped out of the light emitted by the card, and he slashed at Kildas. The Dragon Slayer swordsman with the strongest melee attack ability. Not over yet, Calvin then summoned Gaia the Dark Knight, and used magic card Chaos Ritual to merge himself with Gaia the Dark Knight. Holding a scimitar and a light shield on his arm, the Chaos Warrior appears again. Wow! Summoning card can do this? Eye-opening. Kildas faced the attack of the red-eyed black dragon and the Dragon Slayer swordsman, and had spare time to pay attention to Calvin. Seeing the Chaos Warrior, he couldn't help but let him the eyes lit up. With his eyesight, it is natural to see that the Chaos Warriors are not just good-looking, but real materials. It's really a hot attitude. Calvin snorted and joined the battle group. The battle between the two became more intense, each with its own unique tricks, with continuous rumbling and full of power. At the same time the two were fighting, Magnolia was never calm. After all, the fighting between the two was so powerful, how could it not be noticed by others? In the guild, people who did not go out to work sat silently, facing the magical collision that enveloped the entire Magnolia. Everyone was sweating. After a while, a blue kitten grabbed Naz and flew in. Hobby's face was panicked and his eyes widened. Novel.me trembling, but Naz was excited and excited. Tremble. Naz, how is it, who is fighting? Makarov asked calmly when he saw one person and one cat returning. Well, President, there are 2 monsters fighting, it's terrible. Hobby stammered. Be clear, what do 2 monsters mean? Makarov frowned and asked again. It's Calvin and Kildas, both of them are too powerful. I'm going to burn. Naz said in a mouthful, and he burst into flames excitedly. Others were not too surprised. Myra had a surprised expression, Lucy's beautiful big eyes were about to come out, the barrel in Kana's hand fell to the ground, and Gojiru also twitched the corners of his mouth. Unbelievable look. It's Calvin and Kildas, no wonder I can feel it here too. Will these 2 people be too exaggerated? Or we should run away, maybe even Magnolia will be destroyed. Never mind Kildas, is Calvin that strong too? Is it possible that Calvin is going to grab the strongest throne of Monster Tale? The other people in Monster Tale couldn't help but talk, and the guild, which was still quiet before, suddenly became noisy. Sure enough, these 2 guys. Makarov touched the glass after drinking to the bar and made a bang, and everyone fell silent. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up with the old man to stop them, do you really want to see Magnolia being destroyed? Makarov shouted and took the lead out of the guild. The rest of you look at me and you. He also quickly followed, and the feeling of going to see the excitement and participating in the celebration spread among the people. Chapter 131, The Mood of Father and Daughter. When the Demon Tail and his party walked out of the guild, many residents looked out the window with worried eyes. Makarov couldn't help but sigh when he saw their expressions. A resident came over and asked, His Royal Highness Makarov, do you know what happened? There will be nothing wrong with Magnolia. It's okay, it's over soon. It's just our guild's fool who is fighting. Makarov squinted and said, unable to see his mood, but everyone else in the guild knew that Makarov must be patient. With anger. Can it be called slapstick at this level? Gagaru heard it in a cold sweat, and God knows how much he hid when Calvin was cleaning him. Everyone in Fairy Tale continued to walk outside the town, their expressions were covered with excitement, discussing which Calvin and Kildas would win or lose, only Kana's eyes showed concern. Calvin and Kildas can be regarded as Kana's most important 2 people. No matter who they are, Kana doesn't want him to be injured. These 2 fools. When everyone came outside the town, the battle between Calvin and Kildas had come to an end. The ground was full of traces of bombing, and there was no place to look at it. The dragon swordsman had long since disappeared. Calvin and Kildas stood at each other. Both of them were panting. Obviously, they were very expensive. The real red-eyed black dragon warned Kildas next to Calvin. The hard shell was already full of cracks, but the mouth was still there from time to time. Flashing through the fire, a state of attack at any time. Both felt that someone was approaching, so they stopped temporarily. The figure of the chairman came into the eyes of the 2 first, and when they saw Makarov, both of them had their own reactions. Calvin knew that Makarov was furious at the moment, and his mouth that he wanted to talk was suddenly closed. Kildas was not so delicate. When he saw Makarov, he said proudly, President, wait a minute, I can get rid of this kid immediately. Seeing Kildas, who was completely wounded, and Calvin, whose armor was covered in cracks, Makarov couldn't stand it anymore and burst out with a roar. You 2 fools! Do you know how you scared the residents of Magnolia? Will you not be restrained? You have to make such a big movement, right? It's not enough to think our fairy tale is causing trouble. I thought it was you who made me worry the most. An endless stream of scolding and saliva spurted out of Makarov's mouth. Calvin and Kildas, who were sprayed so badly, could only be scolded quietly. Kildas giggled embarrassedly. Calvin was expressionless, but his eyes avoided Makarov's. While Makarov vented his anger, others were admiring the posture of the real red-eyed black dragon. When did they see such mighty and domineering creatures, crowded around the real red eyes, touching left and right? Among them, the 3 dragon slayers were the most interested. Naz and Gojiru even climbed onto the backs of the red eyes and laughed excitedly. Calvin, who was scolded on the side, saw these people so happy, and a few others were watching themselves gloating, and couldn't help getting angry. Manipulating the red-eyed man and shook his body, Naz and Gagaru, who were unable to defend themselves, were thrown off. Then the red-eyed black dragon roared, and immediately frightened everyone, as cowardly as Wendy Lucy's. Lou almost even cried, and Hobby, who had seen the power of the red-eyed black dragon, had already cried and screamed and ran away. Seeing their embarrassed look, Calvin's mood suddenly improved, and a smile appeared involuntarily at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a fist as big as a casserole slammed into Calvin's head, and Makarov roared angrily, "Concentrate on my scolding." Kildas smiled happily beside him, but was glared by Makarov's sharp eyes. He immediately closed his mouth and pretended to stand serious. "Oh. All are S-rank wizards, can't you keep your focus?" Makarov finally sighed helplessly, then let them go. This farce is over. It was night, when Calvin returned to his home. Karna was already waiting for him, staring at Calvin fiercely. "Let's talk about it, how did you fight? Don't you say something you shouldn't have said." Kana said lightly, but Calvin could hear that there was endless anger hidden in the calm words. "You should calm down first and drink a glass of wine to calm down," Calvin said with a smile, and quickly took out the good wine and handed it to Kana. Kana took the bottle, but her eyes still didn't leave Calvin, she was still so sharp. "I ran into Kildas occasionally, but accidentally revealed that he had a daughter, and then he asked me, I refused to say it, so I started fighting, but I definitely did not say that you are his daughter." "Matter," Calvin said solemnly, with a serious expression on his face. Kana continued to stare at him for a while, then took a sip of wine and hugged her knees, her expression weakened. "Thank you, Calvin." "What? I know that you are all worried about me. In normal times, how can you fight Kildas so fiercely? I also want to recognize him, but I just can't tell." Kana at the moment, behaving like an injured small animal, curled up into a ball. Kana will show such a weak expression, and only when facing Calvin. Calvin sighed secretly when he saw this, and picked up a bottle of wine and sat beside Kana. "If you can't say it, don't say it. I have let Kildas know that I have a daughter. If you still can't find out that it is you, it is his fault. Take the S-rank wizard's promotion assessment. Don't think about it." "Many. Thank you." Kana put her head on Calvin's shoulder and said softly. "What are you talking about? What do I have to do with you?" Watching Kana's looming tears, spinning under her long eyelashes, Calvin couldn't help but stretched out his hand and rubbed her hair. Calvin's shoulders are always so reliable. Unknowingly novel.me Kana fell asleep leaning on Calvin. Calvin gave a chuckle, took Kana into the room, and covered her. "Good quilt." He himself lay down on the sofa in the living room. My whole body is sore." As expected, Chaos Warrior can't use it casually. After a few words, Calvin fell asleep soon. In the guild, everyone has gone home, but Kildas is alone with the wine. "What's the matter? A tie with Calvin makes you so unwilling, you are not like a person with such a narrow mind." A voice came over, and Makarov in pajamas said sleepily. "Calvin, that kid has become very strong, after a while, I am afraid that neither of you nor I will be an opponent." Kildas said with a smile. Makarov was taken aback for a moment, and his expression became strange. He jumped onto the bar and poured himself a glass of wine. "What's wrong? I can't hide my heart at all on my face, it's not like you." "I was found," Kildas said calmly, and then he took a sip of wine before continuing, "President, I only learned from Calvin today that I have a daughter." The impact of his words was not small, and Makarov suddenly squirted out all the wine he had just drunk in his mouth. "No way. She must be very complaining about me. Indeed, she doesn't even know the existence of her daughter. I am not qualified to be her father. No wonder she didn't let Calvin tell me. Even if I am a good wizard, but I am a bad man and a bad father, but even so. I still seem to see her, listening to her calling my father, watching her grow up, make boyfriends, and take her to travel everywhere. I don't know when." Kildas has already burst into tears. Chapter 132, Father and Daughter. Magnolia's night is peaceful, on the contrary, Kildas's heart is full of restlessness, remorse, and guilt. Tonight, he has insomnia. When Kildas closes his eyes, the daughter who can't see her face will appear in his mind, and the pain in his heart becomes more and more intense. I don't even know what his daughter looks like. This absurd thing makes Kildas very disappointed. Even if Makarov has solved him, this is not something that can be relieved in a moment. Kildas, who was lying on the bed, was bored because he couldn't sleep, and was thinking about how to get Calvin to tell about his daughter. Thinking about it, I couldn't help but think of the first meeting with Calvin. I think Calvin was still a little guy, and he came to the guild with Kana. Haha, Kana was also very small at that time, much more cute than now. At that time, they seemed to be looking for someone, right? What's that person's name? Arup what? I remember, it's Arup Elona, Kana's surname. They came to find a Mr. Arup Elona. Who is he? Is it Kana's father? What? Thinking of this, Kildas suddenly stopped, because he seemed to have found something. Kana came to the fairy tale to find her father. Calvin would rather fight me than tell me about my daughter. What else is 5 years late? What happened 5 years ago? Let me think. Well, nothing major happened that year, right? Ivan was kicked out of the guild 6 years ago. The only thing that impressed me a little 5 years ago was only when Karna is 14, take the S-level exam. Suddenly, Kildas Ford reached his heart, and a forgotten figure suddenly appeared in his mind. That is a woman with an extremely beautiful face, a wonderful figure, curly hair, and long eyelashes, named Cornelia. S full name is Cornelia Arup Elona. My daughter, it's Kana. In Kildas's mind, the figures of Kana and Cornelia gradually overlapped. At this moment, Kildes couldn't control his impulse completely and rushed out. At home, hurried to Calvin's house. He has to confirm his guess, and he doesn't even want to wait for one night. At Calvin's house, Calvin, who was asleep on the sofa, was awakened because he heard the sound of some rocks breaking. Calvin, who was still sleepy and didn't fully wake up, opened his eyelids laboriously, but saw the sight that made him open his eyes instantly. There was a big hole in a wall of his own house. Before Calvin realized what was going on, he stretched out his hands and grabbed his shoulders, shaking him vigorously. Calvin! My daughter is Kana, right? Tell me. Kana is my daughter, right? This is probably the most panicking moment in Kildes's life. I am afraid that when he met the dragon of the end, and more indifferent than now. Stop. Stop shaking me. Calvin's head was shaken by Kildes, and he was awakened in a deep sleep, which made him very angry and said in a very aggressive tone. Kildes stopped, but still stared at Calvin with a very serious look, saying, I'll kill you if you don't answer quickly, which is terrifying. Can't you knock on the door and come in normally? My home. Calvin looked at the empty wall, his entire expression twitched, and asked Kildes in a bad tone. Is it time to talk about such trivial matters? I'm asking you if Kana is my daughter. Kildes responded irritably, but his tone was very straightforward. Can't you wait until tomorrow to ask me again? Is it necessary to tear down my walls? Is it possible to wait until tomorrow? I have been too late, but now I can't be too late. Tell me quickly, I can't ask Kana if I don't confirm it. You also know that it's too late? It's late at night. How can anyone tear down a wall in someone else's house late at night? Don't break the subject. Otherwise I don't mind continuing today's battle. Kildes threatened viciously, Calvin's teeth tickling with that shameless face. It's so noisy. Let people not sleep. Suddenly, an angry cry came from the bedroom, and the two men suddenly closed their mouths. The sound of footsteps came, and the bedroom door was suddenly opened, and Hannah walked out while yawning. Calvin, what happened? Kildes? Why are you here? Seeing the existence of Kildes, Kana was surprised and a little panicked. And when Kildes saw Kana, Kana completely overlapped with a figure in his heart. Kana. Why are you in Calvin's house? Compared to Kana's little panic, Kildes looked very panicked. Even at night, he could clearly see the cold sweat on his face and speak stammered. Neither side realized that they had to answer each other's questions. Kildes just smirked, and Kana lowered her head and wondered what she was thinking. Calvin on the side felt extremely embarrassed, and he looked at the wall where he had received the unsuspecting disaster, really wanting to cry without tears. After another few minutes, the two of them were still silent. Calvin couldn't stand it anymore and said, Kildes asked me just now if Kana is his daughter. I think this question should be answered directly by Kana. Hearing these words, Kana's head lowered, and Kildes looked at Kana expectantly. After a while, Kana suddenly raised her head and said loudly, Yes. I am your daughter. Kildes was taken aback for a moment, then tears couldn't stop streaming down, and tremblingly asked, Why didn't you tell me earlier? You are the most powerful wizard in the guild. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is admired by everyone, and I was the one who failed the S-level exam consecutively. People expected to fail. I really can't say it. I want to tell you after passing the S-level exam. Kana said quietly, her expression very lonely. Kildes wiped his tears after listening, went up and hugged Kana. This kind of thing is not important at all. Sorry, I haven't noticed it all the time. You held too hard, Kildes, and it was I deliberately concealed it. Kana struggled gently. I won't leave you anymore, whether it's drinking or working. Kildes's tears flowed out again, and there was a tendency to cry. That would be too annoying. The period from when Kana was a child to the present quickly flashed in Kildes' mind. He suddenly realized that when he stayed in the guild, Kana often looked lonely. Thinking of this, Kildes more guilty. Please, let me be qualified to be your father. Kildes asked Kana in an almost imploring tone. Kana didn't say a word, but stayed quietly in Kildes' arms, enjoying the belated fatherly love. At this moment, Kana also felt that she was too stubborn and too low self-esteem before. The relationship between relatives didn't require any qualifications. Dad, I finally saw you. Tears slowly fell in Kana's eyes, tears of joy, tears of joy. This sweet moment that belonged to the father and daughter was interrupted by someone who felt ignored. At such a happy moment, stop crying, and have a glass of wine to celebrate. Calvin said with a chuckle for some time. Chapter 133, Dream Wedding. Calvin holding the wine, the S-rank wizard known as the most stable and reliable in the guild, is now in Kildes's heart as a fool who doesn't understand the atmosphere. Didn't you see that this moment is an important moment for our father and daughter together? Go back wherever you came from. This is what Kildes conveyed to Calvin with his eyes, and it was very clear. At this time he was still hugging Kana, his eyes with teardrops in his eyes were extremely fierce. Calvin slightly lifted his chin toward the damaged wall. Kildes immediately had nothing to say. He was so impulsive just now that he didn't care about coming in through the front door, even though he didn't usually go through the front door. The eye contact between the two seemed to be noticed by Kana. She suddenly remembered that Calvin still existed here, and she was embarrassed. Okay, Dad, you've held it for too long, it's embarrassing. Kildes let go of Kana and looked at Calvin with a scrutinizing eye, and asked coldly. I just asked, Karna, why do you sleep at Calvin's house? Let me tell you, men are not good things. Beautiful young girls like you can arouse evil hearts in men at any time. You're talking about yourself, don't think I don't know. You have too many women. Calvin sarcastically said, and what he said was right. Karna looked at Kildas as the look in his eyes became subtle. Kildastan was shocked, and quickly defended, don't provoke the feelings of our father and daughter. My true love is only Cornelia. You didn't deny that you with many women. Humph. You eldest man. Kana rolled her head pretending to be angrily, and then left the damaged wall. Maybe embarrassed or not wanting to disturb Calvin anymore, but it is definitely not because she left because of anger, because the corners of her mouth raised on her face behind her back to the two are the best proof. You left, won't you catch up? Calvin said lightly, but Kildas felt that he was very gloating. Blame you. How can these words be said in front of Kana? Kildas gritted his teeth, helpless and angry, happy but also a little overwhelmed. The complexity alone is not enough to use Kilda. I was in the mood. If people don't know it, it's up to me. Calvin said indifferently, further stimulating Kildas. Kildas just sighed slightly when he heard it, and sat down a little bit decadently. Calvin, what should a good father be? This sentence was beyond Calvin's expectation, and he could not have imagined that Kildas, who was usually careless, would have such a delicate mood. But Calvin didn't know how to answer this question. After all, he had never been a father. After thinking about it for a while, he said, let's go with the flow. Anyway, Kana just wants to recognize you. She didn't think so much about the others. Even if Kana thinks this way, I really want to make up for her sadness over the years. Kildas said emotionally, while Calvin just listened quietly. I want to thank you, Calvin, how much your existence made up for Kana's loneliness. Don't think of me as a substitute, I also want to thank Karna, if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have come to Fairy Tale. What are you trying to say? Awkwardly twisted Kilda is not good at hiding emotions, and Calvin can see through his words at a glance. In that case, I'll just ask. Kildas's expression became serious. When will you and Kana get married? Ahem, cough. Did you misunderstand something, uncle? Calvin coughed and flushed, and said furiously. I didn't misunderstand anything. To be honest, if it's you, I can entrust Kana to you. So I said you misunderstood, you should get out of here, I'm going to sleep. Calvin said helplessly. When Kildas left Calvin's house, his mouth still murmured about not hurting Kana, and Calvin drove him away more resolutely, not even asking for the repair of the wall. Calvin took a long breath when only himself was left in his house, and the sleepiness came up again. Kildas, this guy is too nagging after becoming a father. Is he this type of father? Unexpectedly. Calvin muttered to himself on the bed, with Kana still left on the bed. Deodorant, Kildas' words came to mind again. Suddenly let him get up. When Calvin got up early the next morning, his face was not so good. He was awakened by the dream he had last night. It was a very colorful dream. In the dream, he was having a wedding. All the members of Fairy Tale attended, and there was an atmosphere of joy everywhere. Behind him stood a group of brothers. Elfman was the most excited, Naz was the one who didn't understand the atmosphere the least, and Grey was the one who didn't understand the atmosphere the least, because he was not wearing clothes, and the one who didn't fit the atmosphere the most was Gagaru because he looks evil. However, for some reason, there are two brides. Two Meoman figures are wearing wedding dresses and veils, and they cannot see their faces. But the hair color is white and brown. Calvin in his dream didn't realize there was a problem, as if the two brides were his beloved. This was originally an enviable dream, but when they were about to kiss the vows, Kildas and Macaro emerged from nowhere and kissed Calvin instead of the two brides. Calvin woke up at that time. What kind of dream is this? I blame Kildas for talking nonsense last night. Because of the last scene of the dream, Calvin thought it was definitely a nightmare, and it made him feel very uncomfortable. When Calvin came to the guild had already been agitated by Kildas and Kana who came first. If you want to say what they did, you can only announce that they are father and daughter. But for the members of Monster Tale, who is not too much to watch the excitement, this is a rare opportunity to tease them. The most gossip is definitely Makarov. He only finished drinking with Kildas yesterday, and found his daughter the next day. Even if he is the strongest wizard in the fairy tale, the efficiency is too amazing. Novel.me. So when Calvin enters the guild, it will be such a lively scene. Makarov was talking to Kildas smirked overjoyed, Naj Gregojiru and others stared at Kana with curious eyes, as if looking at something strange like a creature. Kana was so angry that she fought with him again. Elisa, who had just returned from work, had her head crashed, and her receiving ability had not yet been able to understand it safely. It's really late, Calvin, what's wrong? I don't seem to be in a good mood. At this moment, Phelid, one of the thunder gods, came over to talk to him. Since Laxus was expelled from the guild, the three Thors gradually began to improve their relations with the people in the guild. Because Calvin was captured by the 6 demons, Phelid wanted to release his kindness and guilt to Calvin. Still worry about yourself, I heard that you beat Kana badly before, right? I haven't settled this account with you yet. Calvin looked at Faye coldly. Leed's glance made the latter suddenly shudder. Just kidding, don't be so scared. But Kildas only met Kana yesterday. After becoming a father, his daughter seems to have awakened. Please ask for more happiness. Suddenly, Calvin's expression changed instantly. Be kind, but his words made the cold sweat behind Philip even more. Seeing Philip's appearance, Calvin felt that he was in a better mood. Sure enough, happiness should be built on the pain of others, especially the pain of his partner. Relax, I am ready to accept punishment. It's good to have this awareness, but being so flustered is not in line with your image. Calvin said to Philip with a smile, and the latter not only had cold sweat on his face, but his body was trembling slightly. Chapter 134, Karna's Mind. Today is the third day after Kildas and Kana met each other. Everyone in the guild looked very serious, and all members appeared on the scene. Because, today is the day when the guild announces the contestants taking the S-level wizard selection exam. Everyone is full of fighting spirit. Even people who don't seem to work very well are full of longing for the title of S-class. You know, as the strongest guild in the kingdom of Fiori, Fairy Tail, including Mist Gang and Laxus, who are not included in Fairy Tail, only has 6 S ranks. Being able to become an S rank not only represents one's own honor, but also represents the strength of the guild. You must know that when others evaluate the strength of a guild, it often depends on how many S ranks exist in it. Look at the other guilds in the Kingdom of Fury. The scales of the Snake G have Jura and Lion, the Cyan Pegasus only has one person for one knight, and the 4 hounds only have Pascal. The S rank wizards of these guilds do not add up to as many monsters. One can imagine how precious an S rank wizard is, and how powerful the fairy tale is. When the President Makarov took the 4 wizards on the stage, everyone below cheered at the same time. Makarov stood in the middle with majesty, and the other 4 were on both sides behind him. What the 5 showed. The momentum is extremely powerful. According to the fairy tale tradition, today is the day to announce the participation in the S-level wizard upgrade exam. The venue for this year's exam is the Holy Land of the Guild Sirius Island. The ability, mind, and soul of each of you. I have carefully observed this year, and there are 8 participants in total. Nazdir Ragnier, Grey Folperstein, Jubian Roxar, Elfman, Kana Arup Elona, Philip Justin, Rebe Mark Garden, Meister Glada. There is only one passer this time. The exam will be held in a week. Let's adjust your health. Makarov finished speaking in one breath. The selected participants were naturally extremely excited. Although those who failed the election were disappointed, they were more expecting to start, guessing who would become the new S-rank wizard. Then Myra added the details of the exam. Everyone was shocked that the 4 S-rank wizards would become roadblocks. Some were as excited as Naz, but other people who were more normal in their hearts began to have headaches. After the announcement, the craze for the exams continued, and everyone's topics revolved around the topic of S-level. Kana was drinking with Calvin, and they were no exception. They were also talking about the exam. Why do you still look frowning, don't you recognize Kildas? Calvin asked. Even so, but the fact that I lost the election 4 times has not changed. Kana said sadly. Rather than worrying about here, it's better to find your partner as soon as possible. The outstanding people are about to be selected. Calvin said with a smile. During the conversation between the two, the remaining 7 participants were almost selected. As a partner, Naz, of course, picked Hobby, Gray made an agreement with Rocky early in the morning, Felid picked Bigaros, and Jubian, Elfman and Libby were chosen by Lee. Shauna, Abaglin and Gojalo came to the door. Who should I look for? I have no idea at all. Hearing Calvin's words, Kana became even more annoyed and said with a sigh. In principle, I can't disclose the content of the exam, but I can give you some advice. Suddenly, Calvin said softly, it seems that it is impossible for him to be fair in the exam. Okay. Choose a smarter one, don't look for an idiot. Calvin said seriously, and aimed at Naz with a serious look. Kana was amused by Calvin's actions. After a while, she said, thank you, don't worry, I will pass this time. Kana's determination made Calvin very pleased. To be honest, he was afraid that Kana would lose motivation because of the acquaintance with Kildas. Now it seems that he is too underestimating the magician of the fairy tale. Everyone here is full of hard work. In the evening, Karna visited Lucy with a bunch of wine. Kana, you came here on purpose just to find me for a drink, right? Please, your purpose is not what I thought in my heart. Lucy immediately had a bad feeling when she opened the door and saw Kana. Haha, Lucy, your brain is really good. Kana chuckled, and immediately released the bottle and hugged Lucy. Spare me, take the exam with that group of monsters, I have a few lives that are not enough. Lucy couldn't help crying, she didn't know why, she was very weak, but there were many troubles. Will come automatically. Lucy is not in the period when she first joined Fairy Tail. She has seen so many wizards in Fairy Tail who are indistinguishable from monsters, and her proud and careful thoughts have long been thrown away. The most miserable thing in life is not lack of self-knowledge, but the excessive expectations of others. Usually Lucy and Kana have a good relationship. She also wants to help Kana, but she really has no confidence in herself. Don't say that, we are good friends, right? Kana pleaded, but her method of begging was a bit special, especially for girls. I saw Kana walk around Lucy's back for some time, passing her hands through Lucy's waist, gently rubbing Lucy's softness, with varying intensity, making Lucy's entire face blush. The 2 men fought for a long time before they stopped in Lucy's breath. Although it was only a short while, Lucy felt that she might not be able to marry in the future. Lucy, you are so innocent. Kana said with a flushed face, and calmly picked up the wine and drank it, as if she had just done something trivial. If Calvin is present, he will be extremely excited. He has seen similar scenes in the photos, but the positions of the 2 are a bit opposite. I just promised. But Kana, your hobbies are too special. Lucy said angrily, but she didn't dare to refuse Kana again, for fear of another chest attack. It's okay, it's probably inherited from my dad. Anyway, Lucy, how are you getting along with your dad? Kana didn't seem to want to talk about this topic, so she changed without a trace. It's okay, we don't have any contact, what about you, Kildas is still competent? Lucy asked back. He is too clingy, I didn't know he was such annoying before. Kana complained, but she couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, the reason I wanted to become an S-rank sorcerer was to qualify as her daughter. I think that as long as I become an S-rank, I have the courage to explain to him. But you already know each other, is there any reason now? Lucy asked gossiping. Everyone in the guild has become an S-rank until novel.me, but for a reason, there really is. That man has become too powerful. I want to stand beside him. I still have too many shortcomings. Kana said quietly. Although there was no explanation, Lucy immediately noticed Kana's mouth. Who's the man? No, Karna, you really treat Calvin. Didn't you say that he is like your brother? Lucy's mouth grew wide, her eyes widened, and she said in surprise. Because his brother is so competent, I don't want him to be taken away by other women. Rather, I've fallen in love with him a long time ago. Kana showed a shy expression, and Lucy thought it was the same as just now. Karna is two people. Although I said you are innocent, I am actually not much better than you, and I have never had a boyfriend. Don't Calvin know? You have known each other for so long. Lucy asked a little bit angrily. He is usually very shrewd, but he is a little slow in that, and Calvin actually likes Myra. Compared with Myra, not only is my charm inferior to her, but I also have a man-like personality, so at the very least, I hope I can keep up with my strength. Inadvertently, Kana showed a sad expression, although it was just a flash, but Lucy caught it keenly. Lucy thought it was too amazing. Tonight, she accidentally learned too many secrets. So, what is Miss Myra's mood? The flames of gossip burned in Lucy's eyes, forcing her to continue to question. Maybe I like it too, but because of Lysana's relationship, Myra has never opened her heart to anyone. Lucy nodded, feeling a little unbelievable and taking it for granted. Calvin is a gentle and powerful man, and it is normal to be popular. Chapter 135, S-level assessment begins. After Makarov announced the participants, Calvin has been paying attention to who the participants will invite as partners. After all, he intends to create weaknesses for the participating teams, and it is very important to know in advance. After witnessing Kana entering Lucy's house, Calvin finally confirmed everyone's partner. Among them, Calvin cared most about Meister, who had just invited Wendy and was still a disciple of Mist Gang. And what Meister cares about most about Calvin is the identity of Mist Gang's disciple. With his knowledge of Mr. Gang, how can the communication barrier go to accept the disciple, and it is too late to hide. More importantly, Calvin's memory of Meister is very vague, which makes him a little wary. Right now, he went to find Makarov. It's because you noticed what happened to Meister. After telling Makarov that there was something wrong with Meister, Makarov had only such an indifferent sentence with a little admiration that made Calvin very surprised. Listening to Makarov's tone, it seems that he has known about Meister a long time ago, and everything is under control. When did this old man become so smart? The look in your eyes tells me that you are thinking about bad slander, right? Makarov said coldly. Calvin didn't change his face, but looked at Makarov suspiciously. Seeing this incisive and flawless acting, Makarov just squinted his eyes, swept his beard twice, and said faintly, "Anyway, don't worry about Meister. Be your examiner by then." Hearing Makarov's affirmative words, Calvin no longer entangled. Maybe Meister really has a special talent, which makes Mist Gang look different. That night, Calvin devoted himself to making cards. The summoning card is not something that can be easily made. Calvin originally estimated that he would finish it within a week's time limit, but unexpectedly, he had done it all in just 4 days. 8 summoning cards, all of which have a level of 6 stars or more and not even 7 stars, but these cards are much better than the previous 7-star summoned beasts. Once the cards were made, naturally there was only experimentation left. Calvin happily ran to the place where he fought Kildas that day, and summoned them head by head. After the experiment was over, Calvin was very satisfied. Every summoned beast met his expectations. As a result, the severely damaged site became even more unrecognizable. On the day before the exam, 4 S-classes gathered together spontaneously. The 4 of them must arrive at Sirius Island in advance to prepare. However, it was not so much that 4 people gathered spontaneously, as it was the other 3 who came to Calvin's house spontaneously. I said, "Why did you all gather at my house? Did the president say? Why didn't I receive a notification?" Calvin asked with a puzzled look at Elisa and Myra who came in. Erdas, he completely ignored it. Who told him to smash the newly repaired wall again? Isn't this a matter of course? With you, is it possible for us to take the transportation? Elisa said with an idiot, and her explanation turned Calvin speechless. Mila was also smiling from the side. Although she didn't speak, her smile revealed the same opinion as Elisa. God knows how she expresses meaning with a smile, and it's so clear. Calvin had no choice but to take them to an open place and summon the demon bat dragon. After being promoted, the demon bat dragon is different from the past. Its body has become larger and its power is even more terrifying. If it is Lucy, it will definitely be shocked, but these 3 are not ordinary characters. It's really exciting. I've never been on a demon bat dragon. Myra said emotionally. She hadn't gone out to do missions since 3 years ago. She was a receptionist and magician in the guild. Weekly model. And Calvin started using the demon bat dragon as a means of transportation only 2 years ago. It's bigger than before, but it's really convenient, so I want to catch a monster and keep it for fun. Elisa said flatly. Don't raise monsters, you idiot girl in armor. Because Elisa's speech was so shocking, Calvin subconsciously complained. And the response he received was only sharp eyes like a knife, which made him pretend that he hadn't said anything quickly. It's too small, can't you summon the black dragon that fought with me? This dragon looks good, but it's too weak. What if I accidentally crushed one? Kildes was very dissatisfied. Said. Just walk by yourself. Calvin just responded coldly. This sentence was unanimously agreed by Myra and Elisa. Indeed, what Kildes said makes sense, but because of this, letting him go alone is the most correct choice. After all, this guy would be in a daze even when he walked, and would destroy things casually. Well. Why are you so serious? I'm just joking. Seeing that the three of them didn't seem to be joking in their eyes, Kildes hurriedly laughed, planning to go over it. But the three of them still looked at Kildes with suspicion. Finally, Calvin said, Kildes, whether it's me or Elisa and Myra, can fly in the air for a short time. If you really crush the demon bat dragon, the only one who will fall is you. That's it. Kildes of course nodded quickly to express his understanding. Although he didn't think he would stay to that extent, he also understood that if he didn't make a statement, the three of them would really leave themselves and leave. After the four of them got on the demon bat dragon, they set off immediately. The demon bat dragon not only got bigger until novel.me, it also accelerated a lot. From Magnolia to Sirius Island, but it took more than 3 hours. Sirius Island is a very beautiful island. There is a big tree on the island. The dense branches form a second island on the top of the island. Whoever sees it will sigh that it is indeed the holy land of fairy tale. Is this our sacred place? It really has style. Calvin exclaimed. This is his first visit to Sirius Island. It feels like watching a fantasy movie in his previous life. You lose your style as soon as you open your mouth. Elisa snorted, responding to Calvin's complaints to her. Don't quarrel, you are all S-rank wizards, why are you still like a child? Kildes interjected in a timely manner, looking mature. Are you the most childish guy? Calvin complained inwardly. Kildes, you have to be serious. If you destroy the guild leader here, you won't be easy to let go. Myra kindly reminded me from the side, but the timing was really inappropriate, and Kildes was instantly beaten. Face. And Elsa and Calvin shouted in their hearts at the same time, good job, Myra. I thought Myra has completely changed, but the black belly is the same as before. Kildes was so embarrassed that he could only whisper a few words inwardly. There are a lot of terrifying monsters on the island, and it took a while for the four of them to find a suitable place as a camp. Then, I completed some basic preparations. This is very simple, just cast a little simple magic. After a good night's rest, the day for the S-rank wizard upgrade exam finally arrived. The four arranged the wood at the location of the first test, raised the smoke, walked into the passage of their respective responsibility, and quietly waited for the arrival of the participants. Chapter 136, Magnet Warrior Zeta. There were 6 venues for the first exam. Calvin waited quietly in one of the venues. It was an empty cave, surrounded by rocks except for rocks. I don't know how long I've been waiting, and the sound of footsteps slowly came. Although I haven't seen anyone, Calvin has already sensed that the people are Gagaru and Libby. He stood up quietly, staring deep at the entrance, and soon, the figures of Gojiru and Libby came into his eyes. I have been waiting for you for a long time, is it finally here? Calvin smiled slightly, with a gentle expression, but Gojiru and Libby didn't think much. They only felt that there was endless danger buried under the gentle smile. It's Calvin. Lei said bitterly, her expression collapsed instantly. Is there anything to complain about? Anyone here is not easy to deal with. Gojiru raised his mouth and said with a fierce expression, but Calvin could see that Gojiru smiled reluctantly. Calvin couldn't help laughing as he looked at the faces of the two facing enemies. Probably everyone didn't want to meet him, especially after he fought Kildes. Last time I completely lost to you, this time I will settle the account. Gagaru twisted his neck, clenched his fists, and put on a fighting posture, and Libby just complained. And immediately get ready for the battle. The eyes of the two were very firm, and there was no flinching emotion at all. Libby was originally a wizard who had been working silently. Although inconspicuous, the comprehensiveness of the solid text was enough for her to deal with any scene. As an aide, she was only limited to Wendy. As a militant who is no less than Naz, Gagaru will not take a step back even if he knows he is lost. Don't be so excited, don't worry, I won't want you to defeat me. Calvin said calmly, and in the next moment, a summoned beast was summoned by him. It was a summoned beast about 2 meters high. It was covered in an inconspicuous color like a stone. It was better to say that it was made of rocks. The only bright color is the red and blue colors on the head like antennae. It was holding a large metal sword in its hand and pointed at the two of Gojiru and Libby. As long as you defeat it together, this exam will pass. Of course, if you think it will be easier to defeat me, I won't have any objections. Calvin pointed to the summoned beast and said, then walked to the side and sat aside. Watch the battle. I was totally underestimated, this bastard. Gojiru's heart was not fortunate or angry, but it was undeniable that the difficulty of the exam was reduced too much. I would rather Calvin underestimate me. Libby said quietly. She was really afraid that Gojairu would get excited and would directly start a fight with Calvin, which really reduced the chance of passing the exam to 0. Let's start the exam, you can take action. Calvin's voice fell, and Gojairu rushed out like an arrow. Don't be so impulsive. We don't know the ability of that summoned beast yet. Libby was taken aback by Gojairu's actions and hurriedly said. It's just a summoned beast, you don't need to be so cautious. Gojairu laughed wildly, and his wrist instantly turned into an iron dragon stick, facing the summoned beast from a distance. Despite impulsiveness, Gojairu is not a foolish person. He can see that the defense of the summoned beast is not low. Compared with the sharp iron dragon sword, the iron dragon stick is more useful. However, the summoned beast remained motionless, allowing the iron dragon stick to drop on its head. Gojairu subconsciously felt that there was something wrong, but then he thought about it, and said it again. Just as the iron dragon stick was about to hit the target, Gojairu suddenly felt a strange force hindering him. He didn't even touch the summoned beast, so the iron dragon stick slid past it and smashed it on the ground. Dahang. Wrong? How could it be possible? Gojairu was shocked, but he kept moving, his legs turned into iron dragon sticks and swept away fiercely. The summoned beast still didn't move, and Gojairu's hit failed again, and it also slipped past it strangely. Now, Gojairu also understood that the summoned beast in front of him has a special defense method. At this moment, the summoned beast that had not moved slammed out and slashed at Gojairu with a fierce sword. The skill of this sword made it very rough, and a hand-to-hand master such as Gojairu easily avoided it. Up. However, the previous force that prevented him from attacking appeared again, but this time it was reversed. It was no longer to move the attack away, but to make Goguru unable to avoid it. In desperation, Gojairu could only put his hands horizontally and block the sword. This sword is heavier than expected. Although it did not break Gojairu's iron, the impact still made him spit blood and flew back. Solid text cotton, cotton. Libby hurriedly wrote something in midair, and immediately a soft three-dimensional text appeared, which served as a cushion for Gojairu. Even though he was slightly injured, Gojairu was fine, and immediately after standing up, he roared at the summoned beast. This roar finally hit the summoned beast due to its attack range, but the iron filings in the roar were completely bounced away. Without these iron filings, the power of the roar would at least be reduced by half. Therefore, the summoned beast remains unharmed. What the is this? My moves are useless at all. Gojairu gritted his teeth and angrily said, this feeling of inability to start is really uncomfortable for him. It's magnetism. That summoned beast can manipulate magnetism, so your iron talent is useless. Libby calmly said to Gojairu. Just now, the attack and defense between Gojairu and the summoned beast made her see clearly. Only magnetism can make Gojairu so powerless. Magnetism? Gojairu asked. I have no time to explain to you one by one. Anyway, it will attract and repel the iron. Libby stood in front of Gojairu. At this moment, the summoned beast could almost completely restrain Gojairu, so he stood up by himself. Fought. It's Libby, I knew it was magnetism almost instantaneously. Gojairu is useless, so what are you going to do? Calvin looked at everything about the two of them and saw Libby with excellent observation and knowledge, the corners of his mouth can't help but raise slightly. The characteristics of this summoned beast are almost all mentioned by Libby. Its name is the Magnet Warrior Zeta. It is not capable of manipulating magnetism, but is composed of magnets. What it can manipulate is only the conversion of two poles. There are two effects of sucking and repelling Goguru. Novel.me. The repulsion can bounce off the attack, and the suction can make Goguru unable to evade the attack. Reb knows this truth well, so she chooses not to stand anymore behind Goguru. Although Libby didn't have much confidence to pass the exam, Gojairu was so enthusiastic to help her, and she didn't want to leave the field anyway. Solid text glue. Lei-Bai quickly wrote, and a group of transparent liquid text appeared out of thin air, which was about to be poured on the Magnet Warrior. Calvin's eyes dazzled, and he quickly controlled the Magnet Warrior to avoid him. Is also very fast. Did off. Lei-Bai cried out inwardly. Not only could the Magnet Warrior restrain Gojairu, it also seemed to be aimed at herself. Although the biggest feature of the Magnet Warrior is to control the magnetic poles, since it is called a warrior, how can its combat ability be weak? The reason why it is a Magnet Warrior rather than a Magnet Mage or a Magnet Mage is to restrain Goguru at the same time. And Lei-Bai. Libby's solid text can indeed cope with most scenes, but it also has a fatal weakness. One is that the attack speed is too slow, and the other is that the text will tell the opponent the nature of magic, and the powerful melee ability can calmly hide. Open solid text. The solid text glue just now stated frankly that it was glue, so Calvin would let the Magnet Warrior avoid it, otherwise the general attack, with the defense of the Magnet Warrior, really doesn't need to dodge. How smart Libby is, and quickly figured out how the Magnet Warrior restrained himself and Gojairu, and suddenly felt a little disheartened. If you give up this kind of disadvantage, you can't bear the name of S-Class, Libby. Calvin's eyes were still calm, but he secretly cheered Libby in his heart. Chapter 137, Electromagnetic. The Magnet Warrior moved quickly, and its speed was completely inconsistent with its appearance. Libby couldn't resist, and was already close. Seeing that the Magnet Warrior was about to cut it with a sword, a white iron sword stretched out from the side and opened it fiercely. The powerful force made the Magnet Warrior's huge body back a few steps. Gejuru. Libby couldn't help crying with joy. If you are so weak, hide behind me, this thing is not something you can handle alone. Gojairu said in a deep voice, his hands turned into iron dragon swords, and he was ready. But it's magnetism. Although I'm a little restrained, I won't give up so easily. Libby was interrupted by Gojairu before he finished speaking. As he said, it was just a little restrained, but it did not mean that he would lose. After that, Gagaru rushed up again. However, his attack still failed, and the magnet warrior had seized the flaw in Gojairu and slashed again with a fierce sword. With the attraction of magnetism, the attack of the magnet warrior will fall on Gojairu no matter what. In fact, the power of the magnet warrior is not great, and it can make Gojairu feel the huge impact because of the magnet's attraction to iron. Gojairu also knew that he could not avoid it, and did not intend to avoid it. One leg instantly turned into an iron rod, and he kicked it hard while the magnet warrior attacked. Iron Dragon Rod. The attacks of the two fell on each other at the same time, and Gojairu vomited blood again and flew out, but the magnet warrior was uncomfortable, and Gojairu's iron dragon stick smashed it into a small dent. Sure enough, you can fight back when it attacks. Gojairu looked successful, although he was injured again, he had already found the strategy. That's the case, in turn, use the magnet warrior's attraction to him. Calvin looked at him with great interest, and he also quite agreed with Gojairu's wit. Without considerable awareness, it is impossible to use this strategy. However, with a lose-lose strategy, you can't win the magnet warrior. The magnet warrior is not much better than the previous 7-star cards, and its speed and durability are second to none. It is not so easy to consume it. Libby also discovered this, seeing that Gojairu had vomited blood twice before and after, and the magnet warrior had only been hit with a small pit, but the combat power was completely undamaged. How could she bear to keep Gojairu like this, she said quickly. Gojairu. It's too inefficient to go on like this. You can't win. Otherwise, you say there is any way. Gagaru asked in turn, and immediately let Libby swallow what she was going to say. For now, she really has no good way. Don't worry, I will definitely let you pass the S-level exam. Gojalu's tone was extremely firm. Looking at his back, Libby suddenly felt that it was so vast. The voice fell, and the magnet soldier attacked. Now that he knows that Gagaru intends to compete with the magnet warrior for stamina, Calvin should accompany him. One man and one beast fought fiercely. The attack of the magnet warrior was simple and effective, and he could hit Gojairu almost every time. On the contrary, Gojalu must find a way to counterattack every time. If the response is slow, then the magnet warrior will have enough time to switch the pole again, and his attack will be bounced off. Watching Gojairu fighting, while she can only do nothing to do, Libby only feels that she is too useless, her eyes are full of worry. Libby also tried to use solid text, but the speed of casting was too slow, and every time he was avoided by the magnet warrior, it was almost a burden to Gagaru. Tried several times, she also put out this heart. Think about it carefully, there must be some way to deal with the magnetism. Libby bit her lip and thought anxiously, flashing past books in her mind. After a while, Gojairu was already injured all over his body, and it didn't look serious on the surface. After all, his iron also had considerable hardness, but the repeated shocks made his condition extremely bad. Suddenly, Lei Bai yelled behind him. Gojairu. I thought of it. Gojalu heard the words and shouted directly, use it as soon as you think of it. It might be a little painful. Libby said in a slightly mischievous tone. Thinking of the way to deal with it, it made her feel better. Although it would still make Gojairu suffer a little bit more injury, it was compared with the previous one with the magnet warrior. Headshot, definitely feels much better. Could it be that it hurts more than it is now? Gojalu also had the same thoughts, trusting Libby, he didn't even turn his head, just stared at the magnet warrior in front of him. At this time, Libby used solid words again, but this time the target was not the magnet warrior, but the Gagaru. Keep the iron state, Gagaru. Understood. Gojalu called out, and iron scales appeared all over his body. The next moment, a strong sense of paralysis came. Is this, thunder and lightning? This feeling is familiar to Gagaru, just like the one he felt when Laxus played against it, but the power is quite different. Solid text thunder, thunderbolt. That's right. I remember Calvin told me before that electricity can generate a magnetic field after passing through iron. Libby said confidently. Just now Libby remembered some time ago, when Calvin was indulged in the various collections of books in the guild, and became good friends with Libby who was also a bookworm. Also at that time, Calvin taught her many weird things, including knowledge about electricity and magnetism. Now, that summoned beast can no longer use its repulsive force to dispel your attacks. Gojalu didn't reply when he heard the words, but he used actual actions to prove Libby's correctness. He no longer counterattacked passively, but actively attacked. His figure flashed past and fell beside the magnet warrior. Even though his body was still very numb, he still had a considerable speed. Iron Dragon Spear Ghost Pay. The arm turned into an iron gun, piercing countless afterimages like a machine gun, with a wide range and extremely fast attack speed. Countless stabs literally landed on the magnet warrior, and they were not bounced off in one blow. Even if it was a magnet warrior, he couldn't completely ignore the power of this blow. There were many scars on his body. Does the magnetic field generated by Gagarumdal novel.me cancel out the suction? Calvin nodded secretly. Libby. The electricity is not enough, and I can still feel a little hindering repulsion. Gagaru immediately told Libby what he had just felt, and Libby also reacted quickly, again using solid text to shock Gagaru. It's really strong. Gojairu roared wildly, his hands turned into iron dragon swords, like a of war, attacking the magnet warrior like waves. The iron sword slashed continuously at the magnet warrior. Even with the powerful melee ability of the Magnet Warrior, it could not be easily resisted. A big sword is really not enough to block all attacks. However, the electricity on Gojira will slowly lose, and the magnetism on his body will disappear. The Magnet Warrior once again had an effect on Gojiru's repulsion. At the same time, Gojira was bounced far away by the repulsion. At this moment, a three-dimensional word appeared above the head of the Magnet Warrior. The moment it appeared, the whole body of the Magnet Warrior stopped. Gojiro couldn't miss the chance, and he didn't care about what Reb did, so he concentrated on using the trick. He folded his arms turned into iron swords, folded them horizontally on his chest, and rushed towards the Magnet Warrior at the fastest speed. The moment he got close, his arms quickly moved left and right. Itself was passed by thunder and lightning, coupled with the rapid movement of the iron sword superimposed on it, the force of friction made the iron sword at a hot temperature. Iron Dragon Sword, Flame Iron Scissors. Starting from the sides of the body, the cutting traces go deep into the middle from here until they meet. At that moment, the entire body of the Magnet Warrior was divided into two, turned into a bubble and disappeared. And Calvin looked at the text falling in midair interestingly, and gave Libby a thumbs up. The solid text is obviously, Magnet. Chapter 138, Turn Weaknesses into Strengths. Snapped. 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 When Goguru and Libby were still intoxicated with the joy of beating their opponents, applause rang suddenly. The two turned their heads and saw Calvin clapped his hands with a smile and slowly walked towards them. Lei immediately became nervous, looking forward to Calvin's announcement. You did very well, you passed this exam. When they heard the word pass, whether it was Gojiru or Libby, they all cheered. The first stage of this assessment finally passed them. However, Gojiru's smiling face didn't last long, and it immediately changed back to its original evil appearance, and there was a bit of discomfort in it. After both of them calmed down, Calvin continued. The summoned beast you defeated just now is called the Magnet Warrior Zeta. I believe you have noticed it. Its ability completely restrains your magic, because this is a card I created specifically for your weaknesses. Every wizard has its own shortcomings. If you want to become an S-rank wizard, you must learn how to overcome it to defeat your opponent. Remember, weaknesses can be overcome. Your weaknesses at this moment may not be your strengths in the future. Calvin said seriously. Libby nodded after hearing it, and Goguru was a bit disapproving. But it's really fortunate that you can trust each other so much. I thought it must be Goguru who forced Reb to take him to the event. Calvin said with a smile. You know, the reason for the war with Spectre is largely because Goguru attacked Reb's Shadow Gear team. Calvin put his position on Reb's body and thought about it, let alone believe him, anyway. Would not invite him as a partner. Haha, to some extent, Calvin, you are right. Libby said with a wry smile. It was indeed Gojiru who asked to help her, otherwise she would not have the confidence to step into this island. Libby's expression at this time, it is not difficult to see the dependence on Gojiru. Calvin looked at Libby, then at Goguru, who was showing an upset face, and suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, Libby, you actually like bad guys. In a word, Lei Bai's face was instantly red, and she shook her head and waved her hands in a panic. Calvin felt that he was in a happier mood when he saw Libby like this. However, Goguru didn't seem to want to say any more, he was about to leave the cave while pulling Libby. It's wordy, now that it's past, let's go, Libby. When was about to leave the cave, he seemed to remember something, and stopped to ask Calvin. You said that the summoned beast was created for our weaknesses. How did you know it would be the two of us? We chose the channel ourselves. What are you talking about? I still have 7 summoned beasts that are useless. Calvin pretended to be sorry, but Goguru heard it and left without saying a word. Seeing that neither of them seemed to agree with their seriousness, Calvin felt a little discouraged. Walking in the silent passage, Reb sneaked a glance at Goguru, and found that he didn't seem to care too much about Calvin's teasing of himself, and he was a little relieved, but then a little bit sad. But Gojiru's face was full of unhappiness, and she no longer struggled with that sentence, and asked Gojiru caringly. What's the matter? It's rare to pass the exam, can you not be happier? Is it still painful? The attack on Goguru just now was not a joke, and Libby really worried about whether he could continue the second exam. I seem to be hurt very badly, right? This is what makes me unhappy. Calvin just used a summoned beast to force the two of us to this point, and he himself was just watching the battle. The magic that aids in harassment has never been used. Goguru grumbled cursively, not that he had any opinion on Calvin, but that the distance between the two was so different, and the thought of not admitting defeat in his heart it made him feel uncomfortable. You know, Goguru, who was still the strongest among the ghosts not long ago, has never thought that he is much weaker than Calvin, but whether it is easily defeated by Calvin in the battle with the ghosts, or by joining forces with Naz, he can narrowly defeat Rak. Sass made him deeply feel his shortcomings. Libby looked at Gojiru with helpless eyes, the latter's expression, like an angry child, made her secretly laugh. But Lei Bai still explained for him. Calvin has said that it is a summoned beast for our weakness. This is the more terrifying place, which means that he can deal with all of us alone. You know, our 8 team participants, but the strongest group of people in the monster tail except for the S grade. After Goguru finished speaking, even himself felt a little scary. In fact, the reason why Goguru was so irritable was that he felt that he was far from Calvin's strength. The exam just now was also one of the reasons. Using the summoned beast to test the two of them gave him the feeling that Calvin was releasing water. This is what makes him most awkward. The fact that Calvin is very strong, every one of us knows, so you don't want to be anymore. Libby said grimly. His magic is really upsetting, he said just now, every magician has weaknesses, what kind of nonsense, I didn't find him any weaknesses. Gojiru still resented. Isn't it? As long as the enemy's weakness is found, Calvin can create cards against the opponent. In theory, there is no enemy that Calvin can defeat. Even if these are excluded, the summoned beasts are stronger than each. It's not without weakness. At this moment, Libby said quietly. Okay. Gojiru glanced at her in surprise, wondering why Reb said that. Libby sighed, her eyes became deep, and she didn't know what she was thinking of. After a while, she spoke. The summoning card seems to be magical, but in fact there are a lot of weaknesses, it is troublesome to prepare in advance, the manipulation of the summoned beast is cumbersome, the production of the card is extremely difficult, the president has advised him several times, it is better to give up the summoning card. Concentrate on studying the magic of Amaterasu. I remember when I first joined Fairy Tail, even though Calvin was not weak, it was based on his higher magical power in mind than his Pierce Macaro novel. Me the card of summoning at the time was actually for him exist as cumbersome. The summoned beast was not that strong at the time. It was okay to bully ordinary opponents, but when faced with a stronger enemy, he was completely helpless. The reason why he is so strong is just like what he just said. He overcomes these weaknesses and turns them into his own advantage. You haven't seen him spend time in the library day and night. I still feel terrible in retrospect about the paranoid energy. He will study all the magic that he thinks is useful, and then add it to the summoning card. The power of the summoning card is not because it is powerful, but Calvin makes it powerful. After Libby finished speaking, Gojiru was silent. After listening to Libby's words, he found that his previous vision was a bit too short-sighted, and he was obviously jealous just now. Okay, don't preach to me anymore, I understand what Calvin wants to express. Gojiru said coldly. Lei glanced at Gojiru and found that his expression became more determined. Gojiru thought this way. Since Calvin can make the originally weak magic of summoning card so powerful, what can he complain about? You need to know that the Dragon Slayer magic is a powerful magic recognized all over the world. Wait and see, Libby. One day, I will become stronger than Calvin. This is not a personal grievance, but I want to prove my worth. This exam is the first step, I will definitely make you promote to S grade. The voice fell, and Gojiru and Libby had stepped out of the passage and came outside. President Makarov is waiting for them. And the start of the second game is coming soon. Chapter 139, End of the first exam. On the sea far away from Sirius Island, two cats, one white and one black, spread their wings, soaring above the sea, flying in the direction of Sirius Island. They are Xiaolulu and Pansalili, the transcenders from Adris, and one of the three mascots of Fairy Tail. Of course, they are not like Happy, who has no other ability except flying. Xiaolulu can predict the future for a short time, and Pansalili has a strong fighting ability, although it has been maintained for a short time. You are too worried about Wendy, so she is also a dragon slayer who has experienced many battles. During the flight, Pansalili looked at Xiaolulu's uncontrollable worry on her face and couldn't help it. Open your mouth to comfort. Obviously I was so opposed, she still refused to listen to my persuasion, and insisted on helping Mr., saying that she would assist him in place of Mr. Gang. Said angrily. Indeed, I also think that Mr. is very wrong. Just being the prince's apprentice is enough to make people suspicious. Pansalili said thoughtfully. I don't care who that Mr. is. He can't play any tricks among that group of monsters. The reason I am really worried is because I saw a very bad picture. Xiaolu showed a heavy face, with a tone of voice. Kind of unspeakable sadness. Foresight ability. What did you see? Pansalili couldn't help asking when seeing Xiaolulu's expression. The picture is fragmentary, and I can't say anything, but I saw Kana crying in her arms, crying very sadly, and Calvin was motionless, as if she had already. Halfway through, Xiaolulu couldn't talk anymore, but her face became more sad. Let's finish laughing, that's Calvin. Pansalili couldn't help being surprised this time. Seeing the appearance of Gojiru and Libby, Makarov smiled and said, Congratulations, you are the first to pass the exam. Hey, there is an uncle here, isn't it a matter of course? Gojiru smiled triumphantly, and Libby who looked at him was speechless. Ming Ming just looked humble and taut. Libby suddenly discovered that the so-called dragon slayers were all intestines, and their emotions came and went fast, and she was really worried for him in vain. Looking at your injury, Calvin is not good at this level, it's really for you to pass the level. Makarov did not hit Gojiru, but praised him. In his opinion, he can pass the S-level monster. The level of the guide is a kind of glory in itself. I can't say that, Calvin had already released water. Libby said embarrassedly. To be honest, she was quite worried that Makarov had settled after the fall and said Calvin's assessment was too serious. But after thinking about it, Calvin rushed to make 8 new cards for the exam. How could he be perfunctory? Don't underestimate yourself, the 4S rank wizards have their own assessment methods. It is your strength to pass. Congratulations once again, take a good rest, and start the second exam when everyone comes together. Makarov said slowly, and when he finished speaking, he stepped aside and continued to wait for the other passers. I said the chairman, as the first person to pass the exam, is there no special treatment? Gojiru walked to Makarov with a smile and asked maliciously. Had an impure mind, matched with his face, and looked like a big villain. What silly thing to say. But the advantage is not without it. You can get more rest time. Makarov replied with a smile. For some reason, seeing the expression of Gagaru is always a little bit fluffy feeling. But he just asked casually, he didn't expect anything, and he was not pestering Makarov at the moment, and Libby went aside to rest. The wait is always long. Gojairu is not a patient person, and soon becomes impatient. Libby can only smile bitterly, always feeling like she has chosen the wrong teammate. Actually, it didn't take long. Soon, the second team passed. It is Kana and Lucy, they passed the exam almost unscathed. Xiao Lu. I know you can pass. Seeing the incoming person, Lei leaped forward happily, waiting with Gojilu, although she was a little enjoyable, but it was really depressing. Libby. You passed. Lucy also greeted Libby happily, and the two congratulated each other happily. And Kana walked up to Gojairu and looked at him strangely. What are you doing? Gojairu asked uncomfortably. You can also cooperate with Libby, it surprised me, you didn't bully Libby. It's not surprising that Kana would think this way. After all, the two of them are matched together, they are like a big bad wolf and a little sheep. Anyone will worry about Libby. I wouldn't do this kind of thing. Kana's words made Gojairu crazy. He also knew that his appearance was not very pleasing, but it would be too sad to see him in this way. Haha, kidding, joking, don't be angry. Seeing Gagaru angry, Kana showed a successful face, turned around and chatted with Lucy and Libby. It was obvious that passing the first exam made her very happy. Is happy. This guy's personality is too bad. You can't offend Kana, Gagaru. Suddenly, Makarov's voice rang from behind Gagaru, and Gagaru looked back, showing a puzzled expression. Think about it, the backer behind Kana, those two powerful people beyond the specifications. Gagaru's mind suddenly showed the angry look of Kildas and Calvin, and he immediately struck a spirit, and secretly warned himself in his heart that he must not offend Kana, otherwise he will die miserably. Then, the next team to pass was Naz and Habi, who walked out quietly. This excessive silence made everyone feel that something was wrong. Gagaru wanted to show off his first pass and hit Naz by the way, but Naz's calmness made him dispel this idea. In Gagaru's script, Naz would be arrogantly saying that he passed, arrogantly telling everyone to let him go, and then he came out and said coldly that he was third in the district. But Naz is so silent at the moment, doesn't he look like an idiot when he jumps out? He can almost imagine that everyone will secretly compare Naz's sudden maturity with his childish behavior until novel. Me when he thinks of this, Gojairu only feels worse than death. So he also became silent. The scene suddenly became much quieter, and only 3 girls were left chatting there. At this moment, Hobby came out to show his presence and said very proudly. Love. We passed Kildas. Great. No way. Really. I actually met Kildas, Hobbit, you guys are too miserable. The 3 girls hurriedly admired, Hubby was so surprised, her nose stretched out. Seeing the air of Habib, Gojairu could no longer hold back, he stood up abruptly and shouted. I'm the number 1. And I've passed Calvin's level. How do you think it's better than that dragon? As soon as his voice fell, everyone looked at him instantly, and they didn't say how the others reacted, but Reb's slightly contemptuous gaze pierced him in his throat. It's not right for him to sit down, it's not right for him to keep talking. The cold sweat suddenly appeared. In the end, it was Hubby who helped him out, only to listen to Hubby with an admiring expression and said, it's amazing. I actually passed the super black-bellied guy Calvin. Also, it's not great, haha, ha. After finished speaking, Gojilu sat down super low, not even daring to lift his head, his face was flushed with shame. Am I an idiot? Why are you so childish? It didn't take long for Grey and Rocky, Elfman and Alba Green to pass. There are a total of 5 teams, and all the passers of the first exam are here. The first exam also officially ended. Next, is the beginning of the second exam. Chapter 140, The Strange Thing About Sirius. Master, hurry up for the second exam, I can't wait. Naz, who was quiet for a while, returned to his normal state before the second exam, shouting loudly at Makarov Tau. Although the rest of the passers did not speak, their eyes revealed the intent to fight, and they obviously couldn't wait. The towering Sirius Island, in the quiet environment, the fighting spirit of several people is even more high. Makarov didn't sell it anymore, and immediately announced the start of the second exam. You are so impatient. Listen well, the content of the second exam is to find the cemetery of the first President Mibis. The time limit is 6 hours. The first one to arrive can become an S-rank wizard. The rules are like this, then, I'll go and wait for you first. Makarov motioned for everyone to set off, but he stayed where he was, leaving some people who planned to follow him to leave. After everyone had left, Makarov set off for the cemetery. Sirius Island is not a simple island, this island has its own magic power, perhaps because of its sufficient magic power, there are many dangerous creatures on the island. It's like a paradise of monsters. It didn't take long for the 5 teams to set off, they immediately discovered this situation, and under the numerous monsters, they fled in embarrassment. It's not that they can't beat these monsters, but entanglement with these monsters is just a waste of magic power. After all, the content of the test is to find the location of the cemetery, not to show their own strength. Of course, there are some fools who only know Rampage, such as Naz, and Naz. On the temporary camp on Sirius Island, Calvin looked at the 7 cards in front of him with regret. These cards are summoning cards specially made by him for other participants. At this moment, they have lost their value. Therefore, the emotional Calvin is sad for them. Pretending to be, when you decided to use this method for assessment, didn't you think about the consequences? Elisa, who was cooking on the side, said in a disdainful tone. You are also an S-rank wizard. The mockery squirted from Elisa's mouth without mercy. After all, this kind of opportunity is rare, so you must know how to grasp it. Are you qualified to say me? Your messy armor is not much better. Calvin said with a curled mouth. I don't know who to show it to, obviously I don't even have a boyfriend. When Calvin's mouth turned awkward, it was not inferior to his magic skills. Didn't you see that Elisa's expression was darker than the pot in her hand? You are too boring, do you want to move your muscles? I am very happy to help you. I don't know when, the shovel in Elisa's hand has been held into scrap metal by her, and the meaning she wants to express has been fully conveyed to Calvin. Elisa, don't you know how to write the word lady? Calvin thought helplessly. In fact, this is really Calvin's fault. It is obvious that Elisa was cooking very skillfully just now, and there is no denying that she looks like a good wife and mother. But the illusion at this time is not enough to reverse Calvin's previous impression of Elisa. As the saying goes, the gods fight and the little ghosts suffer. Zhu Baiyan and Lisana, who stayed in the camp because they failed the exam, are already trembling, bowing their heads and pretending to hear nothing. The only person who can keep her usual look is Myra. She has adhesive tape on her face, and she still has that gentle smile and a calm look. As for Felix and Kildas, who also lost, they went back after the first exam. Gildas originally planned to stay, but after careful consideration, he still thinks that it is the best and the most versatile to return home and wait quietly for Kana to confess to him. Of course, it is also possible that he is shy, after all Calvin's run has never stopped. In the end, Calvin, who was too troublesome, gave Elsa softly. The way to soften clothes was very simple. After saying something to look around, he drove away. Myra couldn't help laughing when she saw this. Even if Calvin is the best in strength, he still has no choice but to take Elsa. But to be precise, the entire fairy tale has nothing to do with Elisa. Walking in the interior of the island, listening to the murmur of the wind, Calvin enjoys the noise from time to time in the tranquility, which is the screams of many referees. Calvin couldn't help but recall the time he took the exam. At that time, he was not as strong as he is now, and he just barely passed the exam, all of which he missed very much. It was Kildas who tested him at the beginning, and the other party made him understand the difference between the quality and quantity of magic power between the two, and he couldn't even do it. Staying in fairy tale for a long time will really make people forget the sadness. Even Calvin hadn't thought of the various past lives for a long time. Thinking that when Calvin came to this world, everything was so strange to him. Fortunately, he met his grandfather Pierce, and there are many partners, Kana and Elisa waiting. Sadness can be gradually replaced by joy as time goes by. After losing important people, you will meet more important people. Pierce was killed by the poisonous dragon, but the poisonous dragon was also killed by Pierce, which made Calvin's inner hatred know how to vent. For a long time, Calvin's heart was actually very depressed. On the surface, he was laughing and joking, but he was wearing a mask to be a man. Therefore, he has never liked Naz very much, because the teacher who taught him magic is a dragon. Although Calvin always said to himself, people have good people and bad people, and dragons will have good dragons and bad dragons, but reason always contradicts sensibility. It is also the recent addition of Gagaru and Wendy, and the more he understands the Dragon Slayer, his sensibility and reason are on the same side, and he agrees that dragons are good and bad. This is also the reason why his relationship with Naz has improved recently. Was walking, and suddenly he woke up from the memory. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Strange, why is so sentimental today? Murmured self-mockingly, but Calvin's footsteps stopped. His eyes are also alert. Because of the frightening magic power just flashed by, even though it was only a short moment, it was still caught by Calvin. Since the seeds of magic power sprouted and Calvin's magic power surged, his perception abilities have become more terrifying. The principle of magic is that after the magical power flowing in the body has the same wavelength as a certain magical power in nature, the resonance will be shown concretely. This is also the reason why magic can be learned. But there are some people whose natural magic power is the same as a certain wavelength, and after the magic power awakens one day, they can use magic freely. Is like Elsa's knight, Myra Jane's receiving magic, Hawkeye's wing magic, Thor's eye, etc. Calvin's summoning card was learned the day after tomorrow. But it does not mean that there is no magic of his own. The magical flow wavelength in his body is also consistent with a certain magical wavelength in nature. What is concretely presented is his terrifying perception ability, and he can even distinguish the identity of others through magic. This is something that other magicians cannot do. That flash of magic power just now, Calvin is sure that this is not owned by anyone in the guild, nor is it a creature on the island. In other words, there are other people on Sirius Island. Whether the opponent is an enemy or a friend is still unknown. But for some reason, Calvin could no longer capture that magical power, even if he was fully absorbed. But by coincidence, he found something more interesting to him. What's going on? The magic of Sirius Island has been invaded by something. Chapter 141, Devil's Heart. Roar. The figure of Silver Wolf appeared on Sirius Island, and Calvin immediately sat on it and headed in a certain direction. His perceptual ability radiated to the maximum, and the magic power that invaded Sirius Island became clearer, and there were two familiar magic powers near the person's location. He is close to Wendy and Meester. Hurry up. Calvin, who was sitting on the Silver Wolf, had an unprecedented dignified face, while his eyes were filled with anger that could not be hidden. It was a good exam, and it was messed up by these messy stories. How could Calvin still bear it? Not long after he left, Calvin's eyes flashed again, and his expression became more serious and angry. This is because a new strange magic appeared again in his perception, and he immediately fought with other people. Through perception, Calvin knew that the people fighting were Gagaru and Libi. If it's Gojairu, it should be handed to him. Calvin whispered to himself softly, from the point of view of magic power, the person hidden in the magic of Sirius Island was even more difficult and powerful. After the Silver Wolf once again improved, the speed in the forest was as fast as lightning. After a while, Calvin appeared on the shore, and at the same time, the Battle of Gagalu ended, although his condition was not counted. Good, but finally won. This made Calvin a little relieved. If this was the enemy's vanguard, it would have been half destroyed, and now only the person hiding near him was left. As for the safety of Gagaru, don't worry, because Elisa and Myra are also nearby. On the shore, besides Calvin, there are two people, it is Meester and Wendy. Both of them looked very surprised when they saw Calvin, and Meester was still panicking unnaturally. But Calvin didn't have time to bother about these little things. He just sat on the Silver Wolf with a cold face and said nothing. And his magic power has been mobilized by him, and a terrifying atmosphere is enveloped all around. Calvin, what happened? Wendy asked with a frightened look. She had known Calvin for a while, except when he was controlled in the first battle of the Six Devils, she had never seen Calvin show this way. Terrible expression. Calvin didn't answer, just closed his eyes and was silent for a while. Coldly, Calvin suddenly said, Xiaolulu, Lily, you quickly send Wendy back to our temporary camp. When his voice fell, two cats whizzed down in the sky, grabbed Wendy in an instant, and flew in a certain direction. Is Xiaolulu and Lily? I understand. Calvin. Before Lily flew away, he did not forget to report to Calvin. Calvin nodded lightly, then turned his gaze to Meester, staring at his horrible eyes. Meester couldn't help taking a step back, cold sweat on his face. A battle is about to take place here, although I don't know your true identity, but if you don't want to die, please leave Sirius Island. Calvin said coldly. Meester was shocked, but his surface still barely remained calm, and said with a puzzled expression, what are you talking about, am I not Miss Gang's disciple? Calvin continued to stare at him coldly for a while, then said quietly. How could that fellow Mr. Gunn accept a disciple, do you really think you can hide it perfectly? The president has known it a long time ago. But forget it, since you don't want to leave, I don't force it. Calvin turned around, ignored Meester, and said lightly, staring at a big tree. Have you listened for so long? Don't you plan to come out? Is anyone else here? Meester couldn't keep calm anymore and couldn't help but shout loudly. There was quietness all around, as if Calvin was just talking crazy, but the next moment, the big tree that Calvin was staring at showed a human face, then his neck, hands, and body. But his lower body is still hidden in the trunk. The guy who hides his head and shows his tail, who are you, and why did you invade Sirius Island? Seeing the opponent show up, Calvin asked calmly. Although his tone was calm, if the opponent had a hint of rash action, he would immediately become a ghost and defeat the opponent with all his strength. Calvin stared at the opponent coldly, not letting go of any details. There was a dazzling red light in the sky, which in the demon tale represents a signal of preparing to meet the enemy. But Calvin didn't distract him at all, still staring coldly at the people on the trunk. Even if he only showed his upper body, he could still tell that the man was a tall man. Although he was not as strong as Elfman, he could definitely be called a strong man. His expression is very cold and firm, even if he is found out, there is no trace of panic. It is true that he is the king of beast trainers, he can actually find my existence, and he rushed over so soon. My name is Asma, the heart of the devil, one of the 7 servants of purgatory. Asma introduced herself calmly, as if Calvin in front of him was not an enemy. The heart of the devil. Calvin muttered softly, and suddenly he had thoughts in his heart. At this moment, Meester, whom Calvin had ignored, muttered to himself in a low voice. I didn't expect that I could meet such a big guy. The heart of the demon whose base area is unknown will actually appear on Sirius Island. If this matter is resolved, it won't be a problem. It is correct to have the counselor force the detention team's battleship to stand by in advance, Calvin, then our counselor will arrest these people in one fell swoop and destroy the heart of the devil. Afterwards, Meester's voice became louder, and there was an even more arrogant tone. Calvin heard it, but he didn't look back, because someone worthy of his attention was still in front of him. Battleship? Do you mean that? Asma whispered until novel.me the next moment, there was an explosion on the sea, bursting with flames. No way, I actually gave the battleship to. So I let you run away, the council guy Calvin shook his head, saying whether it was ironic or pitying. Although I have guessed what is going on, let me just ask, what are you black guys doing in our guild's holy ground? According to your answer, I can let you choose your own way of death. While speaking, Calvin slowly took out the summoning card from his arms, selected it slowly, and looked confident. Calvin Macaro, you are indeed a powerful wizard, but do you underestimate me? Asma fell completely from the tree trunk, with a faint amorous look, turning a blind eye to Calvin's movements, as if he didn't care at all. Calvin seems to have finally chosen the card, put the rest in his pocket, and smiled lightly. It seems that you don't intend to answer my question, so let's defeat you first. On his gentle expression, he spit out cold words, Calvin's magic power soared with anger, and an indescribable sense of depression radiated to the surroundings. Aizma's expression remained the same, but a drop of cold sweat fell on her face. It seems that on his calm surface, he is also under considerable pressure inside. Aizma could bear the pressure, but some people could not withstand it. Meester sat down on the ground, gritted his teeth and endured fear. It's terrible. Is this how Calvin is angry? I thought that a battleship could arrest Fairy Tale? How fancy I am. Chapter 142, Defeated. Above the treetops, 2 after images of white and black flashed by. They are cats with wings, Xiaolulu and Pan Sally. In addition to the 2 cats, Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer, was flying together. Normally, she is very used to let Xiaolulu fly with her, but now her expression is not very good looking, with a touch of worry. What the happened? What does that signal bomb mean? And where is Meester? Wendy asked nervously. Pansalili and Xiaolulu looked at each other, and after a moment of eye contact, Xiaolulu answered. We don't know much, but I am afraid that there are enemies, and that Meester is not a good person. Xiaolulu's answer was short and not detailed. After listening to Wendy, she only got a general idea. However, this also reassures her. Since Calvin has arrived, Meester will not be a big problem. For Meester, she still thinks he is a member of the guild. After all, that is Calvin. Compared with Wendy's relief, Xiaolulu's expression was not relaxed at all. Before the exam, she saw fragments and fragments, of which Calvin cared most. Even if she has confidence in Calvin, her ability to predict is not a joke. How does this make her not worry? Don't worry so much, Calvin will be fine. Seeing Xiaolulu's appearance, Pansai comforted. Xiaolulu nodded, and said nothing, and she didn't want to cause Wendy to panic. If Wendy knows what she saw, she can be sure that Wendy must be clamoring to go back and help. Just, if the enemy is even Calvin can't match, what use is Wendy going back? Just drag Calvin's hind legs. In this weird atmosphere, 1 person and 2 cats quickly flew to the camp. But halfway through the flight, they stopped moving. 1 person and 2 cats showed terrifying looks. They could clearly see in the high air that a magical airship was suspended in the air not far from Sirius Island, and the reason the magical airship did not move forward was because a terrifying giant stood in front of it. The height of that giant is almost equal to that of Sirius Island, and he exists like a of war. The magical airship is in front of him, just like a toy. Macaro, showing the deterrent power of being a giant. Seeing this picture, even Wendy understood that there were incredible enemies coming to attack Sirius Island, and even the chairman Macaro himself had come out. Let's go to the temporary camp and meet up with other people. Pansalili said calmly. At this time, the gap in experience was revealed. As the former captain of the first magic battle force in the kingdom of Adris, Pansalili steadily leads Xiaolulu and Wendy to a safe place. Facing this kind of enemy, their power is still too small. How can Calvin not notice that he attacked so openly? In fact, long before Pansalili and the others found out, he had already noticed the arrival of the enchanted airship and the confrontation of Macaro. Originally, Calvin was very confident about his chairman. But the enemy is also not easy. Calvin feels a kind of horror just by feeling the magic power of the enemy. That is a magic that is deeper than Macaro. Is that man the president of the Devil's Heart? There is also a magic power equal to me and 6 huge magic powers. You must go to support the guild leader immediately. Calvin secretly decided, focusing on Aizma in front of him again. So I said, don't underestimate me. Aizma said faintly. At the same time, green of light appeared around Calvin and exploded suddenly. Aizma grasped the moment of Calvin's negligence well, and immediately attacked with all his strength. If it's someone else, maybe this trick will make a difference, but his opponent is Calvin. The power of the explosion dissipated, and Calvin was protected by a magic circle of runes. These sudden explosions did not hurt Calvin at all. The speed is good, but the power is not good enough. Calvin commented without pain, and as Calvin spoke, a dozen white wolves suddenly appeared behind him. Wolves chase and kill. The white wolf is condensed by magic, and it will explode when it touches it, and the power of the explosion is not comparable to the little green light just now. With Aizma waved his hands, a large number of branches emerged from the ground, flexible like a snake, and stopped them before the wolves approached him. Boom! Boom! The explosion sounded over 10 years ago, and the momentum was so great that it could spread throughout the island, but Aizma was unscathed. The magic that manipulates plants? No, those explosions are obviously other magic. Calvin's expression remained unchanged, but his heart was already serious. Although I don't know much, Calvin probably guessed that the opponent is using some kind of lost magic. The explosion of the pack of wolves destroyed all the branches, but the branches continued to emerge from the ground, and countless branches turned into sharp swords, all of which were pierced towards Calvin. Calvin just raised his hand, and the Amaterasu magic circle reappeared, protecting him in all directions without any dead ends. Then, a card gleamed, and a purple armored knight riding a horse jumped out of it and stabbed Aizma with the knight's spear. There was a strange spiral force on the tip of the gun. Even if Aizma was not stabbed, his body already felt torn. At the moment, even if he is as cold as him, he can't avoid panic, and he can no longer care about other things, and instantly gathers magic power and bursts in front of him. Was just a hastily used magic, which was easily offset by the Dark Knight Gaia's gun. The explosion was like a joke, divided into circles of concentric circles. Immediately after that, another gun of the Dark Knight was also pierced, and the tearing force of the spiral came again. Fortunately, Aizma's explosion just bought him a little time, allowing him to continue to use magic resistance. Branches sprang out again, forming a shield in front of Azma, but it was useless until Novel.me was still torn apart by Gaia's gun. The remaining power then exploded on Azma's body. Circles of wounds emerged from Azma. If the shield hadn't resisted some power, this move could kill him. It's really strong, but this kind of fierce battle is my pursuit. The injured Azma roared, and continued to attack regardless of life and death. Several branches tried to entangle the Dark Knight, but Gaia's mount was not just that, he swiftly stepped on small steps and easily avoided the branches. Azma was drawn too much attention by the Dark Knight, which made him ignore the existence of Calvin for a while. However, this is the most fatal mistake. Fighting with Calvin, no matter how many summoned beasts he uses, he must never take his attention away from him. At this moment, a cross composed of 2 runes pierced Azma back and forth, making him unable to move. Amaterasu 20 rules double cross. The next moment, a cone-shaped gun point penetrated his abdomen. Blood sprayed out of Azma's mouth, but he could only reluctantly turn his head to look at Calvin, and couldn't do much. Before even the most powerful magic could be used, he was defeated by Calvin. It's really as powerful as the rumors, no, more powerful than the rumors. His admiration for Calvin can no longer hear. Except that Azma's voice was already inaudible, Calvin had left here at the same time as his belly was pierced. The consciousness gradually lost, and Azma's last thought was only, "Is this defeat?" The only witness to his death was Meester, who was in shock. Chapter 143, Clash of Amaterasu Laws. At the moment the Dark Knight Gaia pierced Azma, Calvin had already summoned the demon bat dragon and flew high into the sky. Originally, he wanted to see if he could ask anything from Azma, but the sudden situation made him have to leave quickly. He has no intention of killing Azma, but the situation is critical. He can only use the most extreme means to end the battle and ensure that the opponent will no longer have the power to fight back after defeat. Just when the two were fighting, from Calvin's perception, there were a lot of people. The magic of these people is not very good, but there are too many. The 6 magical powers that made him care about have also entered Sirius Island together. Don't look at how easily he defeated one of the 7 servants of Purgatory just now, but it was because of his recent strength increase. Without Adelas in his party, I am afraid he would not have won so easily. Therefore, he worried about the other 6 people. These 6 people are probably the other people of the 7 families of Purgatory, and I'm worried about the president too. Calvin frowned, his eyes flashing with worry. Just now, President Makarov had already talked to him. The bottomless magic power in that perception came together. Beside Azma's corpse, Meester panted, sweat dripping like a waterfall. The battle just now completely surpassed his imagination. In his perception, the enemy was in existence that could destroy even the warships of the compulsory detention unit of the council, but in Calvin's hands, he was killed without any fight back. Meester took a deep breath, then his eyes became firm. According to the current situation, the Devil's Heart seems to be fully deployed. If the council knows about it, it will definitely cast the magic power. Thinking of this, Meester clenched his fist tightly, then released it again. If he reported this incident, after destroying the Devil's Heart, his feats would be indispensable, but the fairy tale would become a funerary. At this moment, he is struggling with his conscience. It took a long time before he slowly said to himself. Forget it, anyway, Calvin saved my life just now. Also, the fairy tale may defeat the Devil's Heart in one fell swoop. Meester looked at the direction Calvin was leaving, and made a secret decision in his heart. Come on, fairy tale. Then, his figure disappeared in place. Xiaolulu and Pansali, after a period of flight, finally brought Wendy to the temporary camp of Monster Tale. In the camp, the only wizards in the fairy tale are Myra and Lysina, who have fought fiercely with the enemy. Their 2 enemies are just cannon fodder. Seeing Xiaolulu and the others, Myra's eyes became fierce, and she immediately accepted the soul of Satan and became the demon Myra. Under Myra's full burst of strength, within a short while, all the enemies here were wiped out. After releasing the soul of Satan, Myra quickly asked Xiaolulu and the others what had happened. I am not very clear. We met Calvin just now, but he seemed to have found a terrible enemy just now. Let us bring Wendy over here. Pansalili said systematically. Also, we saw a large number of enemies in the air, and the island was dangerous everywhere. Wendy added anxiously. This happened suddenly and she was very at a loss. Mila saw Wendy's anxiety, touched her hair gently, and said softly. Don't worry so much, we will defeat them. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and continued. Also, we still have Calvin and the president, so don't be afraid of any kind of enemy. After that, Myra's gentle expression disappeared, her eyes like stars looked into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. At this moment, a magical power exploded in the distance, and that power was really palpitating. Calvin, it must be okay. Calvin, who Myra missed, has rushed to the battlefield of Makarov like a meteor. With the terrible magical explosion just now, Calvin recognized that this was the magic circle of Amaterasu laws and regulations, and it was the scale of Amaterasu laws. This made him even more anxious. Drove the demon bat dragon with all his strength, the speed increased suddenly, and soon arrived at Makarov's battlefield. Both sides in the war were old men, but Makarov, one of the top 10 magicians, was at a disadvantage. Approached the enemy, Calvin's feelings became clearer, the enemy's magic power was not only bottomless, but also contained endless darkness. If the magic power has colors, the enemy's magic power is absolutely pitch black. Calvin, hurry up and run away. Makarov cried out anxiously, clutching his heart, panting. Despite being so anxious, Makarov's voice was so weak. Is like an old man with wind blocking the candle. Seeing his own president look like this, Calvin's anger instantly reached the brink of explosion. No matter how strong you are, anyone who hurts Fairy Tail must be punished. Calvin's eyes undoubtedly revealed this message to the other party. Haha, Makarov, the young people in your guild are not bad. One of the 7 servants of purgatory was knocked down. It is your handwriting. The old man said calmly, even though he had just beaten Makarov. 1, but he didn't even get dust on his body. Are you the boss of the Devil's Heart? Calvin endured his anger and asked calmly. Not bad, but a kid like you can beat my subordinates. It really surprised me. Even though the other party was surprised, his expression still meant that he was fully grasped. This feeling of being underestimated is very uncomfortable, but Calvin has to admit that the other party is qualified to underestimate others. Calvin's expression changed slightly, and the other's tone didn't seem to care much about his subordinates. Calvin, listen to me, hurry up and take other people to escape. We can't beat this person. At this time, Makarov said again. If it's you, you will definitely be able to take others away safely. In Calvin's perception, Makarov has never been so weak, but this also means that the opponent does have amazing strength. Calvin was silent, and the other party didn't care much, just waited quietly until Novel.me seemed to be very interested in Calvin's next actions. Swiftly, the demon Batron, who had not disappeared, grabbed Makarov, flew high and fled, leaving only Makarov's grief call. But the Calvin people are still there. Wendy and they should go back to the camp, let her treat the president first. Do you want to stop me alone? I have to say, you are very courageous. The corner of the old man's mouth raised slightly, and he said with interest. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and swiped it lightly, and a piece of rune magic circle flashed around. It was Calvin's commonly used Amaterasu magic circle. Amaterasu 28 gauge. As the old man whispered softly, the magic circle exploded suddenly, covering Calvin completely. This kind of speed, this kind of power, even Calvin is far from it, but it doesn't mean that he can't defend. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and a pair of dark and tattered wings greeted the old man's eyes, making the old man oh. Then, a beam of light shot out. Virtual flash. Ho ho, funny attack. The old man smiled slightly, and a magical beam was also emitted from his hand, which perfectly offset Calvin's virtual flash. Calvin didn't care, and quickly moved his hands across, making the old man's eyes shine. The next moment, the magic circle appeared around the old man, and then immediately detonated. Amaterasu 25 rules suddenly Fang Hua. The characteristic of that Fang Hua is the extremely fast attack speed. From the appearance of the magic circle to the explosion, the time is pitiful, and the power is definitely a lot. But in the face of this trick, the old man just covered his body with a cloak behind him, and he easily blocked it. Amateur magic circle? It's a good use, kid. Chapter 144, Tentative. A black shadow flicked across the sky. If you look closely, you can still see a small figure at the feet of the black shadow. It has a hideous face, a streamlined body, wide wings, and a dragon-like appearance. Anyone who looks at it will think it is a terrible monster. But Wendy, who was staying in the camp, didn't panic when they saw it, because it was Calvin's summoned beast, the demon bat dragon. Demon bat dragon? Is it Calvin? Myra, who was the first to see it, said softly, with an unspeakable seriousness. Because she also saw Makarov's figure at the same time, and he seemed to have suffered serious injuries. The demon bat dragon gently landed on the ground, gently placed the Makarov he was holding on the ground, and then disappeared into a bubble. President. The few people ran to Makarov for the first time, all showing worried eyes. Since the last time they saw the president so embarrassed, this is still a sneak attack during the battle with the ghost. Even at that time, Makarov had never suffered such a serious injury. Only when his magic power was emptied would he be unconscious. Wendy. Get treatment quickly. Myra just glanced at it, and immediately shouted to Wendy. And Wendy had begun to treat Makarov before Myra yelled out. The healing magic of the sky was used from her hand, and the light of the magic acted on Makarov, making him feel comfortable immediately. President? What happened? Are you not even your opponent? Myra asked anxiously. Makarov was sent by the demon bat dragon, but Calvin did not come with him, so it can be imagined that Calvin is confronting the enemy who defeated Makarov. Mila, hurry up and notify the others to escape. The enemy is terrible, and we are definitely not opponents. Makarov said, panting, still clutching his chest. Obviously, his embarrassment at the moment is not entirely a physical injury. Have disease. Hearing Makarov's words, everyone was shocked. What kind of enemy is it that would make Makarov unable to even have a sense of war, and said he wanted to escape? This is something they have never seen in their lives. Mila's face changed slightly, and she said softly. President? Where is Calvin? Makarov sighed slightly before speaking. He is dragging the enemy's boss, but to be honest, he can't win by himself. Myra, quickly find Elisa, you two will support Calvin. After you find it, don't fall in love with the war, take him away quickly. Mila heard the words, her face uncertain. She wanted to go directly to Calvin immediately, but she used the soul of Satan once in the exam, and she used it again to destroy the enemy just now. Her magic power was already insufficient. Passed blindly, just dragging his feet. This made her both unwilling and worried. Although she has confidence in Calvin, it is vain to have confidence in the face of an opponent that even the chairman is invincible. Let's go. Just when Myra was tangled, Pansalili stood up and said. In terms of power, I am afraid that no one here can compare to me and Xiaolulu, and I can also fight, and I have enough self-protection power. I will notify everyone. Mila and Lissana will stay here to guard the chairman. Xiaolulu also nodded in agreement. Although she wanted to stay by Wendy's side, the scene of Kana hugging Calvin and crying really disturbed her. She couldn't just stay here and do nothing. And even Makarov is not an enemy of the opponent, it may be the murderer who killed Calvin in the screen. Although she still put Wendy's safety first, but after the incident in Adris, she has already regarded herself as a member of Fairy Tale. She really can't stand by. Then I beg you, Lily. Mila's eyes looked at Pansalili tightly, and the worries revealed in her eyes gave the latter an indescribable sense of responsibility. He raised his thumb and smiled confidently. Although his body is like a kitten, he has a sense of stability. The scar on the corner of his eye makes him more manly. Give it to me. After that, Pansalili and Xiaolulu soared into the sky, and in a while, they would not be able to see them. And Mila clasped her hands in place, shaking gently. She was very unwilling. Although she said she was an S-rank magician, she hadn't made any progress after 2 years of blank space. Just fighting with all her strength twice, the magic power was already insufficient. Can only watch the partners fighting. Sister Mila. Lissana looked at Myra worriedly, but she didn't know how to say her words of comfort. Although Calvin would not think that Amaterasu 20 rules could defeat the opponent, the old man dealt with it lightly, which made Calvin very helpless. The cognition of magic is too far apart. The old man shook his cloak and hummed a smile. Competing with me Amaterasu magic array, this is the most foolish tactic. Simple words, spoken among the old people, have an aura of giving up to me, but Calvin did not refute it because he also thinks what the old man said is correct. It's just that he's never really good at Amaterasu magic circle. Calvin snorted, and the large, tattered black wings on his back were supplemented by magic power and restored to its original state again. 10 sharp magic claws emerged from his hands, and dozens of magic wolves condensed by magic appeared behind him. Black-winged demon, claws of the leopard king, and wolves chased down. This is the first time that 3 stunts can be used simultaneously against the enemy. Well, this is a bit interesting. The corners of the old man's mouth raised, and he hooked his fingers to Calvin. It's like saying to Calvin, let me see what's interesting about it now. Fast as a storm, Calvin's body, with the help of Blackwing, flashed behind the old man without even being able to see his figure, and the 10 sharp claws on his hand were swung out mercilessly. Even the wind seemed to be cut apart, the sharpness of the leopard king's claws showed in action, and the old man's face changed slightly. Even if it was him, he did not dare to hold on to his sharp edge. The old man shot a chain on his hand and grasped Calvin's wrist accurately. Then the old man pulled his hand, and the force was uploaded from the chain till novel.me Calvin's whole body was thrown out. The opponent's reaction, strength and agility, wherever there is a trace of an old man, are the best fighters. As Calvin was thrown away, the white demon wolves staying in the same place launched a charge at the same time. Calvin's attack would be so straightforward and simple. The hunting of the pack of wolves is the real killing. The white demon wolves rushed towards the old man with an aura of destruction, and with their own destruction, they would also bring destruction to the enemy. The explosion sounded loudly again, but Calvin's face was not happy. He could see clearly that the demon wolf running in the first place had already exploded before it touched the old man. Under the chain reaction, all the wolves were burst and empty. And the old man's movement is only a simple wave of his hand. From Calvin's perception, the old man disturbed the magic of the pack of wolves during that wave of his hand. The composition of the pack was extremely unstable. Just a simple interference can break this trick completely. The remaining burst of wind can only bring some coolness to the elderly. The old man seemed casual, but Calvin understood very well that the other party could see through the composition of the wolves at a glance, and disturbed the magic of others while waving his hands. These are all things that can't be done simply. At the very least, Calvin's wolves have never been wiped out in this way. His pressure suddenly increased. The old man seemed to be playing with a child. Shi Shiran stood still and said calmly. This is the end of the trial, why haven't you used the summoning card you are good at? I really want to see the magic left by Pierce Macaro. Hearing this, Calvin's face suddenly sank. Chapter 145, Pierce's Past. Hearing the old man's words, Calvin's expression suddenly became astonished. Because of these words, it was so unexpected that he couldn't help asking. Why do you know that name? Calvin's grandfather Pierce Macaro, the only people in the world who know this person should be Kana and Makarov. Apart from these two people, Calvin has not told anyone else. And Kana and Makarov are not the ones who will disseminate his information at will, not to mention the person who says this name now, but the Dark Guild, the heart of the demon in the Balam Alliance, controls this guild the president of. Facing Calvin's question, the old man smiled gloomily. It took a long time to say. How could the old man not know this name? Pierce is the best disciple of the old man. He was originally the vice president of Devil's Heart. When the old man said this, he was very disdainful and a little bit distressed. This really surprised Calvin. He had always thought that Pierce was just a down-and-out unknown wizard. He didn't expect that he was the disciple of the terrible old man before him. Right now he was puzzled again. His grandfather had been grey-haired since he was a baby, so what age is the old guy in front of him? But Calvin didn't ask the doubts, he just smiled, with a special joy on his face. Then I am really proud of my grandfather. His leaving you is definitely the most correct answer in life. In this sentence, Calvin did not conceal his contempt for the old man in front of him, but also showed his attitude. However, the old man laughed loudly, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Do you think Pierce really wants to leave me? He is the person who agrees with me the most. It's not that he left me, but I drove him away. You call him grandpa? No wonder, his appearance must be older than mine, but do you know how old he is? 30 years old. 20 years ago, he was only 30 years old. The old man's face was arrogant, as if he were two people just now, but Calvin understood that Pierce must have been a very important presence in the other's heart. It's just that Calvin is very concerned about the other party's words. Listen to you, is it because of your relationship that my grandpa is so old? Calvin's expression did not show sorrow and joy, and his voice was calm, but his dark eyes exuded a different look. Ho ho, yes. I did it. I smashed the source of its magic power and made him useless. Also, I used taboo magic to take away his vitality, but I was still a little soft back then, letting him stay alive. I should put him in the embrace of darkness sooner, otherwise there will be no more enemy like you today. After that, the old man slammed out a magic, and a magic circle suddenly appeared under Calvin's feet. The magic circle exudes a purple-black light, and the light is like a substance, firmly covering Calvin. This happened in a short time, until Calvin was completely covered by darkness. The old man Chiron continued. But it's okay. With one more ant, it's just an effort to step on one more foot. Suddenly, the darkness exploded, and the darkness was scattered like pieces of cloth, revealing the figure in it. Calvin stood there with a gloomy face, still unscathed. I'm really curious, why do you want to treat the disciple you value like this? Calvin's voice could no longer hide his anger. When he thought of that kind and humorous grandfather, he was thrown away like a rag by the other party. The anger made his heart jump out of excitement. The summoning card is extremely profound. It is a perfect artwork that integrates the arc of manifestation of lost magic, protoss magic, and advanced additional magic. As long as the ability is sufficient, even gods can create it. Abandon such perfect magic, don't you have a good vision, the boss of the devil's heart? Facing Calvin's irony, the old man didn't care at all, just looked at Calvin inexplicably. After a while, he said in a general tone. Of course I know that magic is so powerful, because it is so powerful that I have to get rid of Pierce. Because that magic is a heresy. It despises the heretical existence of Jeff. The only abyss in the magic way, only Jeff stands at the end. Pierce dared to touch the realm of Jeff with a mortal body, that is blasphemy. This kind of thing is never allowed to happen. So I personally buried his future. The old man roared wildly, his emotions were unprecedentedly excited, as if he was going to spread all the resentment of the year on Calvin. Calvin was just silent, staring at him with cold eyes. In those star-like eyes, there was still an obvious pity. Is it another idiot who blindly worships Jeff? It will be in vain to tell you more. Grandpa's hatred, I will avenge him. Let you see how terrible the summoning card is. As Calvin's voice fell, a mighty and dark giant flying dragon appeared behind him. Scarlet eyes, ferocious dragon mouth, and the whole body has distinct scales and water chestnuts. It can't even be said to be scales, but its defensive power must not be ignored. The black dragon suddenly raised up to the sky and roared, and the waves of dragons spread around, and the island was deeply shocked by all enemies and friends. The real red-eyed black dragon descended here. Is not only the true red-eyed black dragon, but also two summoned beasts appeared on both sides of Calvin. One of them was wearing a purple costume, wearing a purple magic hat, holding a green magic wand, and his eyes were cold. Its every move seemed to cause magical turbulence. The other is also wearing blue-purple armor, wearing a mask, and can't see his face. There is a faint red light in his eyes. Staring at it, you can feel a murderous look. Black Sorcerer, Dragon Slayer Swordsman. With the real red-eyed black dragon, Calvin can be regarded as the strongest card in his hand. These battles immediately made the old man's eyes widen till novel.me. Although he had already overestimated Calvin, he couldn't imagine Calvin could summon such a terrifying summoned beast. Really red-eyed black dragon, needless to say, it was originally a monster that Calvin could summon after desperately trying his life. Even now, it still has a lot of burden to summon it. The transformed Black Sorcerer and the Dragon Slayer Swordsman have been completely renewed. There may not be much change in appearance, but the inside is no longer what it used to be. This is also the first time Calvin has done his best. The three summoned beasts took the lead in attacking, and each used their unique tricks. The real red-eyed black dragon spewed out a huge black flame bomb, and the inside of the flame bomb also emitted a little red light, like a behemoth that devours people. The wand of the Black Sorcerer flashed with dim light, and a purple-black light ball appeared on the front end of the wand, and the surface was also flashing with thunder and lightning. Although the size was not comparable to the attack of a real red-eyed black dragon, it was hidden in the internal force. The magic is terrifying. The dragon-slashing swordsman's attack was simple and quick. The sword in his hand was facing the old man from afar, and with a sudden move, a huge blade of sword flew out. Black flame bomb. Black magic. The destruction sword flashes. All the attacks were bombarded on the old man. Faced with such an attack, the old man who has always been relaxed also had to stand up. Because you are not careful, you may really die. Fierce magical power fluctuations appeared on his body, mobilizing the magical power of his whole body, and suddenly he used a magical circle with all kinds of rules. The momentum caused by the two attacks was enough to shake the entire island, and the entire Sirius Island seemed to be shaking. No matter who it was, the attention was drawn at that moment. Chapter 146, Everywhere in Sirius. In a remote place on Sirius Island, a young woman is walking. She has a wonderful figure, a beautiful face, but that attractive face is so fierce. Is Arusha, who once fought Calvin twice. Suddenly a fierce magical power came from the edge of the island, causing her to turn her head subconsciously. Urusha's moving eyes looked at the horizon, an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured. Hades, President Hades did it. The one who can fight him, besides Makarov, is the only one in fairy tale, Calvin. Just play, although I don't think you can beat Hades, but if it is you, it can weaken his power more or less. Although I can't defeat you personally and redeem my previous failures, it doesn't matter anymore. Her tone was so gentle, she was talking to herself, but she was whispering to Calvin. Then, her expression became pitiful, as if she was intoxicated in her own world, and continued. Today is the day when I realize my ideals. The road to Jeff is too far away. As long as I get Jeff, I can be saved. At this time, the grass not far away made a rustle sound. Arusha immediately turned around vigilantly and shouted. Who? Following her voice, a handsome man slowly walked out of the grass. The man is not tall, his face is calm, but his eyes are full of sadness. He said as he walked out. Are you looking for me? The moment he saw him, Urusha suddenly became excited, his body trembled slightly, and tears leaked from the corners of his eyes. There is only one person who can make her so excited. The most ferocious black wizard in history, Jeff. In the temporary camp on Sirius Island, Wendy sat on the ground tiredly, sweating constantly. Just now, she finally completed the treatment of the president, but her expression was completely uneasy. Even Mila and Lysina on the side looked worried. Because Makarov had fallen asleep after being treated, but there was still a painful expression on his face. The chairman's injury is no longer a serious problem, but his health has been in bad shape, and now he can't fight. Makarov is already old after all, and his bodily functions have declined severely. Since a long time ago, his heart has been plagued by diseases. Was so easy to lose to Hades, for more or less physical reasons. Wendy just can't do anything about it. After all, the sky's healing magic heals injuries, not diseases. In this regard, it still has to be handed over to the expert, Bosilia, the consultant pharmacist of Monster Tale. Sorry, I can only do that. Wendy's lovely eyes showed a cloud of mist. She, who is not capable of fighting, can only heal her partner at the moment, but she is helpless with Makarov's state, which makes her very depressed. Myra saw this, touched her hair lightly, and said softly. Don't blame yourself too much, you have done your best. Now all we have to do is stay here to protect the chairman. Wendy seemed to feel relieved when he heard Mila's comfort, and nodded slightly, her uneasy expression eased a little. Although Myra said that she would protect the president, in fact, what she wanted most in her heart was to rush to her partner and fight together. The sound of fighting has never stopped, Sirius Island is full of battlefields, and it must be a lie to say not to worry. At this moment, there was a sound not far from the camp, and everyone turned their heads to look over, only to see two slow figures walking towards the camp in the shadow of the woods. This made Mila and the others immediately alert. If they encounter a powerful enemy at this time, it is really bad. In the shadow of the woods, a petite figure could be seen carrying a man on his back. Before Mila could see the person, Wendy already exclaimed excitedly. It's the smell of Gagaru and Libby. Hearing Wendy's words, the figure in the shadow seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, staggering under her feet, and almost fell. Lysina hurried over to help. She trusted Wendy's nose very much, and sure enough, it was Reb and Gagaru who came here. Gojira was injured all over, and at a glance, he knew that after a hard battle, Libby was better, but he was also very embarrassed. Just now, Libby was still with Elsa and Zhu Baiyan, but when Elsa asked for information from the enemy who was defeated by Gojiru, she found that the enemy was the heart of the Dark Guild demon, and the few people immediately divided the troops. 2 ways, Libby sent Gagaru to the camp while Elisa and Zhu Baiyan dealt with the enemy together. However, when Libby was halfway, the enemy fell from the sky like raindrops, forcing Libby to move forward while hiding. On this island full of enemies, it was not easy to come here with the seriously wounded Gagaru. Every step must be careful, if you are not careful, I am afraid that you will die together. So when Libby saw Myra and the others, she almost fell when she relaxed. But finally I feel relieved. Wendy hurriedly helped Gagaru to heal her injuries, her hand glowing warmly. Under the ray of light, the wound on Gojilu's body gradually began to stop bleeding and heal, and his breathing became steady. Healing magic is not a magic that can be used in conjunction. It just helps 2 people to heal continuously. Wendy's magic power has been exhausted. If there are more injured people, I am afraid that only small wounds will be treated. Even though Wendy has tried his best, Gagaru still needs to recuperate, and he has not recovered his combat effectiveness. There are more wounded, and now, I can't leave at will. Looking at the sleeping Makarov and Gojiru, Mila's heart became heavier. Now, I can only pray that her partner can defeat the enemy, even if the magic power is restored, she can't leave easily. On the other side, Pansalili and Xiaolulu, who were flying above the treetops, were always looking for partners. But fighting is happening everywhere on the island, leaving them not knowing where to go for a while. The only thing that can be confirmed is the battlefield where the flames are constantly emitting. Without even thinking about it, Naz must be fighting. The first thing to find is Elisa. Naz will ignore it, let's go over there. Pansalai thought quickly, pointed at a place where the sound of fighting occurred, and said to Xiaolulu. I see, Let's go quickly. Xiaolulu nodded and said, and the two cats flew away together. On their way to fly over, a tall tower stood abruptly at their destination. That tall tower appeared so suddenly, not only exquisite and magnificent, but also a rock-solid feeling. At the moment when the two cats were surprised, the tower suddenly exploded, and the tower that appeared rashly appeared in a short time and then disappeared in shock. Pansalili and Xiaolulu were both shocked, and there was a bad feeling in their hearts. No one in the guild would use this kind of magic, so the only explanation is that this is the enemy's magic. And with this level of power, apart from a few people in the guild who can handle it, the others may not be intact. Now, it is Elisa who can only hope to deal with the enemy. It's just the fact that disappointed the two kittens. When they rushed to their destination as fast as they could, all they saw were Elfman and Abba Green, who were lying on the ground who didn't know their lives. And the back of the enemy who has gone. Chapter 147, Second Generation President. The fire was burning, bright crimson shining all around. It's just that strangely, a touch of pitch black suddenly erupted, swallowing all the flames. A closer look, this dark thing turned out to be a flame. The two flames of different colors and properties collided with each other, erupting a huge prestige, from which two sounds can be heard. One is a painful scream, the other is a wild laugh. It was Naz who screamed. The reason for screaming was because it was too hot. I am afraid that even he himself has forgotten, when was the last time he was burned by a flame, or in other words, this was the first time he was burned by a flame. Naz, who possesses the magic of extinguishing the dragon, is supposed to be the nemesis of all the flames in the world. His opponent has long yellow hair, ferocious and arrogant eyes, and red pupils. His identity is Zhang, one of the 7 family members in Purgatory. The magic used by is called the Flame Destruction Magic, which is 1 level higher than the Dragon Destruction Magic. The suppression on the flame caused a gap in the strength of the two. At this moment, Naz finally felt the mood of the flame wizard who had fought him in the past. Is so depressing and terrifying. Naz gritted his teeth fiercely, and felt an invincible mood from the bottom of his heart, as if he was facing Kildas. There was only one blue kitten watching the battle. At this moment, seeing that Naz was severely suppressed, he couldn't help showing a worried look. Come on. Naz. Hobby prayed for Naz softly, but the prayer was completely useless. Seeing Naz yelled in anger, he took a deep breath, his belly swelled, and he sprayed at Zankro. The roar of the fire dragon. A huge amount of flame spurted from Naz's mouth, and the crimson light resembled a small sun, whizzing towards Zankello with extraordinary heat. Facing this roar, Zankro just laughed, opened his mouth and swallowed, all the flames poured into his mouth, and disappeared without a trace in a while. It seems that God Slayer magic and Dragon Slayer magic have the same effect, and they can also devour flames lower than it. Zankro wiped the corners of his mouth, as if there were still food residues there, he chuckled. It's a delicious flame, rough, and will never burn out. Is this the flame that can kill the dragon? But even if you can kill the dragon, you can never kill the god. The anger of the god of flame. Zangkello opened his mouth and spit out, a giant and high-heat pitch-black fireball ejected from his mouth. The flames seemed to be concentrated, giving people a condensed feeling. Everywhere they passed was annihilation. I blow away fiercely. Facing this condensed flame, Naz had no strength to fight back. The body that was blown away was not only covered with injuries, but also fell into the distance as if he had fainted. When Hobby saw this, he immediately opened his back wings, flew to Naz's side shoe, and grasped firmly. For a while, Hobbit was a bit at a loss. The strong impact caused Naz to faint briefly. Hobbit wanted to hold Naz and escape, but he also understood that Naz would never run away. At this moment, a terrifying magical power erupted not far from them, and at the same time there was a blast of impact. Looking from the air from afar, several monsters of different shapes just attacked someone with all their strength. Hobby saw clearly that these monsters are obviously Calvin's summoned beasts, and they are the most powerful ones. Glanced at Zangkello, who was staring down below, and then at the summoned beast not far away. Hobby judged in his heart, he still flew towards Calvin. Zangcroft looked at Hubby flying up, his expression was very wrong, the kitten he had been ignoring before actually snatched the prey from him. This made him furious. Don't try to escape. With a roar, Zangcroft ran in the direction where Hobby flew away. Hobby was flying very fast and arrived at his destination in a short while. There, the aftermath of the summoned beast's attack has just dissipated, revealing a slightly embarrassed old man. Facing the strongest blow of Calvin's 3 major summoned beasts, he still didn't seem to be injured much. Calvin with a solemn face was not surprised. If he could defeat the opponent so easily, Makarov would not be defeated so easily. Abruptly, Calvin asked. Habby, did Naz lose? It turned out that he already felt the arrival of Hobbit, and the injured Naz. The enemy's flame is stronger than Naz is not an opponent at all. Ha, are you told the truth? However, at the moment Hobby spoke, an angry cry came from Naz's mouth. I'm not defeated yet. I just fell short of the wind for a while. Naz has woken up, awakened by the words of Habby and Calvin. Even in the fainting, he can't bear to hear others underestimate his words. Hearing Naz's full-fledged voice, Calvin was a little relieved, still looking at the old man in front of him coldly, and said seriously. That old guy is very powerful, I can't help you now, you can beat your opponent, Naz. Hearing such words of trust from Calvin was the first time for Naz. In an instant, his fighting spirit was ignited. Of course. I will defeat him right away. Naz's whole body burned, Not his fighting spirit or something, but his whole body burned. Scared, Hobby quickly let go. But it doesn't matter, at this height, Naz Xiaoqiang's life can't be killed. After landing, Naz pushed hard to the ground, and the person rushed in a certain direction at high speed. Hobby was taken aback, looked at Calvin, and said. Then we leave first, can you be alone? I don't have your turn to worry. Go and watch Naz. Calvin said confidently. Hobby also raised the corner of his mouth, and then chased Naz and flew away, obviously confident in Calvin. Full. But, as soon as Hobby left, Calvin's face became serious again. When the two had a cat conversation just now, the old man on the opposite side didn't do anything, just folded his hands and waited. Shiran. The old man is really patient. You have to give you time to say goodbye to your partner, right? Novel.me. The old man is slow and authentic. Do you think I will die in your hands? Calvin pouted and said disdainfully. Although the old man is very strong, he doesn't think that the opponent can easily kill himself. The old man chuckled and looked at Calvin with an inexplicable expression. As Makarov's child, your strength is indeed beyond my imagination. However, before you die, the kid will go to first. Calvin's eyes flashed slightly, and he did not agree with the old man's declaration to Naz. However, there are other things he cares about. Listen to your tone, sure enough, you and the president know each other. Oh, don't you know? The documents in the guild should have my records. The old man said with dissatisfaction, and his expression showed displeasure. Calvin raised his eyebrows and said firmly. Sure enough, no wonder the president is so jealous of you, you are the second-generation president, Preto. Recognize me? This is indeed my previous identity and name, but now, I am the president of the Devil's Heart, Hades. The old man's folded hands were released, and a dangerous smell was emitted from all over his body. When he stretched his palm and pushed, a burst of magic suddenly unfolded, directly at Calvin. The red-eyed black dragon retracted its wings and blocked the attack for Calvin. At the same time, the black sorcerer and the dragon slayer swordsman jumped out, slashing the trajectory of the isle with a sharp sword, and the emerald wand flashed dazzling stars. The old man waved his hands and kept drawing magic circles. The magic circles immediately showed its power, firmly suppressing the two summoned beasts. The huge black shadow covered the sunlight, and the dim old man looked up. The ferocious dragon head had opened its big mouth, and the sharp dragon teeth bit him. Chapter 148, Calvin vs Hades. The sharpness of the dragon's teeth, Hades didn't want to use his body to fight it. Under his superb control, magic pushes his body, rushing out of the encirclement at an unimaginable speed. Before he stood firm, his hands had drawn a magic circle, and the Amaterasu magic circle appeared around Calvin's body instantly. Before I could tell the rules of Amaterasu, Calvin's eyes flashed, and the black wings behind him fluttered, and people sprang out of the Amaterasu magic circle. The next moment, the magic circle exploded suddenly. Driven by the blast, Calvin moved faster, and Hades was determined to pursue it, but the dragon slayer swordsman swept across it, forcing him to retreat. Awesome! 3 summoned beasts work together perfectly. Hades is secretly awe-inspiring. These summoned beasts are not only extremely powerful, but also exquisitely coordinated, just like 3 arms of the same person. Of course, this is due to the merits of the method of separation of souls. At the next moment after avoiding the Amaterasu magic array, Calvin held his hands empty on his chest, and a small black light spot appeared abruptly in the center of both palms. In an instant, the black dot increased violently and turned into a black ball the size of a fist. With the input of Calvin's magic power, the black ball fluctuated violently, and there was a trace of seepage at the edge. However, it's just that this trace of seepage already carries a terrifying aura of destruction. Calvin took the unstable black ball and aimed it at Hades, and suddenly, a very thick black beam shot out from the black ball and went straight to Hades. Through the ultimate concentration of magic power, and adding dark magic power to it, Calvin used this amazing trick. This trick is Black Virtual Flash. Since he developed the trick of the Virtual Flash, he has never given up on improving it, because the Virtual Flash itself is simple and direct, and its power can be increased by increasing the magic power. And this Black Virtual Flash is the ultimate Virtual Flash. Although its power has not reached its limit, this form is already the strongest. The Virtual Flash was originally a powerful and extremely fast attack. This Black Virtual Flash was even more extraordinary. There was no blinking time, and this thick black pillar had already arrived in front of Hades. Hades almost didn't even have time to react, and this move directly hit him. If you look at Sirius Island from a distance, you can see that a piece of ink suddenly crosses in this wonderful landscape, and then disappears without a trace. Then a burst of explosions sounded, and the trajectory that the ink crossed completely collapsed. This trick, even Hades could not ignore it. The cloak behind him has rotted away, his eyes stared at Calvin fiercely, his mouth bulged, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hades was injured. Calvin's mouth couldn't help but raised. At this moment, he saw the chance of victory, although his magic power was also greatly depleted. At the moment, when the Black Virtual Flash disappeared, the 3 large summoned beasts once again attacked at the same time. Countless dark red fireballs descended from the sky. They all came from the mouth of a true red-eyed black dragon. The target was Hades alone, like a rain of fire. Then the black sorcerer was not to be outdone, the gems on the wand flashed strange light, and strange black stripes appeared in the void, scattered all around Hades. In an instant, Hades felt that his body was a little out of control, and even the manipulation of magic was disturbed. Just then, a purple-blue figure jumped up, and Hades looked up, but only saw a vague black shadow in dazzling sunlight. Was shocked, with one hand and a lot of magic circles appearing above him, but because of the haste, these magic circles were not stable. The rising sun serves as its background, falling from the rays of light. Is accompanied by a knife light like lightning. The sword light is like a broken bamboo, even if Hades puts heavy defenses on it, it will be like thin paper in front of the sword light, it is broken in layers, and it is cut directly from Hades' shoulder downwards, giving him a reverse robe. Blood sprayed out, and a scar appeared from Hades' shoulder to the waist. Hades yelled in pain, although he didn't cut deep for protective reasons, but he was so embarrassed that he couldn't expect it. It has been decades, he has never suffered this kind of injury. First there was a black virtual flash, and then there was a combination of three beasts. He suddenly realized that even though he overestimated Calvin, he still underestimated him in the end. In his mind, no one in Demon Tail can match him. The so-called overestimation is also despised with a superior attitude. After all, even Macaro was his junior back then, he grew up watching him. But at this moment, Calvin hurt himself with his own strength, which is enough for Hades to place Calvin at the same height as himself. Calvin! You successfully angered me. The voice of anger sounded from his mouth, accompanied by an increasing magic power. Under this magical power, it seemed that even the earth was shaken. Calvin didn't say a word, but the red-eyed black dragon once again ejected a black flame bullet, showing his response. What? Hades yelled, stretched out his palm and pushed, and the invisible magic suppressed the black flame bomb. When the two collided, the black flame bomb burst out suddenly, and the sound of the explosion spread throughout the island again. In the dark red flame, a huge figure emerged from it, with its wings moving backwards, and with the help of the air, it quickly appeared in front of Hades. The real red-eyed black dragon no longer spouts anything from its mouth, but directly uses its extremely hard body to impact. Just big. Does it work? Hades saw this, disdainfully angered, his hands formed a strange handprint, and the invisible wave acted on the true red-eyed black dragon, causing it to quickly decrease. Calvin chuckled slightly, and the card that had been clamped in his fingers radiated a faint light. At the same time, the body of the true red-eyed black dragon was also shining faintly. With the emergence of light, the body of the true red-eyed black dragon is also changing. The originally black and shiny body is becoming brighter and brighter, emitting the unique reflection of metal novel.me like real metal. The real red-eyed black dragon looks a little thin, but at the moment its body is a bit bigger, as if wearing a tailor-made armor. The rays of light disappeared, and at the same time, the fluctuations acting on him disappeared. It should not be said that the fluctuations disappeared, but the effects of the fluctuations disappeared. Like a rock hitting an egg, under Hades' angry eyes, he was knocked into the air. At this time, the card in Calvin's hand no longer shines, revealing the pattern and text on it. It is a set of armor that has been placed, and it says metallized magic reflecting armor on the top. This collision made Hades' injury aggravated again. While bleeding from his mouth, he also saw other figures. It turned out that Calvin's attack hadn't ended yet. The Black Sorcerer and the Dragon Swordsman appeared one after another, and the two ultimate attacks were already prepared. This is one of Calvin's terrible things. He can control three summoned beasts at the same time. Once he starts to attack, the offensive will be wave after wave, endless. Since he used the Black Virtual Flash to gain the upper hand for a while, the upper hand has been expanding. It is stronger than Hades, and it has not been able to reverse the situation for a while. But he is after all the second-generation president of Fairy Tail and the founder of Devil's Heart. Is the man closest to the abyss of the magic way in the world. His eyes became sharp, his lips closed tightly, and a magical power burst out from him. The impact of magic power alone pushed the Black Mage and Dragon Slayer away. Hades' anger and cruelty no longer floated on the surface, but hidden in his heart, his expression became calm and indifferent, but his magic power boiled violently. Also, don't remove the blindfold, he has been blindfolding. Chapter 149, Scene of War. The battle between Calvin and Hades is not an exaggeration to say that it is earth-shattering. Every move of the summoned beast carries incomparable power, and Hades' magical attainments have long since reached the state of whatever he wants. Not far from them, there was also a much smaller battle. The two fighting are Naz and Zancruo. Looked into the distance, it was like two fireballs tossing about each other, vowing to swallow the other side. One red and one black, the surrounding water has evaporated. One can imagine how hot it is here. Even Hobby didn't dare to come close, hiding far away. Naz's fighting spirit was so high, I just heard Calvin's words, like a spoonful of oil poured on his fire. The horns of the fire dragon. The red fireball yelled, like a meteor rushing into the black fireball, and in the black fireball, laughter came out, palms stretched out back and forth, bursting out a lot of pitch-black flames, swallowing Naz's sword horns. When Naz rushed in front of Zancruo, the impact from the flames had been consumed, and all he saw was Zancruo's hideous face. Go to hell. Zancruo's hands burst into dark flames, and he folded his hands and hammered Naz hard. Is accompanied by a dark flame that seems to destroy everything. The god of fire of the flame god. This move not only brought destruction, but also knocked Naz far away. At that moment, Naz felt as though he was about to lose consciousness. Strong fighting spirit can indeed increase combat effectiveness, but this fighting spirit does not mean that it can offset the level difference in the flame. Dragon Flame and Shenhuo have always been suppressed and suppressed. What makes Naz even more embarrassed is that Zancruo can swallow his flames to restore his magic power, but he can only watch his magic power become the other's tonic. Now, it made it harder for him to see the dawn of victory. Naz, who was smashed into the air, didn't have time to breathe, and Zankro's attack followed. His closed hands did not separate, but continued to extend more flames. The flames burned all around Naz, tightly surrounding him, airtight. This just happened in a short time. Let me have a good meal. Yan God's dinner. Ha 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 ha. Until you are burned to ashes, it is impossible to be free. Naz is not the only one who is caught in a hard fight. Somewhere on Sirius Island, a man with a goat head is killing all around. He is wearing a black suit and trendy sunglasses. Except for his head like a goat, his legs are also goat hooves, and his body is covered with white wool. There are 4 enemies, Grey, Rocky, Kana and Lucy. Among the 4, even the weakest Lucy has an extraordinary protoss to help out, but in front of the goat, all of them are unbearable. This makes it difficult for all 4 to accept. You know, all 4 of them are wizards who have participated in the S-level assessment. Even Elisa Myra and his like, dare not say that they can easily suppress the 4. Among, there was only Loki, his eyes gleaming with inexplicable stars, and when everyone was planning to attack together again, he reached out and stopped his partner. Wait, leave this guy to me. The faces of the other 3 changed slightly and looked at Loki, but Loki just said calmly. Since they claim to be the 7 dependents of Purgatory, then there are 6 others of his level. Go find them and defeat them. Loki's calm tone, coupled with his expression, everyone realized that he was serious. That's what makes people worry, Grey said with an irony expression. What are you talking about? The 4 of us may not win this guy together. Loki's expression remained unchanged, and continued to speak calmly. It's because that guy's magic only exists in ancient human labor magic. The magic that can reduce humans in a certain period of time is also called the magic of the king. But this kind of magic is useless for me as a protoss. Said this, Loki's body was surging with magical power, and instantly turned into the appearance of a protoss. At this moment, he is no longer Loki, but Leo and Leo, the leader of the 12th house of the Royal Road. After the transformation, he continued. And I also noticed that the real identity of that guy is also the protoss, Capricorn Capricorn. Leo's tone is serious, and he also faintly revealed that there are hidden secrets in it. To put it bluntly, Leo is telling others that this is an internal matter in the astral world, and I hope other people will not interfere. Has all said that, the other 3 can only leave and hand over the battle to Loki. Lucy was the only one who left with worried eyes. Rocky, you must win. In my heart, secretly cheering for Loki. The 2 cats passed quickly in the air, looking very anxious, under them, each holding 2 figures. One of them is burly, full of muscles, but also full of injuries, his body is in tatters, and he knows that he has gone through fierce fighting. Another has a beautiful and plump body, with long brown hair, and his injuries are no less than that of a burly man. It was Elfman and Abba Green, and it was Xiaolulu and Pan Sally who flew with them. Since the 2 cats found the 2 injured just now, they immediately returned to the camp with them non-stop. Although the purpose was to find Elisa, they couldn't just leave them behind. Among them, Eba Green was in a coma, only Elfman was physically strong and still awake. Thank you, Lily, Xiaolulu. Elfman gasped and said, even if he said these few words of thanks, he seemed to have exhausted all his energy. Stop talking, Wendy is right there in the camp. Pansalili said in a deep voice, although it doesn't match his figure until novel.me, it does have a calm temperament. Xiaolulu bit her lip without speaking. In fact, she didn't want Wendy to use healing magic, but she had to rely on Wendy in the current situation. Fortunately, although Elfman and Abba Green's injuries are serious, they are not to the point of endangering their lives. But Xiaolulu has a hunch that more and more people will be injured. This is not her ability to predict, but a vaguely uneasy feeling. Soon, they returned to the camp. The additional wounded made Mila more disturbed, especially since one of them was her younger brother. Wendy hurried forward to cast magic on the 2 of them, but Mila caught her. Miss Myra? Wendy asked puzzledly. Mila sullened her face and shook her head after groaning for a few seconds. Simply deal with their injuries, don't continue to use healing magic at will. We must be prepared, ready to heal your dying companion at any time. The people around could hear the weight of this sentence, and they all bowed their heads, their expressions showing unwillingness. They can all imagine what kind of mood Myra said this sentence. Lysina gently hugged Elfman, as if to let her body temperature warm him. This warmth made Elfman cry, and even said sobbingly. Sister, Lysina, sorry. Although not reconciled, the opponent is too strong, As a man, it is too shameful for me to fail to protect my partner. Along with tears, Elfman vented his anger. Wendy's eyes were soggy when she heard it, and once again she felt unwilling for her shortcomings. Chapter 150, Victory of the Fire Dragon. The sky began to darken, not because the sun had set, it turned out that at some unknown time, a large black cloud floated from the sky, and wanted to rain heavily on this island. The heavy rain is already in the clouds, but the battle on the island has reached a fever pitch. Calvin and Hades, Naz and Zangluo, Loki and Cabrico, Elisa, Jubian and Melty, each side is fierce. In addition to these 4 battlefields, new battlefields will be opened up immediately. The 2 sides of this battle, one of them is Kana, Lucy, and Grey, and their opponent is an extremely fat man, who looks dull. Not long ago, Karna and Loki met this fat man and blocked the way not long ago. Despite his shame, the 3 dare not relax at all. After all, the enemies on this island will act alone. There are only so few. The 3 of them stared at the fat man with sharp and vigilant eyes, and they were all ready to fight. His eyes were like a torch, and the fat man explained the meaning of this idiom very well. Stared by the three of them, he felt as if his was burned by fire, hiding behind the big tree at a speed that didn't fit his size, and said sadly and anxiously. No, no, don't stare at me with such a look. I am Huayuan Sigil, one of the 7 family members of the Devil's Heart. Very strong hiss. Huayuan's speech is very fast, and the stuttering in the tone gives people a timid feeling. Although there are a lot of mavericks, the Chinese Academy's timidity made Kana and the others can't help but underestimate him. Of course, as one of the 7 family members of Purgatory, the Huayuan, Kana, and others would never underestimate him. Kana threw the card directly, the card radiated light, and several lightning bolts quickly shot from it. The fate of Zhao Lei. Thunder and lightning quickly passed through the space, and hit the Huayuan in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the Huayuan's body became charred and fell into a daze. Within a second, he immediately stood up again, his face full of anger. I'm angry hissing. I'm angry, but cruelly hissing. I saw him jump up to Kana and the others instantly, stretched out his palm and pushed, plus the impact of his own weight, pressed down hard at Kana and the others. The 3 of them evaded immediately, the palm of the Chinese Academy hit the ground, and a big pit suddenly appeared. This kind of attack power immediately made the 3 of Karna cautious, and the little look just now was lost. Kana looked at Huayuan with inexplicable eyes, thinking about something in her heart. Although this fat guy is very powerful, he is not an opponent who can't handle it at all. Thinking of this, Kana called to Gray. Gray, this guy will leave it to me and Lucy. Go find other enemies and defeat them. Gray heard the words, raised the corners of his mouth, and said softly. Can you two really do it? Kana continued to throw out a few cards, and continued to attack the Huayuan. For a while, the Huayuan was unable to break through and evaded the attack of these cards in an embarrassing manner. Although she did not answer Gray, she told Gray the answer by action. Lucy also looked at Gray with a serious expression, and said confidently. Rather than worry about us, worry about yourself. There is only one person, can you do it? Gray was a little bit dumbfounded. These words came out of the weakest usual Lucy, and it was really strange. Of course. The fat guy will leave it to you. I'm leaving first. After speaking, Gray left without looking back. He believed Kana and Lucy, just as Kana and Lucy believed him. At present, they don't know the battle situation on the island, they all want to defeat the enemy as soon as possible, and they can't be restrained by too much combat power by one person. When Gray left, the Huayuan felt that he was underestimated. With a roar, both palms pushed out with the force of thunder. Lucy stunned, and instantly summoned Taros, the strongest Taurus, and slashed him with a big axe. Kana shoots a card from the side, and flames from the card contain it. Talos faced the Huayuan, but his strength was not an opponent at all, he was easily pushed to it, and then the Huayuan used agility to avoid the flames. What's the matter? This size and strength are so agile. Kana's eyes flashed with surprise, but her hands kept moving, and cards shot out, and a large number of various elements attacked one after another. Have come. Lucy was not idle either. Since Talos' power was not enough, he summoned a more powerful protagonist. Scorpio Scorpion appeared from the brilliance of the key. The moment he appeared, he shot a storm of sand with his tail. Faced with the double attack of Kana and Lucy, the Huayuan didn't dodge or dodge, but directly carried it down. After underwent these attacks, the undamaged Huayuan rushed out again. Kana couldn't help but was pushed hard by his palms and was knocked into the air. The power of the Huayuan has been shown just now, and this heavy blow made Kana yell in pain. Kana, who fell to the ground so hard, although she has not completely lost her combat effectiveness, she has suffered serious injuries, and she struggled to stand up from the ground, thinking to herself. How is it possible? My attack just now was obviously still useful, did he use magic? Naz was completely covered by Zankros, the dinner of the god of flame, and was continuously burned by flames. If he hadn't had a lot of resistance to flames, he would be burned to ashes in a while. It's just that even if Naz is still fighting, Zangkeluo's view is just a dying struggle, it is impossible to escape his own flame. The painful howl did not stop, and the faraway Hobby was terrified and trembling. Suddenly, Hobby gritted his teeth, his eyes became firm, and he flew out quickly. No matter how scared he was, he couldn't watch Naz being burned to death. Naz was his partner since he was born. The anxious mood for Naz made Hobby forget what fear is, and even broke out with his strongest speed, crashing into Zangkeluo like a meteorite. Small body, armed with an armor called Courage, severely hit Zangkeluo in the back of the head with his head. Suddenly, Zangkeluo clutched his head and yelled. You crap! Arrogant character, dismissive attitude, Zangkeluo did not put Hobby in his eyes at all, at most he was afraid that he would escape with Naz again. But Naz had been surrounded by his divine fire just now, and had no way of starting, so he threw Hobbit aside. However, he did not expect that Hobby would attack him boldly. Although Hobby is not strong, but at his highest speed, the power of the head mallet is not small. Zangkeluo clearly felt a tumor on the back of his head. Even the magic that surrounded Naz was lifted. This just made him angry. Without even thinking about it, a dark sacred fire emerged from his hand, and an angry punch was directed at Hobby. Hobby's head hammer just made his eyes curled up in circles, his forehead was flushed, and he couldn't fly, so he lay down not far from Zangkeluo, confused. An angry punch in the face of Zangkeluo, he didn't even have the strength to dodge. Just before Hobby was hit, Zankro's figure flew out abruptly. It wasn't his conscience that he found out, but he was punched and flew away. What appeared in front of Hobbit was Naz, who was still burning with pitch black fire. He used his last trace of magic to rescue Hobbit from Zhang Keluo. Are you still dead? Zhang Keluo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and blue veins appeared on his forehead, roaring furiously. The craps should look like craps, you go to die. The anger of the god of flame. The dark sacred fire spurted from Zankro's mouth, and Naz had no strength to dodge. Me the only thing that could be done was to throw Hobbit out of the attack range. The magic power has been exhausted, and his body is also covered with injuries. In Hobby's desperate eyes, Naz was once again submerged in pitch black. Ha ha ha. What demon-tailed fire dragon, not by me. Zhang Croft's cheers of victory were only halfway, and he was dumbfounded, because his proud sacred fire was slowly being swallowed by something. Indeed, he used something to describe Naz in front of him. In his understanding, no one can swallow this black flame, which represents destruction. The magic is emptied, and Naz has become an excellent vessel for devouring flames. The dark fire was swallowed up, and Naz wiped the corners of his mouth, which meant that he had a full meal. That's it, these flames need tricks to eat. A calm voice sounded from Naz's mouth, and he opened his eyes, and the aura suddenly made Zhang Crow stunned. That is the power of the dragon. You indestructible chopsticks. Zhang Keluo yelled furiously, his whole body surging with magic power, and he used all his strength to use the flames of the gods, and whizzed towards Naz. Naz's hands also ignited at the same time, one hand was red, the other hand was pitch black, and the next moment, the two hands closed. Huang Yan was originally a trick to combine the dragon flames on his left and right hands, but at this moment, the flames he merged were dragon flame and divine fire. The power has increased for an unknown amount. The Huanjun of the dragon god. The storm formed by flames directly rolled up Zankro's tricks, and even himself was swept away. Huanjun went out, and Zankro was also knocked down. Finally. I won. Naz said softly, and after speaking, he fell directly to the ground. Chapter 151, The Powerful Lunatic is the Most Terrible. Not long before Naz defeated Zankro, a battle was just over in a ruin on Sirius Island. Both parties in the battle wore black suits, but one was a handsome guy with blonde hair and glasses, and the other was a goat. The two are Leo and Caprico in Capricorn. Leo looked badly injured, with a big hole pierced in his chest and abdomen, but Caprico, the enemy, did not take the opportunity to get up, instead he supported Leo's body. It seems that Kabuli is more like a friend than an enemy. As a protoss, Leo's vitality is different from that of human beings. Even though he was severely injured, Leo's wounds quickly healed. It just seemed that he couldn't continue fighting, and he needed to rest for a while. Then, Kabuli can slowly tell Leo his story. It turned out that 20 years ago, the master of Caprico gave his key to a certain servant, but that servant rebelled and used forbidden magic to occupy Caprico's body. So for many years, what Caprico has been doing has been manipulated by others, and it is still today, with the help of Leo, that he can see the sky again. Now, Kabuli can finally answer his real master's side. Many years ago, he made a contract with his master at the time, promising to protect his family forever. Caprico's master has passed away many years ago. His current master is the only celestial wizard in the demon tail, which is Lucy. Jeff fell to the ground in disbelief, wounded and embarrassed. No matter where you look from it, you can't tell that he is the notorious Black Wizard. The person who knocked him down was only a woman, but her identity was not simple. Urusha not only sneaked into the council and destroyed it, but also in the heart of the devil, the head of the strongest Purgatory 7 dependents. Simply put, it is the third in addition to the President Hades and the Vice President. Top spot. But even so, she is too exaggerated to defeat Jeff. Urusha, panting, stared at her fierce eyes without hiding, and said to Jeff proudly. Even the legendary Black Sorcerer is not afraid to be in a deep sleep state. Don't underestimate the head of the 7 dependents. Jeff heard this, with an unwilling look on his face, struggling to stand up. Urusha heard the words, but he didn't know what he thought of, his face softened, and he continued gently. It doesn't matter, Sir Jeff, because the key that can wake you up is in our hands. Urusha looked at Jeff's eyes, as if looking at some rare treasure, his eyes revealed eager desire. Jeff seemed to be seriously injured, or perhaps he was so angry with Urusha's words, he said a few times with difficulty, no. Then, his head tilted and he passed out. Urusha smiled slightly, his expression turned savage, and shouted to the sky. I finally got Jeff. Ha 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 ha. As if to vent all the excitement in his heart, after screaming for a long time, Urusha regained his peace, picked up Jeff, found a big tree, and hugged him to rest. Although Urusha's expression was not as excited as before, she hugged Jeff tightly, and the expression between her eyebrows all revealed her sickness. After Hades opened his blindfold, whether it was momentum, look or magic, it gave people a completely different feeling. If he was the foremost wizard among mankind just now, then at this moment, he is like an angry demon. It was a feeling full of darkness, making Calvin sweat instantly frightened. Hades' deep voice sounded. It surprises me time and time again, Calvin. It can actually make my demon eyes open. If this is the case, I have to give you a gift in return, so I will let you know. The abyss of the magic way. From now on, it is far beyond your imagination. After Hades opened his so-called demon eyes, Calvin remained silent and his expression remained calm. It's just that the cold sweat that ran down his face quickly, and the trembling that he couldn't help but, all showed that his heart was not as calm as the surface. In the battle just now, he can say that he has used his full strength and used all his energy, but Hades is still so unfathomable. However, it seems that somehow he finally forced out his full strength. What magical abyss, I think you are just a bluff. Although he was flustered, Calvin didn't show any signs of compromise, and continued to stimulate. Hades's hair fluttered, his beard curled up, he said playfully like a demon. Bluffing? You can't help it if you think so, but if you want to hold me back, I'm afraid it will end here. No matter if you delay me for a long time, even if all the 7 dependents are defeated, but as long as I stand still, your fairy tale has absolutely no chance of victory. Calvin's face turned greenish. He believed that the strength of Elisa, Naz, and others would surely defeat the other 7 purgatory dependents. In fact, just now, he had already felt that Naz and Loki had defeated the enemy separately. Judging from the strength of the magic power, the enemy must be the so-called 7 family members. With the Asma he defeated, there are only 4 of the 7 dependents left. It's just that Hades' strength is far beyond his estimation. Calvin originally planned to hold Hades here, and after the other people on the island win, then gather everyone's strength to defeat Hades together. But let's not talk about how many people can still fight after defeating the 7 dependents. Can all the members of the monster tail really defeat the Hades in front of him? Thinking of this, Calvin exclaimed a little bit resentfully. What on earth did you come to this island for? Isn't your purpose for the Black Sorcerer? Hades showed a look of yearning in his eyes, and replied with a trace of reverence. Isn't that obvious? The Dark Wizard, Jeff, is on this island. Impossible. That guy died a long time ago, how could he be on Sirius Island? Calvin frowned and said in a tone of disbelief. Hades shook his head non-committal, and continued to say in a cold tone, Jeff is still alive, he has been alive, but he is sleeping now. Calvin heard the words, and couldn't help but think of the frightening, flashing magic power before. Hades didn't know what Calvin was thinking about until novel.me continued. I spent all my hardships and finally got the key to make Jeff wake up. Today will be the day the Black Sorcerer wakes up. You are really sick, whether you are asleep or already dead, that kind of guy has already disappeared, you actually want him to return to the world. Calvin gritted his teeth and said, completely unable to understand what Hades did. Hades laughed and said disdainfully. Sure enough, you are also a brat. Don't understand the greatness of Jeff at all. The abyss of the magic way is endless darkness, where there is the magic of one flashing in it. I'm only a little bit close to getting the magic of one. But that a little bit is very far-reaching. The only thing that can fill that far-reaching pair is the great magic world. The world where Jeff is. With Jeff's awakening, the world will change. Then, I can finally get the magic of one. Calvin, regardless of your strength or talent, you are the top wizard I have ever seen, but you will never reach the great magical world. Because you lack the consciousness to go to the abyss. Having said this, Hades stretched out his hands and slowly took a pose. With the swing of Hades' arm, that unfathomable magic power was also mobilized. But, what Hades said didn't make Calvin lose his fighting spirit, on the contrary, he became more vigorous. What a magical abyss. You old man is crazy enough. Whatever awakening or not, I don't want to go to that weird place at all. If your brain is sick, go to a doctor. I can introduce you if you don't know me, but if you dare to run wild in the demon tail, even if you are a lunatic, you can't forgive. Chapter 152, Hobby's Ambition. Furthermore, after Gray and Kana moved separately, they were running around, and he actually found 2 figures. A beautiful woman carried a man on her back and walked slowly in a certain direction. Gray could tell at a glance that these 2 must be the people of the Devil's Heart, because they are not members of Fairy Tale. Gray was half right. This woman was indeed Urusha, the head of the 7 dependents of Purgatory. As for the man, it was needless to say that he was the Dark Sorcerer Jeff. It's just weird. Jeff had been injured by Urusha just now, but after a short while, most of the injuries on his body have disappeared, and soon, maybe he will be intact. It's just that, Urusha hasn't noticed yet, she is still intoxicated with the joy of getting Jeff. Just listen to her softly speaking. Soon, you will be able to become a real black wizard. This sentence is like a bolt from the blue to Gray. In the brief confrontation with Cabrico before, he had learned that the enemy's purpose was to wake up Jeff. Although I don't know what happened between the 2, Grays did hear the woman calling the man Jeff. Doesn't that mean that the enemy has almost reached their goal? Moreover, no matter whether Jeff is really asleep or not, trying to wake up such a person can never be a good thing. It's better to say that this is the most terrible plan. It will hurt the world every minute. Jeff had already become infamous 400 years ago. Not to mention, the book of Jeff that he created alone turned countless demons into evil people, and Gray was one of the victims. The huge figure named Dalyola, I am afraid that it will never be erased in Gray's heart. Right now, Gray became solemn and carefully observed the 2 of them. At this observation, Gray was surprised again. If Dalyola is Gray's unforgettable fear, then there is another woman who is the light in his heart. That woman was his master Ulu, who was described by Gerald as if she's still alive, she's definitely one of the 10 holy masters. Gray's surprise was due to Eurydiah, who was carrying Gerald. In appearance, she and Ulu were too similar. This had to make Gray suspect, and Urusha had already captured Gerald. In any case, he couldn't let the 2 of them go. So, Gray followed sneakily. He didn't have the brain to attack rashly when he got hot, but planned to inquire more information. As long as he is not with Naz, the usual Gray is calm and cautious. In the woods scorched by flames, a blue kitten staggered to its feet. After Hobby hit with a head mallet, it took a long time for the pain in his forehead to slowly disappear, the curls in his eyes finally disappeared, and he became conscious. And when he woke up, he found that Naz had already defeated Zankro, but he was lying down. Hobby wanted to fly back to Calvin for the first time, but the old man who wanted to fight Calvin once felt a cold wind blowing behind him. Forget it, I shouldn't go over and hold my back. I don't know who the explanation is for, Hobby muttered to himself very unnaturally. After pondering for a moment, Hobby picked up Naz, flew out of the woods, and flew to the temporary camp. He thinks there should be other members of the guild, it is better to gather first. He still remembered the location of the camp very clearly. One person and one cat swept across the sky like a gust of wind, and soon arrived at the camp. There were a lot of people in the camp, and there were many injured, especially Macaro was also in a coma with a bandage. Hobby suddenly felt incredible when he saw this situation. Look at who are lying down, the Iron Dragon Gagaru who is comparable to Naz, Macaro, the Saint Ten and the leader of the Monster Tail, Ibajalan of the Thunder Gods, and Alfuman, Naz and Libby were also in embarrassment, and none of the three teams that participated in the assessment were able to fight. Hobby is very panicked, but the others are not much better. Since Naz and Gojairu defeated Laxus, they have vaguely possessed the strength of the first person below the S rank. Even he has fallen. Is it true that he can only rely on a few S rank wizards? This thought came to everyone's heart, and the atmosphere instantly suppressed. But fortunately, the few S rank wizards seem to be fine. Wendy, let's see how Naz's injury is. At this time, Lysina, who was worried about Naz's injury, said softly. Lysina had long expected that Naz would be injured. With Naz's personality, she would definitely meet the enemy at the first time, but this injury surprised Lysina too much. Does not refer to the severity of the injury, but the wound. Wendy just took a look, her face changed drastically, and said, it's a burn, and it's very serious. After finishing speaking, Wendy is about to use healing magic. This sentence also gave everyone present, Naz would be burned, which was indeed something they had never imagined. Hobby. What is going on? Lysina asked. Naz's enemy claimed to be the sorcerer of the Flame Destroyer, and the flames completely suppressed Naz, but it doesn't matter. With my help, Naz has successfully defeated the enemy. Hobby said proudly, and finished. I looked everywhere, and when I didn't find the pure white figure, I couldn't help feeling a little down. When everyone heard of the Flame Slayer sorcerer, it was difficult and believable. The Dragon Slayer was already so powerful, and it was really difficult to imagine how amazing the Slayer sorcerer was. But when Naz heard that Naz had defeated the enemy, everyone felt relieved. Then Lysina couldn't help laughing and teasing when seeing Hobby's appearance. Don't look, Xiaolulu is not here. This made Hobby a little embarrassed, but immediately turned his head and looked at Naz worriedly. Wendy's treatment has started for a while, but Wendy's magic doesn't seem to be very effective. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has been sweating, and I can see that she has tried her best. Mila kept watching with a heavy face, and suddenly she seemed to have discovered something and said to Wendy. Wendy, Naz's scarf has an evil force on it, try to get rid of it. Because of Myra's unique physique and her ability to easily accept the magic of the devil, she was very sensitive to this evil aura, and immediately discovered something wrong. Wendy was taken aback for a moment, but then nodded immediately and followed Myra's instructions. At this time, Myra said to Hobby again. Hobby, do you still have magic power? Love. No problem. Mila, please tell me as much as you want. Hobby said suddenly, with a sense of responsibility. I need you to find Elisa as soon as possible and bring her to Calvin's side to support. You are the only one who can complete this task here. Xiaolulu and Pansalili have already gone out to search. Said seriously. Hobby also nodded solemnly when he heard the words. He also saw Calvin and Calvin's opponent Hades just now. Even a cat as weak as him can feel the old man's extraordinary. Right now, Hobby took a deep breath and said. Naz, please, everyone, I'm leaving. After that, Hobby turned into a sharp arrow, soaring into the sky, looking for Elisa. You have to find Elisa first, and save Calvin in a crisis. Then, Xiaolulu will make me look different. Calvin will feed me a lot of fish later. I can also show off to Lucy up. In Hobby's heart, all kinds of distracting thoughts drove him, making him extremely excited. Elisa. I'll come too. Chapter 153, Kana Lucy vs Hua Yuan. In the woods that are not wide, the huge figure of Hua Yuan is chasing Kana and Lucy continuously. The speed of Hua Yuan is completely inconsistent with his figure. Every step is full of power. Whenever he pushes his feet, he will definitely kick out a small hole on the ground. With this kind of power, Kana and Lucy can only retreat and dare not catch any of them at all. Hua Yuan's thick hands contain tremendous power. Although his attack is monotonous, it is a simple push of the palm, but the concentration of magic power in the palm of the hand makes this powerful power even higher. Moreover, Kana and Lucy don't believe that he has only this strength. After all, the other party is one of the 7 servants of purgatory. How could they only have this magic? Just now, Hua Yuan relied on unknown magic to take a joint blow of the two. Faced with this unknown magic, Kana and Lucy did not dare to attack indiscriminately so as not to waste magic power. But continuing to escape, neither of them can see the chance of victory. After all, they are just weak women themselves, and they are not strong enough to confront the Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan once again jumped high and fell from the sky, pushing his palms heavily towards the two of them. Upon seeing this, Kana and Lucy flashed to the left and right, barely attacking. Pushing the palm to land on the ground without reservation, a storm-like impact was rippling around. Although they avoided, Kana and Lucy were blown away for a certain distance. The sand, dust, and gravel flew around, falling like raindrops on the two women. After a few laps on the ground, the two of them stopped and fought, but they both suffered minor injuries and were very embarrassed. Kana gritted her teeth, and fiercely threw out 3 cards at the same time, each shooting magic from them, namely Flame, Hurricane and Frost. Frost arrived first, and as soon as it came into contact with the Huayuan, it spread out and turned into a huge icicle to cover the Huayuan, but cleverly exposed the gap between the chest and abdomen. This was not for attack, but to fix the opponent. Immediately after that, the flame and the wind blade merged, and the wind assisted the fire, but the fireball the size of the water tank instantly shrank to the size of the basin, and its volume became smaller, but the heat in it increased, bringing the heat and destruction to the Hua. The courtyard blasted. Facing Kana's bitter blow, Huayuan didn't care much, just laughed wildly and shouted. It's useless. Doll material, steel. As Huayuan's voice fell, his body seemed to have undergone some changes, and the fireball deliberately left Kana's ice hole and hit him. The next moment, the fireball suddenly erupted, and the flames shot in all directions. A blast of wind blew all around, and together with the scorching heat, a large amount of rubble and land were raised. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and the dust slowly drifted down, exposing the Chinese courtyard in the middle. The icicles that trapped him have disappeared, and the chest and abdomen that were hit are blackened. The Huayuan's expression is calm and indifferent, just touching the charred place with his hand. With his hand wiped away, as if to wipe away the dust, the original skin was exposed in the scorched black place. Kana's attack still failed. No way. Can't even do this. Lucy couldn't help shaking her teeth. She asked herself if she couldn't use such a powerful move, but even this couldn't cause him damage. How should the battle continue? Suddenly, Lucy's eyes staring at Huayuan brightened up, as if she had discovered something. Kana panted loudly. She has tried her best to face the enemy's steel defense, but in vain. This made her feel pessimistic, and she felt frustrated. If it's Myra or Elisa, you can easily defeat each other. But this thought only appeared for a moment, and Karna immediately shook her head vigorously, as if she was about to throw these distracting thoughts out. Myra and Elisa must be fighting, how can I give up here? I don't believe that Lucy and I really have nothing to do with this guy. As Kana's fighting spirit rises, a few cards are caught in her hands again, and she will continue to attack. Although she also guessed that her tactics are probably useless, she can only do this for now. If the attack is not maintained, the giant palm of the Chinese Academy will continue to be launched endlessly. Just as she was about to shoot the card, Lucy's shout suddenly came. Kana! I found it! Hearing Lucy's shout, Kana immediately stopped her hand movement, her eyes flashed brightly, and she looked towards Lucy. Although Lucy didn't say what she found, Kana can be sure that this is definitely a turning point. Right now, Kana quickly took out another card and shot it at the Huayuan. The Fool's Temperance. Before the card reached the Huayuan, a thick grey smoke sprayed out of it, and it was about to envelop the Huayuan and its vicinity. When Huayuan saw this, he was shocked. Although he was not afraid of other attacks, he really did not dare to touch the smoke that would be sucked into his body. Just listen to him softly shout, the doll has deteriorated, and the material has changed from steel to cotton. Huayuan's body immediately changed again, and the previous hard and heavy feeling instantly became light and fluttering, as if even the wind could blow him. Pushed hard with both feet, this time the height of the Huayuan jump was higher than every time before. When the force brought by the kick disappeared, he had avoided the range of smoke. But he did not just fall down, but drifted in the air with the wind, slowly drifting, watching the movement below with ease. At this time, Karna had already taken the opportunity to come to Lucy, hiding under a dense tree, not knowing what she was discussing. The expressions of the two were different. Karna showed a faint doubt, but the excitement on Lucy's face was about to overflow. You mean, that guy's weakness is his doll? Karna took a deep look at the Huayuan in the sky, and there was indeed a strange doll floating beside him. I can't go wrong, I can see it very clearly. At the beginning, the doll was not there. At that time, the fat man was obviously injured after your attack. But since the doll appeared, no matter what kind of attack is on him, he will be ineffective. Lucy said excitedly, with a confident look. She paused, sorted out her thoughts, and continued. The only explanation is that he used unknown magic to switch between himself and the doll, and his real body was hidden on the doll. Seeing that Lucy is so sure, Kana also feels quite reasonable to listen to it until novel.me, although Lucy's speculation is very wild. Thinking of this, Kana's eyes suddenly became serious, and she said to Lucy seriously. In this case, after the smoke clears, I will go out to attract his attention, and you will attack the doll. Lucy nodded in response, thinking in her heart that she must have the Sagittarius come and shoot the fat man. The Chinese courtyard in the sky fluttered with the wind, and slowly drifted out of the smoke-covered area. Before he could stand still, a wind blade slashed at him. Is Kana's fraud? Huayuan did not rush, and instantly changed the material of the doll, along with his own body. The wind blade hit the Huayuan without a trace, but it only made a faint white mark on him. And this attack has exposed Kana's hiding place. Huayuan's gaze naturally moved there. The next moment, a few quick arrows shot out from the woods on the side at an extremely fast speed. Before the Huayuan could react, they had accurately shot the doll floating on the side. In the woods, Lucy looked successful, with the corners of her mouth raised triumphantly, and the protoss Sagittarius stood beside her. Seeing his arrow hit the target, his firm face couldn't help but smile. The doll was hit, and neither Canna nor Lucy could hide their excitement, but the next moment, both of them became at a loss. After the arrow hit the doll, nothing else happened except for two ding-ding sounds. Only the Hua Yuan looked at the hiding place of the two men suspiciously. Then, he seemed to understand something, and leaped towards Lucy very angrily, and pushed it down. Wow 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 wow. What's the matter? Is my guess wrong? Seeing this, Lucy could only yell in horror and run away. Chapter 154, One More City. Sagittarius stood up for the first time and blocked his owner. It was just a little bit powerless. The Hua Yuan just pushed lightly, and the Sagittarius was already seriously injured and turned into a bubble and returned to the astral world. Originally, Sagittarius is a long-range combat type, strong offense and weak defense. It's not surprising to be beaten back after a face-to-face encounter. It's just a bitter for Lucy. When the Sagittarius who has high hopes returns, there is no other protoss to protect her. It's not that she doesn't want to continue to summon other protoss, it's just that after summoning each protoss one after another, her mana consumption has been quite serious. At this time, she can't spare even 1 second to summon. There was a strange noise in the mouth of Hua Yuan, which seemed to be his breath when he exhausted all his strength. It sounded very ridiculous. But his attack was not funny at all, on the contrary, it was amazing. Lucy was about to be pushed down by him. Suddenly, Lucy flew away abruptly into the sky, and then a dark figure quickly rushed down from the air, punching him on the fat cheek of the Zhong Hua Yuan, and blasting him out from a distance. Oh 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 oh! The force on his fist was amazing. The Hua Yuan roared in pain, and it was tumbling on the ground again and again, until it hit a big tree and stopped. It's just that he stood up again soon, staring at the figure that blasted it out with an angry look. Seeing his appearance, he received such a blow, it seemed that nothing happened. The owner of the figure is not a human being. He has a majestic body, dark and beautiful hair, and a face that looks like a cat and a leopard. It is Pansa Lily. Lily. Lucy in the air shouted loudly, her heart was touched and she didn't know how to express, then she turned her head and looked at the person who was flying with her, naturally it was Xiaolulu. Xiaolulu exhaled heavily. It was really close just now. If she was 1 second late, Lucy might be going to die. After the two cats sent Alfman and Alba Green back, they began to look for Elisa again. I don't know whether it was their bad luck or Lucy's luck. Elisa was not able to find it, but it was critical. Saved Lucy at all times. Pans Ali clenched his fists tightly, shaking slightly unnaturally. Although he did hit the opponent just now, his fist was also painful. The enemy gave him the same feeling as Gojairu. They are all made of steel. At this time, Kana also ran out of her hiding place, standing next to Pansalili. Xiaolulu also gently put down Lucy, everyone with a solemn expression and a deep complexion. Hua Yuan lightly patted the dust on his body, stared at the people on the opposite side, and suddenly roared. Ah! How dare to do this to me, I will definitely not let you go. However, the Chinese Academy did not rush over, and when the other side came to support him, he did not act carelessly. Just pull out the hair of one of them, and then I will be in the grip. Thinking of this, the awkward mind of the Chinese Academy of Sciences suddenly started to work, and wanted to conceive a prudent plan. It's just that he forgot one thing, that is, he is not a smart person himself, and he is not good at strategy, even if he wants to break his brain, he can't think of a way. It would be more efficient to pull out the hair directly with violence. It's a pity that he didn't realize this at all. Just when the Hua Yuan was stunned to plan, Pansalili was asking for information about the Hua Yuan. Although I don't know why the Chinese Academy is still there, Lucy didn't think much about it, and she said all her knowledge and guesses. The fat man is very powerful and fast. He attacks monotonously but is very powerful. He can also use unknown magic. No matter how we attack, he will be unscathed. I guess that the weird puppet next to him was his body, but that puppet also has a strong defense power, and general attacks are not effective at all. Pansalili heard the words and nodded, not knowing what he was thinking, but he did not look away from the Hua Yuan for even a second. After a while, he spoke. In other words, essentially that guy has extraordinary attack and defense power, so we have to treat him as Gojairu. Don't pay too much attention to that doll, maybe it's just for bluffing. Attack him directly, I don't believe his body can be harder than Gojairu. These remarks were full of momentum, and for a while, others seemed to be more confident. Pansalili was once the leader of the army, and naturally became the captain of this temporary team. When these words were spoken a little louder, Hua Yuan's ears were unexpectedly sharp, and they heard what Pansalili said. It was nothing at all, but for some reason, Hua Yuan was furious. Just heard him shout loudly, my ugly time spell is not something to scare people. Hua Yuan took the doll, pulled up the hair on it, and continued triumphantly. This is a lost magic, as long as you stick your hair on this doll, I can manipulate you at will, this is super spell magic. Come on, give me your hair. When everyone heard the words, their hearts were stunned. Lucy's eyes were obviously with fear, but she still pretended to be disdainful, and said not to lose. How is it possible? I've never heard of this kind of magic, anyway, it's just bluffing. The humble tone seemed to make the Hua Yuan even more angry. He slammed his hair out and stuck it to the doll. How dare you look down on me? Humph, in that case, let you see and see. He slowly walked to the people and handed out the doll to Lucy, with a look on his face that he wanted to show off to others. Lucy was really unbelievable, she stupidly took the doll, and the others were also dumbfounded. She couldn't believe how stupid there should be. After receiving the doll, Lucy felt a touch and coldness that only metal can have. She immediately understood that this fat man had glued his hair to the doll before and changed the material of the doll to make him himself. It also has the same nature, so it can prevent many attacks. At the moment, Lucy's eyes flashed, and after realizing that the other party was an idiot, a plan immediately came to her mind. Just listen to her speaking in a coquettish tone. Oh, this puppet is stiff, not cute at all. While speaking, Lucy also showed a very charming look until novel.me quietly winked at Hua Yuan. Hua Yuan's mood was even higher. Without a word, he immediately used magic to change the material of the doll, as well as his body. Lucy squeezed lightly, and found that the doll was really soft, and her eyes showed surprise. To be honest, she didn't expect it to go so smoothly. The next moment, she took the doll and smashed it into the ground forcefully, but it was not enough for one time, and she smashed it several times. With the head tribe of the doll on the ground, the Hua Yuan also seemed to be controlled by some force, and it was strangely continuous to hit the ground with its head. After a few clicks, the head of the Hua Yuan also has a few more big bags. Even if he was as stupid as him, he knew that he had been tricked. He endured the pain and wanted to take the doll. Lucy looked at the embarrassed Hua Yuan, with a sullen smile on the corner of her mouth, and smiled at the Hua Yuan. Before the Hua Yuan realized what was happening, Lucy had already tossed the doll to Pansalili, and Pansalili also laughed, showing sharp teeth. When the doll was still on the track it was thrown over, he had already slammed the doll with a strong punch, and the powerful force knocked the doll out several tens of meters. But it was not over yet. Xiaolulu flew over to catch the doll cleverly, then flew up, and when it reached a certain height, rushed down at full speed. The doll was severely thrown to the ground again, and Kana was not insured enough, and even more connected to using magic to attack the doll. Needless to say, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has naturally been subjected to this abuse. Even if he is as strong as him, he can't hold it. Everything is over, this battle is won by the side of Fairy Tail. Everyone is elated and excited, high-fiving each other to celebrate. Poor fat man, in a crisis, he forgot to control the material of the doll. Chapter 155, You will be killed. The dark clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, and raindrops will fall at any time. On the shore of Sirius Island, the magical airship belonging to the heart of the devil is silent, but it does not mean that there is no one in it. A figure was sitting leisurely somewhere in the airship, and suddenly the owner of the figure sighed faintly. Has another one been defeated? What the fairies can do? I don't know whether it was an exclamation or a mockery spit out from his mouth, and then he raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stood up. I didn't expect that there was anyone besides Makarov who could push Hades to this point. The 7 dependents have already been over half annihilated, so even if I go out, he has nothing to say. I always feel like I can fly today, hum. As he spoke, the owner of the figure quietly walked out of the airship, looked at the fiery battle between Hades and Calvin from a distance, felt bored and left alone. There is a faint magical power exuding him, which is not obvious, but in fact his magical power is quite amazing, and it is also the magical power that Calvin first felt like him. His identity is the vice president of Devil's Heart, which is the so-called second place. On the battlefield that just ended on Sirius Island, there were 2 women enjoying victory. They are Kana and Lucy. Lucy couldn't help but sat on the ground tired, not only she was alone, Kana was also very tired, but at any rate, they finally won. The huge body of the Hua Yuan was lying on the ground, motionless, and there was no more power to fight. Pansalili on the side also retracted his body, exhaling very fortunately. To tell the truth, if the Hua Yuan were not for a complete idiot, even if they could win, it would not be so easy. I have to say that this time it is really thanks to Lucy. Xiaolulu glanced at the fat figure of Hua Yuan with disdain, spitting out a faint mockery. Is strength not proportional to IQ? How do you feel that he has a demon-tailed style? Kana suddenly covered with black lines. I have to say that Xiaolulu's irony is really powerful, and in one sentence, almost all the wizards of Demon Tail were scolded. There is more laughter here, although they also understand that there are other enemies that have not been defeated, but the rare victory still relaxes a few people a lot. Perhaps this is what they think in their minds, even if the 2 of us can defeat the enemy's cotters, then the others are even more so. Also can't say that their thinking is wrong, after all, even Asma, who is the top strength among the 7 family members, can be easily defeated by Calvin. It seems that defeating the enemy is just a matter of time. It's just that this is a bit too optimistic, this battle is not over yet. At the same time, a young man wearing a leather jacket, glasses and a plain head was walking in the jungle. His mouth kept saying poetic but very difficult words. Not far from him, a beautiful white-haired woman was waiting. That woman is one of the S-rank wizards of Fairy Tail, Mila Jane, who was once called the Demon. Is the temporary camp of Monster Tail. Behind Myra, there are several injured people lying. Other fighters, such as Libby, also stared at him with bad eyesight, but the young man with glasses didn't care much about these eyes. All his eyes are watching is Myra in front of him. Is the pure white fairy going to fall under my feet? It's a sad ending. I will use roses to sacrifice your corpse. The man held his forehead with one hand, and said with inexplicable amusement. In the eyes of other people, I am afraid it is like a neurosis, or it should be said that it is snake disease. Sister, be careful, he is, very powerful. Behind Mila, Elfman, who saw the visitor, gasped and said. It was the man in front of him who easily defeated him in Abba Green. Regarding the information about the man, Elfman had already told Milla before, so Milla would look like an enemy. After all, the opponent is using lost magic, the concrete arc of fighting with imagination. Milla remembered Calvin saying that his card of summoning was created by referring to the arc of the concrete. The man looked at Elfman lying on the ground, his eyes playful. You are not dead yet, you are really tenacious. Is this your sister? Doesn't she look like you at all? The man snickered, as if defeating Elfman was nothing worth mentioning. Then, he looked at Myra with his straight eyes again, put away his frivolous smile, and said lightly. Introduce yourself, I am Lost Tyros of the 7 Dependents of Purgatory, known as the Rusty Rose. I am the one who will kill you. Mila's face was calm, but anger flashed in her eyes, she only said with a chuckle. It doesn't matter who you are, but you are the one who hurt my brother and EBA Green. Then, are you ready to go to hell? Mila's charming smile highlighted the terrifying words, and when the voice fell, the originally demure clothing no longer existed. Instead, she was dressed in revealing clothing. There is a bony tail with spikes behind her, her expression becomes fierce, her hands are covered with thick scales, and her sharp nails are dazzlingly bright. Is to accept magic Satan's soul. Oh, has the fairy turned into a demon? But anyway, novel.me is still useless in front of me. I want to fight Calvin Macaro. I heard that his summoning card is above my concrete arc. I want to tell him personally that he is not as good as an ant in front of me. Rastarose yelled and looked a little excited, but Myra was even more excited. When the other party spoke, her figure sprang out like lightning. Came to Rastarose in an instant, his fierce claws, like the most ferocious beasts, swung down fiercely. Rastarose was taken aback. In his rush, he couldn't even speak the usual scenes. Both arms turned into golden shields, which thrilled to block Myra's claws. But the power brought by the double claws pushed him back a few steps. Before he was shocked, a huge whip was already slammed. Where is the whip? It is clearly Myra's tail. Ras Tyros had no time to make the rest of the reaction, so he could only continue to block it with a shield embarrassingly. The power of the tail is far greater than that of the claws. Even with a shield as a buffer, Rastarose was still knocked away. He raised his head anxiously to look for Myra, in case her next offensive. However, Myra did not continue to pursue her, just scorned him with haughty eyes, and said lightly. I want to challenge Calvin at this level? You should give up. You will be killed in a second. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Rastarose's reaction, Myra rushed up again. The demon's breath broke out completely. After a period of rest, Myra's magic power was fully restored, and his combat power was at its peak. That terrible demon once again stood in front of everyone to show her strength. Whether it was Elfman or Libby, both of them had grown up, unable to speak for a long time. Chapter 156, Heavy Force. The grey-black cloud finally started to rain, and the sound of ticking sounded endlessly. The entire Sirius Island was covered by heavy rain, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Elisa was running alone, but her calm expression was somewhat anxious. The reason for the anxiety is that she is eager to find the enemy, but time is short, and Sirius Island is not big, it is not easy to find a specific person, especially Elisa is not a wizard who is good at tracking magic. Taxi. In fact, Elisa was fighting with one of the 7 family members of Purgatory not long ago. Although the opponent was only a child, her magic power was amazing. Even if she and Zhu Bian met the enemy together, they could not win it quickly. Other side. Of course, no more, no less, because the enemy is still a child, Elisa subconsciously released some water. But when Zhu Bian was injured by the girl named Melty, she had already planned to do her best, but maybe Melty was young and ignorant, and said something terrible. The so-called unbelievable words are the order in which Melty herself wanted to kill the monster tail and then quickly. Of course, Elisa herself ranked high. Melty ranked 5th, and she was still ahead of her. They are Calvin, Kildas, Makarov, and Grey. Elisa didn't know what animosity Melty and Grey had, but after hearing the so-called sequence, Zhu Bian suddenly broke out. The magic power was raised several times out of thin air, and the sky immediately rained heavily. As everyone knows, Zhu Bian is a pure water wizard, and rain will give her an incomparable advantage. At the moment, Zhu Bian proposed to fight alone and let Elisa leave first. One thing that is even more well known is that Zhu Bian's feelings for Grey are unabashed and passionate. No one in the guild does not know this. Although she doesn't know why Melty hates Grey so much, for Zhu Bian, Lord Grey's enemy is her enemy, and the only way to face an enemy is to make a decisive decision. On the other side, after Kana and Lucy defeated the Hua Yuan, Pansalili and Xiaolulu also left again, and set out to find Elisa. And learned from the mouths of the 2 cats that many people in the guild had already concentrated in the temporary camp. Kana and Lucy nodded to each other, and planned to go back to the camp to discuss with everyone. Pansalili and Xiaolulu wanted to give them a ride, but since the 2 girls knew that the cats had a mission, they also refused, planning to walk back by themselves. Heavy rain fell from the cracks in the treetops. Kana and Lucy were soaked, their clothes clinging to the skin, drawing beautiful lines. It's annoying, why is it raining? Lucy sighed impatiently as he walked. Drenched all over, the sticky feeling is so uncomfortable, and the spirit has been tight, making Lucy miserable. Kana looked up at the sky, a continuous thick black cloud was floating above Sirius Island, and she knew that the rain would not end too soon. Don't blame it, won't it rain if you return to the camp early, Kana said loudly. Lucy took a look, then sighed slightly. It's so strict, Karna. Then she seemed to think of something again and whispered. I don't know what happened to Naz, Did they beat their opponents? Lucy's whisper was heard by Kana, and Kana showed a playful smile, hugging her from behind Lucy. Oh, Lucy, you are really worried about Naz. How far are you two? Kana's tone was full of gossip, her eyes squinted slyly, and her hands were disorderly. Touched the huge size of Lucy's chest. Stop it, didn't you just say to go back to the camp? Lucy said helplessly with a black line. Kana chuckled, rubbing her hands harder, making Lucy squeak and twist her body. There must be a lot of stinky men in the camp. There are some things that only our girls can say. Didn't I also tell you what I like? After a long struggle, Lucy escaped from Kana's hands. She clutched her chest, flushed and yelled shyly. This is too big, what should I do if someone sees it? I can't think of Lucy as an innocent girl, but don't worry, it's not so easy to meet someone here. Kana said indifferently, as she said that her eyes sparkled again, as if she wanted to attack Lu again. Weat. Lucy was crying, watching Kana approaching herself step by step, and suddenly her expression became serious. Kana saw this, and immediately put away her playful expression, and instantly turned her head to look. I only saw an area in front of me, where the rain was very dense, and the sound of rattling continued to sound, and he was slowly approaching the two of them. A figure was vaguely visible in the rain, and as he approached, a terrifying and huge magical power shrouded nearby. The complexions of Kana and Lucy suddenly became extremely pale. The contact of magic power on the skin has already made both of them feel extremely pressured. Me, let's finish laughing, it's not a comparison. Is that fat man several times more powerful? Kana thought incredulously. Under that huge magic power, she couldn't even raise her fighting spirit for a while. Even the more combat-friendly Kana looks like this, not to mention Lucy, who is not good at fighting, she is also full of fear, her teeth trembling. The people slowly approached, and Kana and Lucia finally saw his looks clearly. This is a guy with a peculiar appearance, with a tall nose, deep-set eyes, his hair all combed behind his back, and a thick braid. At first glance, he may think that the other party is a bit like a monkey, but with his cruel temperament, it is actually more like the incarnation of a demon. With a coat on his body, he saw the two of Kana, but raised his hand slightly and pressed it down at random. The next moment, a huge pressure suddenly came, causing the two women to be pressed to the ground in an instant. The extremely heavy pressure made them unable to stand up. Not only that, but the surrounding ground was crushed by the pressure. A huge crater appeared suddenly, while Kana and Lucy were lying in pain. In the huge pit, almost can't move even. Under the heavy rain, Calvin panted and escaped an attack. He directed the three summoned beasts to continue to attack, and in front of them, countless demons had surrounded him. Anyone created a demon from a stone. This guy is too bad, is he really a human? Calvin looked at Hades with extremely dreaded eyes, not daring to relax a little bit. Since Hades took off his blindfold, he seemed to have changed himself, completely suppressing him. Damn it, if this continues, I will really die. Chapter 157, Curse. Facing a large number of strange demons, Calvin forced himself to calm down. Just now, after Hades took off his blindfold, he made a strange gesture. Accompanied by terrifying and powerful magic power, one by one demons were created from the stone ruins. According to Hades's explanation, as long as it possesses the magic power of the abyss, clods can also generate demons. This is derived from the Book of Jeff, Chapter 4, Section 12, the magic called Heaven's Punishment. Although these clod demons are not comparable in strength to the demons in the Book of Jeff, with such a large number, Calvin has fallen into a hard fight. These demons are completely dark, with strange purple patterns on their bodies, each of which has different shapes, like a mixture of various beasts, but they have the same thing in common, that is, they are full of tyrannical and cruel aura. Every head fiercely charged towards Calvin, Calvin gritted his teeth fiercely, waving his hands again and again, and Amaterasu 28 style covered him. Rumbling. The next moment, the magic circle exploded, destroying many demons, but with the existence of Hades, demons were created endlessly and joined the army attacking Calvin. In a short time, these demons have formed a small army. Although they are not wise, under the simple command of Hades, there are rules and methods. 3 summoned beasts are blocked in 3 positions and resist each other. The most eye-catching is the true red-eyed black dragon. Its huge size makes it easy to destroy demons with every move. The terrible breath is even more unstoppable, and it also contains the most demon-summoned beasts. As for the black sorcerer and the dragon slayer swordsman, they are not to be outdone. The sharp blade light and the gorgeous magic bullets interweave a strong net to keep all demons out of the net. At the same time, a head of white demon wolves were condensed by Calvin, and then they rushed into the demons like a ghost. Boom! Boom! The devil wolves tried their best to run to the place where the demons were the densest, and then they blew themselves randomly after hitting them randomly. Calvin tried his best to resist Hades's demon army, but he released his magic so fiercely, his magic power was rapidly consuming. If it were not for the magical seed to double his magical power, I am afraid he would have died in Hades's hands long ago. Only at this moment, Calvin asked himself that he had no confidence. Not far away, seeing Hades, who Calvin could resist, couldn't help but feel an accident on his cold face. He knows his magic very well. These demons are actually a collection of magic powers strictly speaking. These magic powers are not ordinary magic powers, but the magic power of the abyss. The abyss of the magic way is a symbol of fear. These demons, which are formed by the magic of the abyss, are second in strength, and the most powerful is the impact on the mind. Every demon will bring despair and fear to the mind and thoughts. With such a large number, and Calvin's sensitivity to magic, it should have long since collapsed. In fact, Calvin is indeed completely surrounded by fear now. It's just that he has used the summoning card for more than 10 years, coupled with the practice of soul dividing, so his mental power is so huge, and the breath of fear does bring some interference to him, but the effect is not as great as Hades imagined. Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, Hades gradually became impatient and said in a bad tone. This kind of strength is indeed admirable. Apart from me in the heart of the devil, I am afraid that no one is your opponent. But, that's it. As a dancer of the devil, the Inquisitor of Heaven, dance, devil. As Hades's voice fell, the demons rolled up one after another, their original form disappeared and turned into cylindrical, strip-shaped soft limbs, all rushing towards Calvin. Calvin's eyes dazzled, and he threw a card without thinking about it. The next moment, the card turned into a dome-shaped light curtain covering Calvin and the summoned beast like an inverted bowl. Is a magical effect card, called the Sacred Shield Mirror Power. The demon that had transformed its form hit the light curtain fiercely. After the light curtain rippled for a while, the demons rolled back and went back and forth. Hades' pupils shrank and he gave a cold snort, which increased the output of magic power. The more demons were born from the soil, the next moment they turned into strips of soft limbs, and continued to whiz away. The sacred shield gave Calvin a breath of breath, but Calvin's brows were still deeply furrowed, and his face showed a thick haze. It's fine for the time being, but it seems that it won't last long. This magic card is not a normal magic card, it can be said to be one of Calvin's whole cards. Not long after he was promoted to the S-rank sorcerer, Calvin once studied the 3 super magics of Monster Tale. Although he did not learn any of them, he created 3 cards through research. This sacred protective shield is referred to from the fairy ball, one of the 3 super magic. Of course, the defensive ability is definitely not comparable to that of the fairy ball, but if it is just to defend Hades, it is more than enough. It can be said that this is Calvin's strongest defense method. The demon continued to attack the sacred shield, which gradually faltered, and the number of demons was also increasing. The breath of fear and despair novel.me gradually spread to this island. The first thing I felt was a group of powerful people, the remaining 3 of the 7 dependents, Myra and Elsa, the one who attacked Kana and Lucy, and some of the Demon Tale's powerful wizards. After feeling the breath, these people's movements all stopped, and those who were in the middle of the match also temporarily stopped their movements. Can the breath of fighting make me feel fear? But this feeling of fear will turn into my imagination. Go, the undead of Brydia. Rasteros waved his hand, a large number of undead surged. Stepping out, rushing towards Myra. Mila's expression is very solemn, but this is not because of Rasteros' attack, but because of the fear that comes from afar. Calvin, be careful. The next moment, her expression became cold, her hands were emptied on her waist, magic power gathered in it, and a dark vortex was born from it. Super sadism. The whirlpool shot out from her hands, instantly becoming extremely huge, tearing apart the undead imagined by Rasteros. On the shore on the other side of Calvin, a ship is stranded on the shore, and 3 figures walked off the ship. Let's go, hurry up and support everyone. A middle-aged uncle with dark red hair gave a gentle command, and the figure rushed out like lightning. The other 2 looked at each other and quickly followed. These 3 people are really Kildas, Felid, and Bigoslow who left before. In the depths of Sirius Island, Urush retracted his gaze looking at the horizon, his deep eyes flickering, and he didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, he said to himself. I really underestimated you, Calvin. I can actually push Hades to this level. Chapter 158, Counterattack. The heavy rain continued without stopping, and thunder sounded from time to time. Whenever the thunder sounded, Pansalili always showed a different side, trembling and looking very afraid. Due to status issues, Pansalili had to hide in a hidden cave. I can't think of it, you are actually afraid of thunder. Xiaolulu was surprised, covering the corners of her mouth and teased slightly. Pansalili immediately pretended not to care, calmly. Who is afraid, it's just that flying in the sky on rainy days can easily be struck by lightning. Words caused Xiaolulu to snicker again, but the laughter only lasted for a while, and soon stopped. Because this is not a good time to make jokes, the 2 cats still have very important tasks. Must find Elisa and take her to support Calvin. Especially after the breath of fear spread, the hearts of the 2 cats became even more anxious. Well, let me find Elisa, Lily, you can rest here for a while. After a moment of indulgence, Xiaolulu suggested. No, you are too dangerous, and we have been flying for a long time, so your magic power shouldn't be much. Pansalili shook his head and vetoed, then continued. Just take a break here, I believe Calvin will not lose so easily. The enemy's use of such terrible magic is the evidence. I'm worried because the enemy used this kind of magic. Damn it, if the male cat is here at this time, it will be fine. Xiaolulu said indignantly, and she couldn't help but think of the sometimes cute and reliable Blue in her mind. Color figure. Xiaolulu would expect hubby for no reason. Just as they were annoyed, a blue phantom passed quickly in the rain. Along with the thunder, Hobby's cry echoed in this sky. Elisa. Abruptly, Hobby's figure paused quickly, his eyes dignifiedly looked around, and then he listened carefully to the sound. It was a pity that he could hardly hear other sounds except the sound of rain and thunder. He has used this method many times, but every time he returned without success, just as he was disappointed to move the place to continue calling Elsha's name, a faint sound came from below. Hobby. I'm here. Hearing this familiar voice, Harpy suddenly shook his head and rushed downward. There was a woman in armor with a bright red hair. Is Elisa? Saw him put his hands on both sides of his mouth, shouting loudly at Hobby. Elisa! Hobby exclaimed enthusiastically, and instantly fell into Elisa's chest. Even if there was only a hard feeling, Hobby didn't want to leave. God knows how much courage he muster up to shout loudly on this island full of enemies. Fortunately, he finally found Elisa. Hobby, what's the matter? Why is it so anxious? Elisa asked in surprise. Love. I have taken you to support Calvin by the President's order. The President said solemnly, don't forcefully meet the enemy, and run away with Calvin if you have a chance. Answered quickly, not dare to delay. After hearing what hubby said, Elsa's face changed slightly, and the enemy's horror was beyond doubt if Makarov could say this. Especially since she already felt the breath of fear and despair. I understand, let's go now. It's just that won't be an excuse for Elisa to shrink back. Without even thinking about it, she immediately asked to leave. Hubby didn't dare to delay, and immediately flew to Calvin's battlefield holding Elisa. At the same time, Myra's battle has reached a deadlock. Even though Myra had the upper hand, she couldn't solve the enemy for a long time. There were two reasons. The first is that Myra didn't dare to use too much magic, because she wanted to quickly support her partner after she defeated the opponent. Before the breath of fear and despair spread, she felt it, and there was a strong and terrible guy here. On the island. Secondly, it was because Rastarose immediately shifted the target after realizing that he was not Myra's opponent, and the magic kept blasting towards the wounded, causing her a lot of attention. But in spite of this, Myra still suppressed Lost Tyros, and did not let the opponent's purpose succeed. Ras Tyros is a magician who uses the arc of the figurative. He can create a behemoth out of thin air. His hands can turn into strange claws and golden shields. His feet are boarded with the wings of a Pegasus, and he is strong. Once again, he caught the gap and released the giant beast towards Makarov, biting Makarov with a big, hideous mouth. Mila gritted her silver teeth and was about to rush over to resist. At this moment, the movement of the giant beast suddenly stopped. The next moment, an angry voice sounded. Puppet magic. Human form. Broken. Accompanied by the sound of the word broken, the behemoth suddenly shattered, and Rastarose had not had time to be surprised. Another even more angry and colder voice sounded. Dark text, Juying. A figure wearing jet black armor and long emerald green hair flew down from the air and knocked Lost Tyros into the air with one blow. Someone showed up, obviously it was Bigoros and Felid of the Thunder Gods. Although they had just arrived at the island, both of them were wizards with high mobility, and they felt the camp in a while. After flying Lost Tyros, Felid eliminated the wings behind him, and Bigelos also got off the doll he controlled. The two leaned together like a city wall, which was extremely reliable. Myra, leave this guy to us. There is an unknown aura on the south side of the island. Can you go and see it over there? Philip stared at Lost Telos, calmly Myra said. There is probably where Calvin fought, but another place also has unusual magical powers, I plan to go there. Seeing the person coming, Myra also breathed a sigh of relief, and said, dispelling the soul of Satan. Don't worry, those who are coming back with us, and killed us, he has gone where you said. Myra heard the words, no longer hesitated, and said quickly. Philide, give me a pair of wings, I want to keep my magic as much as possible, because Calvin's opponent is really unusual. Philip nodded without speaking, but immediately wrote the words with the western sword on his waist, and the words turned into wings, clinging to Myra's back. Mila tried to control it, then nodded to the two of Philip, turned into a phantom and flew away. Rastarose looked on coldly and didn't stop Myra, because he also knew very well that Myra alone was strong enough, and if the three of them joined forces, he would definitely not be able to win. Might as well let Myra leave. Watching Myra's figure disappear into the sky, Lost Telos smiled confidently again, and laughed wildly. Are there any more people here? But a few more chops are still useless. Have you ever beaten imagination? Imagination is unlimited, can you win unlimited power? Suddenly, Bigilith's doll shot a few lasers, very fast, and Rastiroth finally avoided it. You are enough to kill the two of us. After the attack, Bigolos said indifferently. And Felid continued. Desperate, fairy tale, start to fight back at this moment. Chapter 159, Kilda's debut. In a huge pit on Sirius Island, Kana and Lucy were shaking, looking at the man in front of them with uncertain expressions. The latter was expressionless, just staring at the two women with disdain, and said lightly. I repeat it, tell me where the grave of Mabes is. Kana and Lucy looked at each other, and didn't mean to answer each other, but silently held the card and key. Seeing the movements of the two, the man also knew their plans, frowned without a trace, stretched out his arm, and pressed it down again. In an instant, a huge and unbelievable pressure enveloped the two women, and they were pressed down together with the ground again, and the ground was once again shattered. The two women vomited blood and fell to the ground, their injuries a bit more serious. So strong, I don't even have room to fight back. Kana's eyes began to dim, and she thought unwillingly, let alone counterattack, now she can remain conscious, which is quite remarkable. Lucy, who was not far from her, could only scream slightly, and was obviously powerless to fight. Kana tremblingly stretched out the card in her hand, and the light shining brightly, emitting thick smoke from it. But the man didn't even make any movements, and the smoke seemed to be drawn by some force, all hovering near the ground, even close to the man. Would you rather die? No matter, after killing you, I will directly ask Makarov to say hello, he should not be dead yet. The man's expression remained unchanged, as if killing was just a trivial matter. He slowly approaching Kana, she stretched out her palm and started to move. Said that it was too late in that time, suddenly a figure rushed out, blocked in front of Kana, and stretched out his arm at the man. In an instant, a magical power surged out, and the man's face stunned and he quickly backed away. Just now, the man felt a fatal threat from the person in front of him, which he had not felt in a long time. Seeing the visitor clearly, he was a middle-aged man with dark red hair and a dark cloak. Is Kildas? I saw his eyes wide open, blue veins bulging, and an expression of rage. Just a little bit, he almost watched his daughter die in the other's hands. How could this not make him angry? Dad, Dad! Kana said softly in pain, but the tone was joyful. Just seeing the tragic situation of Kana, Kildas' anger soared again, and he could hardly wait to slaughter the opposite man. Oh! You are the famous Kildas. If it were you, you should know where Mebius's grave is. Can you tell me? The man didn't seem to notice Kildas' anger. He asked in an almost ridiculous tone. Kildas did not answer, but said gently to Kana. Kana, can you still move? Kana nodded quickly. Then, take Lucy out of here now. After that, he rushed to the man. Kana didn't dare to be negligent when she heard this, struggling to come to Lucy, and to leave with her on her back. At this time, earth-shaking vibrations came, the ground was lifted, and the rocks were shattered, just like the end of the world. Kildas shot with great anger, as if to crush everything. Seeing such a sight, Kana was even more afraid to stay and left quickly. Kildas and the latter crossed their fists, and a terrifying magic power suddenly burst out, and the wave of air caused people to stand unstable. Both sides stepped back a little, staring at each other. The man's expression became ugly, as if he was talking to himself. His tone was full of difficulty and belief. My Bruno is actually at a disadvantage. Bruno, this person's reputation is not inferior to that of any great wizard. As the vice president of the Devil's Heart, he is also a person whose strength is limited to Hades. All the while, apart from Hades, he has really never encountered a well-matched opponent. Even though Kildas is not a small name, he has never been concerned. It was also at this moment that he personally played against each other, and he realized that Kildas' strength was not a waste of reputation. Whoever you are, how dare you mess with this exam, and shoot my most beloved daughter to apologize with death? Kildas said angrily, and then when his body dashed, he would continue to attack. The most cruel crushing magic. Previously, he asked Kana to leave. In addition to fearing that they might be implicated, he also didn't want Kana to see him making a full shot. Generally speaking, the smashing magic trick will make the enemy torn apart and extremely bloody. He seldom uses it against humans, and even if it is used, he is unwilling to let the younger generation see it. Not long before Kildas and Bruno fought, there was a battle on the other side that ended. After being enraged by Melty's words, Zhu Bian showed unparalleled strength. Her feelings for Grey drove her magic, and the weather's advantage made it impossible for the young Melty to resist. It's just that Zhu Bian's love for Grey also gave Melty an opportunity. The lost magic she used can connect Zhu Bian to the senses of her loved one. Goes a step further, and even can link her and Zhu Bian Grey's senses until novel. Me all this stems from her hatred of Grey. In this way, whoever of the three parties will die, Grey will definitely die. Melty hated Grey, enough to make her give up her life and kill her. This was originally a desperate stalemate. In the end, Zhu Bian's tears saved the three. Zhu Bian's love for life and his feelings for Grey were conveyed to Melty through sensory links. This feeling made her unable to fight anymore. The last two of them had exhausted their magic power and fell to the ground one after another. At the same time, due to the sensory link, Zhu Bian and Melty's injuries after the battle were transmitted to Grey's body, caught off guard, made him make some movement, and was discovered by Urusha. But they did not fight. After discovering Grey, Urusha persuaded him to defeat Hades with absolute ice knots. Under her deceptive words, Grey seemed to believe it, and the figure quickly disappeared in the dense forest. And Urusha is supporting Jeff's body and came to where Melty is. Also wanted to kill Zhu Bian, who was also down here. But just when Zhu Bian was killed in the hands of Urusha, Grey appeared like a hero and saved Zhu Bian. As a result, he still couldn't escape the battle. Urusha entrusted Jeff to Melty, and Grey asked Zhu Bian to chase Melty. After the disturbances, Grey still had to fight Urusha, a woman who looked like his most beloved master. The battle on Sirius Island gradually came to an end. The fairy tale had all attacked, and there were only a few people who could fight in the heart of the devil. When these four battles are divided, it is also when the war ends. Chapter 160, 4S. The heavy rain has not stopped, the thunder has not stopped, and the raindrops are falling, but it is the countless dirt demons. Hades stood still on the spot, but the clawed demon attacked Calvin from various angles like arms. Whenever it hits behind the light curtain, it is shot back by the reflected power on the light curtain. This sacred shield mirror power reflection can be used as one of Calvin's cards. Of course it will not be just a simple defense. In fact, this seemingly fragile light film has the effect of reflecting and attacking. It's a pity that it was not Hades himself who attacked the light curtain, but the clawed demons he controlled. After these demons were destroyed by the reflected power, they would immediately burst out of the mud and stones, and repeat. And the working time of the sacred shield is not infinite. As time goes by, the effect of the light film gradually begins to fade, while the demon's attack becomes more intense. Under Hades's dense attack, the light curtain guarding Calvin began to falter, and it seemed that soon, the sacred protective shield would be broken. Calvin frowned slightly. Although he looked a little worried, he didn't care too much. Suddenly he seemed to be feeling something, turning his head around not knowing what he was looking at, then he looked up at the sky again, silent. A thunder suddenly flashed, illuminating Calvin's pale face, and then Calvin, who had been calm, suddenly smiled. Reinforcements are here, and there are so many when they come. At this moment, a huge icy pillar suddenly stood up on the sea in the distance. If you look closely, a figure is firmly imprisoned at the tip of the icicle. Calvin glanced over, and the smile on his face became even brighter. Minute. After closing his eyes and feeling it carefully, Calvin sighed to himself. This magic can't be wrong. It is Grey and Urusha who sneaked into the council. That woman is not easy. It is really a lot for Grey to be able to beat her. Suddenly, there was a terrible wave of magic power from the island. Calvin's eyes were shining brightly, and the joy on his face could not be hidden. Kildas is back, then there is no need to worry about the island. Before using the sacred shield, Calvin had been focusing on fighting Hades, and had no spare time to perceive the situation on the island, but now he got a temporary respite. The situation on the island was in front of his amazing perception. At a glance, the results obtained made him extremely relieved. At first, he felt the huge magic power except Hades, and there was not much left. Only 2 people were still resisting. But in front of Thor and Kildas, Carl Wen believes that their failure is only a matter of time. Then, now, only Hades is left. Calvin's eyes became dignified instantly, and he took out a few cards from nowhere. At the same time, the sacred protective shield was finally broken. The overwhelming demons roared from all angles, but Calvin was prepared. While hiding in the sacred protective shield, he didn't do anything to patronize the island, but he kept accumulating magic power. At the moment the demon broke through the protection, countless demon wolves appeared beside him, rushing to the surrounding demons like lightning. Under his keen perception, every demon wolf accurately found its prey. Rumbling. This wolf chase is believed to be the most powerful in history. The power is so powerful that it caused a powerful wave of air and raised dust in the sky. Under the cover of sight, Hades was unable to find Carl for a while. Where the text is, one can only vaguely see the huge figure of the red-eyed black dragon. Calvin took the opportunity to move and quickly moved to a secluded place. The magic card in his hand lit up slightly, looking like he was preparing something. It's just how keen Hades is, he immediately found Calvin's figure again, and as his eyes shifted, the demons under his control also moved quickly. I saw dozens of demons fused together and turned into an even greater demonic, with a hideous face, his hands turned into sharp claws, and he grabbed it at Calvin. Facing this fierce attack, Calvin didn't move, just preparing his magic seriously. A hint of joy flashed in Hades' eyes, thinking that he could finally defeat this nasty boy. Boom. But things were counterproductive. A figure fell from the sky, holding a huge spear in his hand, and slammed the fusion demon into flight. But the fusion demon is not that easy to defeat, and immediately fights with the people. Hobby. You go back first. Love. Yes. Dress up. Heavenly armor. A soft drink sounded from the crowd, the golden armor on her body was instantly replaced with a dazzling silver armor, and the evil-breaking spear in her hand was replaced with 2 sharp swords. Using such a gorgeous dress-up magic, who else besides Elsa? At a critical moment, Hobby brought Elsa to the battlefield. Hades snorted, and then dozens of demons merged into huge demons, and they continued to attack Calvin while Elisa was entangled. Calvin still ignored it, but the attack of the fusion demon did not fall on Calvin, because the second reinforcements arrived. A terrifying shock wave shot down from high altitude, avoiding Calvin and hitting the fusion demon within a millimeter, and the huge figure of the fusion demon was directly blasted into the ground. Hades looked up angrily, and a beautiful figure not inferior to Elsa was floating in the sky. She had bright white hair, hot dress, and a pair of bat wings behind her, staring at Hades coldly. Mage and Myra, come to welcome Holy Prophet. You actually show up one by one, Calvin. Is this what you rely on? If you think this can save you, it would be too naive. The situation after another novel.me made Hades' anger rise to the highest, suddenly shouted. Calvin sneered coldly and ignored the card in front of him. If he hadn't felt the magic of Elisa and Myra, how could he dare to prepare his magic unsuspectingly? At this time, Elisa's sharp sword split the fusion demon into 2, and looked at Myra, and stood in front of Calvin. It's really slow, I'm about to beat him. Calvin was in a good mood and couldn't help but smile. Mila glanced at him, did not speak. Elisa hummed disdainfully. Just blow it, you almost died. Calvin chuckled and stopped speaking. In these short words, Hades has already attacked again, and saw that he gathered all the clawed demons and merged into a humanoid demon with amazing aura. The humanoid demon is not big, but the magic power contained in its body has been highly concentrated by Hades. It opened its violent eyes, which were full of scarlet. Elisa and Myra hurriedly waited, and they also saw that the demon was not easy to provoke. At this moment, Calvin smiled softly. Don't be so nervous, that kind of thing will be destroyed immediately. Before he could say anything, a thick thunder pillar smashed into the sky, accurately hitting the newly born demon. The demon in the thunder light gradually vaporized under the high temperature, and replaced by a tall figure. The thunder and lightning dissipated, and the figure inside stared coldly at Hades in front of him, with a look of mischief. Surrounded by golden lightning, he has short golden hair like golden flashes. By Kacha, you are here. Looking at the person coming, Calvin said with a chuckle. Chapter 161, The Strongest Battle Mode. This man, bathed in thunder and lightning, like a of war, is the grandson, La Causas, who has temporarily left the fairy tale and inherited the blood of Macaro. When he arrived with incomparable aura, it still brought enough shock to Elisa and Myra. The humanoid demon who seemed to them to be quite difficult was destroyed by him lightly. It's just that when Calvin spit out the name Bikacha, both Mila and Elisa were taken aback, and then they laughed unanimously. The name Bikakeo exists in their distant memories. When Calvin was a teenager, he made a lot of cards jokingly, one of which was called Pikachu. It was a yellow monster that looked a bit like a mouse. It was small and round, with 2 brown stripes on the back and a lightning-like tail. There are 2 blush-like red spots on its face, which is very cute. And the ability of this summoned beast can release golden lightning from the red dots beside its cheeks, which is a bit similar to the magic of La Causas. This was nothing at all, but Calvin, on a whim, helped the summoned beast to take the name La Causas, which naturally angered La Causas at the time and made a big break for a while. In the end, Calvin changed his name to calm the turmoil, but for a long time, Calvin called La Causas Pika Super. In fact, it's not to blame for Calvin's sudden sneer. Remember that when Calvin met La Causas the last time, he and the Thunder Gods teamed up to fight, and was humiliated by the generals of the 6 demons, and even more so. The leader of abruptly caused a split personality. This resentment is not so easy to eliminate. Suddenly hearing this long-lost name, the veins bulged when La Causas dawned, obviously angry to the extreme, so he vented his anger on Hades in front of him, and hit him with a head hammer. Boom! Hades was caught off guard, his forehead and Laxus came into close contact, and took 2 steps back slightly. You kid! Hades yelled angrily. He was easily attacked by the opponent for a while. Although he was not injured, he always felt that his dignity was trampled on. God knows why Hades is so sensitive. Perhaps it's because La Causas has a temperament that resembles Makarov's youth. La Causas did not continue to attack, but stared at Hades cautiously. Not to mention Hades' terrible aura. His appearance alone made Laxus very jealous. In his grandfather Makarov's at home, there is a photo of the 2nd-generation president of Monster Tale. The person in the photo is obviously Hades in front of him. Although the momentum is completely different, it is undoubtedly the same person. Although he still doesn't know exactly what happened, there is no doubt that the opponent is the enemy. Hades' face was uncertain, and suddenly he looked at Laxus, playfully authentic. Is your boy Makarov's blood relatives? One by one is really endless. With that, he stretched out his finger and hooked La Causas. Come on, let me see how much Makarov you have. When La Causas heard this, he was about to shoot, but the voice from behind stopped him. Bikacha, that guy can't be defeated by himself, don't be impulsive. La Causas glanced back at Calvin, then turned into lightning and passed by, coming to the side of the 3 of them, and said in a cold voice. If you call me Bikachu, I will kill you first. Hearing these words, Elisa and Myra couldn't help but laugh again, and Laxus gave the 2 women angrily. Calvin did not care about the threat of La Causas. After preparing for so long, his magic was finally completed. I saw that the card in his hand radiated light and turned into a summoned beast that shot at him with 2 beams. One of the beams shot at the true red-eyed black dragon. The next moment, the true red-eyed black dragon quickly changed. Its huge body gradually shrank, the body below the neck turned into a handle, and the dragon head turned into a blade. In a short period of time, this mighty black dragon turned into a gorgeous black knife, with 2 bright rubies inlaid on the knife. It was the black dragon's really red eyes. Although the shape is a knife, the name of the weapon is actually called the true red-eyed black dragon sword. After the transformation, it flew in front of Calvin in an instant, exuding a slight black glow. At the same time, another beam of light split into 2, shooting at the dragon slayer swordsman and the black sorcerer respectively, and the 2 summoned beasts were surrounded by radiance, turning into 2 phantoms and flying towards Calvin. On the way, the 2 phantoms merged into one and became a brand new phantom. The phantom had the appearance of a black wizard, but the wizard suit turned into armor, holding a wand and a dragon sword. Combined long knife. Without any pause, the phantom stepped directly into Calvin's body. At this time, the only card left in Calvin's hand also glowed, and a mysterious altar suddenly appeared behind him, covering Calvin strangely. But immediately Calvin stepped out again, came to the floating red-eyed black dragon sword, and shook it lightly. Suddenly a dragon roar sounded, as if a mighty black dragon roared towards the sky. Calvin's appearance was very different at this moment. The armor he was wearing was obviously the armor of the phantom that entered his body before. In addition to the true red-eyed black dragon sword, he also held another weapon, which was obviously the weapon of the phantom before. It's a long story, but all this happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone only felt a few lights and shadows flying around, and Calvin appeared in front of them in a brand new posture. The other people have never seen Calvin like this, and they just feel unclear. After all, the magic radiated from Calvin can't be faked, just standing in place has already brought a faint coercion. It looks like this takes a long time, but in fact Calvin has tried his best to reduce the time steps. If it is normal, he must first merge the dragon swordsman and the black sorcerer into the super swordsman dark paladin, and then use the chaos ritual to fuse the dark paladin with himself, and finally the real red eye the black dragon turned into a weapon. I find it troublesome just to say it. However, Calvin in this posture can be regarded as his strongest combat mode. After Adris returned, he had been thinking about how to effectively use the surge of magic power, and he finally came up with such a model. When making special cards for exams, because it took less time than imagined, it gave him free time to figure out how to simplify this process. Although it still took a little time, it was better than it's much faster before I get up. Calvin smiled faintly and said confidently. Have been waiting, Hades, let's start the second round of fighting, but this time it's 1 to 4. I hope you can survive this old bone. As his voice fell, the three figures around him also moved forward, and the momentum of the four faintly formed a line, pressing down on Hades overwhelmingly. Hades just snorted disdainfully, then laughed and shouted wildly. Ha 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 ha. Interesting and interesting. I will let you guys know what despair is. Chapter 162, Victory is coming. The thunder resounded through the earth and continued uninterruptedly, and the rumbling sound could not help but this was not the sound of the thundercloud, but the aftermath of a few people fighting. Hobby looked at the splendid battlefield from a distance, a flash of astonishment flashed in his heart, and he muttered. Sure enough, these monsters can't be involved in the battle anyway. But with Calvin, Elisa, and Mila, no matter what kind of opponent can win. Gazing deeply, Hobbit flew away without looking back. The heavy rain was still so heavy, and the refraction brought by the rain made the place a little farther away blurry, but Hobby still knew the way back to the camp. On the way, Hobby couldn't help being proud of himself. What Xiaolulu and Pansalili failed to do was accomplished in a short time by Master Hobby, even though this task was only sending Elsa to the battlefield. As he got closer to the camp, Hobby's mood suddenly became anxious. Naz's previous battle injuries were not light, and he didn't know how he was being treated. Soon, the camp appeared in front of Hobby, but the situation at this time seemed a bit bad. A magnificent tower stood on the ground for some reason, a young man with glasses and an arrogant expression was laughing wildly, while Philip and Bigaros were awkwardly tied to the wall of the tower. Ah ha ha ha. Tower of the gods, let your sorrow swallow the stupid goblin and return to the dust. Seeing this, Hobby rushed into the air subconsciously, and the redness and swelling on his forehead that hadn't subsided touched the back of the enemy's head again. This sudden impact caused Rasteros to scream subconsciously. After an experience, Hobby's head hammer seemed to become proficient. The tower that Rasteros manifested instantly melted into a bubble and disappeared, and everyone who was bound was freed. Good job, Hobbit! Philip yelled, holding the unsheathed western sword, and under the impetus of Bigelos, he rushed towards Los Telos very quickly. Philip in the air has already prepared the magic to be used, which is the dark text that represents destruction. Rasteros was shocked and ignored the hobbit who had attacked him. He quickly avoided it. Thanks to Philip's quick success, he rushed over without riding the wing, preventing him from turning in the air. At this moment, a huge red flame spouted from behind him, directly drowning the figure of Rasteros. The screams sounded loudly, and within a short while, the voice changed from loud to weak, and gradually disappeared. The flame went out, revealing the scorched figure in the middle, and Rasteros finally fell, unable to fight anymore. But no one cares about his life or death, everyone's eyes are focused on the person who ejected the flame. Nats. Hobby threw into Naz's arms for the first time and exclaimed excitedly. Hello. Do you know? I just completed the task entrusted to me by Myra just now. The chirping words kept coming from Hobby's mouth. Everyone else saw it, can't help but smile. Naz touched the top of Hobby's head, bared his teeth and smiled brightly, and said encouragingly. Good job, Hobby. After being appreciated by Naz, Hobby straightened his chest proudly, went around in a circle like a parade, and then immediately became a little low. Hey, why isn't Xiaolulu not here at this time? After Naz finished admiring Hobby, his eyes became sharp, and he glanced around at all the injured people, then looked at Wendy and nodded. After pondering for a while, he looked at the distant place where the magical power fluctuated and said awe-inspiringly. I'm going to defeat Hades. Hubby, let's go. Wendy also said quickly, Mr. Naz, I will go with you too. Naz nodded, agreeing. At this time, Hobby said with a little trembling, well, I think if I get involved in the battle of those monsters, I will lose my life in minutes. When everyone heard the words, they couldn't help being silent. Hobby awakened the dreamer with a word. With the 3 strongest S-level wizards of the demon tail, what kind of enemies cannot be defeated? Hobby is right. There are 5 terrible monsters there. It's us, it's just a hindrance. Gray's voice came from the air. Everyone looked up. It turned out that Xiaolulu and Pansalili were flying over with a few people. Pansalili showed a huge body, holding 2 people, and Xiaolulu was hold Gray. Gray was full of injuries and was really embarrassed, especially with a big opening in his abdomen, which was frozen by ice. His face was extremely pale, and he knew that he had suffered serious blood loss. The other 2 are Kana and Lucy. The 2 women are also seriously injured, but they are still conscious. Just now Xiaolulu and Pansalili had a rest for a while, and they planned to fly out again to find Eliza, but Eliza had been taken away by Hobbit a long time ago, how could they be found? But they didn't come back without success. They found the scarred 3 of Grey and brought them over. 5 people? Besides Calvin and Hades, who else is there? Lysina asked in surprise. The 2 cats put down a few people, Grey sat on the ground and said in a deep voice. And Laxus, I don't know when he will come. This sentence made 3 of them overjoyed, and these 3 are naturally the thunder gods. Laxus? You said Laxus is here. Excited words were spit out from Philip's mouth, and Bigelos beside him looked excited and intolerable. Although Albagreen was still lying on the ground, his eyes also connected flashing light. Yeah, or where did you think the intense thunder came from? Grey said indifferently, and then glanced at Pansalili, whose face remained as usual. But Grey knew very well that the big cat with a majestic body just now was extremely sensitive to thunder. Now there are only 2 enemies left. Except for Hades, the other is fighting Kildas. Kana interrupted. Doesn't that mean there is only one left? Naz said with a smile. Everyone heard that there was no objection, just as it should be. After all, it was Kildas. In this case, let's wait for the victory that belongs to us quietly. To be honest, although we are not reconciled, at this level novel.me there is nothing for us. Grey said with a wry smile. As they said, now that the battle has come, everything depends on the S-rank wizards in the fierce battle. Kildas and Bruno are evenly matched, with powerful magical powers in every move. Gravity magic and crushing magic are both hideous. As for the battle with Hades, it was even more fierce. The 4 of Calvin, Demon Myra, Fairy Queen, and Dragon Slayer, who used the strongest mode, attacked with all their strength, and it was earth-shattering. Hades didn't even have time to summon the unearthed devil. Under the joint efforts of the 4, he could only cast the Amaterasu magic circle continuously, and each of them hysterically released their magic power without reservation. This war will end soon. Chapter 163, Mob Hades. Fall in love with you reading.com, and update the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale as soon as possible. The thick golden thunder pillar fell from the sky. It turned out that I don't know when Laxus turned into lightning and appeared on Hades's head. A thunder and lightning struck him from him. Hades raised his hand with one hand, and a magic circle emerged from his hand, steadily blocking the thunder pillar, but this was only a trivial blow, and there were successive attacks. Calvin held a pair of knives, and with a strong wave, 2 crescent blades shot out from it, slashing Hades straight, and Mila on the left gripped both hands, and the black torrent gathered from it and turned into an endless mad current. Hades drew his gaze and shouted, a huge wave erupted from his body, dispelling Myra's magic, and then his hands shot out 2 magic chains with claws, which accurately buckled them. Calvin's knife point, with a flick of his hand, the knife point was thrown to Elisa on the right. Elisa didn't rush, her Tianlun armor instantly changed into a leopard print sonic armor, holding 2 wide short knives, her figure gleaming like ghosts. She came to Hades in the blink of an eye, short knives stabbed Hades's heart and forehead like a poisonous snake. Just as the short knife was about to stab Hades, a clawed demon sprang out from nowhere and turned into a shield to block Elsa. The short knife stabbed in, but got stuck in the devil's body, unable to advance or retreat. Hades chuckled, pointed his palm at Elisa, and was about to use a magic spell. At that moment, a lightning flashed quickly, and a knee appeared in front of Hades, hitting the bridge of his nose hard and knocking him far away. The bridge of his nose was injured, so it was as strong as Hades that he had to obey the physiological response, and a little bit of tears moistened his eyes, which made him feel more angry. Waved his hand suddenly, the Amaterasu Begui appeared instantly, the scale was not much larger than the previous one, the light shone, and the magic circle burst out immediately. Calvin's gaze flicked, and he immediately inserted a knife into the ground. 2 gems on the island flashed brightly, and a miniature protective shield immediately appeared in front of him, resisting the impact with difficulty. Elisa quickly put on the armor of the King Kong, and the huge shields she wore on her 2 hands shook together with a sound of chang. Myra didn't know when she flew behind Elisa. After doing all this, the magic circle exploded. Elisa's diamond armor can even withstand the magic retractor, not to mention the lack of concentration of Amaterasu, but even so, it also consumes a lot of her magic. The only one who didn't do any defense was Laxus. With a strong body, a few dragon scales floated on his face, and 2 fists wrapped in thunder and lightning to attack. The jaw attack of Thunder Dragon. Rumbling. The huge power caused a wave of air, the surrounding area was destroyed into ruins, the rocks were blown away, the trees were uprooted, and the scene was withered. The 3 of them tried their best to withstand this wave of attacks. The next moment, Myra's magical shadow sprang out from behind Elsa, her claws condensed with a dark air current, and instantly swiped dozens of claws at Hades, drawing out the shadows. Darkness rushes. The shadow of the claws turned into a purple and black undercurrent, scattered around Hades. Hades sneered and his palm emitted magic like a shock wave, shaking away all the undercurrents. But Mila's attack was not over yet, purple and black shot out from her palms, all blasting towards Hades without leaking. Dark spark. Hades flicked his cloak, and the thick magic power on it turned into the strongest shield, completely enveloping his figure. The purple and black falling on the cloak were like ordinary fireworks, except for raising the dust, except for the burst of light, has no other effect. God. It's totally useless. Myra was shocked, and the next moment a magic chain quickly hooked her. Hades slammed her directly to Calvin's side. Calvin hurriedly caught Mila. This resistance made him miss the best time to pursue. But it doesn't matter, he missed it. Elisa and Laxus will not let it go, they have already approached Hades together. Laxus's coat was broken, revealing his sturdy body, with dragon scales on it, and his huge fist blasted Hades's face mercilessly. The fist of Thunder Dragon. On the other side, Elisa changed clothes again, but this time she didn't put on any armor, just a pair of flaming wide pants. Her upper body was only wrapped around her chest with a bandage, and she was holding a large sword, cutting out a knife without reservation. The sword is the famous sword left by the turtle dove. Naruto Sky Flash. The blade can't even be seen, the slash slashes across Hades's body, and Thunder Dragon's fist also touches his cheek from 0 distance. Have you succeeded? The same thought flashed through Elisa and Laxus, but it was too early to be happy. Before they had time to react from the attack, a dense array of magic emerged around them. Boom. Hades has been far away from the 2, their combined blow, only left a shallow scar on Hades. The explosion of air soared into the sky, and two figures were thrown out from it, obviously Elisa and Laxus. This monster! When Calvin saw this, he gritted his teeth fiercely, ignoring Laxus and Elisa, and rushed forward with two long knives. I should be able to use that trick now. The thought quickly flashed through Calvin's mind, but he immediately concentrated, and the two swords he was holding took a strange posture. Double sword Sakura flash. Slash. The blue, green, and red and black blades flashed across Hades' waist and neck in an indistinct path. In an instant, Hades felt palpitations, but he had no time to escape, so he could only gather huge magic power to cover his whole body, put his hands in front of his neck, and took the two swords. Blood sprayed out, and a deep knife mark appeared between Hades' hands and waist. Damn boy! Hades furiously drank me with his feet on the ground. Dozens of demons sprang out of the ground and charged Calvin desperately. In addition, Hades pointed his hands together, and he didn't see any movement. Numerous spots of light flew out, and the target was Calvin who had just attacked. Calvin's double knives were blocked at the vital point, and the sound of ticking like raindrops sounded, but the light spots all hit Calvin one by one. Is also fortunate that his clothing is very defensive. Although he was hit back and forth, he was not seriously injured. Hades was about to take advantage of the momentum, but Mila flew over with a fierce kick, blocking Hades' progress, and then Mila took a few steps back and stared at Hades. The other three also recovered at this time, stood firm, and vaguely surrounded Hades from four directions. Except for Mila, the other three people were injured, breathing for a while, but they kept their eyes fixed on Hades. This fierce offensive and defensive battle finally paused for a while. Is this really an action that an elderly person over 100 years old can make? Calvin smiled bitterly. The enemy's strength was beyond his imagination. Even if it is the Senane, it is about this level. Chapter 164, Hades Gang Fight. Hades' face was sullen, his fingers were stained with blood flowing out of his body, and then he clenched his fists and looked at Calvin in front of him coldly. Very good, no one has made me so embarrassed for decades, you guys did a good job. Hades said in a cold voice, and at the same time as the voice fell, the magic power on his body increased again, and the overwhelming momentum came surging. There is still room for improvement? Is this guy's magic power endless? Calvin's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought in disbelief that not only him, but also the expressions of the other three are similar to Hades. The strength was shocked. Before the four of them had any action, Hades took the lead. He formed a mysterious handprint on his hands, and a dark air current visible from his body emerged from him and rolled up the sky. Then, where the jet black airflow passed, one after another, dark phantoms appeared one after another, in different shapes, but they were equally fierce and evil. These phantoms had double horns, and a pair of scarlet eyes revealed a strong smell of blood. Countless phantoms almost covered the entire sky, making a terrifying howl. In the next moment, these phantoms were divided into four waves, each whistling towards the fore of the monster tail. The speed of the dark phantom was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they came in front of a few people. They took the weapons they transformed into, or knives or swords or axes or hammers, and smashed them with a strong murderous intent. Lee Magic God Punishment. Facing such a huge number, Calvin's expression was stunned, and the two knives in his hand waved an invisible shadow of the knife, tearing the phantom like a meat grinder. With every cut, the phantom can be cut back into the black air current, but soon these black air currents condense into phantom again, continuing their attacks. Brilliant and dazzling thunder lights, sharp and fast blades, and rushing dark torrents all used the hands of Laxus, Elsa, and Myra, but the result was just like Calvin's, and the phantom replied as soon as it dissipated. Not only is there a large number, but it can also respond quickly. For the four, this situation is almost like facing an infinite enemy. Some phantoms are holding objects similar to magical cannons and attacking several people from far away, making them hard to defend. Calvin gritted his teeth and persisted, thinking in his heart, this is not the way to go, the magic and physical strength are consumed too quickly. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and suddenly the red-eyed black dragon sword stood horizontally on his chest, and waves of fluctuation suddenly erupted. Then, dark red flames overflowed from him, and the phantoms that passed by were ignited one after another, making tragic wailing sounds. The scream of the phantom was so harsh, like a magic sound, Calvin didn't care, just kept pushing the movement of the dark red flame. More and more dark red flames gradually caused a torrent of flames. Within 2 feet of Calvin's surroundings, all the phantoms were burned. The strange thing is that after the phantom was wiped out, it did not turn into a jet of black air, but was directly annihilated without a trace. This situation made Calvin smile, and he thought to himself, it really works. Then, he no longer hesitated, the surrounding flames converged on the red-eyed black dragon sword in his hand, gathered, compressed, and turned into a huge dark red flame knife. Calvin swung forward abruptly, and a crescent-shaped dark red flame shot out from it. The crescent became larger and larger, from the initial length of 10 feet to more than 3 feet long, and it shot into the densest phantom. After the place, suddenly broke out. With a bang, the dark red flame turned into a rain of meteors, scattered in all directions, all the phantoms stained with the flame screamed and then disappeared without a trace. A large number of phantoms were wiped out in an instant, and nearly half of them were wiped out. The pressure on the other 3 people was greatly reduced. Calvin then rushed to Myra's side, and the pitch-black dragon sword connected across the void, glowing dark red. Soon, with Calvin's help, the phantoms around Myra were finally wiped out. Then Calvin rushed to Elisa and La Casas to help. After a while, all phantoms were destroyed by the dark red flames. Burn out. For some reason, Hades just watched Calvin's action silently, without any intention to stop it. He didn't say indifferently until the phantom was gone. Can the dark be used as a fuel to burn the flame? A good trick. Sizzle. Before he finished speaking, Lacaus's turned into a flash of lightning, quickly passed the distance between the two, and threw a fist. Hades took a step back. The interrupted speech probably made him very angry, and he shot out a dozen magic chains with one hand, tightly wrapping Laxus, making it immobile. Then he stroked the word 10 with one hand, and a magic circle shrouded Laxus in an instant, shining a dangerous light. This bastard! Can you not be so impulsive? Calvin cursed inwardly, but he couldn't stand by and threw the dragon's slashing sword violently and thrust it directly beside Laxus. In the next moment, the two gems on the dragon's slashing knife gleamed brightly. Under the shining light, Laxus only felt his body strengthened comprehensively, and his strength couldn't help but surge. He shouted violently, his muscles slammed into force, and with a choked, the chain was broken off by him, and then he quickly turned into lightning and swept away at high speed. In the blink of an eye when Lacaus's fled, there was a bang, and the magic circle exploded. The light ball formed by magic illuminates the neighborhood, and the air is blasted into the sky. After the light dissipated, the dragon's slashing knife stuck in the ground was broken, and with a sound of Kali, it turned into a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Laxus, you remember to pay for my weapon. Calvin gritted his teeth bitterly, gave Laxus a cold look, and said dissatisfiedly. Laxus turned a blind eye to this, but looked at Hades waiting in a row. His face was not ugly. Then, Laxus said in a deep voice. I created a gap, you guys take the opportunity to attack. After all, he didn't care about the reaction of the three of them, and rushed directly towards Hades. In terms of speed, Laxus is definitely the fastest among the people present. Everyone only saw a flash of yellow light, and Laxus appeared behind Hades, his mouth wide open, and thunder rang from his mouth. The roar of the thunder dragon. Hades did not rush, stretched out his palm to block the lightning. The palm of that hand gathered inexplicable magic power, opened an invisible barrier, completely separated the lightning of Laxus. Lightning flashed across Laxus's eyes, and a thunderous halberd was condensed with thunder and lightning on his hands 10 meters away from Hades' side with a shoe. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Thunder halberd took the thunder and roared away. Me Hades did not block, but quickly backed away. Where Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji passed by was like a smashing lightning. Calvin, Elisa, and Mila saw the time for Hades to retreat, quickly came to him, and each used a trick. With the supremely sharp blade, a black sword burning with dark red flames, the dark light waves that can destroy everything, blasted Hades in no particular order. Hades sneered, hands out, and the blood flowing out of his arms turned into a blood-red protective shield, firmly surrounding him. The three attacks blasted on the scarlet shield, but they caused waves of ripples, but in the end they did not break it. Just when everyone was shocked, a magic circle appeared on the top of the four people at a flash of lightning. The speed of the ear shot down a thick dark beam of light. Magic, dark punishment. Hades' cold voice came from the scarlet protective shield, accompanied by the tragic wailing of four people. Chapter 165, Dark Death. Among the thick black light beams, there were a few painful figures faintly visible, and Hades did not just look at it with his hands folded. He knew very well that these little ghosts are not the ones who die so easily. He folded his hands on his chest, only 10 fingers touched, leaving a gap in his palm, and then a small black ball appeared out of thin air, sending out an amazing breath from it. The black ball is only the size of a thumb, but it looks like a catchy feeling, as if the eyes and thoughts will be sucked in. When this little black ball was condensed, someone finally escaped from the pitch-black beam of light. The first one was Laxus. He was shining with golden thunder, and his whole body was covered with injuries. Scarlet blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. His hands were like dragon claws. He tore out a hole in the dark beam of light and staggered out. Then the dark beam of light not far away was suddenly eroded by the dark red, and the dark red slowly spread from the ground to the magic circle above. Together with the magic circle, it became dark red, and then it ignited, and the light of the magic circle slowly dimmed. Until it disappears without a trace. Calvin just showed up. The armor on his body has been shattered by nearly half, panting, and the red-eyed black dragon sword in his hand is almost unsteady. Finally, Elisa and Myra also stepped out of it separately. Elisa put on the diamond armor. This set of armor known for its defensive power has been completely shattered, revealing Elisa wearing lingerie, and outlines the beauty figure. It's just that her condition at the moment is really bad. After escaping from the black pillar, she immediately knelt on the ground and couldn't even stand up. Myra and Elisa are in the same state. They finally gathered the magic power of the dark attribute and left with a violent shock wave. Perhaps because of the extraordinary resistance to dark magic, she is the least injured in terms of injury, but the consumption of magic power but it is the biggest. The soul of Satan is about to be lifted. As soon as the four of them escaped, they saw Hades and the pitch-black ball in his hand, and a feeling of heart palpitations suddenly surged. Hades just smiled coldly, raised his hand to hold the pitch-black ball, and said lightly, I really have to admire you. If it were 40 years ago, I would definitely be comforted by such an outstanding young man in the association. Unfortunately now you are my enemies, no one can stop me from obtaining Jeff. Take it to death. Taste how terrible the darkness of is. Lee Magic Uprising Dark Death Hell. After all, Hades threw the small black ball in his hand, and the small ball swelled in a sudden, like a small black sun, completely covering the four of them. From a distance, a spherical object with a diameter of several tens of meters suddenly appeared on the shore of Sirius Island. The black surface released an aura of despair. With great momentum, whether it was the monster tail people in Sirius Island, the council forces on the sea clearly felt it. Everyone was terrified, even Makarov, who was in a coma, was awakened by this terrifying breath. Makarov, who woke up, looked around and found that almost all the members of Monster Tail were here. Except for the strongest people, where could they still be guessed, plus the terrible spreading of the Sirius Island. Breath, he couldn't take care of his physical condition, and said anxiously. Hurry up. Go to Calvin's place. The people around them all had a solemn expression and moved to the shore with deep fear. Looking at this terrible black ball from afar, the four-eyed young man of the council, Rahal, with fear on his face, shouted in a panic, retreat. On the island, Kildas, who had just won victory with a trick of break the evil and show right one day, was already tired, but when the black ball appeared, he immediately sat up with a solemn expression and muttered in his mouth. Said, oh my god, there is such a dark magic in this world. Since Arusha entrusted Melty to leave with the unconscious Jeff, she has been very dedicated to her duties and dared not neglect. It's just that Zhu Bian, who was also entrusted by Grey, is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Even if he was injured in the battle and was inconvenient to move, he still followed Melty even if he was lying down. Later, Melty panicked and ran into Zhang Kilo, who had awakened after being defeated by Nez. The latter arrogantly said something, and after attacking Melty, he took Jelf. At this moment, Hades' dark death prison appeared, and the breath it brought made Zhang Croft stunned. Before he could react, a more chilling feeling surged from the bottom of his heart. He subconsciously looked at Jeff, who had just woke up from a coma, and the eyes of the two naturally came into contact with him. In the next moment, an inexplicable magical power exploded from Jeff, and the surroundings seemed to become black and white and silent. Zhang Croft kept his eyes open and fell. Upon closer inspection, he even disappeared completely from the breath of life. Melty and Zhu Bian, who were not far away, were also in a coma. Jeff glanced at Zhang Croft sadly, and murmured, I'm so sorry, I killed you because I didn't even know your name. As he said, he looked up at the sky again, and continued, that's Preto, can you actually use this level of magic now? You really deserve to be Mabi's partner. After Calvin was swallowed by the black ball, he immediately couldn't feel up, down, left, and right. The senses seemed to be completely reversed, in a state of weightlessness. What's more terrible is that the surroundings are pitch black, ears can't hear sound, skin can't feel touch, and the feeling of loneliness takes all of his mind. He tried to shout, but there was no sound from his mouth. He also tried to touch his body, but found that his body seemed to have become a part of darkness. Gradually, even the sense of time became dull, and Calvin didn't know how long he had been in this endless darkness. It seemed like an hour or 100 years. The feeling of loneliness was about to drive him crazy, and episodes of the past came to his mind. The prosperity of the previous life on the earth, the hard work of studying, the despair of waiting to die when being abandoned after coming to this world, the joy of being picked up by the grandfather, the panic of the poisonous dragon attacking the village, the joy of coming to the monster tail, becoming an S-level demon, the excitement of the guide, the happiness of liking Myra, and the sadness of Lysina when she passed away. All the things in the past, after they surfaced, they drifted farther and farther in my mind, far enough to disappear. Calvin has a feeling that if these memories drift away like this, he will really lose these precious things. He tried to catch up, but his body was out of control and he could only let the memories gradually disappear from his mind. At that moment, he seemed to be deprived of his feelings. And for some reason, it seemed that some place was attracting his soul, and he wanted to pull his soul away. He felt wrong instinctively novel.me, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Forget it, whatever. Calvin thought indifferently with the rest of his thoughts. Outside the pitch-black ball of light, Hades was sweating profusely, with fingerprints on his chest, his eyes cold. Just listen to his ghastly voice. Even with the supply of the heart, does the magic power gradually become insufficient? But it doesn't matter, the dark death prison is invincible, and the battle is over soon. Fall in the endless darkness. Facing the only darkness, no one can do anything. Chapter 166, Victory. Consciousness gradually becomes weak, and there is always a feeling that oneself has become fast and not oneself. This is not the feeling of Calvin alone. The other three also fell into this lonely Jedi, falling into the darkest abyss one after another, sleeping forever. In Calvin's heart, only the light ignited by a blaze of fire supported him, preventing him from sinking into the endless darkness. But the flame was about to be extinguished, and the wind from nowhere blew by, causing the flame to falter, as if it was about to go out. At this moment, there was a roar from the deepest part of Calvin's soul, which made him sober up most of the time. The roaring voice kept coming, and I could feel the emotion of unwillingness to be lonely. After carefully identifying it, Calvin finally understood what was calling. It turned out to be the personality that was made out by General Six Demon that day. Calvin was taught by Kiri Monastery and divided the consciousness of his personality into 7, and each sealed them in different ways, but no matter which kind of seal was used, Calvin's soul power had to be used. The great thing about the Dark Death Prison is that it can unconsciously weaken the human soul and make it gradually disappear. This is a terrible black magic. The most powerful thing is that it makes people unable to resist, because after being swallowed into this dark prison, the memory will be disturbed, and you will never remember what you were doing last moment. But the Dark Death Prison is not without weakness. As long as you can detect that your soul is abnormal, then it is not very difficult to break the Dark Death Prison. Calvin was so weakened by his soul power that the seal of his personality became loose. The roar awakened him and made him realize what had happened to him. At the same time, in the previous battle with Hades, he was swallowed by a huge black ball, and he remembered all these things. After thinking about it, he gradually recovered his 5 senses, and gradually regained control of his body. He could feel that the sense of restraint on him by the space had become less and less. Suddenly, the seed of magic power in his body trembled, and a small magic power was revealed, moisturizing Calvin's body, and suddenly, a refreshing feeling spread all over his body. Calvin hurriedly used this little magic power to shoot a virtual flash in a direction at will. Outside, the pitch-black ball still exudes an aura of despair and loneliness. Suddenly, a cyan magic beam of light penetrated from it, and a gap was suddenly added to the smooth surface of the black ball. Hades was shocked, but this is not the end. One after another, heads of demon wolves rushed into this small gap and exploded suddenly. Cracks gradually formed around the gap, and the gap became bigger and bigger. Finally, the entire black ball collapsed, turning into pieces and scattered on the ground. A figure fell on the ground easily, staring at Hades with cold eyes. It was Calvin. In addition, 3 other figures also fell to the ground. A slight impact awakened them, and they opened their eyes one after another, apparently thinking of what happened in the dark death prison just now, with a look of fear. Horrible magic, it's a pity that we can't help it. Calvin said frivolously, and pointed at Hades with the red-eyed black dragon sword in his hand. Hades looked at several people incredulously, trembling slightly, his eyes out of focus, and muttered to himself. How could it be possible? You escaped from the dark death prison. Do you feel scared now? But it's too late. Calvin yelled, carrying the black dragon sword and rushing forward. Elisa and the 3 were not to be outdone, and cooperated with Calvin's actions, surrounded Hades from all directions, and blasted magic fiercely at him. The fastest Laxus attacked first, and his hands wrapped around thunder and lightning closed together and punched Hades' head hard. The jaw blow of Thunder Dragon. Hades hurriedly stretched out his hand to block it, but under the unmatched power of Laxus, how his thin arm could block it, he was directly hit in the head and flew out. Then Elisa appeared at the spot where Hades was knocked into the air in a timely manner, holding the knife in both hands, and all her energy was concentrated on the blade. She saw her eyes stunned, and the sharp blade in her hand slashed fiercely. Hades had no room to hide, a deep scar was drawn on her chest, and the blood couldn't help spraying out. Damn! You stinky girl! Hades shouted angrily, condensing magic with both hands, and shot chains from it, binding Elisa fiercely. But when Elisa struck her hands, the chain broke. Seeing this situation, no one knows yet, Hades' unfathomable magic has finally bottomed out. Damn it! You bastards! Boom! Before Hades finished cursing, he was interrupted by a thin beautiful leg. It turned out that Myra kicked him over. Immediately afterwards, Myra gripped both claws virtually, from which a thick darkness was condensed, and these dark magic powers gradually turned into a sphere shone with purple light. Soul Destroyer! A terrible shockwave shot from Mila's hands, and Hades was like a helpless old man. In front of this shockwave, there was nothing but a scream. After this shockwave, even Hades was wounded all over his body, knelt on the ground in embarrassment, panting and staring at these people fiercely. Suddenly, a voice that made him extremely disgusted came from behind him. This war will be over soon, it is the victory of our fairy tale. Naturally, it was Calvin who said this. The black dragon sword in his hand was almost completely covered by dark red, and a hot breath radiated from the sword. Hades looked back with a stern face, Calvin's confident and indifferent expression deeply trampled on his self-esteem. My Hades will not be defeated. Suddenly, Hades yelled, and his hand slammed a wave of light towards Calvin, which exploded and raised dust in the sky. Quack! Hades panted, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly, as if he had succeeded. It's just that when the dust gradually dispersed, the figure in front of him was still standing, even his posture had not changed, his face became difficult to look again. Is this your last struggle? It really disappointed me. Even if you are the second-generation president, I will never forgive you. Fell to in confess. Second-generation adults. After all novel.me Calvin's true red-eyed black dragon sword was cut off with a single sword, and all the dark red on the sword was volatilized, turning into dark red flames to cover Hades. After dozens of seconds, the dark red flame went out, revealing Hades, who was scorched. The latter had pale eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fell straight to the ground. Calvin looked at Elisa and the 3 of them, with a bright smile all over his face, raised his thumb, and exclaimed excitedly. Finally won. All this thanks to your support. Everyone showed a relaxed smile and sat on the ground one after another, and Laxus said disdainfully. It's unpleasant to say that you are our leader. Chapter 167, The End of the War. The beauty of the sunset shone on the sea, and the orange-yellow sun appeared so big that the sky was going to darken soon. The war ended sooner than expected, and the devil's heart had been defeated before the night fell. No matter it is the 7 dependents of Purgatory, Brutner, or the strongest Hades, they are no longer able to fight. Seeing Hades lying on the ground, Calvin was full of emotions, and he was full of feelings in his heart. Hades is undoubtedly the most powerful enemy he has ever encountered. Although it is said that they won this time, Calvin is sure that if he is the only one to face the enemy, facing the full fire Hades, there is no possibility of victory. There were footsteps not far away, and several people looked back. The first thing that caught your eye was a short, half-bald old man, obviously Makarov. Behind him followed everyone in the monster tail, all of them looked awe-inspiring. Although some of them were wounded all over, they did not damage their aura. It's too late, we've all won. Calvin pointed to Hades who fell on the ground and said with a smile. Makarov nodded solemnly, looked at Hades with a complicated expression, and then turned his gaze to the magic airship not far away. Obviously there were many people hiding on the magical airship, all of them looked at Makarov and them in fear, and did not dare to move. After all, they watched their boss down. Makarov took a deep breath and said in a deep voice to the people on the enchanted airship. Leave me off this island immediately. Those who stunned suddenly and quickly retracted to the magic airship, never daring to probe again. At the same time, the others in Monster Tail rushed to Calvin and the others, happily not knowing what they were talking about. Lucy hugged Elisa tightly. Seeing her wounded, she admired and felt distressed. Elisa smiled carelessly and changed back to the armor she usually wore, while Naz and Grey was once again lamenting Elisa's toughness. Elfman and Lysina surrounded Myra and examined her body carefully. Whenever they saw the wound, they immediately showed a worried expression, which made Myra feel helpless and comforted. As for Laxus, he was surrounded by the thunder gods, and all his admirers were full of tears. They were obviously extremely happy with Laxus' return, and Laxus was a little shy and a little disgusted. It's just that his gaze has always been faintly aimed at Makarov. A tough guy like him, will actually show this bewildered shy expression. Makarov snorted, then yelled at him, but others could see that Makarov was not really angry at all. Kana came to Calvin's side at some unknown time, put him on his shoulders lightly, and said softly, "Good job, handsome guy." Calvin wiped his nose and said triumphantly, "Of course, who do you think I am?" Kana smiled, and suddenly hugged Calvin. "It's great that you're okay." Calvin scratched his hair, feeling a little at a loss, but luckily Kana released her hand quickly. She just listened to her smile, squinted her eyes, and said in a childlike tone. "For the sake of your hard work, the hug just now is just a little bit of welfare for you." After that, Kana flicked her hair smartly, and she couldn't figure out where she could find a bottle of wine, and celebrated cheerfully with everyone. Calvin touched his chest, the soft touch still remained on it, his cheeks were a little rosy, and the beating of his heart became a little faster. "Really, Kana?" Calvin thought inwardly. Suddenly, he remembered the photos he had obtained from Adela's, which were photos of Kana and Lucy as the heroines. This made him completely afraid to look at Kana and Lucy, and quickly gaze at the sunset, but he was reminiscing about those photos. Calvin suddenly felt that he was too outrageous. Kana obviously grew up with him, and existed like a sister. It is too unreasonable for him to look at her with such a look at this moment. Just remember Lucy's picture. When Kana approached Calvin, there was a gossip girl who kept paying attention to the two of them. When he saw Kana holding Calvin in his arms, he was even more surprised to cover his small mouth, his eyes were round and his face was round. "It's crimson." That person was naturally Lucy who knew Kana's secret. When she saw that Kana was so bold, she admired in her heart, and then she saw Calvin pretending to be shy and snickering. In the joy of everyone, the setting sun finally fell completely to the sea level, night gradually came, and the sky became dim. The demon tail and his group began to walk towards the camp. There was a sound of scattered footsteps, and Makarov walked at the back, looking at the children's back, with immense pride in his heart. Just as he was about to set off on his return journey, Hades' weak voice sounded. "Makarov, give me one last blow." It turned out that Hades had already woke up at some point, his tone was very calm, as if he didn't care about his life or death at all. "My old man, I have learned a lot from you. In return, I will close one eye this time and let you go." Makarov sighed and said lightly. "Today, I was completely defeated. I was defeated by the enemy and still had my life. My self-esteem does not allow this kind of thing," Hades said, with a little excitement. Makarov was silent for a long time before he said, "Failure is not equal to death. I have not taught the kids that after defeating the opponent, we must give a fatal blow. You are too naive, Makarov." Hades said. "Fairy tale will not be afraid of any challenge. It is not compassion but tolerance that forgives the enemy. Have you forgotten? When I was young, you taught me to be a broad-minded man. And I taught those children the same way." Makarov said in an inexplicable tone, perhaps he was a little disappointed, the person who taught himself many things in the past has now discarded his persistence. In the middle of the night, the stars in the sky are shining and moving, forming a bright long river. Under this beautiful scenery, everyone in the demon tail has fallen asleep and fell asleep. The war has been won, and they can relax. The heart of the devil, after the demon tail and the group left the shore, those little girls quickly carried Hades back to the magic airship. And Rasteros and the Huayuan also took advantage of the night and returned to the airship with a whole body of injuries. Others were unwilling to return to the heart of the devil, such as Arusha and Melty. They found a small boat and planned to leave in the small boat at dawn. The night tonight is very peaceful, quietly. Different people are waiting with different moods, but the night is not long, the stars darken, and the sun shows their foreheads from the sea. Dawn has arrived. Chapter 168, After Dawn. Under the dazzling dawn, a magical airship flew away from Sirius Island in a hurry. The sign on it clearly belonged to the heart of the devil. Throughout the night, Hades was waiting for the rest of the Purgatory 7 dependents, but it was a pity that no one had landed on the airship except for Los Telos and the Chinese Academy. Hades knew in his heart that no one else would come back any longer, and he must have died or betrayed, so he ordered to take off and escape from Sirius Island. But with Hades' heart, he would not let the fairy tale go. After the injury improves, no matter how many years it takes, he will once again assemble a new family of Purgatory 7, and then declare war on Fairy Tail again. And he will be more cautious, especially when facing Calvin. In a room inside the airship, Hades and the remaining 2 Purgatory 7 dependents were waiting. Their expressions were very ugly, and their faces were unbelievable. Only the experienced Hades can remain calm, but he is really not convincing, covered in bandages, just like a bad old man. Suddenly, there was a regular sound of footsteps from the depths of the room, accompanied by a magical power with a strong dark aura. The master of magic and footsteps appeared from the shadows. His short black hair and handsome face made him look so charming, but his cold expression made people shudder. It is your existence that makes me like this. It is also your evil thoughts that will call out Akunarokia. This era is coming to an end, no one can stop it. A cold voice came out from his mouth. His temperament, expression, and magical powers were so terrifying that Rastigos and Huayuan didn't dare to move at all. Hades called his name excitedly, Jerf. Their subsequent conversation must be very unpleasant. After all, the magic airship suddenly exploded, and the Dark Guild, the heart of the devil, disappeared without a trace. On Sirius Island, a small boat had just sailed out. There were only 2 people on board, both of them looked very tender. One of them is still a little girl, and the other is a beautiful big sister with a pure and moving body. It was Urusha and Melty. Urusha removed the heavy makeup on her face, and replaced her clothes with ordinary styles. The temperament of the whole person was completely different, and it was not as hot as before. She and Melty didn't know what they said, and suddenly they took out a knife and stabbed them in their heart and fell into the sea. Melty hurriedly jumped in to rescue Urusha, and used the feeling link to relieve Urusha's injury, crying not knowing what she was saying. The bond between the two is difficult to explain in a few words. Urusha will commit suicide in front of Melty. It must be because she has done something sorry for Melty. But depending on the current situation, Melty, I have forgiven her. The two embraced each other in the sea, each other's body temperature brought each other's warmth, and from now on, the past regrets will be erased, and they will welcome a new life and new happiness. Also feeling happy are the people of Sirius Island Mountain. After everyone slept sweetly, everyone became more energetic, the feeling of joy would be contagious, and the injuries on their bodies seemed to lighten. Just as Macaro announced the cancellation of this S-level promotion exam, Najgrego and others began to quarrel. Laxus was obviously confused about Lysina, who had returned from the new era, and was pinching each other's cheeks. To confirm whether he is himself. Not far away, Wendy hid behind a tree, seeming to want to say hello to Laxus, but she didn't dare to say hello. Calvin, who was drinking a drink next to Laxus, saw this and waved to Wendy to come over. Wendy hesitated for a moment, but still mustered the courage, walked over step by step, bowed to Laxus, and said softly. Hello, I am Wendy, the new member of Fairy Tail, a dragon slayer in the sky. Wendy's words trembled slightly, and she did not dare to look at Laxus's eyes, and there was cold sweat on her neck. Wow, ha 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 ha. By Keicho, your face is really scary. An untimely laugh came from the side, and the only one who would call Laxus by Keicho was Calvin. At this moment, he was watching the excitement and it was not too big a matter, and he was observing the wonderful expression of Laxus. Blue veins appeared on the latter's face, his eyes were full of murderous aura and thunder and lightning flashed through his body from time to time, as if it was about to explode. Calvin said quickly, Hey, the younger generation greeted you, please respond quickly. Laxus gave Calvin a fierce look again before he said to Wendy. Hello, I am Laxus. Although I have not been taught by the dragon, I am also a dragon slayer. Although Laxus's tone is still very blunt, but compared to his attitude towards Calvin, it is already too much gentle. Wendy, you have to be careful. What this guy likes most is bullying newcomers. He got a beating when Gogolo just joined. Calvin rushed out again untimely, and said in a distracted manner. No. Is this true? Am I going to be beaten too? Wendy was shocked when he heard Calvin's words. He subconsciously showed a defensive expression and folded his hands on his chest. Before. Laxus turned his head stiffly, gritted his teeth and said cruelly, Asshole, no one will treat you as dumb if you don't speak. What's the matter, is it so irritated because I got it? Calvin said frivolously. Laxus clung to Calvin and said gloomily, Why, do you want to fight? That's the intention, bastard. I haven't settled the account with you last time. Do you think I'm so generous? Calvin glared back with a grim expression no less than Laxus, with a terrifying expression. Said in his tone. The sudden change of these two people scared Wendy in front of her at a loss, but Xiaolulu next to her saw everything through. These guys were playing tricks again. Sure enough, 2 hand knives were immediately slashed on the heads of the two of them. The only person in the guild who dared to do such a behavior against the two was Macaro. Don't scare Wendy, you two careless fellows. Elsa's majesty is limited to the existence of super magic in the demon tail, and it is better than Laxus and Calvin, and she did not dare to disobey Elisa's intentions under reason, and lowered her head angrily. Sorry, Wendy, forgive these two fools this time. Elisa said to Wendy. It's not a big deal, Miss Elsa. Wendy didn't know what expression to make, so she answered with an awkward smile. Chapter 170, Black Dragon of the End. Xiaolulu had been watching with cold eyes. Although she was cold on the surface and seemed indifferent, in fact, after defeating Hades, she was relieved in her heart. As for the scene where she saw Calvin's death, it seemed that it was only an occasional mistake. Even after the night, after everyone woke up, they were still so noisy, the camp was full of noise, and everyone's faces were full of laughter. Calvin and Karna are fighting wine, and they don't know when they took so much wine into Sirius Island. Gray did not know when he lost his clothes again, and looked around in a panic under Zhu Baiyan's hot and obsessive eyes. Naz and Kildas went fishing, while Hobby took the caught fish to please Xiaolulu, but was naturally rejected. Libby is helping Gagaru to change the bandage, the latter is a little shy, sits still very unnaturally. Mila and Lysina prepared breakfast skillfully. Elfman wanted to help, but was rejected by his sister and sister on the grounds that his physique was too strong to fit in the temporary kitchen. Laxus is being entangled by the thunder gods, and the three people chirpingly asked Laxus, nothing more than where they went after leaving the guild, what earth-shattering things they did, and expressing their admiration. Elisa told Wendy some of the grudges between Calvin and Laxus in the past. These grudges seemed quite interesting. Wendy smiled happily while listening. Looking at these little ghosts, Makarov smiled with satisfaction. With such a group of children, as the president of a guild of wizards, he has the capital to be proud of. In this war, the enemy who defeated his own was defeated by his own children, which made Makarov not help thinking of retirement. He is getting older and his body is getting worse. It is no longer like he could mess around at will when he was young. As for the candidates for the fourth generation, he needs to think carefully. So far, in his mind, only 2 people can take this position. The difference is the mature, steady, occasionally offline Kildas, and the capable, cautious, and funny Calvin. In his mind, he is naturally inclined to Kildas. He is not only the object of many young people's admiration since childhood, but also the old people of the guild admire him greatly. Although Calvin is qualified, she is still slightly young. In fact, Elsa's personality is also very suitable for the president, and other people are quite in awe of her, but Elisa is sometimes too strict to be flexible. This trouble, in Makarov's mind, is actually a trouble of happiness, which is better than finding an heir. After eating breakfast beautifully, everyone began to pack up and prepare to return to Magnolia, but at this moment, there was a voice that resounded from the world. Ho 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 ho. This loud noise is like the roar of some wild beast, rolling like thunder, making people shudder. Everyone was shocked, only a few of them looked inexplicably dignified, the 3 wizards raised by dragons, Naz, Wendy, Gagaru, and Calvin. The Dragon Slayer sorcerer was like something difficult and believable. At the same time as surprised, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Calvin, on the other hand, showed a hideous look, apparently thinking of some bad memories. This is the dragon's cry. Wendy murmured, and her words stunned the rest of the people. The dragon hasn't appeared in front of a crowd for 400 years. Almost everyone thought that the dragon was just a legendary creature. But at this moment, is the dragon coming? The loud noise was getting closer and closer. From the moment the sound was heard, just a few tens of seconds, a huge black shadow passed in the sky. The huge size allowed everyone to see it clearly. Makarov incredulously said, is this the black dragon mentioned in the apocalypse, Akunarokia? After the black dragon circled in the sky, it landed on Sirius Island with great momentum. At this moment, no matter who it is, even the usually arrogant Laxus and the extremely powerful Kildas, do not have the calmness and confidence that they thought to face a strong enemy, because the opponent is really a creature of a different dimension. It uttered a deafening roar again, and the sound of the airwave was enough to wind up the storm, and its power brought a desperate end. Akunarokia's body was covered in pitch black, and the hard dragon scales had light blue patterns. Before it started doing anything, everyone was already shaking. This is derived from the suppression of the biological hierarchy. Facing this black dragon that represents destruction and end, almost no one dares to fight. Except Calvin. He clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, and endured the urge to attack. It's no wonder that he is so gaff. After all, the situation at this moment is like a replica of his hometown destroyed many years ago. Faced with a creature like a dragon, even a strong human being cannot resist. Unless, you also become a dragon. The black dragon leaped gently, gliding from a high place to the front of the monster tail. Its movements were already very gentle, but in the eyes of others, it was simply thunderous. Kildas shouted, run away. Get back to the boat. He who had faced the black dragon before, knew the horror of this monster best, but he lost his left hand and left foot when he faced him. The black dragon landed on the ground once again, and its gentle movement immediately made the ground rags, the island vibrated violently, and with the impact of the air wave, many people were overturned to the ground. But they stood up immediately, everyone obeyed Kildas's words and planned to run away immediately, but Calvin didn't think so. If this guy is looking at us, how could he escape by boat? The only way to survive is to defeat it. Although Calvin understood this truth, his body involuntarily ran to the shore. This contradictory behavior all stems from the fear of the dragon. While avoiding the gentle movements of the black dragon, everyone rushed non-stop. It was just a physique difference, how could everyone in the monster tail escape the black dragon's chase, and soon, the black dragon will catch up. Everyone couldn't help but flash through despair. At this moment, a short figure stopped in front of the black dragon. His grey hair and his body were heavily wounded with bandages. Although it didn't look tall at all, Makarov's back was magnificent and stable. Run in the direction of the boat, the old man comes to the back of the palace. After the voice fell, Makarov's thin body bulged a muscle until novel.me the body began to swell quickly, and the next moment, a giant who was not inferior to the black dragon's physique stood here. He steadily steadied his horse, facing the black dragon rushing over, firmly grasping its neck with both hands, without giving way. Although the shock caused his wound to rupture again and blood was vomiting out of his mouth, Makarov said that he would never let the Black Dragon take a step before he became exasperated. This is his dignity as the third-generation president of Fairy Tail and his responsibility as a parent. At the moment of the tragic scene, Calvin was furious, his eyes were cracked, his right hand stretched into his arms uncontrollably, and he took out a card. Others did not give too much, asking their beloved president to spare his life to protect themselves. How could this group of passionate young people bear it? Chapter 171, I still have a killer. At least in the end, listen to the commander's orders. Bastards. Realizing that the children were planning to be overpowered, Makarov suddenly yelled and shouted ferociously. Everyone was taken aback, especially when they heard the word last. We'll say the word finally, which means that I have completed the consciousness of death. Makarov has been the third-generation president for 40 years, and Makarov's contribution to the monster tale can be as large as it is today. As a father-like being, it is undoubtedly the most restful to be able to see the growth of his child at the time of death. Before fighting against the heart of the devil, everyone has fully demonstrated their own strength. Even without him, everyone will go on well and continue the spirit of the fairy tale. Therefore, this enlightenment is naturally extremely sincere, but there are also guys who cannot hear Makarov's enlightenment, such as Naz, who is single-rooted. I'm the Dragon Slayer. I'll do this guy. But before Naz finished speaking, he was pulled back by Laxus with his scarf. Come on, Naz. Laxus's voice was very calm, as if his grandfather's life had been left out of him. But the person running in front of him could clearly see the crystal-clear tears in his eyes. It was precisely when he heard his grandfather's will to die that Laxus would obey his grandfather's orders. Makarov hopes to delay a little time with his life, and the gap created with his life must not be wasted. Others also felt their own president's plan, and even though they were reluctant to give up, they had to continue to escape. They were crying, and they took strong steps. Sometimes, the one running away is not cowardly, but a continuation of another form of life. Despite the clichés, they do have to live well with the share of the dead. This is the greatest gratitude for sacrifice. Calvin was also one of them. He kept his head down and didn't speak, nor could he see his expression clearly. However, his thoughts were messed up like never before. Joining Fairy Tail in a foolish childhood, Makarov taught himself magic with all his heart, and the pride that Makarov showed when he became an S-class at the age of 14, all past events came to mind. Gradually, Makarov's appearance overlapped with Pierce in memory. At this moment, how alike the two are. Calvin stopped abruptly and stopped where he was. Calvin, don't live up to the leader's sacrifice. Elisa, who ran at the end, patted Calvin's back heavily and said solemnly. Elisa also understands Calvin's mood at the moment, and she herself doesn't want to fight alongside the president. Calvin's lowered head suddenly lifted up, revealing red-stranded eyes, with an indescribable grief. I will never let my elders sacrifice again, the pain of bone erosion, once is enough. After that, Calvin turned his head back and ran towards Makarov. His movements were naturally seen by others, and everyone who flees seemed to have a backbone. After looking at each other, their eyes became firm, and they rushed back with Calvin. It seemed that the running speed was not fast enough, and after only a few steps, Calvin summoned the true red-eyed black dragon, soaring into the sky, and gliding over the treetops. On the other side, Makarov, who has become extremely huge, has just been completely suppressed by the black dragon. Although he still regrets that he can't delay it any longer, he can finally turn into a strong shield for the children, and he has no regrets in this life. The black dragon pressed Makarov's abdomen with his paws, and when his mouth grew, he was about to give him the final blow. Ho ho ho. A roar came, and a claw that was also pitch black but with a faint red light grabbed it and blasted on Akunarokia's head, immediately closing its mouth. The black dragon was furious, and when he looked up, a dragon-shaped creature that was only a little smaller than himself was standing in front of it, not concealing his hostility at all. Really red-eyed black dragon. Looking at the black dragon who had rescued him, Makarov couldn't help but cried out in surprise. Although he was calling a real red-eyed black dragon, what was actually surprised was why Calvin turned back again. It's just that Calvin didn't have time to pay attention to Makarov. He was standing on top of the red-eyed black dragon, his eyes bursting with anger, and he stared at the black dragon in front of him. Looking at the real red-eyed black dragon, Akunarokia's hidden eyes showed a trace of doubt and incomprehension. Calvin did not see the tiny gap, but he directed the real red-eyed black dragon to attack in a timely manner. The boss with the ferocious dragon mouth opened, and the dark red flames drifted out. The next moment, an extremely huge black flame bomb spewed from the mouth of the really red-eyed black dragon, and went straight to Akunarokia. The Calvins took the opportunity to display the black-winged demon, and quickly grabbed the shrinking Makarov and hid it aside. The timing was right. Just after Calvin was hiding, the black flame bomb hit Akunarokia, bursting out into the sky, and the surrounding area was covered by flames instantly, like a purgatory on earth. Calvin had no reservations about this blow. He poured almost all his magic power into the black flame bomb. Makarov, who could see clearly next to him, was sure that even if he was in his heyday, he would definitely die if he was hit by this trick. But Calvin's face didn't relax much. It was still dignified and scary. He didn't think that the famous black dragon Akunarokia would be killed by himself so easily. Sure enough, a whirlpool mouth suddenly appeared in the firelight, which engulfed the scattered flames and storms. A closer look showed that this whirlpool mouth was clearly the mouth of Akunarokia. Everything was swallowed by Akunarokia, revealing its undamaged body, while the true red-eyed black dragon that attacked at close range had lost half of its body at this moment, and immediately turned into a bubble and disappeared. It's useless. Calvin's expression changed slightly. Although he expected that he would not be able to kill the monster in front of him, he did not expect that he could not even leave a single injury. Calvin, it's useless, run away. Macaro said with pain and pity, clutching his abdomen. Leave the old man and run away by yourself. Do you think your guild will have such a person? Laxus's relaxed words sounded behind him, and Makarov looked back and found that everyone returned without fail. They didn't say a word until Novel.me immediately each used the strongest attack that could be used at the moment, with only one target, which was Aku in front of him. It's just the fact that sometimes it is so helpless. Akunarokia has caused the ground to shake with just a slight swing, and all attacks fall on it, like scratching it. Upon seeing this, Calvin no longer hesitated, and rushed out alone. Calvin, don't be impulsive. This is not an opponent one can defeat. Kildas shouted. Stay away, I'm going to use the assassin. Calvin just shouted back, without turning his head. It's life or death, so I bet on that card. Chapter 172, Blue-Eyed White Dragon. Seeing Calvin so determined, Kana suddenly remembered something, and suddenly shouted, No. Calvin. In her scream, Calvin smiled freely and turned his face back, but there was a very reassuring smile on his face. It's like saying to everyone, it's okay, everything has me. In the next moment, Calvin exudes a holy white light, dazzling like the sun. The light almost covered the entire island, but in the middle of the radiance, there was a huge roar, which was not inferior to Akunarokia's might. Although the light was dazzling, it was not dazzling. In everyone's squinted eyes, a huge figure could be vaguely seen, very similar to Akunarokia. Two huge claws stretched out from the light, and stretched out left and right, as if to tear the light apart. The light dissipated, and the figure showed his face. Wings, tails, and dragon heads appeared one by one, and a dragon no less than Akunarokia appeared in front of everyone. Blue-eyed white dragon, it really was that card. After seeing the dragon's figure, Kana's face was as grey as death, tears falling like a spring. The dragon that appeared in front of everyone was white, slightly reflecting the blue of the sky. It was different from the tyranny of Akunarokia, and it gave people a powerful but gentle feeling. Kana, what the is this? Myra, who was next to Kana, had a bad premonition and frowned and asked. But Kana just cried and was speechless for a while. What's the matter, why did Calvin turn into a dragon? Naz muttered incredulously, his expression was totally unbelievable, and Gojairu and Wendy had the same expression. The blue-eyed white dragon is strong but not bloated. Its long neck makes it even more slender. It has a big mouth full of sharp teeth, and there are two horizontal bone spurs on both sides of the big mouth. Everything looks so mighty. As soon as he appeared, the blue-eyed white dragon immediately entangled with Akunarokia, and every move was so earth-shattering. Compared with the real red-eyed black dragon in him, it was the same gap between adults and children. The blue-eyed white dragon slammed into Akunarokia with his smooth and hard head, and immediately made it back a few steps, but the black dragon immediately landed on all fours, the bottom plate was surprisingly stable, and immediately turned around, and the tail broke out. The end of the black dragon's tail has a structure like a small hammer, and it is covered with barbs. Under its power, I believe that this shake will make the blue-eyed white dragon torn out a large piece of flesh. The blue-eyed white dragon leaped flexibly, avoiding the flick of the tail, and then stretched out his sharp claws to pierce Akunarokia's body fiercely. However, Akunarokia's body was surprisingly hard, and the sharp claws only penetrated half a minute before he could no longer enter. The black dragon shook his body frantically under the pain, trying to throw the blue-eyed white dragon off. The movements of the two behemoths were extremely wide, and from the perspective of Makarov and the others, it was like a doomsday battle. After all, the blue-eyed white dragon couldn't catch it. After a single shake, he was thrown out, but he immediately rolled over his body, preventing himself from having a chance. After a short fight, the black dragon had already fully understood the difficulty of the blue-eyed white dragon. He immediately kicked his hind legs, spread his wings, and flew high into the sky. Upon seeing the blue-eyed white dragon, his green eyes flashed with inexplicable light. The black dragon's move was just what he wanted, and of course he could not destroy Sirius Island. Right now, he also flew up and hovered in the air to continue to fight the black dragon. The roar of the dragon kept ringing, and the shocking airwave rushed down continuously, and the battle between the two monsters attracted the attention of everyone nearby. The council that was already some distance away from Sirius Island was horrified, and even the most difficult situation they had encountered was not as terrible as the moment. What is this? There are actually two dragons fighting in the sky. Lahul dripped cold sweat, his pupils narrowed, and his face was completely full of fear. The black dragon is probably Akunarokia, but what is the origin of that white dragon? Meister's expressions next to him were similar, and his heart was even more worried about the fairy tale. Arusha and Melty, who were also far away from Sirius Island by the boat, looked at the dragons fighting from a distance, and their expressions were inexplicably complicated. Akunarokia, and the monster that can fight against it must have been made by you, Calvin. Arusha was very complicated, perhaps regretful, or fearful. She still remembered that Hades once told her that Calvin's summoning magic was not worth mentioning except for the desperate uprising. According to the current situation, this white dragon is the so-called desperate profound meaning. Sure enough, compared with the white dragon, the other monsters of the summoning card are really not worth mentioning. The battle in the sky was still fierce, but there was a moment of peace on Sirius Island. Everyone looked at it dumbfounded, not knowing what to think. Except for Kana, she is still crying, and her usual carefree look is completely different. Kana, do you know anything about Calvin's trick? Kildas gently stroked Kana's hair and asked gently. The others hurriedly listened. Kana sniffed and wiped a handful of tears before she recovered a little, and said with a cry. That is the ultimate meaning of the summoning card, the blue-eyed white dragon. Ultimately? Isn't this cool? Naz suddenly exclaimed when he heard it. Lucy scratched him hard, and after making Naz shut up immediately, she asked worriedly. Such a powerful secret, can't be easily displayed, right? Hearing Lucy's question, Gray couldn't help but think of his absolute freezing. This invincible seal magic trick made him unable to help but blurt out. Hey! Is this magic to pay for life? Everyone's complexion changed suddenly, and they were frightened. Kana nodded, tears streaming down again. The principle of the summoning card lies in sacrifice. It is magic power to summon ordinary monsters, and the sacrifice is life to summon the blue-eyed white dragon. The village of Calvin was destroyed by dragons when he was a child. He was able to survive because his grandfather, the creator of summoning card, also used this secret trick. Macaro shook his head again and said with great emotion, so, the rumored dragon warrior referred to Calvin's grandfather. Hearing the words, Pansy Lai took a subconsciously glance at Xiaolulu, who was full of sullen face, apparently understanding that the picture he saw at the beginning refers to this moment. Then what to do now? Calvin desperately created the opportunity. Do we want to escape? Laxus's expression was calm, his eyes revealed complex emotions. If the black dragon's goal is us, I don't think we can escape by boat. Myra said at this moment. She firmly looked at the two dragons fighting in the sky, her eyes revealed determination. Whether Calvin wins or loses, I will be here to witness this moment. If Calvin wins, I will inherit his will and continue to live well, but if he loses, I will live and die with him here. The others sighed after hearing the words, but then everyone showed a firm expression, and no one planned to escape. Obviously they also agree with Myra's words. However, no matter who wins or loses, Calvin's outcome is doomed, only death. Chapter 173, Black and White. The battle in the sky continued, and the two dragons had their own wounds. Drops of blood fell on the island, but small potholes were formed. Actually, all the blood comes from Akunarokia. The blue-eyed white dragon Calvin transformed is actually a magical aggregate, which is actually similar to a certain beast with many tails. Therefore, although there will be damage, it will not bleed, only his magic power will flow out. When the magic power is exhausted, the blue-eyed white dragon will also disappear at the same time. At that time, the blue-eyed white dragon will revert to his corpse. But it's not the time to care about this kind of thing. Akunarokia seems to be bored with this kind of hand-to-hand combat. He suddenly distanced himself and grew his dragon's mouth, and something condensed from it. The blue-eyed white dragon roared when he saw it, and performed the same action at the same time, opening his mouth as if he was about to spew some attacks. With this sign, the dragon-killing wizards who were in a visual battle immediately discovered what these two guys wanted to do, and Gojira hurriedly shouted, "Find a cover, they want to roar." Gojira looks quite anxious. Of course, all of their roars are so powerful, then what if it is a real dragon? No need to think about it, it must be a blow that can destroy the world. As soon as his voice fell, everyone immediately hid, or leaned against the rock, or hugged the tree, or hid in the cave. Regardless of the commotion below, Akunarokia in the sky is ready to spout his own roar. It has a big, hideous mouth, and a beam of light that is thicker than its entire body sprays out, blasting straight towards the blue-eyed white dragon. The beam of light came extremely fast, and the attack range was surprisingly wide, covering the entire body of the blue-eyed white dragon. It's just that Calvin is not a person who will compromise easily. The blue-eyed white dragon he incarnates is also ready for his own attack. Burst blast bomb. A slender splendid beam of light shot from the mouth of the blue-eyed white dragon, instantly hitting Akunarokia's roar, and directly penetrated from the end, coming out from its source. The source of the roar is naturally Akunarokia's mouth. The brilliant beam of light slammed the black dragon, but fortunately Akunarokia reacted quickly. At the last moment, he closed his mouth and used a hard skull to take this move, otherwise the brilliant beam of light would penetrate through his mouth in minutes. As for its own roar, it revealed a void, allowing the blue-eyed white dragon to hide in it smoothly and pass easily. The roar seemed to be no longer stable after shooting at a long distance, and it burst out suddenly. In an instant, another sun seemed to rise from the horizon, and it seemed to be a furious storm. From the perspective of sound momentum, the magical power contained in the blasting blast bomb is not as good as Akunarokia's roar, but the magical power of the blasting blast bomb is extremely concentrated, compared with the roar's attack surface. It's actually an attack on a point. Although this blow Akunarokia was huge, it didn't cause Calvin any injuries at all. Instead, he was hit hard. Generally speaking, it will not suffer from this kind of long-prepared attack, but it itself uses a roar, and it is even more startled by the sudden burst of brilliant light. Calvin took advantage of the momentum, took advantage of the opportunity of the black dragon to be taken aback, rushed to his side, and continued to fight with it. As mentioned before, the blue-eyed white dragon is essentially a magical power aggregate, and it will be gone when it is used up, so it can't release too many powerful magic attacks. Therefore, the most suitable way of fighting is melee combat. Plus, I had already spared my life, so I wouldn't be afraid of being injured at all, but instead increased my aura. The battle seemed to last a long time, but in fact, only 10 minutes have passed since the blue-eyed white dragon appeared to the present. But the severity of the tragedy is not determined by the length of time. The mighty body of the blue-eyed white dragon was already full of cracks, the wings were bitten by a gap, and one eye was blind. Akunarokia couldn't get better, the strong dragon's body was full of scars, some were scratched, some were scorched. It looks like the two dragons are on the same level. However, Calvin himself knows very well that he has been at a disadvantage almost all the time. If it were not for the madness of disregarding his injuries, the blue-eyed white dragon would have been destroyed. Calvin asked himself about his current strength. There were many white dragons better than Pierce back then. Unfortunately, facing the Dragon King Akunarokia, he was just a little stronger lizard. For a while, he was really a little bit outdated. On the contrary, the black dragon seems to be really offended. Compared to just now, it looks more awe-inspiring and murderous. Although he can't see where his eyes are, Calvin can clearly feel the chilling sight. It roared fiercely, and its wings slammed backwards, driving its huge body, and whizzing towards the blue-eyed white dragon at extreme speed. Looking from a distance, I saw 1 black and 102 lights and shadows, flying freely in the vast sky, passing by from time to time. Whenever they interlaced, the black and white colors would splash, accompanied by a huge sound and vibration. On the ground of Sirius Island, everyone watched this unprecedented battle with different expressions. If Calvin is really dead, I can't spare him, Naz said angrily, staring at the battle in the sky with dissatisfaction. For a long time, Naz did not think that sacrifice is the solution to the problem. Perhaps Calvin will save his life today, but he does not want to thank Calvin. It should be said that Naz would rather fight with Calvin until he died. This is his simplest idea. Novel.me or, Naz doesn't want to carry two heavy things. Heavy things refers to Calvin's life, or the value of his sacrifice. For comparison, Calvin is an S-rank sorcerer, and Naz is not an S-rank sorcerer. Calvin is a prudent person who does not engage in destruction. Naz often destroys and wants the president to wipe his butt. Calvin can beat AI Luca, Naz can't beat. In all respects, Naz has nothing comparable to Calvin. Is it worth Calvin's sacrifice to save his life? This question will become the heaviest burden, and Naz has always been behind him. Of course, if you really want to do this, then you have to add up everyone in the room and compare it, but Naz's head is not smart enough to consider this. But, will Calvin really die? In fact, Carl Wen is a person who is afraid of death. Generally speaking, he would not make the decision to abandon his life. Today he looks brave, but in fact, he is actually ready to survive. During his years as a wizard, Calvin has experienced countless battles and obtained countless trophies. Among them, 2 items can save his life. Chapter 174, The moment of death is the moment of rest. Even if the blue-eyed white dragon was condensed by the life sacrificed by Carl literature, it does not mean that its magic power can last indefinitely, and there will always be a moment of exhaustion. In the fierce battle with Akunarokia, the magic power of the blue-eyed white dragon was consumed at a terrifying speed. Within 20 minutes, the magic power of Calvin's life sacrifice had already bottomed out. The evidence is that the white dragon figure in the sky began to become illusory and scattered, and the light he radiated became weak, giving people a feeling of dying. Originally, if the blue-eyed white dragon had a serious injury, the magic power would be automatically supplemented to repair the body. However, at this moment, the blue-eyed white dragon's tail broke, the teeth were broken, the claws were broken, and only one wing remained. From its neck to the base of its tail, there was a huge crack, almost tearing him apart. At this moment, the blue-eyed white dragon was lying in a clearing on Sirius Island, dying. The black dragon hovered in the sky, roaring unique to the winner. Obviously, in this battle, Akunarokia won. Even in the form of a white dragon, Calvin still failed to defeat the only Dragon King. The blue-eyed white dragon emits a soft white light, and its huge body begins to turn into a white foam little by little, floating away. Calvin closed his eyes. He just lay there quietly, no injuries were visible on his body, but his breathing stopped. My heart won't beat anymore. Everything proves that Calvin is dead. The place where the blue-eyed white dragon fell was not too far from everyone in the demon tail. Kana saw this scene and rushed out desperately, hugging Calvin tightly, pressing her forehead against his forehead, gently whispered. Wake up, Calvin, please, wake up. Accompanied by this shout, tears like pearls fell from Kana's eyes. Tears fell on Calvin's cheeks, splashed slightly, and then shed again. Just like the last brilliance in his life, even if the water splashed by him can temporarily fight Akunarokia, the ending remains the same, just like water will always flow down. Xiaolulu watched Kana holding Calvin from a distance. This scene finally overlapped with the scene she saw a week ago. In an instant, she couldn't help but cry and burst into tears. Suddenly, she felt that all this was too sad, especially since she had foreseen everything, but just watched helplessly. This kind of ability is worse than not. Mila took a few steps forward, and suddenly froze and couldn't move. Calvin is really dead. She squatted down abruptly, pulling her hair with her hands, talking to herself nervously. This is a dream, how could Calvin die? He is so strong. Elisa showed grief and hugged Mila from behind, not to comfort her, but to cry with her, crying silently. Naz clenched his fists tightly and lowered his head to make people look down on his expression. Laxus closed his eyes and looked up to the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Maybe he has already missed it, after all, no one would call him by Keichu anymore. At this moment, everyone was silent for Calvin. In the depths of the forest that everyone can't see, a beautiful girl in loose clothes also looked sad, watching all this silently. At this moment, Akunarokia seemed to be brave enough, and landed on the ground openly, looking around everyone. In the end, its gaze stayed in Calvin's direction, and when it blew lightly, it caused a stormy wave, which blew Kana away. Then it stretched out its claws, grabbed Calvin's body, and stared quietly. Then, before everyone could react, its dragon arm bowed back, and then it threw it forward, and Calvin's body was thrown out by him. How great is Akunarokia's power? I don't know that this throw will throw Calvin into that corner of the sea. Even if I want to get him back, it is undoubtedly a needle in a haystack. Therefore, everyone in the monster tail was angry instantly, and they yelled loudly at the same time. Give Calvin back! The overwhelming attacks all blasted towards Akunarokia, but with its near-invincible strength, how could it care about this kind of small harassment? With a flap of its wings, everything would be slapped. Gray gritted his teeth and said, the only solution now is to use absolute freeze. Everyone was naturally against it, but it was a pity that Akunarokia didn't even give Gray a chance. I saw it fly into the sky again, as if I didn't want to continue playing with these little bugs. But its don't play doesn't mean letting them go, but solving them all at once. A strong magical power gathered in its mouth. Seeing all this, everyone in the demon tail didn't know what it looked like. Obviously, I want to make another roar. However, this time there was no Calvin blocking the blow. In everything today, there are 3 witnesses, namely Ulu, Unique and Melty, the mandatory detention unit of the council, and the alone Jeff. The scene they saw was the same, the Black Dragon and the White Dragon's grand battle, and under the roaring attack of Akunarokia, the entire Sirius Island was wiped out. Fairy tale, no one escaped. Something quickly passed by in the sky, causing waves of howling. I don't know how far I have flown, and a certain force acting on this object finally disappeared, and then the object fell into the sea. After stopping, I can finally see what it is. This is not a thing at all, but a corpse, the corpse of Calvin Macaro. It is clearly a corpse, but for some reason, it is emitting light. If you look closely, it is not the corpse that emits light, but something on it. That is a card in the arms of a corpse, on which is depicted a sky blue metal cross. The top of the cross is a ring, giving people a sacred feeling. The name of this card is called Suosheng of the Dead. Is also Calvin's card for betting everything. Back then, there was an ambitious X10 master of the saints. In order to regain the former glory, he used Elisa and his own blood to create a soulless body. Once, Calvin in the Tower of Paradise, in order to prevent the out-of-control magical wizard power, he forcibly turned the magic power of 2.7 billion concept into this card. After getting this card, Calvin melted the soulless body into the dead Suosheng, and left his own magic power in the card. This magical power is a prohibition in a mechanism. It's not a big amount, but it will change with Calvin's personal situation. And the only function of this magic power is to inspire this card when it dissipates Susheng of the Dead. Then, when will this magic power dissipate? Of course, is when its owner died. This picture of Suosheng of the Dead is essentially the finished version of the R system, so its function does not need to be explained too much. Is naturally to resurrect the dead. Then, after the card is activated, who will be resurrected? Of course, is the owner of the magic that stays in the card, which is Calvin. As the light lit up, Calvin's body gradually returned to life, and his pale face became rosy. The heart beats again. His chest rose and fell again, which represented Calvin breathing again. His body caused waves of rippling, and the magic power radiated uncontrollably. This is the seed of magic power, and it radiated magic power again. Calvin, about to reappear in this world, reinterpret his own legend. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Calvin. The figure showed complex gazes, and after taking a closer look at Calvin, he showed a weird smile and whispered softly. Unexpectedly, this day will come so soon. Chapter 175, Extra Story, 1, The Possessed Girl. It is often said that there is a kind of genius in this world, which already emits a dazzling brilliance when it is young. If there is such a genius in fairy tale, then there is no doubt that the person who received this title must be Calvin. Although he is young, Calvin has undoubtedly shown his unique side, with outstanding magic, clear thinking, and steady actions. His work efficiency is even better than that of many adults, and he is definitely the best one among the younger generation. Although Laxus, the grandson of the 3 generations of presidents, is not inferior to Calvin in terms of strength, but in terms of humanity, everyone says that 10 Laxus are not as good as 1 Calvin. Therefore, the 2 are actually not inferior to Calvin. Comparable places. Today, when the excellent Calvin was about to work, he was once again stopped by the chairman. Whenever something like this happens, it means that Makarov has trouble and asks him. Is there any trouble again? How hard is it for a good person? Calvin could only smile helplessly, and then walked to Makarov confidently and smiled. President, do you want me to shine again today? The above paragraph, in summary from Calvin Childhood Biography, the biography of the author, Calvin Macaro, is an excellent biography's rare, welcome to buy. This is a story many years ago. Expelling the demons of the church? President, is this level of mission too early for me? Calvin asked with a frown, holding the power of attorney in his hand. Please, he is only 11 this year, okay? Normally someone would let an 11-year-old kid go to expel the devil. Let you pass, it is the result of my careful consideration, you just believe in yourself, I trust you very much. Makarov said drunkly while drinking a little wine. Seeing him like this, Calvin couldn't help but wonder if the old man was drunk and joking with himself. But now that the leader has spoken, Calvin can't object, only resigns to his fate to pack up and head towards the destination. The destination was a rather remote place, some distance away from Magnolia. At the beginning, Calvin summoned his own silver wolf under the moon and drove away at a fast speed. Generally speaking, he will not use transportation, because he himself has extremely high mobility. Even, Calvin is still developing flying summoned beasts recently. He is sure that when the cart is made, the entire continent will become his back garden. But now, Calvin still has to endure the bumpy way of driving. As long as the magic power is enough, the Silver Wolf can run at full speed. At this speed, Calvin reached his destination in just one day. The village is full of greenery everywhere, and the environment is quite quiet, but compared to this quiet and beautiful scenery, the residents are very irritable. When Calvin came to the village, he found that almost everyone in the village had gathered in front of a hut, cursing and arguing. He jumped off the Silver Wolf and leaned in slowly, and the words of the people also spread into his ears. Get out! Devil! Get out of the village! You cursed family, as long as you are in the village one day, the disaster in the village will not end. There were even impulsive people who threw stones at the small room and pierced the window. After listening to it for a while, Calvin also heard a general idea. It seemed that someone in this family was possessed by something similar to a demon, so the villagers wanted to drive them away. This has to make Calvin feel that there are blind people everywhere. The window of the cabin was suddenly opened, and a young girl appeared, seeming to want to explain something, but Calvin knew that these people had been overwhelmed by fear and would not listen. Therefore, before that, he manipulated the Silver Wolf to howl loudly. Oh oh! This wolf howl resounding across the sky immediately squeezed the villagers, and everyone looked back at Calvin and the Silver Wolf the size of a bull next to him in horror. Although Calvin was only a child, the Silver Wolf beside him knew at first glance that it was not easy to provoke. Although he was extraordinary, it was also very frightening. After a while, an old man who seemed to be respected came out and asked in a pleasant voice, "Excuse me, this adult, I don't know what you can teach me in this village." Calvin pretended to be serious, looked around for a week, and then said calmly, "I am the Wizard of Fairy Tale. I am here to accept your commission. It's about expelling the demons from the church. Then, let's lead the way. I will expel the demons immediately." When Calvin's voice fell, everyone was a bit at a loss. Indeed, there was a joint release of this mission before, but at this moment the demon of the church is no longer there. Instead, it is a fellow possessed by a demon. After pondering for a moment, the old man said slowly, "Thank you, Lord Sorcerer, but the devil is no longer in the church, but is attached to the eldest daughter of the family. Please ask Lord Sorcerer to take action." Calvin nodded and spoke coldly. "So that's the case, she was possessed by a demon. Before listening to you, I thought she was a demon herself." Calvin sneered, and walked forward. With the power of the Silver Wolf following him, the villagers gave way to each other. When he walked to the house, Calvin showed a gentle smile and looked at the white-haired little girl, and said warmly, "Little sister, can you let me take a look at the possessed victim?" Perhaps it was Calvin's smile that warmed the little girl, and she suddenly shed tears, crying and asking, "Big brother, can you save my sister?" Calvin didn't answer, but just nodded seriously, then opened the door and went in. Inside the door, in addition to the white-haired girl, there was a little boy a little older than her and another girl with a dark cloak and a sad face, who looked about Calvin's appearance. The little boy was wiping his tears, and it seemed that the outside scene frightened him, while the black-robed girl was wary and looked at him with a slightly fierce look. "My name is Calvin, how about you?" Calvin didn't care, and asked with a smile. "Mila Jane," the black-robed girl replied indifferently, her eyes still alert. "Can you tell me what happened?" Calvin asked with a smile as if he hadn't seen the black-robed girl's warning. But the black-robed girl didn't seem to want to talk more, she was silent, and the white-haired girl next to her explained, "Sister, after she defeated the demon in the church, she was possessed by the demon." Calvin pondered for a moment until novel.me after taking a closer look at the girl in the black robe, he said, "It may be offensive, but you are wearing a black robe to hide something? Would you mind letting me take a look?" Myra looked at Calvin carefully, and for a long time, she stretched out her arm. This arm was thicker than a normal person, and the fingers became sharp claws, and the skin was not like a normal person, but rather like scale armor. Simply put, it's like a devil's arm. Calvin observed solemnly before taking a breath and said to Myra, "Sorry, I can't drive the devil out of you." Chapter 176, Extra Story, 2, The Origin of the Devil. "Can't be expelled?" The white-haired little sister exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes filled with crystal tears unconsciously, as if I would cry at any time. "No pop-up novel network." Calvin quickly explained. "It's not what you mean, listen to me till the end. The reason why I can't be expelled is not because of my lack of ability, but because of this situation, not because you imagined being possessed by the devil. That's magic, Miss Mila Jane." Calvin was silent for a moment, as if combing through the words in his head, then continued. "As far as I understand it, this is a magic called reception. You previously defeated the demons of the church, and now the power of the demons is lodged in your body. This kind of power, I would rather not." Myra muttered. "The only way to get rid of this ugly posture is to learn how to control your own power." Calvin realized that Mila himself was very disgusted with this power, so she persuaded her. "It's impossible for someone to teach you in such a small village, and those foolish guys don't seem to want you to stay here. What do you want to say?" Myra frowned slightly and asked. "Do you want to come to our guild? Sorcerer's Guild, Fairy Tale." Calvin smiled brilliantly, and he was very proud to say this. Myra looked at her younger brother and sister, the latter obviously showed a longing look. After all, compared with the impersonal village that was crowded out all day, the Sorcerer's Guild full of new hope was even more desirable. After thinking about it briefly, Myra nodded. You are welcome to join Fairy Tale, I promise, the days to come will definitely be full of excitement and shock, laughter and happiness. Calvin smiled and stretched out her right hand, while Myra was hesitating whether to respond. For a while, she stretched out the ugly arm and shook Calvin gently. Seeing Calvin actually didn't care about his arm at all, Mila felt an inexplicable emotion in her heart. Looking at how kind he looks, that guild should be pretty good. Seeing that the three of them had already decided to join Fairy Tale, Calvin nodded in satisfaction, then turned around, his eyes aimed outside. These guys, should teach them a lesson. After speaking, Calvin took out a card slowly, looked at Myra, and said. Miss Myra Jane, can you let out a cry of pain? What are you thinking? Myra asked suspiciously. Don't worry, I won't hurt you, just do it. Calvin said. Myra still hesitated. She always felt that Calvin was not thinking of anything good, and she was not enough to be a lady when she yelled in front of the boy who had just met. It was just that the white-haired little sister on the side seemed to see Calvin's misbehavior and immediately howled very cleverly, and in a very tragic voice. Her voice was originally similar to Myra, and this sorrow was not easy to distinguish. People outside suddenly thought it was Myra herself who was wailing, and all her faces were suddenly happy. Inside the room, Calvin's handsome face gave a sneer, which made Mila's heart cold. Then he asked Mila, Miss Mila Jenny, don't you mind if I ruin this house a little bit? What? Calvin didn't wait for Myra's reaction, and directly threw out the card in his hand. The card radiated light, and a strange-looking summoned beast was born from the light. The summoned beast is all purple-black, with a hideous face, a beast-like body, slightly arched back, strong hands, sharp claws, and two long, sharp, hard horns on the head. No one looked at it and didn't think it would be a friendly creature. Mila's brother was frightened and cried, and her eyes widened in horror, and her body subconsciously took a defensive posture. The white-haired little sister's wailing continued. The next moment, the summoned beast let out a roar, rushed out towards the window with its head stuffed, and fell into the crowd, calling out loudly. This incident caused everyone to be stunned. The white-haired little sister also stopped screaming, but a more frightened scream came from outside. Oh! It's a devil! Ah! It bit me! I'm going to die! Help! Master Sorcerer! Calvin raised his thumb to the third sibling, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Myra felt so absurd, she couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth slightly. Suddenly, she was deeply suspicious of Fairy Tale, the guild. Calvin estimated that it was enough to scare everyone. He jumped out of the big hole that the summoned beast pierced, and shouted with awe-inspiring, naughty animal. Don't want to hurt people. With that, he fought with his summoned beast, and after a bitter battle, he was dangerously defeated. He panted, he didn't care about the gratitude to the people of the village, and he took the third sister and brother of Mila away in a cool manner. On the way back, Myra's sister Lysina couldn't help but smile, laughing loudly, even the cowardly brother Elfman was a smiling face, obviously what Calvin did just now was very appetizing to them. Only Mila stared at Calvin with suspicion. What happened just now made her realize how dark the boy was. If you are not cautious, you might be selling him and still counting money for him. Of course, the way back can't be the same as when Calvin came. With a few more girls, the way he rushed has become much gentler. On the way, Calvin and the third siblings kept chatting, and through conversations, they got a lot of information about the devil. Regarding demons, Calvin also learned from the guild's library that it was rumored to be an extremely evil and powerful creature. The most famous among them are the demons of the Book of Jeff, each of them represents the occurrence of disasters. A few years ago, Daliola, who was raging in the Northland, was one of the demons belonging to the Book of Jeff. When I first saw this, novel.me Calvin couldn't help but have a question. According to his understanding, the demons of the Book of Jeff were created by Jeff, the Dark Wizard. So, are all demons artificially born? This question was not answered by Myra and the others until today. There was no conspiracy. The devil appeared in the church out of thin air one day. According to the priest of the church, it was because negative emotions polluted the sacredness of the church, and the devil was born from it. But this also raises more doubts. Negative emotions are everywhere. Why can the church give birth to demons? Wouldn't demons be born elsewhere? Calvin still couldn't figure out this question. After 3 full days, a group of 4 people finally returned to Fairy Tale. Chapter 177, 7 Sins. Calvin floating on the sea, under inexplicable power, as if being grabbed by the waist, slowly lifted up and floated to a certain figure. The owner of the figure stood on the sea like this, as if standing on land. He looked at Calvin with a fanatical look, but he quietly muttered to himself. Let's find a place to settle him, this guy's magic power has already begun to recover. After that, he took out a card from Calvin's arms and looked at the pattern carefully. It was clearly the card of the demon bat dragon. The man held the card with his fingers and couldn't help inputting the magic, and then flung it out. The card turned into a demon bat dragon during the flight, flapping its wings and flying high. The demon bat dragon made a turn in the air, and immediately passed Calvin and the man. The man lifted Calvin into a light leap, then jumped onto the back of the demon bat dragon and flew away. On December 16, X784, the legendary dragon of the end, Akunarokia destroyed Sirius Island after a battle with the mysterious white dragon, and then it was hidden again. Afterwards, a half-year investigation was conducted on that sea area, however, no survivors were found. The reappearance of Akunarokia made people feel fear again. It once again showed the world's unparalleled power. As the first guild in the Kingdom of Fiori, the main members were almost completely destroyed in an instant. Moreover, Dolan Bart, a member of the council who sneaked into Sirius Island at the time, discovered the fact that Jeff still exists, which made all the forces nervous. However, upon hearing this news, the Fiori Kingdom boldly launched a plan. Half a month after Akunarokia destroyed Sirius Island, 7 figures stood on a remote mountain peak in the mainland, not knowing what they were talking about. The 7th one has also appeared, so let's proceed to the next step. Among them, a figure with a cold voice said. Hey! Your tone is very arrogant. When did you become our leader? Another frivolous voice said, dissatisfied. I was the first one to come out. If I were to say that I was the leader, I don't think there is anything wrong. The master of the cold voice didn't care, but just said lightly, as if only stating a certain fact. That's why I said you are very arrogant. Does the order in which we appear represents our status? The frivolous tone seemed to be stimulated by the cold voice, and said a little defiantly. Enough, Anfeng, now is not the time to quarrel. Don't you want to make me angry? At this time, another rough voice sounded with a strong dissatisfaction in it. Verev, based on the current conditions, your strength is definitely the strongest among us. If you come to be the leader, I have no opinion. The frivolous tone of the man quickly flattered, seemingly speaking to the person people are very jealous. As several people talked more and more nonsense, the others couldn't help it, and a shrill voice sounded. This kind of thing is not important at all. Hurry up and discuss the next plan. Isn't our purpose to only resurrect the adult? Grad is right. I wish I could see the adult's heroic posture with my own eyes soon. My chest was jumping with a puff. Another soft voice echoed. It's disgusting, your watch quickly shut up. Hearing this charming voice, the person called Anfeng scolded contemptuously. At the edge, a figure was impatient, and said weakly, oh, it's really troublesome, can't you guys hurry up and talk about business? But his voice was so low that it was ignored by all the staff. He didn't care, just sighed and continued to close his eyes and rest his mind. At this time, Anfeng suddenly proposed, we have 7 different personalities, and there is no need to force them together. It's better to do it according to your own ideas. If you want to resurrect your lord, gathering the 7 of us is definitely the fastest way. I don't allow anyone to ignore this for the sake of their own ideas, understand, Anfeng? The person who spoke at the beginning said in his still cold voice. With strong dissatisfaction in the tone. Really annoying tone, do you really think you are the boss, Padre? Anfeng snorted, disdainfully said. The person named Verev by Anfeng seemed to be even more impatient, and said solemnly with a strong warning tone. Anfeng, I know your nature is like this, so I won't blame you, but if you continue to interrupt Padre like this, don't blame me being angry. Well, then I can just shut up, please calm down my anger, Lord Verev. Anfeng said boredly, seeing that everyone didn't seem to wait to see him, so he could only listen quietly. Okay, then I will continue. Padre glanced at everyone and said lightly. Before you did not come out, I have found a suitable location in the Kingdom of Furias, which is the Oryx Mountains. I propose to use that as the headquarters to establish a Dark Wizard Guild. With our strength, we will soon become the new leader in the Dark Guild. It will be much simpler to collect negative emotions at that time. After listening to Padre's words, everyone was silent for a moment, and then a guy who didn't speak from start to finish asked. So, what about this guy? Can he eat? He pointed to Calvin who was surrounded by him unconscious, his eyes filled with hunger. Padre clearly showed a helpless expression, and said patiently to the man, Glafini, you should know the importance of Calvin to us. We are attached to him, and he is also an important container for adults. Let me hear you say this, otherwise all of us will see you as a betrayer. Speaking of later, Padre's tone became stern, his eyes flashing, inexplicably shocking. After a moment of silence, Grad said suddenly. Establish a dark guild? I agree with this proposal, what do you think? Seconded. Agree. Sounds pretty good. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Padre nodded without a trace. At this moment, Grad asked again. Since you want to establish a guild, then also decide on the name and logo of the guild. Do you still need to think about it? Have you forgotten that we are not a success? Anfeng snickered. Anfeng is right. We don't need to hide, just use the previous name. Padre nodded. Is the former name? It's really missed. Grad said with emotion. Padre looked around with everyone, and then solemnly said, if everyone agrees, then I hereby declare that the evils of the 7 sins have come back in this world. Pride. Sloth. Wrath. Lust. Greed. My gluttony. Envy. Our 7 deadly sins swear here that we must make the resurrection of the Lord our top priority. Chapter 178, 7 years later. Time flies quickly, and it has been 7 years since Sirius Island was destroyed. In 7 years, a child can grow up to a sensible age. There are so many things that time can change. So, just pick a few things worth mentioning. In 7 years, the Sorcerer's Guild, which was once the #1 guild for Fury, has been completely desolate. Not only did it owe a lot of debts, but it also fell to the point where any third-rate guild could laugh at it, and the members inside, year after year. The land becomes less. There is no way. Nowadays Fairy Tail, not only does not have the S-rank magician with high-end combat power, but even the many outstanding talents who can become the mainstay have disappeared, leaving only a few magical leaders who are not top-notch. The taxi is supporting the scene, and it is already a great thing to be able to support the situation so far. In the past 7 years, the Sorcerer's Guild, which replaced the Monster Tail and became the number 1 in the Fiery Kingdom, was a guild that had never been heard of before, and its name was the Sword-Bite Tiger. The reason why it can rush to the top is due to the fact that their president has recruited 5 extraordinary wizards from nowhere, and has since become the number 1 in Fiori. But the Sword-Bite Tiger is only the guild with the most comprehensive strength. If you talk about personal fame, no one can surpass this person in recent years. The man with a shiny bald head who rose from the end of the top 10 holy wizards to 5th place in 7 years, Jura of Iwatatsu. According to the rumors, he is already the strongest wizard among humans. As for the 4 Saint 10 wizards before him, others no longer regard them as humans. The biggest change in the light is probably these few things. As for the Dark World, a big event has also happened. The former Baram Alliance was an iron triangle, the 6 demon generals, the heart of the devil, and the gate of the underworld. These 3 guilds completely dominated the entire Dark World. But since the hearts of the 6 demon generals and the devil were defeated by the fairy tale, the Dark World began to lose balance, and various dark guilds were vying for territory and occupying positions. Thus, the war hidden in the dark began. Everyone is guessing who will replace the 6 demon generals and the heart of the devil. Unexpectedly, a newly established guild became the largest dark horse, sweeping many dark guilds with unrivaled strength, and became in a short time the powerful existence of the gate and said. The name of this guild is the 7 Sins of Evil. After the war, the members of the 7 Sins of Evil rarely took action again, so everyone's understanding of it began to gradually decrease over time. It is only rumored that the number of people in this guild is very small, only 7, just like the 6 demons of the year. Like a general. The 7 people who swept the entire dark world were called the 7 deadly sins. On this day, an old sailing boat ushered in the waters of Sirius Island. There were not many people on the boat, but their figures and appearances were very familiar. What is important is that they all have the same coat of arms, that is, the coat of arms of the fairy tale. A few days ago, Fairy Tale received information from Cyan Pegasus and was told that Sirius Island still exists. So, the backbone of them pooled some money together and rented such a boat to investigate. This ship cannot be said to be very big, but it can still carry dozens of people. In order to lease it, their few assets have been reduced even more. The sea is endless, so as long as some special circumstances occur on the sea surface, it will be discovered immediately. No, Marcus frowned slightly, looked at the small black spot in the distance, and asked in confusion, is this a person? The others followed his words and looked in the direction he was pointing. At this time, the ship got closer, and everyone could see clearly. It's really a human being, and a beautiful little girl. Just stand barefoot on the sea. Before the demon tail and the group could be surprised, the little girl stretched out her hands. Following her movements, an island surrounded by a transparent sphere rose rapidly from the bottom of the water and appeared in front of everyone. Sirius Island. The little girl glanced at everyone, with an inexplicable smile at the corner of her mouth, turned and floated towards the island. Everyone hurriedly followed, and after going deep into the island, the first thing that caught your eye was a familiar figure with cherry-colored hair. That is Naz. Marcus murmured incredulously, but during the time he was stunned, the others had already jumped on and shook Naz vigorously, trying to wake him up. Not long after, Naz yelled, "It's so noisy. Gah! What's the matter? I remember being attacked by Akunarokia just now." Before Naz finished speaking, a few people threw him down and cried out his name. "Strange, why are you here? And how do you feel that you are all getting old? What about the others?" Naz looked at Marcus and said to himself in confusion. "Here." At this time, a soft voice sounded, and everyone turned their heads and looked at a little girl with outstanding temperament standing in front of them. Marcus remembered clearly that this was the person who pointed the way for them just now. "Who are you?" Naz asked. "My name is Mabis Viamilio, the first leader of Fairy Tale," the little girl said with a smile. "Ah!" Mabis smiled lightly, but inexplicable sadness appeared in his eyes, and he motioned several people to follow. She took a few people to find the other people in the guild. The years did not pass on them. Even the wounds suffered when fighting against the Devil's Heart were still left. Everything remained the same as it was 7 years ago. Mabis said to everyone, at that time, everyone's hearts were full of mutual fetters and trust. I turned everything into magic. Everyone's friendship allowed me to successfully activate the Fairy Ball, one of the 3 magical magic of fairies. That is an absolute defensive magic that can protect the guild from evil. It's just that this magic keeps everyone in a sealed state. It took me 7 years to lift the seal. It turned out that the first generation saved us." Makarov was so moved that he couldn't help crying. At this time, Marcus suddenly asked. "Well, I want to ask one thing, why didn't I see Calvin?" This sentence immediately made everyone's expressions stiff, and they immediately became silent. Everyone's complexion became extremely blue, and what's more, tears fell in sadness. When Marcus saw this, he also felt that he was asking a terrible question, but the current situation seemed to be unexpectedly bad. Everyone was silent for a moment before Mabis spoke. "Although it is a very sad thing, Calvin, he indeed sacrificed his life and turned into a sacred white dragon to fight with Akunarokia to the last moment. At the same time, it is also the first time I have seen a human that can wound Akunarokia. It's just a pity that his is indeed dead. This is a fact that cannot be changed. No one can defy death except the Black Sorcerer Jeff. But no matter what Novel.me is the first leader of the fairy, I am extremely proud of Calvin's spirit and strength. Everyone, please don't be sad. Calvin passed away in an incomparable glory. You are still alive. This is the best tribute to him. After Mabiz finished speaking, everyone was in silent mourning for the top wizard in their fairy tale. Among them, there is a girl with her head down, seemingly very disappointed and sad, but it is Kana. However, in the invisible shadow, Kana was widening her eyes, breathing slightly, and she couldn't help but sweat. Just now, after Mabiz mentioned Jeff's name, it reminded Kana of something. No, it should be said that she thought of a certain card. She still remembered that after the Tower of Paradise incident, Calvin showed off to it his extraordinary heroism at the time, along with his trophies. That card called the Dead Suisheng. Chapter 179, Visit of the Witch's Crime. After 7 years, the Monster Tale Serious Group returned. This was a major event that attracted the attention of all parties. Reading the latest chapters. No way, 7 years ago, the fairy tale was so popular. The well-known Kildas didn't say that the Fairy Queen, the Demon Myra, and the King of Beastmasters are not the famous S-class people, even NAI also broke the name of the Fire Dragon. Therefore, various forces tried their best to obtain information about the Monster Tale, especially the Council. After all, in their files, the Monster Tale was the most serious problem element back then. There are also small independent forces peeking at the fairy tale, such as a certain independent guild that is erratic, the crime of the witch. In a city not far from Magnolia, 3 figures in cloaks were talking secretly in a room. Have you heard that Gerald, the member who disappeared from Sirius Island that year, has returned? Fortunately, I was able to save my life in that black dragon. I don't want to hide it from you. At that time, looking at Akunarokia's figure from afar, I was so scared that my heart was about to jump out. It's normal to be afraid, and I was terribly afraid at the time. Of course I know the great event of the Sirius team returning, and this is also an opportunity. The power of fairy tale is indispensable for the guild that wants to solve, and they are also the most suitable clients. That's right, after all, this is about the Calvin problem, the fairies will definitely be extremely excited. The 3 hidden heads and tails were actually Gerald, who was imprisoned in the council, and Arusha and Melty, who had escaped from Sirius Island. In recent years, the 3 of them, who have admitted to being full of sins, have formed an independent guild that specializes in fighting evil in order to save their lives. Under their incredible strength, they have achieved extraordinary results and have a reputation. There were those who paid great attention to the return of the Sirius team, and naturally there were also people who dismissed it. They thought that even though it was the number 1 in the year, 7 years have passed, and the strength to be proud of at that time is no longer worth mentioning. Moreover, this is the view that most people agree with. Therefore, the Sirius team after the return, in response to the long wait of the partners, has decided to let the guild regain Fury's first name. And the quickest way is undoubtedly an event that was launched suddenly in the past 7 years, the Great Demon Director Wu, organized by the royal family. There was just one problem, that is, the 7-year blank period, which made everyone in the Sirius team realize that their strength may be a little bit behind the times. In 7 years, their opponents of the same era have made great progress, and they have not changed in any aspect, regardless of strength or age. As for the holding time of the Director Wu of the Great Demon, there are only 3 months left. It is not easy to say that it will take 3 months to surpass others for 7 years. As a result, the Sirius team planned to take advantage of the remaining time to practice hard and strive to achieve good results in the Director Wu of the Great Demon 3 months later. They divided into several groups, went to different locations, and worked hard for this. 2 months passed quietly. On this day, Fairy Tale, who had moved to a remote tavern, secretly came 3 important guests. One of them, a young man with blue hair and mysterious tattoos on his face, was talking solemnly with Makarov. These 3 people are naturally Gerald and others of Witch's crime. The crime of a witch? I have heard a lot of rumors about you in the past 2 months. I didn't expect it to be the 3 of you. Seeing that you can correct evil and return to righteousness, the old man is also comforted. However, I don't know what is going on when you come to see the old man. Gerald pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. His Royal Highness Makarov, this time I came to visit in a presumptuous manner. In fact, there is one thing I want to entrust Fairy Tale. Oh? With the strength of the 3 of you, do you actually need a commission? Makarov asked in surprise when he heard the words. You know, although the man in front of him is young, he has the same title as himself 7 years ago. In Fairy Tale, only Calvin and his grandson Laxus can compare with him. Yes, the 3 of us alone can't fight each other. Gerald confessed. The old man is curious, what exactly are you enemies with? Makarov asked. Gerald's eyes flashed inexplicably, and he spoke faintly, it's the Dark Guild, the evils of the 7 sins. This name immediately shocked Makarov. Although the 7 sins of evil had never been heard 7 years ago, but 7 years later, it is really thrilling. One of the 2 great guilds in the Dark World, the hearts of the 6 demon generals and demons from many years ago were only strong but not weak. Makarov squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment before touching his beard slowly and said, although I understand your desire to implement justice, is it a bit too impulsive? At this time, Arusha interrupted and said, you misunderstood, Your Highness Makarov, there is an important reason why we have to deal with the evils of the 7 sins. Oh? I would like to hear the details. Makarov said. Arusha took a deep breath, glanced at each other with Jeff and Melty, and then solemnly said, a few years ago, the 3 of us started investigating the Guild of the 7 Sins. On the surface, the behavior is very low-key and calm, except for the usual management of the Dark Guild under it. Basically he has done nothing bad. But in the last 6 months, we have discovered that their attempt is not simple. Although we still don't understand their purpose, there is no doubt that this guild is collecting the most negative emotions of mankind. Negative emotions? Can this kind of thing be collected? And what's the use of collecting this kind of thing? Makarov asked. At first we were at a loss, but then Jeff sneaked into the information room of the council, Urusha said, looking at Jeff with a weird look, and Makarov also she looked at the past with the same gaze, but until novel.me Jeff still looked as usual, not shaken at all. After a pause, Urusha continued. In the council's data room, Jeff discovered something, so we speculated about a certain possibility. It is rumored that the first demons were born out of a lot of negative emotions. When Makarov heard this, his eyes suddenly drenched, and he said solemnly. You mean, the Guild of the Seven Sins of Evil is very likely to create demons? Are they also believers in Jeff? No, as far as I know, it's not like that. Gerald said. Compared to the devils in the book of Jeff, their beliefs are much older and more ancient. But also because it is too old, the long river of time has washed too much history, even in the council, not much is known. The only thing that can be confirmed is that these demons have brought a disaster to mankind. Chapter 180, Imprisoned Person. Although the records are incomplete, there are still records left to this day, indicating that this disaster must have been very important. Gerald said with a sullen face, and once again exchanged glances with Urusha and the others. There was an inexplicable look in his eyes. Makarov touched his beard, without any expression on his face, and looked plain. For a while, he said slowly, Gerald, since you have obtained so much information, why not report it to the council? Even if it is anonymous, the council will not pretend to be invisible. Now there are many guilds with outstanding ability. As long as there is a council organization, it is easy to form a crusade team, just like the crusade against the generals of the 6 demons. I see you now, it seems that you are obsessed with our fairy tale. Can you tell me why? Speaking of later, Makarov's expression became solemn, and he asked in a deep voice with a force of persecution. Gerald sighed softly, a slightly low voice sounded, and quietly answered Makarov's question. Even if you didn't ask, I would tell you one by one, Your Highness Makarov. When the voice fell, Urusha took out a crystal ball from nowhere and made it float in front of Makarov. In an instant, scenes flashed within the crystal ball. This is the picture I saw when I sneaked into the headquarters of the Seven Sins. Please take a closer look. After reading it, you will understand. Gerald said. Makarov with deep doubts, his eyes focused on the crystal ball, watching carefully one scene after another. Soon, Makarov's face began to become heavier, followed by iron blue, and then even more angry and incredulous. How is it possible? When he saw a certain picture, Makarov suddenly drank angrily, and roared with wide-eyed eyes and a beard. Gerald and the others also changed their faces slightly, even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they were still a little unbelievable. So, what pictures did they see? In the crystal ball, the first picture is the foot of a certain mountain. As the angle of view advances step by step, the picture quickly passes over the mountainside from the peak, and finally reaches the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain stood a castle shrouded in shadows. The castle was purple and black, and I didn't know what kind of strange ore was used to build it. Just looking at it gave a strange feeling. The owner of the perspective paused for a while before sneaking into the castle from a certain corner, which is really bold. The light in the castle is also very dim, and the faint candlelight on the walls brings unclear visibility. The owner of the perspective is careful every step, avoiding numerous patrols and hiding in a certain secret room. In the secret room, several figures are talking, but it is better to say that they are arguing than they are talking. And Makarov's face turned pale, it was from seeing this scene. The reason is because of these two figures, which are his familiar appearance. Black Sorcerer and Heavenly Knight. These two powerful summons that Calvin often uses. From the appearance, it was exactly the same, but the expression was not as rigid as before, as if he had a soul. Then, the angle of view continued to change, and Makarov saw more and more familiar figures. A knight riding a steed, wearing a purple-black armor, a swordsman wearing a purple-blue armor with a mask and a long sword, and an extremely large, ferocious black dragon. They look different, but there is no doubt that they are all Calvin's summoned beasts. It's just that Calvin is dead, and no one can use the summoning cards except him. So, who is using these cards? The final perspective of the crystal ball is obviously to sneak into a more secret room, where it is pitch black and there is no trace of light. But as the figure's owner initiated the light, the only object in the room finally came into view. On a simple and heavy stone chair, a familiar figure was lying down, looking at his face and shape, exactly the same as Calvin who was thought to be dead. It's just that Calvin who was lying asleep was obviously not a corpse. Although it was not obvious, Makarov did see that his chest was rising and falling steadily, which was proof of breathing. Gerald. What's the matter? Why is Calvin in this guild? Makarov almost lost his mind, and his most regretful disciple actually fell into the dark guild. This is the greatest to Calvin. Insult. What I want to say next, please keep calm, because even myself is shocked by this. Gerald was not surprised by Makarov's overreaction, just reminded in a deep voice. After a pause, Gerald said slowly. I was the one who sneaked into the evils of the seven sins. You have seen what I saw just now. Next, let me tell what I heard. As you just saw, Calvin's summoned beasts seem to have their own consciousness, and I have heard their quarrels with my own ears. Forgive me in detail, but the identity of these summoned beasts is the 7 deadly sins of the 7 sins, and they are also behind the many dark guilds, But there is no president among the 7 of them. Only one of the 7 deadly sins manages the guild as the vice president, and the other 7 deadly sins don't seem to convince him very much. And that vice president is what you just saw, the Black Sorcerer. It's just from their rhetoric that I can be sure that the 7 sins of evil has its own guild leader. Although I have no solid evidence, I speculate that the mysterious guild leader is likely to be Calvin. Hearing this, Macaro glared at Gerald and said fiercely, "Impossible, Calvin would not do such a thing." Gerald nodded in agreement. Me and said seriously, "I think so too, so I will continue to investigate further. The Calvin in the last room is the most valuable information in the investigation. At the time, you can't understand everything by just looking at it. No one knows what's going on inside better than I was here." Lying on that stone chair, Calvin was not only as simple as being in a coma, but I felt very clearly that there was no magic in him. No, it should be said that any magic power produced by Calvin's body has been taken away without exception. Hearing this, Makarov calmed down a bit and interjected, "It's like when the old man was attacked by a ghost, the magic in his body was emptied, and he couldn't wake up at all before the magic returned. And the guy who took away those magic powers were his 7 summoned beasts." "I'm right." Yurusha continued, "Not only that, I am afraid that even Calvin's soul has been sealed. Don't forget, he was also sealed in the beginning." Chapter 181, Team Composition. After the initial shock, Makarov became much calmer and began to analyze all the suspicious points, only to see him gently holding his chin, looking suspiciously, muttering to himself. What the is going on, regardless of why Calvin is still alive, but how could his card of summoning be involved in the creation of autonomous souls and worshipping demons? Although he was also very interested in creatures like demons when he was a child, he went to understand demons only to complete the summoning card. He didn't have any unreasonable thoughts about demons, it was simple. At this moment, Gerald seemed to think of something and asked Makarov, "His Royal Highness Makarov, has Calvin ever been to the Labyrinth of Storms by himself?" Makarov glanced at him puzzledly, but he was relieved immediately. "You know, Gerald and Calvin jointly sealed the Kyrite monastery inside." So without concealing it, after fully confessing that Calvin had created another personality, he went to the Storm Labyrinth alone, and was later carried back by Kildas. After listening to it, Gerald pondered for a while before speaking slowly. "I have a guess, I don't know what you think." After hearing the words, everyone quickly motioned to him to speak quickly. "I'm also the magician who once fought with Kyrsh Monastery. I know that in addition to the wind-based magic, he also has considerable attainments in the soul. The reason why Calvin came to him is probably to deal with it. There is one more personality issue. I guess that the reason why Calvin's summoned beasts got out of control was the hands and feet of Kyrsh Monastery. Kyrite Temple was originally a mysterious person. Apart from knowing that he was the most terrifying black mage on the continent before Jeff, the rest was unknown, the purpose was unknown, the source was unknown, and why he could even live to 7 years. Before, he was completely clueless. But there is no doubt that after the scouring of the years, his strength is definitely weakened too much, otherwise it is impossible to be easily sealed by Calvin and me, and later by Calvin alone." Speaking of this, Gerald was suddenly excited, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if thinking of something. "But, I mean if he had settled in the Labyrinth of Storms, he was actually trying to attract good wizards, then everything would make sense." Hearing this sentence, everyone's face changed. But Gerald didn't pay any attention. Instead, he was immersed in his reasoning and continued to talk to himself. Kilii Temple has been looking for a suitable magician for the purpose of an invisible person. Therefore, it created a strange phenomenon in the Maze of Storms and attracted the magician to investigate. I am afraid that Calvin is the one he has searched for many years. The winner. Although I don't understand why Kyrite Monastery is sure that Calvin will look for him alone in the future, he is definitely not good. Makarov sighed again and again, but after taking a deep breath, he spoke in a serious voice. "If you continue to speculate now, there is nothing to prove, Gerald. I will inform everyone to gather as soon as possible. Even if it does its best, Fairy Tale will conquer the 7 sins." Gerald nodded, he had no doubt that Fairy Tale had such power, and then he exchanged glances with Yurusha and Melty, and then spoke again. "If this is the case, we will investigate the crimes of the witch once again while you gather our staff, and at least figure out the identity of the 7 deadly sins. The time will be 10 days later, when we will gather in the town under Oryx Hill, attack their headquarters directly, and rescue Calvin." Makarov nodded and said that he had no objection. After seeing off the 3 of Geraldar, he began to think about how to speak to everyone. "Hey, forget it, let me inform everyone and come back soon." After that, the demon tail crest on his body glowed brightly. The guild's coat of arms is magical, and there is an inexplicable connection between the coat of arms. As the president, it is still possible to convey certain messages to the members. On this day, almost all members of the guild received his signal, and all members of the guild, except Kildas, also appeared in the guild. Including Laxus and the Thunder Gods, the 3 brothers and sisters of Myra, Kana, and Gojalu, etc. But there is no figure of Elu, Naz, Gray, Wendy, Lucy, and Reb. This is why the word almost is used. According to Jeter and Ariel, who once teamed up with Libby, these 6 people seem to have gone to the astral world to practice. Astral world? I heard that the flow of time in that world is different from ours, and thanks to where they can go, this must be Lucy's credit. Makarov said with a sigh. "Master, don't talk nonsense about unnecessary things, why call us back in such a hurry?" Laxus said impatiently, and the Thor people standing behind him nodded neatly together. "Be calm, now there are people here, I will explain them one by one." The reason why you are called back when you are working hard is mainly for one thing. We will join forces with the independent guild Witches' Crimes to destroy the 7 sins of the Dark Guild and rescue those imprisoned in it. Hearing these words, everyone underneath couldn't help talking about how they suddenly faced the Dark Guild, and he was still one of the most powerful leaders. President, please clarify, why did you suddenly confront such a powerful Dark Guild? And, who is the person to be rescued? Myra asked. Makarov looked around for a moment with deep eyes, and then said in a deep tone, the person to be rescued is Calvin. As soon as I said this novel.me, it was like turning up a huge wave. The previous discussions were suddenly silent. Only Kana's unbelievable voice was heard in the entire tavern asking, save Calvin? This is it. What's the matter? So Makarov gave out the information about the conversation with Gerald in detail. As his old voice sounded, everyone was unbelievable at first, and then their expressions became furious. It was gratifying to hear that Calvin might not die, but he was actually imprisoned by someone, which made them unbearable. Especially for Laxus and the Thunder Gods, Calvin has been captured once because of their reasons. This time they are determined to redeem their merits and rescue Calvin from the evils of the 7 sins. This time the enemy is not trivial. Although the 7 deadly sins are only Calvin's summoned beasts, I believe you also know the power of these summoned beasts. Therefore, I will only select a few people. Laxus, Thor, Myra, Elfman, Lysina, Kana, Gagaru. Lily, the 10 of you will participate in this battle and act together with the sin of the witch. And the old man, this time I will go out myself. Chapter 182, Oryx Mountains. A train drove slowly towards the Oryx Mountains. Except for a certain carriage, there were almost no guests on it, and that carriage was very lively, with more than 24 people tossing noisily. This mighty group of people is naturally a group of magicians of monster tale. Originally, Makarov was only planning to bring 10 people along with him, but when the other members heard it, all of them became turbulent, and they were never allowed to go there. After all, those who haven't quit the guild have been waiting for a full 7 years, and this feeling of suffering, these people never want to come again. Therefore, even if the enemy's headquarters is Longtan Hoax, Fairy Tale will never back down even one step. In fact, in this battle, apart from Elisa and her party who could not be reached, there were only young Aska and Beska who needed to take care of her. Even Macao's son, Romeo, also followed. As a member of the Fairy Tale, he has already made the consciousness to fight the evil of the 7 sins. At this moment, Romeo was sitting on the seat alone, drinking a drink, with a slightly worried expression. Oh, little devil head, are you afraid? Gagaru walked behind him at some unknown time, holding his head with one hand, and said with a smile. He raised the corners of his mouth and his eyes were staring, making him look like a villain. Romeo glanced at Gagaru uncomfortably and ignored him. But Gagaru did say what he was thinking. Although he also had combat experience, it was all carried out under the care of adults, and the opponents were just incompetent little thieves. But this time, the enemy is not a small character from nowhere, but the 7 sins evil of one of the 2 giants in the Dark Guild. It's just that Romeo's current age is at the most sensitive time. The more people look down on, the more stubborn he is, even a trace of weakness and fear will not be revealed. Therefore, in the face of Gojalu's kind ridicule, he didn't appreciate it at all. But Gagaru didn't care, he was a person who came over, and he was awkward, and he was older than Romeo. I saw him smile and said lightly, don't think too much, just show your hard work over the years, you are stronger than you think. Having said that, he left straight away, and he Lily laughed loudly and cursed at what he was talking about. Suddenly, his face became pale, his eyes gradually turned into a circle, and his body was swaying from side to side. It's like motion sickness. As time passed, the sun slowly set, the dazzling light gradually softened, and the orange sunset looked so beautiful. It's just that the closer you get to Mount Oryx, the more hazy this beautiful scene is. Originally, Mount Oryx was famous for being shrouded in white clouds all the year round. The vicinity of the whole mountain looked quite white forest, without sunshine all year round. After the 7 sins of evil established the headquarters on it, this situation became more serious, and not long after entering the range of Oryx Mountain, the sky suddenly darkened. Obviously the sunset hasn't completely fallen, and it is still showing its last light today, but it seems like an invisible wall, blocking most of the light outside, making it like a ghost city. It is also because it is so terrifying here that the train to Oryx Mountain is so empty, I am afraid that the train to here will stop running soon. Finally, in the gloom, the train came to a stop and Yaoi and his team got off the train one after another. At this moment, the previous lightness and joy have long disappeared, everyone is full of energy, their eyes exuding warfare, sharpening their swords. Except for one person. That person was Gagaru. At this moment, he was leaning against the wall in pain, his face was very pale, as if he was seriously ill. What is going on? Why do I faint with transportation? His tone was full of disbelief, and he obviously couldn't accept this. You know, there is only one person in the monster tale who is so bad at transportation. This is also one of his favorites to laugh at Naz. It's just that now he himself has become unable to bear the means of transportation, which makes him laugh at Naz. Well, this guy doesn't care much about the fact that he will faint with the vehicle itself, just entangled about Naz. In fact, Gojira didn't know that a tough guy on the train had been silent. In addition to his coldness, he himself was completely unbearable and tolerant of transportation. It's just that he is more able to restrain himself and not show any ugliness. This person is Laxus. It seems that whether it is the first or second generation of the Dragon Slayer, they are both unexpectedly and unsurprisingly bad at transportation. When everyone got off the train drove away without stopping. The driver obviously didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Peeking at the leopard, this alone is enough to make Fairy Tail understand how terrible the seven sins are. At this time, the sound of footsteps came slowly, and everyone looked back subconsciously, and three figures in dark cloaks came into their eyes from far to near. Come here, our alliance, the crime of the witch. Macaro said lightly, briefly introducing the identity of the person. He is actually the member of the witch's crimes? It's really surprising. Laxus said lightly at this time, listening to his tone, it seems that he knows who the person is. Pick up your hat, no one here will care about your true identity. Macaro heard the words and nodded to the person who came. The three of them didn't seem to care very much, and immediately lifted the hat covering their appearance, revealing three young and familiar faces. Gerald, Urusha, and Melteam Novel. Me welcome, Fairy Tail. Come with us, now is not a good time to attack, I will take you to a place to rest. Gerald was unambiguous at all and said immediately. Then I beg you, have you found anything of value in the past 10 days? Makarov asked. Although it can't be said to be very detailed, but it's not nothing, we will talk about it in detail later. Gerald replied. Well, thank you. Makarov said sincerely. At this moment, Karna stared at Gerald's face and said abruptly. President, can these people really believe it? I remember that the three of them were once enemies of Fairy Tail. The footsteps of everyone followed immediately, and they could feel that everyone was slightly wary. Chapter 183, Pre-War Meeting. Faced with Kana's question, whether it was Gerald or Urusha, they were speechless for a while. As everyone knows, Gerald's identity has always been wanted by the council. Although Makarov believes in them, it is not clear how to win the trust of the other Fairy Tail sages. Moreover, a few of them have no ties with the people present. People who know them well, such as Elsa, have entered the astral world and have not returned. They can even be said to be strangers who know each other's existence. Therefore, the three people's words are actually very pale and weak, and they are really inconclusive. Thinking of this, Gerald could not help but get a headache. At this time, Urusha, who had been silent, spoke. She said to Kana with an inexplicable smile, we will not deny the sins we have committed before. It doesn't matter how you look at us. Her expression looked really indifferent, and her tone was relaxed. It's just that our goal is all the evils of the seven sins, the difference is that we want to completely defeat it, and you are eager to rescue the imprisoned Calvin. Speaking of this, Urusha paused, but soon returned to normal, his expression became serious and he continued. Sometimes there is no proof in words, let us speak with facts, and even if we have some conspiracy, almost all of Fairy Tail is here. Is it possible that you are still afraid? These words were a little harsh, but when Urusha said this, Kana was relieved. Indeed, they were watching, and the three of them couldn't do anything. What's more, rescuing Calvin is the common goal of all members of the monster tail. Even if they suspect that the three are planning something, they will not back down, and there is no reason to back down. Moreover, Karna only asked this out of caution, and it was not that she was really suspicious. Of course, she will maintain the due vigilance. Seeing that this conflict is about to disappear, Gerald breathed a sigh of relief and said, then let us go, this is not a place to talk. Makarov nodded to express his understanding, and signaled to the people behind him. The group followed the three of Gerald, and after a while, they turned left and right and came to a remote building. The building looked a bit old, and it was in tatters outside, but Gerald opened the door indifferently, and an empty hall suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Let's rectify one more night. Dark warfare is not good for us. Let's rest here tonight. We will attack tomorrow morning. Gerald first walked in and said, Urusha and May. Cordy followed closely. Makarov heard the words and followed up without saying anything. Seeing that his chairman had no objection, others also walked into the hall. The furnishings in the hall are very simple, with only simple tables, chairs, and bar counters. It looks like a wizard's guild, but the furniture is very old and you can see that it has been abandoned for a long time. This place used to be the seat of the hill giant of the Sorcerer's Guild, but since the seven sins of evil settled here, this guild has been quickly defeated and has moved to another city. Seeing everyone's slightly different reactions, Ji Lao briefly explained a few words, then fell into a moment of silence. After all, everyone was unfamiliar, and Gerald didn't know what to say for a while, and an awkward feeling couldn't help but surge from his heart. But the fairy tales are all self-familiar, and they don't even see them. Apart from a few words of exclamation, they took out food and drinks and enjoyed their dinner. The scene suddenly became noisy, and Urusha and Melty could be seen aside, looking at each other. Don't mind, we are like this. Laxus smiled slightly, his tough face gave people an awkward feeling. To put it bluntly, he was not suitable for this gentle expression. Gerald nodded, and took out the food he had prepared from the cupboard, and ate with Urusha and Melty. At this time, Pansalili approached the three of them, the cute cat's face with a serious expression, carefully looking at Gerald's face. What's the matter? Gerald asked in a puzzled way when he was so uncomfortable. It's nothing, it's just that I haven't seen this face for a while, it's just a general feeling. Pansalili said. Is it Gerald of Adris? Urusha asked with interest. As a former member of the 7 Purgatory family members and a former council member, Urusha naturally knows things that ordinary people don't know. She also knows a little bit about the existence of Idris. Seeing this, she couldn't help but smile. In her heart, she was actually very interested in what another Gerald was like. Pansy Lai nodded, looked at Gerald's face for a while, then sighed slightly and turned to leave. Obviously, this tough guy is homesick. After the noisy dinner, Makarov coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone is full, he said lightly, and everyone responded loudly, giving Makarov face. Then, Makarov's expression became serious, and an aura of no anger and prestige hit his face. Then, let's listen to the information that Gerald and the others have obtained. You guys, let me listen carefully. Makarov yelled, and everyone's skin tightened. After all, Makarov is old, but his fist gets heavier as he gets older. No one wants to get a hit here. Makarov's affectionate fist has always been Nez's unique patent. Without beating him for more than 2 months, Makarov looked a little itchy. Hearing this, Gerald stood up calmly, and after looking around, he said slowly with a serious expression. After these 10 days of investigation, we have again obtained a lot of information about the evils of the 7 sins. It can be confirmed that the wizards of the 7 deadly sins, all of whom are Calvin's summoned beasts. Furthermore, the strength of each summoned beast is inferior to that of Calvin when he controls it alone. As soon as this word came out, everyone was talking about it. Calvin's strength is clear to the people here. Although he is best at controlling 3 summoned beasts at the same time, no one can deny that when Calvin alone controls a single summoned beast. When the summoned beast can wield its maximum strength. Everyone's discussion did not interrupt Gerald's words, but listened to him continue to say, although we haven't fully figured out which 7 summoned beasts are the 7 deadly sins, 4 of them have already confirmed their identities. Black Mage, Dragon Swordsman, True Red-Eyed Black Dragon, and Dark Knight Guy until novel. Me, I believe you know the strength of these 4 guys best. Don't be lucky. Not easy to deal with. These words shocked everyone even more. The 4 summoned beasts that Gerald said were Calvin's most powerful cards, and each one was capable of rivaling S-level combat power. Makarov heard the words, his eyes gleamed slightly. After a moment of indulgence, he looked at Kana, who looked uncertain, and asked solemnly. Kana, you know Calvin best here. Do you know what other powerful summoned beasts he has? When Kana heard the question, her expression was not so good, she looked worried. In fact, it was precisely because of her knowledge of Calvin that she showed such a look. Chapter 184, Altar of Evil. Kana thought about it for a while, then spoke carefully. What Gerald said just now is that Calvin's cards are all 7-star summoned beasts, so I have no doubt that the remaining 3 enemies are all 7-star summoned beasts. It's just that, in my understanding, apart from these 4 7-star cards, Calvin has only one Devil's Call, which is also a 7-star card. I really can't think of the other 2. Beast. When Gerald heard it, he nodded in agreement. When he and Calvin fought decisively that year, he had also seen the power of the demon's summons. Although Calvin had insufficient magic power at the time, he did not wield its strongest power. There is no denying that the call of the devil is a very tricky existence. Suddenly, Arusha thought of something and asked loudly. I once fought with Calvin. At that time, he summoned a very cute little dragon that didn't seem to have much strength, but after I used the Arc of Time to let it go to the future, the little dragon suddenly became a dragon that might be extremely powerful. I remember that the name of the summoned beast seemed to be Millennium Dragon. Could it be it? Kana was taken aback when she heard the words, and after thinking for a moment, she shook her head and said. This is unlikely. I also know the 1000-year dragon card, but it is a summoned beast that grows stronger with the passage of time. The span of that time will take at least 100 years or more without your Arc of Time. I'm afraid it won't be the climate in just 7 years. Well, would it be Kia-fried? It's the Steel Knight in heavy armor. When I fought with it before, after I ate the armor, that guy suddenly got stronger. I'm afraid it's not inferior to the so-called 7-star summoned beast. Kojalu also expressed his opinion. Furthermore, that guy Calvin made a lot of summoned beasts for the referees in one go for the S-level promotion exam. These are also possible, right? When Kana heard the words, her eyes flashed brightly, and she nodded repeatedly. It is possible that Kia-fried is a relatively early work of Calvin. At that time, he made such a restriction in order to save magic power. But in terms of strength, the swordsman Kia-fried is no better than Slashing Dragon. The swordsman is bad. Everyone, I'm analyzing Calvin's card with one word. It's only an hour later. Although there are a few more speculations about the remaining identities of the 7 deadly sins, it is still uncertain. At this time, Makarov said indifferently, continuing to infer it is just a guess. This topic will stop here. Anyway, since it has been confirmed that the enemy is Calvin's summoned beast, we just have to be psychologically prepared. Up. The old man makes sense. Let's discuss tomorrow's battle. Gerald, do you have any plans? Shouldn't you just rush up and attack, right? Laxus, who had been just listening, also agreed. But for some reason, everyone else felt that he was a little impatient. Gerald glanced at Laxus, thought a little, closed his eyes, organized the language, then opened his eyes and said. There is naturally a battle plan, but there is only a rudimentary form, and we need to continue to discuss it. Just before telling the plan, there is still some information that you must know. Speaking of this, Gerald looked at Arusha slightly, the latter gestured to understand with his eyes, and took out a magic crystal from behind and placed it flat in front of him. In the next moment, a light curtain was released from the crystal ball, showing various images from it. We have told His Royal Highness Makarov before that the 7 sins of evil has been collecting human negative emotions. Urusha said lightly. The old man has already told us about this, but I don't understand how to collect negative emotions. Laxus asked. I'm just about to explain this point, which is also related to our combat plan. As he said, Urusha pointed to the picture on the light curtain, which was printed with pitch black beads the size of a table tennis ball. Although I don't know how they did it, these pitch black round beads are the product of their negative emotions. It looks like a pitch black glass ball. Myra said lightly. Urusha took a glance at Myra, and then said, yes, on the surface, these beads are no different from ordinary glass balls. Only when you touch it with your hands will you feel it strange. And these round beads are called fallen beads by the people of the seven sins. At this time, the picture on the light curtain flickered, and the picture suddenly changed, revealing a strange and unpredictable thing that looked like an altar. The whole body of the altar is made of pitch black ore, and it is decorated with evil spirits with double horns on it. In the center of the altar, there is a container made of bone floating on it. There is a picture of a demon on it, which is terrifying. The whole altar is shining with a faint purple light. Even if you see it from the light curtain, you can feel a wave of disturbing breath. After collecting these fallen orbs, they will all transport the fallen orbs to the castle on Mount Oryx and put them in the container of this altar, and this altar is called the Altar of Evil by them. In the castle, there are 7 altars of evil, which are guarded by the 7 deadly sins. It is not difficult to infer from this that these altars of evil are of great significance to them. And Geralt and I believe that after the Altar of Evil absorbs the fallen orb, it will produce an unknown power, and this power is the true purpose of the 7 deadly sins to collect negative emotions. Therefore, in this crusade against the evils of the 7 sins, in addition to saving Calvin, these altars of evil must be destroyed. So, after attacking the castle, all of us must divide our forces and destroy all the altars at the same time, otherwise they will notice the destruction of the altar, which may cause other changes. After Urusha finished speaking, everyone had serious expressions on their faces. An enemy with an unknown purpose is the most troublesome thing for anyone. One more thing, I think it is necessary to figure out why Calvin was resurrected, and whether it has something to do with these altars. Laxus added lightly. Otherwise, if Calvin died again after destroying these altars, wouldn't it be a waste of work? As soon as he said this, many people reacted. That's right, Calvin, who was supposed to be dead, was resurrected for no reason. It is unreasonable to think about it. I remember that the first president, Mabes, clearly said that Calvin was those who really die can't die anymore. Laxus's worries are also the concerns of the rest. Only Kana's eyes flickered in the crowd. She had some guesses, but she didn't know if she should say it. What she thought in her heart was Calvin's dead Susheng. There is also Geralt who is also concerned. He had already completed the R system at the beginning. The huge magic crystal of Paradise Tower has also been injected with 2.7 billion conceptual magic power. Normally, it is unstable. The magic crystal should explode catastrophically. However, he had never heard of something similar there. The Tower of Paradise seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. For a long time, he had been wondering if it was Calvin's ghost. If Calvin did it, would Calvin always control the R system? Chapter 185, 2 cm pork. After hesitating for a moment, Kana decided to say everything she knew, but she stood up abruptly and said in a deep voice. About Calvin's resurrection, I may know the reason. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were immediately attracted, and everyone showed a surprised expression. Even Laxus was slightly puzzled, only Geralt frowned slightly, looking thoughtful. At this moment, Kana also looked at Geralt. Seeing the other person's expression like this, Kana was slightly taken aback, and then said solemnly. Geralt, I wonder if you still remember the Tower of Paradise. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Geralt. Regarding the story of Elisa and Calvin's birth in the Tower of Paradise, everyone knew a little bit about it. Hearing what Kana said, many people seemed to have guessed it. Something. Back then, I was obsessed with the legend of the Black Sorcerer. I wanted to create an R system, that is, the Tower of Paradise wanted to revive Jeff. Calvin stopped me and woke me up. Geralt completely I didn't mean to conceal it, and I would tell my mistakes and stupidity without saying anything. And you will talk about this, which means that Calvin's resurrection is related to the Tower of Paradise? Geralt asked. Seeing him with a calm look, everyone couldn't help feeling a strange feeling, and Urusha looked at him with guilt inwardly. But Geralt turned a blind eye to everything, just waiting indifferently for Karna's next words. Yes, back then, you made the Plan Council cast the magical power of the wizard, filling the entire Paradise Tower with immense magical power, making it extremely unstable and exploding at any time. In order to stop it, Calvin put the entire tower. The towers of the Paradise are made into a card, and the name of that card is called Susheng of the Dead. When everyone heard the name of the deceased Susheng, they couldn't guess what was going on. It seemed that Calvin's resurrection was left behind by himself. It's just that he didn't know what accident happened. Was imprisoned. Geralt showed an expression that really made this, but immediately asked questioningly, but I still don't understand that in order to resurrect a certain person in the R system, it must have a body that is not inferior to the top 10 magical masters. My goal is Elisa, so where did Calvin get this material? Everyone heard that Geralt had hit Elisa's idea, and a flash of anger flashed. Among them, Makarov was the most angry, but he quickly suppressed it, just staring fiercely with fierce eyes. Gave Geralt a look. Geralt turned a blind eye to everyone's eyes, just kept looking at Kana, trying to get the answer from her. The current Geralt thinks that he was extremely stupid and evil at the beginning, and naturally he does not want Calvin to sacrifice a life for his own survival. Although he also thought he was a 50-step laugh, he really didn't want to hear Calvin committing this kind of mistake. This is what I want to ask you. I don't think Calvin will sacrifice his innocent life for himself. Kana said sharply. Everyone fell silent again, and the sudden shock made everyone unable to think for a while. For a long time, Calvin's image has been very lofty, but if Calvin really did such a thing, I am afraid that even people from the same guild will dislike him. In the demon tale, only life is something that cannot be offended and is most worthy of respect. This is also the reason why Karna was reluctant to tell the truth before, which damaged Calvin's reputation too much. At this moment, Makarov sighed slightly and said reluctantly. It turns out that Calvin got the R system. It's really unpredictable, but I can assure you with my reputation that Calvin definitely did not do what you thought. President, do you know anything? Myra asked. Makarov glanced at everyone. Seeing that everyone's eyes were full of curiosity, Makarov had already understood that if they didn't say it clearly, these people would not want to sleep tonight. So he said in a heavy, old voice. Initially, the old man didn't want to say it, because it was related to the reputation of another great wizard. It's just that for the old man, Calvin's reputation is more worthy of me to redeem than that person. For most of you, this is already 10 years ago. The body that Calvin used to resurrect was obtained from Phil Thomas, who was known as the Great Flame Lion, one of the 10 great masters of saints. Makarov slowly explained the fact that Calvin and Mist Gang had rescued Elisa together. After listening carefully, everyone lamented that the world was unpredictable. They were also fortunate that Calvin was indeed a gentleman as they expected. Regarding the soulless body that Phil created, everyone regrets it. Calvin's doing so is nothing wrong. Although it is also a living life, for the body, it is probably a kind of sadness to live. The scene fell silent for a while. Seeing that everyone's mood seemed to be a little depressed, Yerusha couldn't help but transfer. For these things, ask Calvin carefully after he is rescued. The most important thing now is tomorrow's battle. Since it has been confirmed that Calvin's resurrection has nothing to do with the altar of evil, then our plan for tomorrow can continue. Everyone has no objection to the division of troops, right? Hearing Yerusha's words, everyone turned their attention back to the evils of the 7 sins. After all, everything that is said now is empty, and there is no way to conquer the evils of the 7 sins. Laxus flashed his eyes, smiled confidently, and asked, is there only 7 deadly sins in the castle? In that case, I will take one of them. These words unabashedly revealed his self-confidence and belligerence, and lightning flashed over him inadvertently, as if he couldn't wait. Coupled with his image and momentum, and the strength of Laxus is also unanimously recognized, this seems to be how reliable and natural. Gerald also smiled confidently and said, there are some magicians under his command on the periphery of the castle. I also recommend that our elites deal with the 7 deadly sins, and the rest will deal with these peripheral men. I am also quite confident in my strength. I can deal with one of the 7 deadly sins alone. Hearing this, Makarov nodded in agreement, and then said, of course you two are fine. If that's the case, then the old man is not humble anymore. Let me also give one of them. In simple words, the 3 people determined the fate of 3 of the 7 deadly sins, and the enemy was left with only 4 people at once. I have to say that this is very reassuring. You are really aggressive, then, Melty and I will deal with one person. Yerusha said with a smile. Melty did not speak, but showed a confident smile on the side. The 4th 7 deadly sins were also determined. My uncle won't let you steal all the limelight. Leave it to others, and no one will it from us. Gojulu said proudly, looking like Lao Tzu is number 1 in the world. Thus, the 5th 7 deadly sins were also booked by Gagaru and Lily. Mila motioned to Elfman with her eyes, who showed a firm look, and then she said to Kana, Kana, do you want to team up with us? Although I really want to ask Day to tell me to deal with it by myself, I really don't have the confidence, so I am disrespectful. Kana said with a smile, and then Myra said to her sister. Lazanamdalnovel.me tomorrow you will act with others, the 7 deadly sins are too dangerous. Lysana naturally did not dare to object. At the same time, the captain of the Thunder Gods Philip also took a step forward and said seriously, leave the last one to the Thunder Gods. We will never let Fairy Tale and Thor the public is ashamed. As everyone talked and laughed, they had already assigned their opponents. Seeing this, Romeo couldn't help but mutter to himself excitedly, it's really amazing, the serious group is really different. Maketu couldn't help but be happy when he saw his son's appearance, and he laughed, is it necessary to talk about it? Your kid will be more cautious tomorrow, don't just rush forward with your head. At the end, he couldn't help but worry a little about Romeo, while his good friend W.A. Kaba smiled and took a cigarette, and patted Macau on the shoulder. Chapter 186, Singles? Gang fight? The morning sun rises, but the sun does not bring vitality to this small town. It is still so gloomy and gloomy. As long as you are here, you will always feel very uncomfortable. The guild where the giant hill giant once was, the door was gently pulled open, and stepping out of the door was a short, old man, wearing a white robe, with sharp eyes, seeing the street covered by shadows, his brows frowned unconsciously. Wrinkled. It's really unpleasant weather. The old man murmured softly, and then walked outside. Behind him was a group of menacing wizards, and the group marched toward Oryx Mountain mightily. Mount Oryx stands right next to the town. Speaking of it, it is not towering at all, but a little short. From a low point, one can vaguely see the shadow of a castle on the top of the mountain. It is built so arrogantly. There, it brings a very strange feeling. Fairy Tale, together with the sins of the Witch of the Independent Guild, has begun the crusade against the 7 sins of the Dark Guild. On Oryx Mountain, there is a winding mountain trail that can reach the top of the mountain. I don't know whether the seven sins of evil is self-confidence or arrogance. There is no one guarding the only climbing path. Makarov and his party went to the top of the mountain very smoothly and came to the front of the castle. Inside the castle, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in a hidden window, and they looked at the monster tail people outside with unknown eyes. The owner, who listened only to the eyes, whispered softly, "Is it the fairy tale? It really came. Ah, it's really troublesome. Why is it my turn to take charge of defense today? Master Shroff, this is nothing to be afraid of. 7 years have passed, and we are much stronger than them." Suddenly, a voice came from behind the scarlet-eyed master. "The tail is very disdainful. Don't underestimate them, it's the guild our guild leader has stayed in anyway." The figure of the man called Shroff stepped back slightly, revealing his true face. He looks like a fully armed guild swordsman, even put on a mask on his face. This costume is obviously Calvin's summoned beast dragon slayer swordsman, but after becoming one of the 7 deadly sins, he has an extra name, Shiluafu. "Hey, I really don't want to do it without doing it. Go and hit them." Slovak yawned nonchalantly, and after an explanation, he didn't know where he was going. The man he called was a man wearing a bone armor, a purple-blue cloak, and a helmet similar to a dragon head skull. His expression had always been very indifferent. After Shroff left, his eyes were cold. He looked at the fairy tale below, sneered at the corner of his mouth, turned and left. In the short time of the 2 talks, the demon tail and the others have already arrived at the gate of the castle. When Arusha reached out his hand slightly, the gate became like one after countless scouring of time. Pile of rotten wood and rusty iron. "The door has been opened, let's go in." Urusha smiled slightly. The hand she showed was really surprising, and the power of time was really not to be underestimated. Of course, her smile melted the hearts of many men, and that face looked pure and without heavy makeup. It's just that the enemy is now, and there is not much time for these men to appreciate. Urusha immediately became dignified and cautiously followed Gerald into the castle. The first thing that catches the eye is an atmospheric and empty hall. A piece of fur of an unknown monster is spread in the center of the hall. There is a chandelier on the head, but it is not a bright light, but a faint purple light. Shouldn't it be said that it is the headquarters of the Dark Guild? Just after entering, the breath of a haunted house rushed to everyone, and many people who were not brave secretly trembled and looked around. There is no guarding person. Is the 7 sins evil so confident? Laxus glanced around and said in an uncomfortable tone. Only when his voice fell, the horse heard heavy footsteps, and a door in the hall was suddenly opened, and a figure walked out of it. And the owner of the figure was obviously the guy who had just obeyed Shroff's orders. He only heard him say in a cold voice, "Since the enemy is a fairy tale, those guards don't need to come out to show their ugliness, let me deal with you personally." As soon as they saw someone coming, everyone immediately stood up. The costume and style of the opponent were very similar to the summoned beasts in Calvin's summoned carry, so they immediately aroused everyone's vigilance. "That guy is the Dragon's Dominator, one of Calvin's cards." Karna immediately reminded everyone. Hearing Karna's words, everyone left and suddenly realized that if the other party is also one of the summoned beasts, doesn't it mean that one of the 7 deadly sins will appear immediately? When he heard the words, Gejalo laughed and said in a frantic tone, "Is it about to deal with the 7 deadly sins? You guy is really confident, and he came here alone." Gagaru's performance was obviously a little angry, thanks to the name of the person in front of him, Dragon Ruler. What does this mean? Can he control himself? This really made Gojairu angrily as the Dragon Slayer. Of course, it was even more angry that the person who took this name was actually Calvin. The Dragon Ruler was still expressionless, but a trace of contempt flashed across his eyes, and he spoke lightly. "I am one of the 7 deadly sins, Lord Shirofa's subordinates. To deal with you, you don't need adults to take action. I'm enough." Although the tone was plain, the content revealed in the words was 100 times more arrogant than Gojairu's tone. Suddenly, everyone's expressions were bad, and it was their first time to be so underestimated. Only Makarov was more cautious, but he couldn't hide his anger, and asked Kana, "Can this guy be very strong?" Kana's eyes flickered, and after thinking about it carefully, she replied, "No, the Dragon Dominator is just a 4-star summoned beast, not strong at all, just like a silver wolf." After hearing Kana's answer, Makarov became even more puzzled. The other party didn't look like an idiot. How could he dare to despise their demon tail so much? This had to make Makarov confused and cautious. But not everyone is as meticulous as Makarov. Just like Gagaru, facing the enemy's provocation, he has long been eager to try, and can't wait to cut the opponent. He slowly turned his arm into an iron dragon sword, and slowly approached the dominator of the dragon with a bright smile. That gloomy smile made others feel cold. Seeing Gojalo slowly approaching, the dragon ruler smiled unusually, only to hear him say with an inexplicable smile, "I did come to deal with you, but I didn't say that I have to single you out." As the voice fell, he took out a flute that seemed to be made of keel bones from behind. Chapter 187, Halongdi. When the dragon ruler took out the flute, Kana frowned deeply, and she felt a little familiar, but she couldn't remember anything. But the flute feels very familiar, and it is undoubtedly one of Calvin's masterpieces. There are so many cards Calvin has made. Even Kana can't be as precious as many, and others don't need to say more. They only know the cards that Calvin often uses. Seeing the movements of the dragon ruler, Gojairu was also slightly taken aback, and he was somewhat scrupulous, but immediately he put aside these scruples, raised his arm, and the iron dragon sword slashed down fiercely. The dragon ruler drew to the side agilely, easily dodged the sword, but Gojairu did not care. He had never thought of being able to easily defeat the opponent. This was just a trivial temptation. And the dragon ruler immediately put the flute to his mouth after avoiding it, and blew it hard before the others reacted. The next moment, a sharp and harsh sound suddenly sounded, vaguely as if to hear the roar of a dragon. Inexplicable fellow. Gojairu said softly with disdain, and when his arm was crossed, the iron dragon sword was swung out again, slashing horizontally towards the dragon dominator. The dragon ruler did not act at all this time, neither dodge nor dodge, but with a slight sneer, waiting for the sword edge of the iron dragon sword. This action not only made Gojairu very surprised, even other people felt strange, thinking about what was this guy doing. However, before the sword's edge was about to come, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the dominator of the dragon. The figure stretched out the ferocious dragon head, a big mouth full of sharp teeth, biting Gojairu fiercely. The iron dragon sword makes it impossible to advance or retreat. Gojairu was shocked, his arm twisted violently, and the big mouth could no longer bite the iron dragon sword. With a clang, he was easily pulled out by Gojairu. Gojairu glanced at the sword, then looked at the monster that appeared suddenly with sharp eyes. A solemn expression flashed across his face. A few teeth marks appeared on the sword inconspicuously. His iron is not so hard. It can leave marks on it so easily. This already shows that the monster's bite force is quite amazing. What is this? Gagaru asked uncomfortably. As a former partner of the president, don't you actually know? The dragon dominator snickered, showing a mocking smile, and looked at everyone contemptuously. Immediately afterwards, the flute continued to sound, and with the playing of the dragon ruler, different monsters appeared out of thin air one after another, surrounding him. Seeing these monsters, including Gojairu, everyone in the demon tail didn't look good. Among them, Kana's expression was the most iron blue. Because she recognized them, these monsters were obviously Calvin's cards, at least most of them had been seen by her. Moreover, with so many numbers, even Calvin has never tried to control them simultaneously. Although these monsters have different forms, they have one characteristic that is very obvious, that is, their races are probably all dragons. Among them, the most familiar is the demon bat dragon that Calvin often uses as a means of transportation. This summoned beast has almost been seen by everyone present, so they also vaguely guessed something in their hearts. Summoning card. He is obviously a summoned beast, can he use it? Makarov said with a sullen face. The development of the matter was a bit beyond his expectation. I thought that the enemy had only 7 summoned beasts, the 7 deadly sins, but now it seems that it might have all the summoned beasts of Calvin at the same time. God knows how many cards Calvin this guy has, and the positions of both sides have been completely reversed in a moment. Since his name is Dragon Dominator, now it seems that this guy can control all of Calvin's summoned dragons. Gerald said lightly, even if he was as powerful as him, his tone couldn't help but bring it a touch of solemnity. Hee, that's right, the reason why the Dragon Ruler card was created was originally to be able to control a large number of these dragons, so let you see the strength of my Dragon Legion. The voice of the Dragon Ruler fell, and all the dragons on the field launched a charge at the same time. With a casual glance, they were all terrifying monsters. Everyone did not dare to neglect, and various magics were released from their hands. Giant fists, meteor-like sparkles, crystal with unpredictable trajectories, crackling thunder and lightning, etc. The hall is filled with gorgeous magic. These magics are not sharp, but the Dragon Legion is not vegetarian. Beautiful and elegant emerald dragons, shiny diamond dragons, evil and violent black dragons, etc., use the body or breath to interact with the demon tail. Confrontation. This amazing scene seems to make people go back to the era when the dragon was rampant hundreds of years ago. It's just that, although these dragons have the appearance of a dragon, in terms of strength, they are really different from the real dragon. They are beaten back after another. They just want to completely defeat them, but they can't easily do it. In the melee, Philip of the Thunder Gods was a little perfunctory. It was not that he wanted to be lazy, but something that had just happened that kept him on his mind. Philip's head is already very flexible, and he is very keen to capture details, but there are 2 things he cares about. The first is why the Dragon Ruler can use the summoning card. Even if it is specially made to control the dragon, it is impossible to summon the card. Philip also has a certain understanding of the summoning card. Calvin's card, all of them have a special mark, and only the people of Kerwin can use the card. Of course, Calvin had also eliminated the mark, and replaced it with someone else's mark. Only with this authority, Karna was the only one in the entire monster tail. The second is what the Dragon Ruler called Calvin just now. Philip heard it very clearly that he really called Calvin the President. In other words, is it Calvin who has been mysterious in the 7 sins? This speculation can't help but make him wonder, is the Calvin they want to rescue really the Calvin they know? Still, all this is just the conspiracy of those summoned beasts. They wanted to use Calvin's body to achieve some ulterior purposes, so they regarded the unconscious Calvin as the President. There is no answer to these speculations, but there is one thing that is unquestionable at present, that is, the main force that defeated the 7 deadly sins must not be held back here. The 7 sins evil had clearly noticed the invasion of the demon tail, and there was no way of knowing how they would deal with it. If the 7 deadly sins used this time to take any countermeasures, maybe everything would fall short. Philip was not the only one who thought of this mental novel. In the chaos, the waves of sand swept through the dragons, and the momentum was extremely magnificent. The only person in the fairy tale who can use sand magic is Marcus alone. This guy who has become the mainstay of the fairy tale for 7 years, he even suppressed Naz once when the serious group just returned. Just listen to his voice sounding at the same time as the sand violent. Let us take care of these dragons, don't forget our purpose, now is not the time for you to waste time here. The you in Marcus's words are naturally the elites who use the 7 deadly sins as their opponents. His ideas coincided with Philip. Chapter 188, Division of Troops. The first to echo Marcus was a few crisp shots. Whenever the gunfire sounds, there will surely be blood flowers blooming, and the owner of the bleeding flowers will naturally not be the magician in the demon tale, but the dragons dominated by the dragon ruler. These bullets were lasers or lightning, and the one who shot these attacks was Arzak, one of the best shooters in the demon tale. Even in the monster tale, the only magician who can match him in shooting is his wife Beska. Marcus is right. Leave these dragons to us, you guys do what you should do. Arzak said coolly. While speaking, the gunshots never stopped. His proficient technique made him 100 in 100. After 7 years of training, Arzak grew up not only in age, but was originally an excellent wizard. During these 7 years, he experienced marrying a wife and giving birth to a daughter. His temperament is completely different from that of the past. In terms of strength, he has also become a very good wizard. Excluding the members of the serious team, I'm afraid it can be called the strongest. Now, he has also done what he should do, that is, for the main force of this battle to advance smoothly, he will defeat the enemy in front of them. Mad shot. The flames couldn't help flashing from his muzzle, shooting in quick succession, as if he alone was enough to suppress the dragon group. Go ahead, don't worry about us, President. Makar said to Makarov with a smile. Now he has become old and not as handsome as before. It is just that the experience of the president over the years has made Makao's words are more convincing. Makarov nodded silently, turned and waved without saying a word, and ran directly to one of the hall doors. Behind him, following a dozen people, they are the main force of the 7 deadly sins of Laxus and others. They believe in their partners, what is behind them, and they are not afraid to show them, because someone will help them to block the attack. Don't want to leave. Seeing this, the dominator of the dragon shouted, and immediately directed several dragons to rush up. Some spewed sigh and light breath, some used their hard claws to grasp forward, and some whole body a crimson light rushed towards the back of Makarov and the others like a fireball. Sand by. A soft drink sounded, and the inconspicuous sand rolled up from nowhere and turned into a wall to block all attacks. I saw Marcus hooking his fingers frivolously, and a funny smile appeared in his eyes. Meaning? I said so handsome just now, so don't be so shameless. This provocative tone is really easy to provoke the anger of others. The ruler of the dragon gritted his teeth and said angrily, you little men, don't be too proud. The voice fell, and several dragons jumped out of it, rushing toward Marcus fiercely. Purple sky net. Under the cover of the big net woven by purple flames, these restless dragons were firmly locked. Xian stretched out from Macao's hands. Similarly, he looked at the dragon with frivolous eyes. The ruler. You actually said that we are Xiaoluo? You too underestimate us, but for us, you are no more than a relatively status Xiaoluo at best. Remember, standing in front of you is the 4th generation president of Fairy Tale and the one who is about to knock you down. Macao yelled, purple flames burst out of his body and turned into circles. The bullets whizzed towards the dragons like a rainstorm. Purple rain. The lethality of Ziyan is unexpectedly great, and whenever Ziyan sticks to the Dragon Queen, it is not so easy to extinguish it. Romeo jumped out from nowhere, his immature face was full of confidence, and he smiled and said, it's hot, isn't it? Then, let me help you cool down. I saw a sky blue flame bursting into his hands, and he slammed a fist at a dragon that had been stuck with purple inflammation. Lan Yan's ice fist. The thin fist seemed so weak, but when it touched the dragon's body, Lan Yan suddenly exploded, firmly covering the dragon's body, the latter could only struggle and howl in pain. Even though the main members had left, the monster tail was still not at a disadvantage, showing their growth in the past 7 years. The momentum is like a rainbow, riding on the momentum, the fairy tale at this moment, showing her unyielding ambition. On the other side, after Makao separated, Makarov and his party swiftly shuttled through the castle. On the way to the run, Makarov said abruptly, just separate here, and quickly find their respective goals. Then I'm going one step ahead, old man. Laxus responded, and lightning flashed from him in an instant. Under everyone's attention, he turned into a flash of lightning and left quickly. Seeing this, Arusha couldn't help but sighed and said, how fast is it? It's comparable to Gerald, but will you be too impulsive, and use magic to find it, so you are not afraid of wasting magic? Humph, don't underestimate the nose of the Dragon Slayer, that guy must have smelled something. Kojalo said with a curled mouth, then the corner of his mouth raised slightly, the next moment, Pansai stretched out his wings and flew up. Behind him, holding him and leaving quickly. Have you found the target so soon? Then I'm out too. Gerald said softly, with the golden light shining on his body at the same time, crossing the corridor like a meteor and heading in a certain direction. Gerald had sneaked into this castle before, so he knew the direction fairly well. Seeing that Laxus and Gojiru had a clear goal, he no longer neglected. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 fewer people and 1 cat, and the number of people suddenly decreased. Upon seeing this, Makarov couldn't help but lifted his mouth, and smiled triumphantly. When passing through a certain crossroad, the remaining people chose different directions unanimously, following their intuition, toward the strange breath they felt in the dark. Philip wrote the word wing for himself in Alba Green, with a pair of gorgeous wings behind him, and Bigelows was standing on his doll, wandering like a surf. Makarov's body has become huge, and the stride of each step is so large, under the condition of the same step, the speed suddenly increases. The four of them chose either side of the crossroads, while Mila and Arusha continued to walk forward. Urusha looked at the three of Myra at this time novel.me and asked with a smile, "Don't you speed up?" Myra also responded with a smile, and said softly, "So what about you?" Urusha smiled slightly and did not speak, but at this moment, her expression suddenly became serious. Not only she was like this, the other four people were also at the same time concentrating and waiting, because in front of them, a figure appeared at some point, blocking their way. The enemy appeared, but I didn't know whether it was the 7 deadly sins or its subordination. But in any case, after seeing the strength of the dragon ruler, they dare not have any emotions that underestimate each other. Chapter 189, Hawk Girl. The figure took small steps and slowly approached Mila and the others. The bleak corridor could not see the person's figure clearly, but it could be vaguely seen that the other party's body was very thin. Kana's eyes suddenly squinted, and at the same time, her head quickly turned, constantly recalling Calvin's cards, which ones have a slim body. But in a moment, there was no way to think of it. After a while, the figure became clearer. Memories are no longer useful at this time, after all, the other party is about to show up. As the man walked over, a charming voice slowly sounded, "That fellow Shroff is really unreliable. He actually let the enemy invade here. Shirov? Isn't that the adult in the mouth of the dragon dominator?" Myra thought to herself that the tone of the other party was not respectful, and it sounded like they were of equal status. In other words, the guy in front of him is also one of the 7 deadly sins. The figure finally appeared completely, and what caught the eye was a charming face, with a straight and compliant maroon show. Her dress is very revealing, she outlines her graceful and beautiful body lines, and every move arouses beautiful rhythms. What is different is that her hands and feet are like bird claws, and emerald green feathers grow on her arms, forming a pair of wings that are not too big. Seeing the people coming, Kana couldn't help but yelled in shock, "Hockey girl! What's the matter, is she strong?" Seeing Kana's expression, Arusha couldn't help but ask. From her eyes, this eagle girl seemed nothing remarkable, and she was not outstanding in magic. It seems that everyone present can easily defeat her. Kana glanced at Urusha lightly, saw the disdain in the latter's eyes, and solemnly explained, "Don't underestimate her. Although the eagle girl is just a 4-star card, Calvin treats her there is not much thought at all. You have seen the dragon ruler just now. He doesn't have any strength himself, but with Calvin's magic card, he can wield unexpected strength. Then it's not easy for this guy." Melty slapped and said dissatisfiedly. This dissatisfaction is directed at Calvin. "You said he was boring and okay, how could he make so many strange summoned beasts?" Coco, you know me quite well to introduce yourself. I am one of the 7 deadly sins of Indesire, named Louster. The hawk girl gently covered her mouth with her wings, pretending to be said shyly. "Hey, it's just Calvin's card, so I pretended to choose his own name," Kana said with disdain. Then, Kana took out the card from the bag, and the battle said to Arusha awe-inspiringly, "Leave this guy to us, I know her better, go find out the other 7 deadly sins." Arusha looked at Kana for a while, and then smiled, showing a smile that was not inferior to the eagle body girl, and whispered, "It seems that you trust me more, so she will ask you." When her voice fell, Elfman immediately used the whole body to receive, used the soul of the Beast King, turned into a fierce giant beast, and roared at the eagle girl, "No, it should be Louster rushed." As he approached, Elfman's huge claw slammed, and Louster immediately flew lightly with his wings and flew to the ceiling, looking at the crowd condescendingly. At this time, Myra slammed out a card, and several dazzling lightning flashes from the card, all blasting towards Louster. In the face of this attack, Louster had no intention of stubbornly touching. With a strong kick on her legs, she immediately shifted her position, but the lightning was so dazzling that she had to use her wings to slightly block her sight. At this moment, Urusha Sun used magic. After the crystal ball she carried with her shook, 10 more crystal appeared, and they lined up quickly, forming a simple crystal ball plate horizontally on the ground. Urusha and Melty stepped up, and then the crystal plate quickly flew past Louster like an engine. All this happened in a very short time. When Louster removed the wings that blocked his vision, Urusha was no longer visible, leaving only Myra, Kana, and Elfman. "So it's just a scam? I thought you 5 would deal with me together." Louster showed a slightly surprised look, then chuckled lightly, and continued to speak with her seductive voice. "I have to say, this is a stupid plan. How could it be my opponent if an old man is rude to 2 weak women?" This sentence completely underestimated the 3 of Mila, but seeing her confidently, it seemed that she was really powerful. But the 3 of Myra were not impulsive people, and none of them wanted to pay attention to Louster, just staring at her intently, and whispering something. Kana said in a deep voice, "Although the eagle girl herself is not powerful, she is very agile, and Calvin has a variety of magic cards to enhance her strength, don't be careless." "Since she is so powerful, why have I never seen Calvin use her?" Elfman asked puzzled. "There are 2 reasons. The characteristic of the eagle girl is that it can wield extraordinary combat power without expending too much magic power. After Calvin made her and its matching magic card, it is already so powerful that there is no need to save magic power. The other thing is that he feels shy. With such a summoned beast, he is afraid that others will have strange views of him." Kana quickly explained. "Ha, Calvin is unexpectedly a man." Elfman chuckled, then roared again, and the magic circle he received appeared all over his body. The whole body receives leopard man. In an instant, Elfman transformed into a different image again, the fur on his body turned bright yellow, with dense black spots, his body was not as large as before, and he looked agile. This is exactly the new power that Elfman gained in these 2 months of practice, which the Beastmaster of the Agility Department received. At the same time, Myra also received the soul of Satan and turned into the Dark Demon Myra. Kana also took a step forward silently, holding different cards in both hands, and surrounded Louster with his sister and brother Mila aggressively. Hey, 3 hits 1? It's a bit dangerous with this posture, but Louster didn't show any panic on his face, just smiled charmingly. You won't have the opportunity to show other forms. Kana shouted, and took the lead in throwing out the card in his hand. Wind blades, lightning, fireballs, ice, and snow, whistling towards Louster in no particular order. Kana understands that the other party is still in the most basic state at this moment, which means that she is the weakest at this time, so naturally she will take this opportunity to defeat her. At the same time, Myra also shot countless black magic bullets from both hands, like a torrential rain, with no room for dodge. Facing this horrible attack, Louster didn't panic at all. She wandered about and shook her wings, and instantly countless emerald feathers fell. The eagle girl's feathers blow snow. Feathers are flying like heavy snow novel. Me covering everything around them. When Myra and Kana's magic hits the feathers, it is like ice disappearing, and everything will have no effect. That's Calvin's magic card, be careful. Karna quickly reminded her when she saw it. However, when all the feathers fell, Louster's figure had gone away, leaving only an extremely ironic back. Upon seeing this, Myra and the 3 men were taken aback for a while, but they immediately reacted and quickly caught up. Damn it, this guy flees too fast too. Karna scolded uncomfortably. Be careful, there may be a trap. Mila said cautiously, but her speed was indeed the fastest, but after a while, she had already closed a lot of distance. Chapter 190, Fully Equipped. Seeing that she was about to catch up with Louster, she made a sharp turn and flashed directly into the wall. Mila was taken aback for a moment, and only after flying a few steps, she realized that this was originally a gate, but the style of the gate was very close to the wall, which made her misread for a while. At the moment Myra didn't hesitate anymore, and didn't wait for Elfman and Kana, and went straight into the gate. The scenery in front of him changed suddenly, and there was no longer a gloomy and narrow corridor around him, but a magnificent and luxurious room instead. This room can indeed be called a big one. Visually, it is at least the size of a small square, with a very high ceiling, which is more than 3 feet tall, which is even higher than the former site of the demon tail. Louster was half-lying in a big bed in the room, posing a seductive posture. Looking at Myra, he licked his plump lips naturally. Myra the devil, right? I heard that you can use the power of the devil, but I don't know if it is true or not, Louster said in a lazy voice, his eyes gleaming with inexplicable light, and a pair is very good the look of interest. The hearsay naturally doesn't understand the real situation, otherwise you come to feel it yourself and see if I'm vain. Mila did not show any weakness, her charming and lips raised lightly, her eyes were completely different from the usual kind eyes. Violent and evil feelings. Louster used his wings to cover his lips again, and made a light smile like a silver bell. The smile turned into a big laugh, as if he had heard something ridiculous. Until Kana and Elfman rushed over, Louster still didn't stop, and he didn't even bother to cover his opened mouth and press his stomach with his paws, which looked rather hard. Mila, did you tell a joke? Kana couldn't help blurting out when she saw this. Hearing this, Myra was also very helpless, she didn't understand why Louster was smiling so happy. It's just that Louster's laughter is full of a strong sense of sarcasm, even if Myra's cultivation is good, she can't stand it anymore, not to mention that she has received the soul of Satan at this moment, and her personality is more than usual. More impatient and irritable. Coupled with the fact that the other party underestimated her and laughed presumptuously in front of her, then she didn't need to worry about anything. Just attack it. Myra suddenly rushed forward, and the speed of her time frightened Kana and Elfman, as if she appeared in front of Louster in an instant. At this moment, Louster's laughter suddenly stopped, his eyes became sharp and cold, his body was like a feather, and he avoided Myra's collision with an unbelievable movement. Louster naturally wouldn't just evade and not fight back. The next moment, a whip-like thorn suddenly appeared on her claws, and with a strong wave, the whip seemed to tear the air with a crack. Yes. Come whistling with Myra. Mila twisted her body, and the tail extending from the end of her spine pierced quickly. The tip accurately hit Louster's whip. In the blink of an eye, the whip and the tail were entwined. The thorns on the whip are terrifying. Karna has no doubt that if one is whipped by it, it will definitely be rotten, but Myra's tail is not made of flesh and blood, but is made of bones. This spike is not a problem at all. Mila's tail pulled hard, and the huge force immediately pulled Louster over, but Louster's expression remained relaxed, as if everything was in her grasp. Sure enough, at the moment when he was pulled over, a strange weapon appeared on Louster's other wrist. Together with Myra's pulling force, it slashed at Myra. That strange weapon was like a huge claw. At the end, it was not a knife hilt, but a bracelet-like ring, which was firmly attached to Louster's wrist. Facing this fierce blow, Mila did not hesitate to stretch out her paws, and swiped hard at the strange weapon, hitting its blade. This huge force made Louster slam it uncontrollably. To one side, she looked embarrassed. It's a long story, but all these were born in a short period of time. Kana and Elfman didn't even have time to support them, and the two had already ended this short offense in defense. It's really amazing, I'm not an opponent at all. Gloucester said weakly, but Myra didn't relax at all, still waiting attentively. She was not an idiot. Just as the whip and the strange weapon appeared, Gloucester had obviously improved in all aspects, otherwise, with her magic power, she would not be able to withstand even one move under her hands. And Kana also explained to her timely, that is the magic equipment card made by Calvin specifically for the Eagle Girl, named Rosewhip and Eller Claw. Kana's voice was full of fear. This was based on her understanding of Calvin's cards. She continued to say, if I remember correctly, these are just the two most insignificant Hawk Girl's equipment. Be careful. Now she has to use her true skills. Hearing this, Gloucester looked at Kana, and said with a slight surprise, you really don't understand it. It seems that your relationship with our president is very unusual. Then you will recognize it. Gloucester's voice fell, her body shone inconspicuously, and a set of deep purple tight-fitting armor appeared on her. The armor was not heavy, it looked like it was just a thin layer. Although it covered much of Gloucester's exposed skin, it didn't damage her sexy, but it made her add a different style. Electronic tights. Kana almost gritted her teeth and said. After putting on this costume, with the addition of the Rosewhip and Eller Claw, Gloucester's magic power is no longer inferior to Myra. The momentum is amazing. Sure enough, it's really complicated to have such an opponent who knows him. Gloucester said in a playful tone, but her words made Kana's expression even more ugly. Mila hasn't changed much. Although the magic power has increased a lot, it is not yet invincible. What really shakes her is something else. Although you have become stronger now, it is still impossible to defeat the three of us. If you don't want to die too miserably, tell me immediately why you would call Calvin as the chairman. Myra shouted, listening in her tone, as long as Gloucester's answer is not satisfactory to her, she will immediately start a fight if he makes a difference. Just as an enemy, how could Gloucester take Myra's threat to heart, just listening to her say in a frivolous tone, yes, why? Why don't you guess? That is to say, the negotiation is not established? Then you are ready to face the three of us at the same time. We won't follow any one-to-one rules. Mila said blankly. As her voice fell, Kana and Elfman took a step forward at the same time. Ha humble novel. Me, do you want to overwhelm me with the number of people? But, do you think this really works? That little sister, do you only have this little intelligence? Gloucester chuckled. When Kana heard this, she raised her eyebrows. Seeing such a confident Gloucester, Kana immediately remembered a certain card, and whispered to Myra and Elfman. I remember, the real power of the Eagle Girl. What's really great? Elfman asked puzzledly. Yes, what she is best at is actually the art of combined attack, and the accomplice with her is herself. That guy, there are two clones with the same strength. Chapter 191, Respective Opponents. The castle on Oryx Hill seemed to be as calm and gloomy as ever, but no one knew that battles were taking place inside. As one of the main forces for defeating the 7 deadly sins, after being separated from others, Gerald quickly flew towards the goal in his own impression based on the memory of sneaking in before. One of the celestial magics that Gerald is good at is the meteor, which can be called by Calvin. He really looks like a shooting star across the horizon, even more conspicuous in the dark castle. Turning again at a very fast speed, the passage in front of him has come to an end, and at the end, a door with 3 big swords is reflected in his eyes. Gerald stopped in front of the door, and when he reached out, the door was gently pushed open. What greeted him was not an attack or ridicule, but a silence and darkness, and Gerald was eagerly waiting, looking around, not daring to neglect. A golden flame rose in his hand, crumpled into a ball, and gently tossed forward. Everything where the flame passed by was illuminated, allowing him to see the environment clearly. Unexpectedly, this is also an empty room. The walls are full of weapon armors. On the front wall, a painting is hung high, depicting a man in night costume. Just below the painting, a large chair is placed. The decoration on the chair is gorgeous, and the patterns on the chair are obviously carefully crafted, giving people a noble feeling. Geraldine was shocked. What was surprised was not the decoration of the room, but a straight and awe-inspiring figure sitting on that chair. The owner of the figure closed his eyes, naturally placed his hands on the armrests next to the chair, his straight back leaned relaxedly on the back of the chair, and even though he didn't make any movement, he also showed a solemn attitude. 7 deadly sins? Gerald asked faintly with a light in his eyes. The figure did not answer Gerald's question, as if he was asleep. Gerald was a little confused, and at this time the golden flame also burned out its magic power and went out, and the room fell into darkness again. At this time, the figure slowly said. Darkness is a good thing, no matter how dirty your heart is, darkness can cover it all up. So I like the dark, because my heart is the most dirty and shameless. His words sounded dull at first, but as long as they were careful, they could hear the fanaticism hidden in the dullness. His words sounded very inexplicable to Gerald, completely incomprehensible, but this did not make him despise the other party. Subconsciously, a golden light appeared all over the room, shining through the room. The master of the figure also appeared under the light again, his movements still remained unchanged, but his brows were slightly frowned, looking a little unhappy. The man wore a fine armor, in which gold and black intersect, giving a very noble feeling. Gerald really didn't want to continue wasting time, his eyes became cold, and he said coldly, it doesn't matter if you don't want to pay attention to me, anyway, my purpose is to kill you. Having said that, he turned into a meteor again, quickly passed through the space, and came to the person in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the man's eyes that had been closed finally opened, and his dark pupils spread out with a murderous look, and he stared at Gerald sharply. A sword aura burst out suddenly, and Gerald dodged it with a keen reflex, and then looked at the man, only to see that he had stood up from the chair, holding the sword in his right hand and the shield in his left hand, standing tall. Looking down at Gerald. Really, it's because of my patience that I didn't do anything, but since you are so eager to find death, then I will fulfill you too. The man said mockingly, with a strong disdain and contempt in his tone. It's a big tone, it's just a summoned beast, and I've never seen you before. I'm afraid you are just a trivial little character in Calvin's card. Gerald did not show any weakness, and also mocked. Hearing Gerald's words, the man's expression suddenly became difficult to look, and he said cruelly, very well, you successfully angered me, then let you see the strength of the little character in your mouth. Among the fairy tales, the noses of several dragon slayers were unusually sensitive. Therefore, Laxus and Gojiru almost didn't bypass the road, and they always moved straight ahead toward the target they were staring at. There was a crackling sound in the secluded corridor, and a flash of golden thunder and lightning passed by. Needless to say, such a powerful thunder and lightning was the only one from Laxus. Regardless of whether it is Gojiru or Laxus, their respective mobility is very good, not to mention Laxus' Thunderbolt. Gagaru also has the help of Pansalili, and quickly shuttles through the corridor. In terms of degrees, Laxus will definitely go a lot faster, but the first to reach his goal is indeed Gojiru and Pansalili. This is because Laxus initially focused on the 7 deadliest sins at the farthest distance, and Gojiru's impatient fighting spirit drove him to the nearest location. In the castle, each of the 7 deadly sins has its own room, and there is also an altar of evil that absorbs negative emotions. Gojiru came to the door of a room without accident. Is it here? Pansalili put down Gojiru and asked. It can't be wrong, although it is very light, but the guy in the hall who controls the dragon has the smell of the person inside. Gojiru said confidently. Right now, he kicked the door open with a bang, revealing the empty room inside and the figures in it. The room was empty, with only one big bed, no other furnishings, a purple-blue figure lying on the bed, slowly turning around. The moment he saw the figure, Gojiru snorted and said, I was drawn and signed, and I ran into the Dragon Slayer swordsman. Yes, novel.me. The purple-blue figure on the bed is the amazing dragon swordsman who made Calvin a huge name, and it is also one of the 7 deadly sins today, Shroff. Slovak sat up lazily, stretched his waist procrastinately, and then looked at Gagaru. A vague voice, that guy is really unreliable, so he let the enemy out easily. That guy in Shroff's mouth was obviously the dragon ruler who intercepted the monster tail crowd in the lobby. He seemed to be dissatisfied with this in his tone, and it seemed to be no big deal. Nonsense on less, and quickly get down obediently let me beat it. Ge Jalo pinch fist, the care a few times, very evil, laughing. Seeing this, Shroff sighed helplessly, and said weakly, hey, how do you feel that a very motivated guy has arrived? Chapter 192, Respective Opponents, 2. After separating from Myra, Arusha and Melty stood on the crystal plate and moved quickly. Although the speed is very fast, they are wandering aimlessly. After all, the two people have no search means. They can only rely on luck to find the 7 deadly sins. The castle is naturally very large, but the real area is actually the room of the 7 deadly sins. Although Arusha was spinning around, it didn't take long before they came to a bone-scarred corridor. At the very end of the corridor, a door made of bones stood up. Seeing this scene, Arusha didn't know where, so he found the right place. At the moment, she no longer hesitated, and manipulated the crystal plate into a dozen crystal balls, using the arc of time to make the crystal smash the door with different trajectories. Bang bang bang. The sound of the impact could not be heard, and I don't know what material the crystal ball was made of. Its impact power was not inferior to that of a cannonball. The seemingly solid bone gate was just like that. In an instant, a gloomy breath came out from it, and neither Arusha nor Melty could not help but shudder. Roar. The next moment, a roar came, and a hideous purple and white figure appeared at the door that was smashed open. The figure has a pair of dark blue bat wings, 2 curved horns on the head, and the body is covered with armor like white bones, and the other parts are full of purple, like muscles. Coupled with the extremely hideous face, the whole look looks like a lively demon. It's not wrong to say that he is a demon. This figure is obviously the strongest demon-like summoned beast in Calvin's summoning card Devil's Summon. There are 2 chicks here, great, I happen to be hungry again, you 2 should be delicious. The Devil's Call made a terrifying voice and said to the 2 women evilly, without hiding himself at all. In the eyes. That Calvin is definitely not a believer in Jeff. It's also a demon. Melty said with a disgusted face. At the same time, he was already waiting. 10 magic swords appeared behind him, anytime. Can attack. Don't be careless, although I also disagree with Calvin's taste, that guy does not need to have any doubts in terms of strength. Arusha said lightly, not knowing when a crystal ball appeared again. Her hands glowed brightly. In a dark room, a knight in purple armor was pacing slowly, looking a little restless. Those who don't know the severity, don't know if my castle will be demolished. He muttered to himself, looking at the wall deep in the room from time to time. Damn it, if I hadn't had to guard the altar of evil, I would have gone out and killed all the invaders. A steed in the corner suddenly snorted, making him vigilant. The next moment, the door of the room was pushed abruptly, revealing 3 figures outside. Philip, by Golas and EBA Green, all 3 members of Thor appear on the stage. Upon seeing this, the purple armored knight raised up slightly recently and couldn't help but smile and said, the prey has been sent to the door automatically, just to stabilize my grad's undulating heart. Facing the threatening words of the purple armored knight, Philip appeared very calm, but frowned slightly, and said softly, it's the Dark Knight Gaia, don't need me to say more, you two should know his power. Legolas replied with a smile, we will only be more cautious than you, don't charge too fast, Philip. As for Alba Green, she had already taken off her eyes and stared at the purple armored knight with her petrified eye. However, Grad just glanced at her puzzledly, and nothing happened. This made Eba Green chop the floor uncomfortably, and said impatiently, no, the Dark Knight Gaia's helmet blocks the eyes, it's useless. Hearing this, Legolas couldn't help but stunned, and then snickered, originally, our eyes didn't work on Calvin's summoned beast, right? What else are you trying? Philip disagreed, and retorted, not necessarily. Both you and Alba's eyes can only be effective on creatures. Before, the summoned beasts were just magical powers controlled by Calvin, but now they have self-awareness. Whether they have a life is still worth considering. It's a pity that Gaia's eyes are blocked, otherwise we can find out the answer. Hearing this, Pegasus smashed his mouth and said with a squeak, unlucky, this guy is very different from our zodiac. It was too late to say, then, just as the Thor people chatted a few words, Grad had already mounted his steed, holding 2 round short guns, ready to go. Makarov looked at the big unspeakable door in front of him, his face couldn't help showing a pensive color, after a little thought, he stretched out his arm decisively and opened the door. If his guess is correct and such a huge door needs to be used, then the owner of this room must also be huge. Among Calvin's summoned beasts, the powerful summoned beast that meets this requirement seems to be the only true red-eyed black dragon. Sure enough, when Makarov entered the room, a mighty black dragon was lying peacefully on the ground, snoring slightly. When Makarov came in, the snoring paused, then resumed the rhythm. Of course, to the real red-eyed black dragon, it was only a slight sound, but to Makarov, every breath was loud like thunder. How could Makarov have not noticed such an obvious pause? Just listen to his old and steady voice, saying, don't pretend, the old man knows that you are already awake. The snoring stopped, the huge dragon head of the really red-eyed black dragon lifted slightly, and a humming voice slowly spit out from his dragon's mouth, human magician, give me a reason to disturb my sleep. Makarov snorted, and said in a cold voice, does this still need to be asked? Naturally, it is here to wipe out your 7 sins. Hearing this, the red-eyed black dragon couldn't help laughing, the laughter echoed in this room, it was deafening. But Makarov was completely unmoved until novel.me his ears were a bit back anyway, and it didn't matter if the voice was louder. The red-eyed black dragon laughed for a long time before stopping, looking at Makarov with ruby eyes, and shouting angrily, how dare you say that you want to annihilate us? You are so tired of your little things. If the words are not too speculative, they will start fighting if they don't agree with each other. The red-eyed black dragon doesn't bother to talk with Makarov anymore. With a wave of the dragon's claw, he slams towards Makarov with a monstrous momentum. Makarov's eyebrows twitched, and he stood indifferently, stretched out his right hand, and gently placed it on the path where the dragon's claw was swung. The next moment, a huge arm appeared out of thin air, firmly grasping the terrifying claws of the red-eyed black dragon. Makarov blew his beard and stared, his body swelled instantly, not inferior to the real red-eyed black dragon. He only heard him say in a very angry tone, you said I'm tired of living? How dare to imprison Calvin, I say you are really tired of living. While Makarov spoke, he stretched out another fist and slammed the face of the red-eyed black dragon fiercely. Chapter 193, Respective Opponents, 3. A thunder and lightning swiftly passed through the space, and the golden light blazed its splendor in full bloom, causing ripples in the place it passed. Crackling, the golden thunder and lightning stopped abruptly and disappeared, revealing the sturdy and majestic figure under the thunder light. Laxus looked down at the scene in front of him slightly, his eyes revealed coldness. In front of him, there was a door that had been opened. The door was filled with magic-style decorations. The black sorceress stood quietly with his hands behind him and his back to Laxus. Originally Laxus' attitude was arrogant enough, but it seemed that the black sorcerer was even more arrogant. There is no way, after all, the identity of the black sorcerer at the moment, but the vice president of the 7 sins, the arrogance of the 7 sins padre. Oh, are you planning to keep your back to me? Laxus said lightly, but there was obviously a lot of anger hidden in his tone. Padre turned around and looked at Laxus with a plain but dismissive look, and smiled contemptuously. His attitude is as if Laxus is not qualified to question him. This made Laxus's face begin to turn pale. Very good, I hope your strength matches your attitude. Laxus took off his large leather robe and revealed his strong upper body. The tights on his body couldn't hide his bulging muscles at all, and the terrible aura began to spread to the surroundings. You have a good momentum. It seems that you are a very powerful human being. But no matter how strong you are ultimately a human being. In front of the devil, you are as weak as an ant. Padre said calmly, as for the Laxus in front of him. An arrogant expression. Demon? Are you a demon? But Laxus no longer cared about his attitude, but was attracted by the words mentioned in his words. But Padre obviously wouldn't be so kind enough to answer Laxus's question. He raised his wand, his eyes became cold, and he said in a cold tone, if you want to know everything, I'm not asking. Let me bow down to the wind. When the voice fell, a wave of fluctuations came from the wand, and the strange and unpredictable feeling spread out. As soon as he touched that wave, Laxus immediately felt a strange feeling, it was an attempt to imprison the whole body of magic. A feeling of. However, Laxus's face remained unchanged, just staring at Padre indifferently, and suddenly chuckled. In other words, do you have to beat you if you want to know everything? That's really simple. Roar. Laxus roared abruptly, and a huge amount of thunder and lightning gathered into a pillar of thunder, ejected from his mouth, and went straight to Padre. Padre's face changed drastically when he saw this attack, and he hurriedly dodged the thick thunder pillar, braving cold sweat, looking at Laxus with a little horror, and the latter seemed to have just done something. Trivial things, with a relaxed look. But in the blink of an eye, Padre only felt a flash of thunder in front of him, and Laxus's stern face appeared in front of him. Before he could react, a powerful fist hit his handsome face. Knock him into the air. Laxus attacked one after another. After a thunder, Laxus appeared behind Padre again, bumping his knee forward. The pain caused Padre to bend forward and scream loudly. But he is not an easy one. He reluctantly turned around, pointed his wand at Laxus, and yelled, "Black magic!" A magic bullet with a diameter of 1 meter came out from it, and it approached Laxus like a teleport. The magic bullet did not pass by the purple and black thunder and lightning, and the momentum was shocking. But Laxus just raised his eyebrows disdainfully, his palm stretched out and pressed it against the magic bullet. "Drink!" he shouted. The lightning from his hand covered the entire magic bullet, and annihilated it in an instant. Such a situation completely exceeded Padre's expectations. Immediately afterwards, Laxus condensed a spear of lightning in each of his hands, held it in his hand, and threw it out. The twin thunder spears carried the sound of thunder, like thunder from the sky, crackling with unparalleled speed. Padre couldn't fully react at all, and was immediately pierced in the chest and abdomen. There was no blood flowing out of the wound. In other words, he was also a magic power aggregate, but this did not mean that he had an immortal body. The injury did exist, and it was unknown how much magic power was lost. As a summoned beast, although it will be injured, the injury will not affect its combat effectiveness. Although the body has been opened with 2 large holes, Padre is still strong and fierce. He waved his magic wand, and dozens of flying knives appeared out of nowhere, stabs towards Laxus densely. Every flying knife has a lot of magical power. Laxus didn't dare to underestimate it, but he was not too nervous. Pulling his arm down suddenly, a huge electric current fell from the sky and turned into a wall of lightning. The wall of lightning looked very weak, and seemed to shatter with a random touch, but when the flying knife pierced it, the sparks shone and all fell to the ground. "That's it." Laxus sneered slightly, and before Padre answered, the figure flashed by again and appeared on the top of his head, his hands already closed. Thunderous jaw attack. He hit Padre's forehead with a fierce blow, and instantly a big hole opened in the ground. Padre was lying in it in embarrassment, almost unable to hold his wand, and there were weak electric lights on his body from time to time. The cap of the black sorcerer's robe was broken, and Padre, who had always been pompous, shed his head, propped up his body with a magic wand, and stared at Laxus viciously. "How is it possible? How can you have such a powerful force?" Perry shouted loudly. His expression looked a little panicked until novel. "Me, don't underestimate me, and don't underestimate the goblin. The tail, the power we have, something like you will never understand." Laxus said in a deep voice. His tone did not conceal his contempt, and directly used things to describe the 7 deadly sins. "You bastard!" Padre cursed unwillingly, but his body didn't dare to act rashly. Although the fight just now was short, he had already clearly understood that he was not Laxus' opponent at all. It can be said that there is no comparability. I am obviously a 7-star card, with the same strength as the S level, but why is it completely helpless to him? It's a pity that my original strength hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise, for a small character like him, I can kill him with a single finger. But it's really bad now. Depending on the situation, you can only fight in Calvin's way. It's really unpleasant, asking me to imitate mere human tactics. Chapter 194, Harpy Girl 3 Sisters. Clone. Myra asked with a frown. She was obviously a little stranger to this word. How could it sound like a ninja skill? Karna was about to answer, but Louster over there had already explained what a clone is by action. Wanhu, a mirror gorgeous clone. Only when she whispered, many shining mirrors appeared suddenly around her, reflecting each other, as if countless more eagle girls appeared in an instant, like place yourself in a kaleidoscope. When Myra saw this, she naturally wouldn't let the other party complete the trick easily. 2 torrents of darkness gathered from her hand, and with a sudden wave, the torrents danced like whips, whizzing away in front of the mirror. In the face of this terrible torrent, the mirrors were like fragile biscuits, and the pieces broke and shattered. However, Louster's face was still flat with a slightly disdainful smile. When all the mirrors shattered and fell to the ground, 2 figures very similar to Louster appeared out of thin air. They stood with Louster. Except for the different hairstyles, the others were basically the same module. From. These 2 eagle girls are also wearing electronic tights, and each of their claws is equipped with the rose whip and the claw of Eller. The momentum of the 3 intersects with each other, like 3 ribbons that are tightly twisted, making people suffocate. It's beautiful, right, my 2 younger sisters. Louster smiled lightly, showing an indescribably beautiful face, but what this beauty contained was a terrible poison. Louster and his 2 sisters flapped their wings, and they flew into the sky. The 3 of them circled each other and formed a mysterious formation, in which a magic circle was faintly revealed. When Kana saw this, she couldn't help being taken aback, and exclaimed, "It's a magic circle of combined attacks." While speaking, All the magic cards on her body were thrown out without hesitation, turning into a boundless prairie fire raging into the air, making the air suddenly anxious. Mila didn't fall on anyone, her hands were emptied, and the darkness condensed from it, and the shockwave shot out from her hand, as if to pierce the sky. Before she got close, a wave of air that destroyed the world has swept through. Come. At this moment, the magic circle in the sky has fully revealed its posture, with a round shape, a touch of pitch black at the edge, and a few strange characters that cannot be read. In the middle of the magic circle, a vivid ice blue the firebird is looming. Suddenly, the magic circle emits a bright light, and everything is injected into the ice blue firebird, and the shape of the firebird becomes solid, like a real creature. Hawkgirl Phoenix Array. The ice blue firebird flew down and hit the sea of fire with an aura of destruction. The flame met the ice blue firebird, just like a mouse met a cat, and all the flames were broken open by the ice blue firebird. No one's land. Myra's shockwave then blasted on firebird, and a thunderous roar resounded. Hum. The pitch black and the ice blue intertwined, and the sounds of birds and explosions made a chaotic sound, like a red iron ball thrown into the cold water, and finally collapsed, bursting out a terrifying wave of air, sweeping in all directions. It's not bad, it can actually block this blow. Gloucester's light expression was like an adult praising a child, and the natural tone in his tone immediately made everyone angry. Elfman leaped up, his fist blasted out with unmatched strength, and his whole body was transformed into a leopard. The speed was no longer comparable to that before. The perfect combination of strength and speed made this blow seem like inevitable. But why don't the three sisters avoid it? The strength of the three after the assembly is not what it used to be. The three of them kicked out a beautiful leg. The strength on the leg is not amazing, but there seems to be a certain connection between the three of them. The strength on the leg is gathered together and turned into a huge phantom of sharp claws. The escape was caught by Elfman. Elfman gave a frightened expression and roared fiercely. His arms suddenly became thicker, and he blasted towards the phantom claws without reservation. The power of his fist was so powerful that it even caused the impact of air waves. With the sound of, the phantom suddenly turned into afterimages in the sky, like falling leaves floating down. After hitting this heavy punch, Elfman's figure suddenly fell, Gloucester laughed, and the three sisters immediately formed a triangle formation. A dazzling ball of light appeared on the chest, and the ball of light permeated. The thunder and lightning were horrifying. The light spheres are connected to each other to form an equilateral triangle. In the middle, there is an extra X character. Crackling. Triangle fan sparks. Immediately afterwards, the X character in the triangle blasted a light red energy beam, and the whistling sound rang straight towards Elfman like a sickle of death. Elfman couldn't take advantage of it in the air, and was unavoidable. He could only hurriedly protect his arm to the vital point, intending to directly take this attack. It's just that Mila is here, how could he easily hurt her brother? When Mila flickered, she appeared beside Elfman, kicked Elfman's, and kicked him far away. Kicked away, but also happened to avoid the red light beam. Myra turned her head and stared at Gloucester ferociously, unabashedly releasing her anger and killing intent. Why look at me with such a look, isn't it a life and death battle? That's right. I won't let you go. Mila's voice fell, and her body suddenly glowed brightly, covering her whole body. After the light dissipated, the previously and revealing attire has disappeared, replaced by a mighty outfit. Her ears each stretched out golden earmuffs like horns. The light blue clothes completely wrapped her body tightly, but still outlined her graceful lines. Her hair became long and curly, and behind her was a dark cloak. Stepping on Hongli fire, like a demon returning from hell. The soul of Satan, the strongest form. What a powerful magic. Is this the result of Myra's practice? As far as I know, this is the strongest soul of Satan in my sister, and I have never seen it in actual combat. Kana and Elfman looked at each other, and suddenly felt like they didn't need their own existence at all. The pressure brought by Myra's transformation caused even the three sisters of Gloucester to drip cold sweat, and a chill could not help but tremble slightly. Myra didn't say a word, and looked at Gloucester's trio with cold eyes, but disappeared abruptly. When they reappeared, they had already come to Gloucester's side. Gloucester opened his panicked eyes and watched with horror as his fist was getting closer and closer to his cheek, but he couldn't react at all. He just felt a pain coming from Delnovel.me as if his head was about to burst. His body flew backwards like a rocket launcher, and hit the wall severely, sinking into it, and cracks emerged. I have seen the strength of the three of you. Next, let you see my true strength. Myra said indifferently, but at that moment, an irresistible aura broke out. The other two eagle girls beside her did not dare to make any movements at all, for fear of being blasted out accidentally. Gloucester pulled out his body from the wall in embarrassment, the blue veins rushed to her forehead, his claws squeezed his fist, his face was savage, and he shouted angrily. Mila Jane. I must cut you off. Chapter 195, Myra's Style. Gloucester gave her two sisters a wink, and the three of them immediately gathered together in a tacit understanding, but their expressions were no longer the arrogant and relaxed expressions they had before, and instead they looked stern and solemn. The strength that Myra showed was completely beyond their expectations. Even if they had three of them, they still couldn't beat it. However, this does not mean that they are poor at this point. It should be said that Calvin will not be poor at this point. Devil Myra, I admit your strength, but in the future, I won't let you continue to show that arrogant look like this. Myra kept looking at Gloucester in silence without saying a word. In fact, after she used this trick of the soul of Satan, the victory or defeat had already been determined. Myra had great confidence in her state at this time, even if the hawk girl Louster had more ways to increase her strength, finally the ending will not change. After all, the eagle girl is nothing but a 4-star card. If it is really that strong, why should Calvin develop a new 7-star and 8-star card? Don't talk nonsense, just use it if you have any tricks. Louster gritted her teeth fiercely, so being underestimated, it really made her unwilling and angry, but the difference in strength lies here, Myra obviously has the right to despise her. At the moment, Louster stopped lingering, and flew into the air with a swish with the other 2 eagle girls, hovering above Myra's head. Let's take a look at the cards Calvin never used. Louster yelled, and a strange wave suddenly burst from the 3 eagle girls, spreading to the entire room. In an instant, the momentum of the 3 eagle girls rose steadily. On the contrary, after being penetrated by the strange waves, Myra just felt restricted by something. Although not much, it is true that his strength has dropped a little bit. Hoary girl's hunting ground. Louster rushed down suddenly, and her 2 younger sisters were also performing the action at the same time. Is it the magic that binds the magic particles? It actually covers such a large area, and it can once again enhance the strength of the eagle girl. Calvin, you are really amazing. Myra secretly murmured in her heart, facing the fierce attack from the rooster trio, she just slowly raised her arm. But it's still too weak. A faint voice sounded, and the sound quality was still as pleasant as usual, but the tone in it revealed a cold murderous aura. The blue flame under his feet instantly rose up. With Myra's steps, the flame danced like an elf. Louster and his sisters only felt a flower in front of them, and they saw a blue flame covered by a blue and white. The sharp claws caught it and appeared in front of them. In an instant, Louster only felt a bit of cold, freezing into her heart, but the skin outside her body was incredibly hot, and the feeling of hot and cold intersection made her completely intolerable, and she subconsciously screamed loudly. The blue flame flashed away, but the power in it had completely penetrated Louster and his sisters. The 3 sisters were thrown away by the impact, and on the way to the ground, the burn scars on their bodies it is clearly visible. In this short instant, the 3 of them were completely defeated by Myra, and the tricks Myra used were just a light fist, which was completely random. Kana and Elfman on the side stared at the majestic Myra, and they were completely speechless for a while. The thoughts that feel that they are redundant are more and more circling in their minds. Puff. 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 The 3 eagle girls fell heavily to the ground, and the injuries almost caused their bodies to collapse. Louster murmured in disbelief. How is it possible, how can it be so strong? She struggled to stand up, but just raised her head. Myra's ghost-like figure came into her eyes. Her eyes were extremely cold. Tell me all about it, what's wrong with Calvin now, and your purpose? The coldness of Myra's voice was not inferior to her eyes. After listening to her question, Louster couldn't help but slightly tremble. This non-caring problem was just an absolute difference in strength, which made her body unable to remain calm. Louster hasn't felt this kind of humiliation for many years, and his silver teeth bit his teeth and made a creak. She gritted her teeth and squeezed out a few words from her mouth, don't take it for you, already, win. Upon hearing this, Myra raised her brow slightly, oh. Louster pulled out a card from his chest and shouted. Crush the enemy. My pet dragon. The card suddenly radiated brilliant light, causing Myra to squint slightly. Suddenly, a huge sharp claw appeared out of thin air and blasted directly at Myra. Mila's expression remained unchanged, her waist twisted, a beautiful leg full of power suddenly lifted, and the blue flames kicked towards the huge claws. The roar instantly sounded, the collision of the 2 huge forces caused a lot of anger. The waves dispersed. The light dissipated, and the air wave subsided. Mila raised a leg and was stalemate with a crimson claw, and the master of the claw had already protected the 3 sisters roused with its huge body. It has the body of a dragon, slender and full of power. The whole body is red, with a chain hanging down on its neck, and decorations like dragon horns on its forehead. From the appearance, it is not faulty at all. Myra smiled coldly, and said with disdain, is this what you rely on? She looks pretty cute. Louster was furious, his eyes glowing with hatred, wishing to cut Myra alive, and then boil her whole body to feed the pigs. It's just that Louster felt that she was too unreserved in this way, and her expression changed, becoming playful and gloating, but she still couldn't conceal her dual-purpose hatred. Hey, the time you can be proud of is over. This is the Eagle Girl's pet dragon. It completely obeys my instructions, and it can also interact with the magic of the Eagle Girl, that is, the eagle that has been summoned. The more girls, the stronger its strength. Even the Calvins have never tried to make the 3 Eagle Girls and the pet dragon appear at the same time. I am not sure how strong it is now. Just as Louster's wild laughter, the pet dragon roared loudly, and his red body suddenly charged towards Myra. Ha 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 ha. Devil Myra, die. This kind of power scared Elfman and Kana to heartbreak, but Myra still didn't change her face, but her eyes showed an expression of impatience without concealment. I don't call Calvin the president now. Is it because I'm too excited? Boom. A loud and earth-shattering noise suddenly erupted, and it was Myra who caused the momentum. Novel.me. That sound is exactly the sound made by the pet dragon being pressed on the ground. She pressed the pet dragon's forehead with one hand and pressed it to the ground. The strength of the pet dragon even shattered the ground. The pet dragon has never stopped struggling, but it is like a bird with broken wings. A stranded fish is like a fish, and everything he did was in vain. Louster opened his mouth wide in disbelief, trembling slightly, trying to say something but unable to make a sound. The expressions of Elfman and Kana are even more exaggerated, the boss with wide-eyed eyes is slightly protruding, and the mouth is wide open, so that they can almost fit their fists. So, can you answer my question now? Miss Louster. Chapter 196, Black Mist. A huge blue flame spread from under Myra's feet, covering the huge body of the pet dragon, and the dragon's screams surrounded the room. Mila slammed it hard, and the pet dragon's huge body shattered abruptly, turning into little bubbles and disappearing. It didn't take a minute to play before it was beaten back to its original shape by Myra. Louster's face was very wonderful, she was very confused about the current situation. To be honest, her head hadn't reacted at all. Was your strongest hole card so easy to kill in the enemy's hands? And it's still the kind that doesn't have the power to fight back. Wouldn't it be too exaggerated? Back then, with the pet dragon, she swept through how many dark guilds? It's just an illusion, it can't scare me. Louster muttered to himself a little incoherently, but Myra wouldn't consider her feelings. The palm that had scratched the pet dragon gently pressed her head. Above, the intensity is very gentle. It's just that the sharp nails are piercing her scalp slightly, and the threat is beyond doubt. Louster believes 100% that as long as Myra is unsatisfactory, her head will burst like a balloon immediately, and before the body turns into magic and dissipates, the brain plasma and blood must be sprayed and splashed. To be honest, even if it is only the body borrowed by Louster, she is unwilling to leave so ugly. The reason why the Eagle Girl was selected from Calvin's many cards at the beginning was that in addition to her strength, the reason is because of the outstanding appearance of the Eagle Girl. Their 7 deadly sins also have their own personalities. As a representative of Indesire, Louster himself pays great attention to appearance, otherwise how to attract the opposite sex. However, since Louster, as the 7 deadly sins, also has his own dignity and pride. Kill me, anyway, our 7 deadly sins will never really die. The corners of her mouth raised slightly, with a sullen look. Upon hearing this, Myra frowned slightly. This remark revealed a lot of information. What does not mean that you will not really die? It does not mean that you can't kill you no matter how you kill it. It means that after you kill, you seem to be dead, but actually live in another incomprehensible form. Or maybe there is no life originally, so there will be no real death. Suddenly, Myra said, "Hey." Kana and Elfman, who got closer, asked strangely, "What's wrong?" Myra did not answer immediately, but closed her eyes, felt it carefully, and then said, "Kana, Elfman, go and destroy the altar of evil first. It should be somewhere in this room. As for Louster, let me watch it here. I have something to confirm with her." Kana glanced at Myra in surprise. The enemy had already expressed that she would rather die than surrender, so why continue to waste time? But seeing Mila's serious expression, Kana nodded to express her understanding, and Elfman searched for the altar of evil in the room. Myra turned her gaze back to Louster, and the latter smiled dismissively and said calmly, "Don't you think I will say what you want to know, do I look so kind?" Myra didn't pay attention to Louster's irony, but closed her eyes again, still placing her hands on Louster's head, quietly not knowing what she was feeling. For a while, she opened her sharp eyes and said to herself, "Sure enough, the true body of your 7 deadly sins is a demon, no, it should be said that it is a demon with only a soul." As soon as he said this, Louster opened his eyes suddenly, looked at Myra in disbelief, and said sharply, "How would you know?" But she immediately reacted, as if thinking of something, she said harshly, "By the way, if you can accept the power of Satan, you can naturally perceive my breath." The corner of Mila's mouth slightly raised and smiled and said, "That's right, my body contains demonic factors. The breath of you demons is really obvious to me. What we guessed before is indeed correct. Back then, Kyrek Monastery used unknown means to hide your demonic souls in Calvin's body, and you used Calvin's magic to be reborn in this world for the purposes to achieve the ulterior motive. It's just that I still don't understand. Why did you call Calvin the president before?" Louster listened quietly to Myra's speculation, until after she finished speaking, she smiled weirdly and said madly, "It's quite clever, I guess the cause and effect. But actually said our purpose is ulterior? Then you underestimate us. How can our noble ideals of the 7 deadly sins be understood by you humans? Don't be afraid to tell you that the leader of our 7 deadly sins is the ancestor of the demons who have existed in the world since the birth of mankind, and he is our only president. Calvin, it's just a vehicle for resurrecting the president. Your fairy tale came too late. 7 years have allowed us to collect enough negative emotions. Soon, the president will be able to use these negative emotions to restore our strength and once again come to the world with Calvin's body. And our 7 deadly sins will be resurrected again, sweeping the world like they did in the past. This time, there is no such Michael did to save you humans, ha 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 ha." Louster was half laughing, and Myra couldn't bear it anymore, and with her palms, she scratched her head abruptly, turned into a bubble and disappeared without a trace, only a few cards fell on the ground. Myra released her receiving magic, picked up the card, her expression was very ugly, she had no joy of victory at all. "Angel Saint Michael D, the legend of the Cardia Cathedral, is it true?" Just as Myra destroyed the Eagle Girl, Calvin's body also quietly changed in a hidden room in the castle. You reading www.ukansha.com. Calvin, who had been asleep like a corpse before, trembled slightly, as if he was about to wake up. Only a few seconds later, he fell into calm again, as if the previous movement was just an illusion. However, in the deepest part of Calvin's heart, a faint fluctuation quietly oscillated. It seems that in an endless space, there is pitch black all around, and only in the center, a faint light is emitted. Only the soul is sober. Calvin, who is quietly looking at the black mist in front of him. It seems that one of the 7 deadly sins has been defeated, and my magic power will be restored soon. I see how long you can survive. Hehe, Calvin, is it possible that you think that magic is still useful here? A hoarse voice that couldn't distinguish between men and women came out from the black fog, with inexplicable coldness and weirdness, and a touch of despair. Accept fate, your only ending is to give up your body for my new life. Chapter 197, Gerald vs Anvun. The fastest update to the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale. An unparalleled sword aura flew out, and the almost 3-foot-long crescent moon seemed to be able to pass through the void, as if it caused ripples in the space, and the roar suddenly sounded, right there, a slightly embarrassing figure. The Lazing retreated sharply. The figure exuded golden brilliance, and quickly passed through the space like a meteor. The speed was so fast that even the eyes could not catch up, but in front of a certain knight, this speed was not enough to make him afraid. Is that enough? Except for speed, I don't see anything good about you. The knight in the black and gold armor said lightly, and the disdain in his tone was completely unconcealed and directly revealed him. Despise. Gerald just looked at him in silence, quietly thinking about countermeasures. Just now, in the brief encounter with the black gold knight in front of him, Gerald actually fell into a disadvantage. You know, there are really few who can make him fall in battle on this continent. I underestimated him, this guy does have the patience. Gerald thought secretly, and at the same time, there was a faint light in his palm, and he didn't know what kind of magic he was preparing. You must be thinking now, why I am so strong, but I have never seen Calvin use me. At this moment, the knight suddenly spoke, with a slight mockery in his tone. Actually, I didn't think about it. Gerald thought a little helplessly when he heard the words, but he didn't speak out because he also wanted to hear what the person in front of him wanted to say. You haven't seen my body. This can only show that you are ignorant. You don't even know the famous Heavenly Knight. That's just past the existence of the 10 great sages. But my name is Feng, which is the representative of jealousy among the 7 deadly sins. I'm a bit late to introduce myself, but who calls you so weak makes me feel weak. Facing the ruthless ridicule, Gerald didn't take it too much into his heart, listening to Anvun's boasting, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. Saint 10 Great Wizard, isn't he Gerald? He just abandoned this title by himself. Suddenly, a huge magical power surged from him, and 7 magical circles suddenly appeared above the room. The golden lines connected them together to form a larger magical circle. Why did Gerald listen to Anfeng's nonsense all the time, not to buy time to draw this magic circle? I saw his face as cold as ice, staring at Anfeng with jealous eyes, and spit out a few words clearly. Accept 7 stars sanctions, 7-star sword. The magic circle above suddenly shot 7 beams of light from the 7 points, all the targets of the beams were concentrated on the same point, where Anfeng stood. Upon seeing this, Anfeng raised his brows, his eyes were playful, but there was no trace of fear. At the moment when the 7-star sword was about to attack him, he swung his arm violently, and stood steady under his feet, moving like a rabbit, holding the sword and swung upward. The 7-star beam of light quietly split from the middle, and together with the magic circle above it, they all turned into 2 halves. Here again, what the is that sword? It turns out all my magic. Anfeng leisurely returned to his previous standing posture, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing an ironic arc. After holding back for so long, is your big move like this? Hearing this, Gerald frowned suddenly, his right hand was erected and quickly passed, and the 6 stars remained in the void. Suddenly, the 6 stars hovered upward, and then slammed downward. Celestial magic 6 consecutive stars. The 6 stars fell like miniature meteorites. Although the momentum was not too great, its penetrating power was definitely extraordinary, and Anfeng did not dare to touch it easily. I saw him stepping on strange steps, dodge one by one with weird steps, and easily dodge this move, and then, he appeared in front of Gerald again. Accompanied by it was a sword with supreme sharpness and Anfeng's triumphant smile behind the blade. No matter how fast Gerald's reaction is, I am afraid that it will be difficult to avoid this sudden sword. However, if you can't hide, then block it. A transparent spherical dome appeared out of thin air between Gerald and Anfeng. The blade of the sword slashed on the seemingly fragile protective cover, but only a little spark was splashed. Anfeng's sword was completely useless. Not bad. Anfeng laughed, erected the shield on his chest, and slammed forward. Since the sharp blade can't cut it, use a blunt tool to break it. The strength of the impact was not trivial, and cracks appeared on the spherical protective cover suddenly, as if it would soon collapse. It was just that Gerald had already taken advantage of this little time to condense 9 magic swords in front of him. At the moment the protective shield was broken open, the 9-handed magic sword suddenly turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. Celestial magic 9 thunder stars. This time it was Anfeng's turn to react. Facing this thunderous blow, Anfeng could only put his shield on his chest in a little embarrassment, waiting for the attack to come. The 9 light beams hit the shield without exception. This huge impact made Anfeng stagger back, but the shield was surprisingly hard. Facing Gerald's full attack, there was no crack at all. After successive attacks, Gerald had to take the opportunity to breathe. However, doubts flashed in his eyes. Now that the 2 of them have fought, they have used their own methods. Although Anfeng seems to be relatively easy, Gerald is sure that facing himself, he can't fail. Try best. The strange place is here. With Gerald's understanding of Calvin, how can the strength of the summoned card be limited to the summoned beast itself, and those various magic cards are the real tricky. However, the Celestial Knight has never used any magic cards, and has always just swung a sword. Just like the most powerful knight, he disdains any magical means. Gerald doesn't believe that he can't use it. Don't you see that the dragon ruler also took out the Hulong flute? This proves that the summoned beasts themselves can also use Calvin's magic cards. Me all of this it made Gerald very confused, and he couldn't help asking, why don't you use the magic card? The summoned card is really powerful, isn't it? The combination of the summoned beast and the magic card. Feng snorted when he heard this. Don't compare me with these weak chickens, I won't use those magic cards that I don't know the so-called. I don't know the so-called? Isn't it a card you don't match with? Gerald said sarcastically. Actually you are right. My body, the Celestial Knight, does not have too many magic cards to assist. But do you understand what this means? This does not mean that I am weak, but that I am strong. Even without any assistance, it can surpass more than half of the 7 deadly sins. This is the meaning of the Heavenly Knight. Chapter 198, Dark Paradise. Feng's voice fell, and immediately slammed a sword aura at Gerald. The sword aura was not huge, but it was extremely fast and extremely sharp. Gerald had no doubt that if he was struck by the sword aura, there would be no other end besides separating the two halves. Fortunately, speed is his specialty. When the golden light flashed, Gerald disappeared in the same place, and a golden line passed in the air, and the trajectory of the golden line went around Feng's back. Feng's expression was dignified, and the sharp sword that he swung again danced, slashing backward, and a crescent sword aura suddenly appeared behind him again. At the same time, he twisted his waist, and the shield he was holding reached the front of Gerald's face with inertia after a semicircle of energy. At that moment, Gerald's pupils widened as never before. Since the sword aura of the upside-down sword was not aimed, it was easy to dodge, but the impact of the shield was really impossible to dodge. It should be said that the moment Gerald reacted was the moment when his cheeks were severely distorted. Boom. This was the sound of Gerald's head being hit, and it was also the sound of his collision against the wall. At that moment, severe pain stretched out from the cheek, his head seemed to be shaking, the world was spinning, the eyes were blurred, and the consciousness was about to fly away. The teeth were loose, the nosebleeds spurted out, the eyeballs were dangling, and the roaring sound came from the ears, which was agitated. Celestial Knights are extremely balanced melee summoned beasts, able to use their full strength in almost every move. Therefore, Feng's move may seem to be an understatement, but in fact it is equivalent to his full blow. Being hit by that kind of move without reservation, and being able to remain conscious, this is already considered as great for Gerald. In fact, he feels that if he relaxes a little at this moment, he will definitely pass out immediately. This dizzying feeling slowly began to dissipate for a while, but it was a pity that this period was enough for Feng to kill Gerald more than a dozen times. Feng did indeed do this, he was neither stupid nor arrogant, facing opponents like Gerald, he couldn't let go of any gaps. He clenched the sword in both hands, stood steadily, raised it high, and over his head, his expression was extremely serious, as if he were performing some grand ceremony. In an instant, the blade fell, and the only thing left with the fast speed of swinging the sword was the afterimage, and even the wind was split where the blade passed. Do not. It should be said that even the space has been split. It was the largest sword energy so far, and it was almost silent, just like the buzzing sound of a bee. Quietly, the sword energy passed through Gerald's body, and the wall behind him couldn't escape and split into two. Whether it was the floor or the ceiling, there was a crack extending to the split wall, and the entire room seemed to be cut from where Feng stood. In fact, this is not the only place that has been cut open. If the castle is not big enough, maybe the 7 deadly sins will be replaced tomorrow. It was just the murderer who did all this, but there was no joy on his face, only a heavy iron blue, and a deep frown. He looked angrily at Gerald's corpse in front of him. It was a corpse that had been divided into 2 sections. The edges were extremely smooth, the internal organs inside were clearly visible, and the divided face still had deep resentment. It's just that the 2 corpses lacked one of the most important things, so Feng knew it was fake at first glance. There is no blood. Everything else is very realistic, but there is no blood that should have been sprayed out. Faint footsteps sounded from behind Feng, and he didn't need to turn his head to know that it must be Gerald. But how could he not turn his back to the enemy, and Feng still turned around, and what caught his eyes was Gerald's face that made him extremely disgusted at this moment. When did you change it? Feng asked, gritted his teeth. This feeling of being tricked is very uncomfortable, especially since his own mind is narrower than ordinary people. When did you ask me when? I want to ask you, when did you think that the one who came to you must be genuine? Gerald chuckled softly, and his expression at this moment was full of confidence, as if he had returned to the former genius wizard who had a promising future in the council. Is it the mindfulness? Actually fooled me too. The thinking body I made is so realistic that no one in the council can see it. It's nothing to fool you. Hey. Net will play some word tricks, even if you lie to me for a while, do you think you can beat me? Feng hummed disdainfully, but his eyes clearly revealed a sense of humiliation. In response, Gerald just looked at him plainly and said softly. Your strength, I have seen it clearly just now. But, do you really think I'm just watching you silently? As soon as he said this, Feng's face changed drastically and became very ugly. Obviously he remembered his responsibilities here. Guard the altar of evil. You sneaky bastard. Feng immediately yelled out loudly, but only halfway through his words, he immediately stopped, because his attention was attracted by others. At that moment, the dark corners in the depths of the room suddenly glowed, and a magic circle was clearly visible, as well as objects shrouded in it. A small altar. The only altar that will appear in this room is the altar of evil. The moment Feng saw it, he was overjoyed. The altar was not destroyed, so he did not neglect his duty. So, what he had to do now was to prevent the destruction of magic. He is confident that his sword can definitely cut through the magic circle without hurting the altar itself. Gerald didn't make any movements, just whispered to himself softly, "It's useless. Once the magic circle of self-discipline collapse is used, there is absolutely no possibility of being stopped." Just as Gerald said, Feng used all his methods to create any influence on the movement of the magic circle. The magic circle of self-discipline collapse was in front of him, completely collapsed, together with the altar of evil inside. At the same time that the altar collapsed, Feng only felt that his heart collapsed a little. When he was fighting with Gerald, he put himself in a posture and self-righteous, but in the end, he was foolishly caught by Gerald's tricks and he destroyed the altar easily. This humiliation is harder than death. He turned his head stiffly, intending to use all his strength to defeat Gerald, so as to vent his cruelty. A huge magical power was surging, and in front of Gerald, there appeared a dark hole that even light could in. The black became bigger and bigger, and there was no more pitch black inside, and the stars flickered, as if the space of the universe had been brought here. At the moment he saw it, Feng only felt a sense of death crisis in his heart. "I just said that you are powerful, I can see clearly. So, I won't be merciful anymore. This trick will novel. Me in the celestial magic I have mastered, single body damage is the most terrifying, and it is also an inevitable trick. Its suction will take you into the dark abyss. Because it will definitely take the other person's life, I sealed this trick long ago, but since the target is a summoned beast, it doesn't matter. Fall into the endless darkness, dark paradise." The pitch black hole rushed towards Feng like a huge ball, but Feng could only stand in place, showing a hideous expression. Even without Gerald's explanation, he clearly felt that he would never take this move. However, the suction from the black hole made him unable to move. As Gerald said, this is an unavoidable trick, and can only be resisted by life. Although Feng has no concept of death, he is unwilling to lose his body that has been waiting for so many years. The black hole disappeared, and at the same time, Feng's body also disappeared, only the 3 cards that fell, lying quietly on the ground. Chapter 199, Gagaru vs Shroff. A white giant sword smashed from top to bottom, and the big bed was split into 2, but the figure on the bed had already flashed by and appeared not far from Gojairu. Slovak stared with scarlet eyes, and he didn't know when he had already held the weapon in his hand. Inadvertently, a murderous aura suddenly spread and awe-inspiring. It's just that Gagaru didn't care and kicked him as soon as he turned around. This hard iron leg turned into an iron rod halfway and swept across. However, the agile Shroff only leaped slightly to avoid this attack, and his legs lightly stepped on the iron rod, and rushed towards Gojairu with strength. At the same time, the dragon slashing sword in his hand also swung down with a thunderous force. The blade is as light as electricity, naturally no one dare to underestimate Shroff's blade, but Gagaru may be the only person who is not afraid of it. He did not make any response, just smiled arrogantly, waiting for the blade to fall. The blade looked very ordinary, there was no splendid sword aura, no splendid brilliance, just a faint wave of fluctuation permeating through it. This is Shroff's sword. It should be said that it is the sword of the Dragon Slayer swordsman, just as Calvin originally designed him. It does not need extra effects, everything is simple, and the power is supreme. Therefore, this sword is invincible, and Shroff has always believed that everything will be split by him, just as easy as cutting tofu. Therefore, Gagaru's actions seemed to him to die. Chong. The dragon slashing sword hit the center of Gojairu's head without any deviation, but there was nothing unusual except for some sparks. Even the expression on Gojairu's face did not change a bit, as if that sword was just a trivial blow. That's it. Gagaru smiled arrogantly, clenched his right hand tightly, and threw a punch at Shroff. His fists are equally simple, without any tricks, and some are just solid strength and hardness. Shroff can only block the dragon slashing sword in front of him, and the next moment he is hit by a behemoth, flying far away. Get out. Gagaru took advantage of the momentum, and the iron lung took a strong inhalation, and his chest suddenly swelled. He didn't know how much air he was sucking in. The next moment, this air was spit out fiercely by him without reservation. The roar of Iron Dragon. The iron filings strayed freely in the roaring air current. Although small, it was sharper than the sharpest knife under the blessing of speed. I saw a grey whirlpool completely swallowing Shroff, and the next moment it came out. Ding ding bells and roars of unbearable pain. When the storm dissipated, Shi Luofu also showed his figure again, but at this moment he was very embarrassed, his armor was densely covered with cracks, and his breath was empty. How could it be? How could you be so powerful? Shroff's buzzing voice came from under the mask, full of unbelievable unwillingness. As for fairy tale, Shroff is not ignorant. Basically, their 7 deadly sins have a certain understanding of Calvin-related intelligence. From their point of view, Gojairu was a dragon slayer who was a bit more powerful than the average slayer. Although he had some strength, it was not worth mentioning compared to other S levels. Therefore, Gagaru has never been the object of their defense, such as Elisa, Myra, and Laxus. In response to Shroff's question, Gagaru smiled and did not speak, but at this moment, a small figure appeared silently behind Shroff. He was holding a toy-like weapon in his hand, but in the blink of an eye, the weapon, together with his body, became extremely huge, and slashed against Shroff's back. At the moment of imminent danger, an extremely dangerous alert surged from the bottom of Schroff's heart, and he instantly fell aside without even thinking about it, avoiding the killing blow dangerously and dangerously. The sneak attack behind him was naturally Pansalili, who flew over with Gagaru, who was annoyed by the failure of his sneak attack. You know, originally Gagaru made a plan to solve the opponent as quickly as possible. Everything went smoothly before, but he didn't expect that Schroff's combat consciousness was so sharp that he could even attack this kind of attack. Avoided. But it didn't matter, when Pansalili attacked, Gagaru also moved on. Gojiru didn't know whether the sneak attack would succeed, but no matter what the result was, it would not be the wrong choice to fall into trouble. His hands turned into sharp iron spears, and when Schroff was staggering, countless stabbings bloomed from his hands, like a rainstorm of steel. Iron Dragon Spear Ghost Pay. There seemed to be countless gun tips, and the speed of the stabbing was so fast that Schroff could see clearly, but if he took this attack again, he might not be far from defeat. Broken Barbarian Dragon Destruction Dragon. Hearing a loud shout from Schroff, a huge dragon-shaped creature appeared out of thin air. It had white fur on its body, 6 claws, and its wide, pitch-black wings completely covered Schroff. It had a long tail. Like a whip. The Iron Dragon Spear completely hit the dragon's body, and a little bit of blood sprayed out, dyeing its entire body red. Despite the amazing defensive power of the ravaged dragon, facing the unreserved attack of Gojiru, he could only retreat with hatred, but thanks to its defense, Schroff found a respite. At the same time, it was also the beginning of his counterattack. Holding the sword in both hands, placed it horizontally between the waist, the magic power was concentrated on the blade, and they rubbed against each other, vowing to make the slashing thinner and more profitable. Only in this way can the steel and iron defenses of Gojiru be defeated. For slashing, the dragon slashing swordsman that Schroff occupies is undoubtedly a master. In a short moment, his blade has been honed to the point where he can be called a famous sword. Right now he no longer hesitated, stepped forward, and swung the dragon slashing sword from his waist, from bottom to top, from left to right. The huge sharp light flashed by, and its sharpness seemed to be able to split the world and the earth, and its shock seemed to wash away the soul. Sword of Destruction, Flash. It is almost at its extreme, as if even light can surpass it, while bringing death to the opponent without leaving a trace of affection. If it were placed in the past, Gagaru might be split in half without even reacting. But today, he has become stronger, and I don't know how much. During these 2 months, Gagaru figured out a lot of things on the road to becoming stronger. He doesn't need flashy moves or smart strategy. Only need to temper his physical skills to the extreme, and with his invulnerable iron drive, he can fear no one. Harder, faster, and more powerful is stronger. This is the profound meaning of Iron Dragon. Exterminating Dragon Upright, Karma Demon, Iron God Sword. Gagaru whispered the name of the move softly, putting his hands together above his head. As Schroff swung his sword, his hands fell sharply. A giant shockwave of sword energy shot out from it, and it met with the sword energy of Destruction Sword Flash in midair. The roaring sound suddenly resounded through the world, bursting out like a stormy air wave. The two sword auras cut each other and swallowed each other. All this seems extremely slow, but in fact it is reaching the extreme. They are like the two most ferocious beasts fighting each other, like the epitome of all opposition. In an instant, the sword aura exploded. I don't know which sword aura won, but a flash of fluctuations showed that the sword aura had passed the opponent. Pansalili's eyes widened to witness all this. He couldn't see everything just now, but he believed that Gojiru would win. It's over, it's my victory. The soft whisper sounded until novel. Me there is no arrogance in arrogance, only a touch of calm and restrained. This tone made Pansalili almost think it was Schroff who said this. Gagaru's hands changed back to the original appearance, and his chest stood up silently, looking at Schroff with deep eyes. The latter's combat strength was still on the spot, and his posture after swinging the sword just now did not even change, but a scar that was deeply visible on the bone covered his entire body. The low buzzing voice sounded intermittently, and Schroff took the last breath and asked his most unwilling question. Why, you, be so strong? After saying this, he had turned into a few cards and scattered on the ground. Gagaru took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. As if talking to himself, and as if replying to the disappeared Schroff. Isn't it right that the uncle is strong on this matter? Chapter 200, Attack on Titan Makarov. The fastest update to the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale. There are two main reasons why the summoned beasts whose bodies are occupied by the 7 deadly sins can continue to be present in this world. The first is magic, and the second is the completeness of its composition. There is no need to say more about magic power. Without magic power, any magic is only on paper. As for the so-called completeness of composition, this is also a main reason for limiting the strength of the summoned beast. The principle of the summoning card, to put it simply, is to gather the magic power in a strange and orderly way through the magic circle depicted on the card to form various lifelike summoned beasts. If magic is described as paint, then the card is the canvas, and the summoned beast is a complete painting. The finished painting is both stable and fragile. Therefore, as long as the injury is too severe and the composition is not complete, the summoned beast will revert to magic power, dissipate in the emptiness, and melt into the world again. For this reason, the 7 deadly sins generally do not force their hard-earned body. If one is not careful, and the body is destroyed, it will not be as easy as Calvin's summoned beast to get a body again. But today, all the members of the 7 deadly sins have to force themselves to use their best to meet the enemy, because they will be destroyed if they are careless. Not to mention that there are 3 members, who even lost their bodies under too much reluctance. Lauster, Anvun, and Schroff, the 7 deadly sins were annihilated almost indiscriminately, leaving Calvin's card behind, and the magic once again merged into the world and turned into a part of nature. At the same time, there was no extraction of 3 magic powers, and the magic power Calvin was recovering had unknowingly increased a lot. Still in the endless darkness, Calvin was still facing the black mist. Just after Calvin said that the other party was dying, he immediately noticed the abnormality of his body. That heavy feeling was once again relieved. So Calvin couldn't help smiling, and said to himself confidently. 2 more 7 deadly sins have been defeated, and the recovery speed of magic power must be getting faster and faster. Don't be delusional, the 7 deadly sins will not fail. The black mist in front of him made a low voice, his tone was very flat and calm, as if he was just describing some facts. Calvin sneered when he heard the words, and ridiculed, you have too much confidence in them and too much confidence in me. Your 7 deadly sins rely on my summoning card, but you shouldn't really think it the card is invincible magic. Regarding Calvin's remarks, Mist could only be silent. Why didn't he know that although Calvin's summoned beasts can be called powerful, when true magic is really powerful, only the moment Calvin personally controls. The summoned beasts cooperate with each other, and their moves are endless, and the offensive is endless, like a huge wave, one after another, completely unable to resist. This level can truly be called the card of summoning. However, he has no other choice but to rely on the summoning card. Rather, just being able to take advantage of Calvin has no idea how much it took them. Calvin went on to say, each summoned beast has its own upper limit, and the magic power that they can possess is limited. Even without the summoned beast that draws magic power, the other 7 sins will not become stronger. The failure of all of them is just a matter of time. After that, Calvin suddenly stretched out his and shouted. In an instant, countless blue and white beams of light suddenly appeared behind him, like cannonballs, leading to the black mist. After the blue and white light beam hit the black fog, it was like a mud cow entering the sea without causing any waves. It's useless. No matter how powerful you develop magic, you can't do any harm to me. I thought you had understood it clearly enough in the past 7 years. Unfortunately, I don't know how to work around. I often hit the south wall, and I will continue to break it. In the castle of the 7 deadly sins, battles are still going on everywhere. In the hall, the dragon rulers seemed to be able to summon endless dragons, as if they could not be killed no matter what. Marcus raised his hands, and 2 desert tornadoes appeared out of nowhere, smashing the nearby dragons. Damn Calvin, how come you make so many dragons so much? It just didn't make him feel happy, but he muttered cursingly. It's no wonder that the enemy's attack methods were provided by his own people. Although this was not intentional, it was indeed depressing. Don't complain. Hurry up, Calvin's summoning cards can't be endless, I think it's almost time to run out. Macao shouted loudly, and at the same time his hands kept moving, continuous purple inflammation surging out. Whenever a dragon comes into contact with it, it will mourn fiercely until it dissipates. At this moment, the dragon's dominator has long lost the previous leisurely self-satisfaction, but is a little panicked. Macao is actually right. Even if Calvin is idle, he will not produce too many dragon cards to the point of exaggeration. At this moment, the dragon ruler can rely on, basically all have been used. Damn it. How can these guys be so difficult? In a huge room, 2 giants are fighting fiercely. One of them was dark and staring with scarlet eyes. It was obviously Calvin's strongest summoned beast, the true red-eyed black dragon. However, now, he should be called Verev, the representative of anger among the 7 deadly sins, occupying the body of the true red-eyed black dragon, and he is also the strongest existence among the 7 deadly sins today. However, his condition didn't look very good at this moment, the blood couldn't help flowing out, the scales on his body were also torn and ragged, and there were signs of fracture everywhere. All this caused him to growl loudly and vent his anger. Roar. Black flame bomb. A huge pitch-black ball spurted from his mouth, and there was a monstrous aura of destruction hidden in it, and the dark red flame that was not obvious was slowly burning. However, the other huge figure was not afraid at all, and with a sudden grasp with both hands, the black flame bullet stopped its movement. The magic was all over his palms and skin, protecting himself from being burned, and then pushing hard, the black flame bullet was actually bounced back, and Verev was shocked immediately, his wings slammed, and he was about to avoid. At this moment, a hand grabbed his tail and pulled him to prevent it from leaving. Reluctantly, Verev could only watch the black flame bombard his body. However, he would not be unresponsive. At the last moment Novel.me used Calvin's armor specially prepared for the battle against the red-eyed black dragon. The armor reflecting the metallic luster instantly appeared on him, and before the black flame bomb hit, it dangerously added an extraordinary defense to Verev. And there was only one Makarov that could make Verev so embarrassed and such a huge enemy. As the president of the monster tail, this time he personally went out and beat Verev back again and again. He snarled angrily with eyes and beard, unable to hear the tone. But Verev understood without any obstacle the emotions Makarov wanted to express. There is nothing but anger. Makarov showed him how powerful human beings will show when they are truly angry. At the very least, Verev felt that the person in front of him was more suitable for the word anger than himself. Chapter 201, The First Demon. The fastest update to the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale. Here, where is it? Why is it dark? Is it hell? The deceased Sushang still seems to have failed. Am I really dead? It's just, why did I die, and still have my own thoughts and consciousness? 7 years ago, when Calvin's thoughts woke up again, he was in this boundless darkness. Just like the dark death that Hades displayed at the beginning, there is no light, no sound, no taste, and no feeling. Obviously sober, but unable to take any action, the only thing that can be done is thinking. Keep thinking, imagine out of thin air, otherwise, Calvin thinks he will be crazy. Even Calvin felt that he might have gone mad. Otherwise, why can he practice magic in the darkness? In this world with no end, no time passing by, Calvin gradually discovered some incredible things. That is, he can actually use magic here. It was an extremely accidental whim. At a certain moment, Calvin suddenly wanted to use the magic circle of the sky, so he concentrated, and the magic circle immediately appeared out of thin air and exploded violently. The power of the explosion is extremely extraordinary, but in this empty world, it appears so small, as if it is just a small wave in the sea. Nevertheless, Calvin still feels very incredible. Before that, it was not that he was unable to use the Amaterasu magic array, but the huge magic power and subtle operations it required could not be used in actual combat. But now, he actually just used it in a random episode like this. At that time, Calvin knew that he didn't need to worry about going crazy. He began to think about new magic, imagined his magic power out of thin air, and used it to perform magic. With no materials in hand, Calvin could not develop new cards or create new summoned beasts, but it did not prevent him from designing more powerful helpers. In this quiet space, he has made extraordinary progress, and he has successively developed excellent moves. Calvin is quite satisfied with this. However, he is still trapped in this darkness. In this darkness, there is no concept of time, and Calvin does not know how long it has passed until one day, light appears in the darkness. It was an extremely dim light purple light, but it was a great surprise to Calvin, because the moment he perceives the light, it means he has seen something. It was also at that time that he realized that there was always a black mist floating not far from him. He didn't know whether this black mist existed from the beginning or was born with the appearance of purple light, but his instinct told him that this black mist was very dangerous. He almost didn't even think about it, and directly faced the black mist with a magic array of apocalypse. Boom! The sound of the explosion seemed to sound in Calvin's ears. Although only the image could be seen without any sound, Calvin could clearly feel the magic contained in the explosion. Not inferior to any of his strongest attacks in the past. However, the power of magic dissipated, and when the black fog was exposed, the black fog remained the same, unchanged. As if it hadn't been harmed by Amaterasu at all, Amaterasu and Bagui, like a phantom, illusory. This is too ridiculous. What the is this? Calvin thought in confusion and nervously, always feeling that things were getting worse. At this moment, a low and hoarse voice came from the black mist. Don't waste your energy, here, magic is nothing but a mere appearance. The sound was like a person talking in a jar, unable to distinguish between men and women, and accompanied by a buzzing sound. It sounded so uncomfortable. However, this is also good news for Calvin, because he heard the sound. So he also tried to make a sound. Who are you? Unexpectedly, the voice really sounded. After a long period of loneliness, Calvin finally enjoyed the joy of communication again. Who am I? It's been a long time since no one asked me. After a long time, I almost forget my own name. The black mist heard a slow voice. This solemn feeling instantly made Calvin's skin tighten. Although he only has consciousness now, there is no such thing as skin. Speak out and don't scare you to death. Back then, the heaven and the world were the only one who was lawless, and represented the first demon of destruction and destruction. The only essential evil among the 7 original sins of mankind refers to this uncle. Sorry, can you say it again? Your title is a bit long, I can't hear you clearly. For some reason, after Calvin listened to the other party's self-introduction, that kind of tension could not reappear. Although he learned something from the words, the guy who claimed to be the first demon was definitely not a small person, but he couldn't get nervous at all. Speaking of it, he seems to have not met such a funny style for a long time. I won't say the same thing a second time. In short, just remember that I will be the who takes everything from you. The black mist continued to make a deep sound, but its speech made Calvin more speechless. It's me, my uncle, and me. Don't you have a definite claim to yourself, and whether you are a demon or a god, and tell me your purpose so blatantly, will you underestimate me? Calvin said lightly, no emotions could be heard in his voice. Ha 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 ha. Underestimate you? No, I don't underestimate you, there is no one worthy of me to underestimate, who would underestimate an ant? Are you right? Hey Mist obviously ignored Calvin's first half of his slurs about it, and only arrogantly emphasized his own strength. These words did shake Calvin a bit. Is it a bluff? Or is it true? I am the first demon born in the world, and the only demon who possesses the essence of the devil. There is no possibility of a human being against me. Suddenly, the voice of the black mist became serious, like some ancient majesty the same exists. It's just that Calvin will not be afraid of this, nor will he have any fear, because he has been driven mad by this environment, just listen to him shouting loudly. I have no interest in these things, I just want to know where this place is and how to leave this ghost place. Ha 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 ha, actually asked where is this place? It's so funny novel.me ha 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 ha. He will let out a chilling laugh, and it took a while before it continued to make a sound. Don't understand? This darkness is where your soul lives. And your thoughts can appear here, which means that you only have your soul awake. Calvin's heart shuddered, but he said silently. So, is this all the ghost of you? It can't be regarded as my ghost, it's just that when you have some accident, my subordinates imprison your soul here and receive all your own magic power. Your subordinates? What is the point of this, and what is your purpose? Purpose? Can't you guess it like this? Naturally, let me, the first demon, through your body, be reborn in this world. Chapter 202, Past Events. The fastest update to the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale. Listening to Haymist's self-satisfaction, Calvin also gradually understood what happened to him. To put it bluntly, when he was resurrected by the dead's resurrection and he was unprepared, the black mist in front of him and his subordinates took the opportunity to take control of his body and attempted to use his body as a carrier to resurrect. As for when these guys actually lurked in his body, Calvin also had a general guess, and said, tentatively. When did it lurking in? Was it the guy in Killik Monastery? Calvin recalled his own life, and among them, the only one who was most likely to put himself in this situation was the mysterious and unpredictable Kiryat Monastery. GGGG, I'm so smart, I guessed it so soon. Black Mist heard a sinister laugh, and the guy who claimed to be the world's first demon confirmed Calvin's answer without hesitation. Not only that, he seemed to enjoy Calvin's restlessness and panic, or it was rare for an audience to hear him talk about his past glory, and he continued to speak in a smug tone. Kiryat Temple? It's really nostalgic to say it. It was 500 years ago. In those days, the ruler of the world was not a human being, but a dragon flying in the sky. At that time, all human beings in the world were terrified and hated because of the existence of dragons. To me, it was simply the best time, and it belonged to mine. Whenever these emotions of fear and hatred are filled between heaven and earth, it is when our demons are resurrected and come to the world, and Kyrsh Monastery is the most suitable container for carrying my power. Too tragic experience, coupled with his inexplicable self-arrogance, and his unique soul, made it easy for me to deceive him, invade his soul, and use his soul as a nourishment to promote growth, and then, as the strongest demon in the world, once again descended into the world, bringing fear and disaster to everything. Black Mist's slightly excited voice echoed, but Calvin just listened calmly and slightly with pity. Hearing this, he said softly. But, you lose, otherwise you won't appear in my body in such an embarrassed posture now. He. That's right, I was defeated again, and the angel saint once again came to the manifestation of the saint. I only hate that the guy in Killik Monastery is not qualified enough to exert my full strength. Heywu said harshly. But it doesn't matter, I won't fail again this time. Because I found you, Calvin. Calvin became more solemn, and he had been paying attention to certain things just now. Just now, what did you mean by the peculiar soul of Kiryat Temple? Does it have anything to do with your purpose of me? Calvin asked coldly, asking his doubts so easily because Calvin knew the other party. He will definitely answer, after all, Haymist's attitude at the moment is too confident, as if Calvin has nothing to do. Indeed, Calvin really had nothing to do at this moment, and the ancestor of the devil did not hide it at all, saying with pride. Although I don't know the reason, the souls of you in Kyrsh Temple are completely different from other people. Compared with others, it seems that they are the products of different worlds. As soon as this remark came out, Calvin came to understand. If he guessed right, Calvin and Adris should also belong to the soul of trait. It seems that Kiryat Monastery is also a person who passed through, no wonder he was described as inherent inexplicable pride. Then, the Black Mist continued to make a low voice like a show-off. Let me tell you how I manipulated Kyrsh Monastery. Kilyeji Temple is undoubtedly a genius in magic, but it's just too stupid. I just told him, the purpose of my existence is to make you the greatest person in the world, and he easily believed me, and even I take it for granted and are completely unguarded. As long as I use the excuse of the price of becoming stronger, I can control him to accomplish all kinds of things. I don't know why, this guy is inexplicably excited about these tasks. So, I invaded his mind step by step. In the end, he gained a powerful force through me and became my pawn. No matter what I told him to do, he took it as an inevitable task. Even if I didn't show up in person, it brought disasters and fears to this world. It's a pity that the angelic saint noticed my existence, and he came down to the world himself again. Hearing the voice heard from here. It was full of deep resentment, and the low and hoarse tone gave him a bit of gritted teeth. It seems that Master Michael D beat you badly back then. Calvin couldn't help joking after hearing this. There was a hum from the black fog, but the hateful voice continued to sound. Nevertheless, Kyrsh Monastery did not die here. He used the super magic that I taught him to escape from birth, and survived for 500 years in a slumber way, but his strength is also limited. It's not as good as before, otherwise you won't be defeated so easily. You know, his strength back then is not inferior to that of Jeff, who is known as the worst black wizard, GGG. Calvin took it smoothly and said, next, after you met me, stare at me. I really can't figure out when you did anything to me. Haymist laughed wildly, full of pride and sarcasm, like a smile after a conspiracy succeeded. After a long time, he calmed down a bit and continued to make a sound. In this regard, Calvin showed no emotion at all, just listened quietly. First of all, I want to correct you a little, it's not us, it's me. After the defeat, I realized that Kiryat Monastery was not a powerful weapon at all, so I abandoned him. After nearly 500 years of slumber, although the guy's injury healed, but his strength was greatly impaired, so I told him to let him abandon his body and look for other excellent wizards to occupy their bodies. I waited for years before finally waiting for you, Calvin. That was a really amazing day. When I saw your soul split into another third, I knew that one day you will come back to look for Kyrsh Monastery, because only he who gets my professor can do it. Ability to prevent you from the trouble that will break out someday. My prediction was completely correct, but after more than a year, you came back. Remember the soul split law enforcement taught by Kirsch Monastery? Haven't you thought about why you split another personality into 7 parts? This is because these 7 pure soul powers are the nourishment I prepared for the 7 deadly sins of my men. Remember? After you defeated Kirsch Monastery, you and yourself are at the end of the battle. In fact, this is also my plan. I let Kirsch Monastery push you to this position. The reason formed novel.me is to smuggle the 7 deadly sins and me into your soul smoothly. The funny thing is that Kirsch Temple thought I would help his soul occupy your body. After that, I have been waiting quietly. Although your strength is good, you won't always be so smooth. I have to sigh, I was lucky, and it didn't take long before I waited. Unbelievable, you actually died and then lived again. This is simply the situation I dreamed of. After listening to Black Mist's boasting, Calvin's disgust was about to seep out. It's really irritating, I was actually calculated by a guy like you who hides his head and shows his tail. He cursed secretly in his heart, and swears that he will do everything he can to let the other party succeed. This is his only self-esteem for Calvin. It was also from that moment that Calvin and the ancestor of the demon fought a tug of war for 7 years. Chapter 203, Dawn. The fastest update to the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale. In the 7 years, Calvin learned a lot about it and the 7 deadly sins through Mist. The more he understands, the more frightened and disappointed he is, because as Mist said, he himself has no ability to resist. Just like a fish on a felt board, let anyone kill. Why would I be trapped in this ghost place? The root cause is not the 7 guys. Originally, the habitat of the soul was not so barren, but it would always change with the mood of the soul. If Calvin were to describe it, he would say it was probably like the space where the Zanpaku sword lived. The darkness that now occupies this habitat is actually a prison built by the 7 deadly sins, using their most original soul power to build a soul prison. What made him even more depressed was that his summoning card had actually become an enemy's weapon. Those guys who are known as the 7 deadly sins died many years ago tomorrow, but these demons were born with the evil thoughts of mankind, so as long as mankind is immortal, they are immortal in a sense. But not dying does not mean that they are still holding strength. Although they were still alive before, they were worse than death. Their consciousness exists in the heavens and the earth, but they can't interfere with anything. They are outside, obviously related to the world, but isolated from the world. I don't know how many years have passed, and finally, with the help of its owner, the summoned beast that was able to occupy the summoning card as the body, finally had another intersection with the world. Not only that, the 7 deadly sins, as the powerful cotters of the ancestor of the devil, will have some subordinates sent, and their subordinates are naturally selected from the summoning card. Like Shrof's dragon ruler, Louster's harpy girl's pet dragon. In addition, he also had a general understanding of the Black Mist. Although the Black Mist looks very powerful, no matter what magic Calvin develops, it cannot cause damage to it, but Calvin knows that this is just because in the soul habitat, magic is just like a phantom, so it is useless. Although there is nothing he can do with Mist, but in the same way, Mist has nothing to do with Calvin. Apart from harassment with some words, it is nothing more than a mess of annoying and eye-catching dirt. Calvin has always used it as a target. However, this does not mean that Calvin is not in danger, but rather that danger has been approaching him step by step. Through the dark fog, Calvin learned what the 7 deadly sins were doing with his power, spreading public opinions such as fear of the end, and causing others to panic and other negative emotions, and collected it. It was pitch black at first, but purple light emitted later. The fundamental reason was that the purple light was actually caused by the negative emotions. Everything is to regain the strength of the nightmare born from evil thoughts. Although it was perfect to confuse Kyrek Monastery with words, it failed. This time, he planned to go out himself. As long as the demon ancestor gains enough power, he will obviously kill Calvin immediately. Therefore, Calvin is in a state of anxiety and panic every second, but he hides it well. For a long time, Calvin, who had no way of resistance, did not stop here, but kept trying to find a way out. But in the habitat of the soul, the only thing he can do is to think. So, he kept thinking, came up with a magic that could cause damage to the demon in the place where the soul inhabited, and tried it out once he thought it out. If it didn't work, he kept thinking. In the past 7 years, he came up with a lot of amazing magic, but without exception, it was completely useless to the ancestor of the devil. In 7 years, Calvin was almost desperate, but when he was about to give up, a turning point came quietly. The 7 deadly sins were actually defeated, and not 1, but 3. He knew exactly what the nature of the 7 deadly sins was. After being defeated, they would return to the state of being nothing. If they wanted to act again with the summoned beast, it was not something that could be accomplished in a moment. Therefore, he can conclude that someone must be attacking the 7 deadly sins, and the strength is not weak at all, at least there are S-rank magicians. At this moment, his external body once again had magical power, and the prison that imprisoned the soul also gave birth to a crack with the fall of the 7 deadly sins. Although this crack is not enough to allow him to escape from birth, obviously, getting out of trouble is only a matter of time. Inside the castle, in a certain room, a knight riding a steed, swiftly avoided attacks from all sides. Countless yellow long needles emitting light rays shot at the knight like a machine gun, densely covering the whole body of the knight. It seemed inevitable. But the knight didn't seem to have any intention of avoiding it. With a short spear in his hand, the word spiral force burst out immediately, causing all the long needles he touched to explode, but no power fell on the knight. Immediately afterwards, several laser beams fell from a high altitude, pinpointing the gap created by the knight's resistance to the attack, and bombarding the past mercilessly. The knight's expression was horrified, and another shotgun pierced at a speed that could not cover his ears. The spiral force broke out again, abruptly causing the trajectory of the laser beam to twist and warp, rubbing his body over. That's all right? Is the Dark Knight Gaia such a powerful summoned beast? The attacking Macaro exaggerated shouting, his tone full of disbelief. Floating beside him were Philip and Eba Green of the Thunder Gods. The three stayed in the air by their own means. The Dark Knight Gaia below them wanted to attack, but due to location problems, had to give up. But when he heard Macaro's words, he couldn't help but say in a cold voice, I'll say it again, I'm the Grad of the 7 deadly sins, representing the evil of greed, don't use the original name of this body again. I'm till novel. Me Macaro just sneered, but did not continue to argue with him. For such a shameless guy, he never even thought about communicating with him. At this time, Felid calmly said, don't panic, our air superiority will not change, just look for his flaws slowly. Picazello replied, I know, it's just a momentary summary, obviously it wasn't so terrible at the beginning. What he said at the beginning was naturally referring to the battle with Laxus and Calvin during the Civil War in the Monster Tale. Philip frowned when he heard the words. For some reason, it is clear that the three of them now have the advantage, but there is always a feeling of something wrong. Grad below, looking at the three people above, gently pulled a despising smile from the corner of his mouth. He whispered to himself, hiding in the air all the time, do you think you can sit back and relax? Chapter 204, Thor vs Grad. The fastest update to the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale. Air combat, I'm also very good at it. Grad muttered to himself gloomily. After speaking, he took out a card from nowhere, raised it, and let it go. In an instant, the light representing the summoning shone, and a light green weird dragon flew out from it. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he sprayed a big ball of flames at the three of the Thunder Gods, causing the three to escape in embarrassment. Each of the 7 deadly sins has his own subordinate officer, and he, Greed, deliberately selected this weird dragon as his subordinate. As for the reason, of course, it was because it enhanced his strength. Cursed dragon! Come here! Grad shouted, his body shining abruptly, and the cursed dragon hovered in midair and approached Grad like a loyal soldier. A weird thing happened, and the cursed dragon seemed to melt and penetrate into Grad. Suddenly, the steed under Grad began to change, turning into a cursed dragon in an extremely awkward way. The process was not gentle at all, and it could even be said to be a bit scary. The Thunder Gods were obviously a little stunned by this incident, but they were considered to be the first-rate wizards in the Demon Tale, and immediately reacted, and Philip shouted to the two partners. Spread! Don't get together! At this moment, Gray sneered when his mount was replaced by a cursed dragon. After a blur, his figure disappeared in place and appeared behind Felid. At the same time, he also struck his nearly indestructible cone short gun. It seemed that he was going to pass through Felid directly, and ended up in the same way as Asma among the 7 servants of Purgatory. At that moment, Philip's eyes were obviously panicked, but it was only a flash, and he immediately regained calmness. The western sword that he had been holding in his hand quickly passed several strokes and landed on his body. The next moment, the shotgun passed through Philip's heart without hindrance. Philip! The scene stunned Macaro and Eba Green, immediately screaming in horror, but Grad, who should have been pleased, had no trace of joy on his face. Dark text distortion. The pierced Philip turned his head strangely, revealing his dark entangled eyes, and said ghostly. As the name suggests, dark text distortion is magic that can reverse the opponent's attack. It sounds like a very powerful and practical defensive magic, but in fact, it is just a way of covering your eyes. Here is an explanation of Felid's magic, which are the setting spell and the dark text. Although it is powerful to set up art, it is extremely inconvenient. If you want to use it to fight, you must first come to the venue to arrange it. Therefore, in the face of sudden battles, most of the art is not useful. Therefore, Philip's real fighting method is still the dark text that matches his eye. The dark text is a bit similar to Libby's solid text. They are also written texts, reflecting the meaning of the text, but there is one difference, that is, the difference in text. Most of Libby's solid words express elements of nature, such as flames, iron, air, etc., and can even change the environment. For example, when he fought alongside Gojira on Sirius Island, he wrote in the case of silence, the scene that had been making loud noises immediately calmed down. As for Grad, most of the written words were directly affected by the human senses or mutations, such as pain, fear, death, extinction, and so on. And the dark text distortion, what is distorted is not the attack, but the sight. Therefore, it appears that Grad pierced Felid, but in fact, he himself let the attack miss and stabbed aside. Seeing Philip's face, Grad was taken aback, because he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity in that eye, but the years had passed on him for too long, and he couldn't remember it for a while. But Philip caught Grad's negligence very well. He turned around and passed through the unretracted short spear like an illusion. The western sword in his hand struck Grad without stopping. Dark text piercing. As Philip's voice fell, several huge black ons suddenly appeared on Grad, running through his body, together with the cursed dragon under him. Hamang is like a huge long needle, fixing Grad's body, making him pinned in the air like this, completely immobile. However, Grad continued to raise the corners of his mouth, and the evil spirit said, "Innocent, do you think I can bear this?" During the words, red flames erupted from him, and Philip's black light was destroyed in a blink of an eye. Did you wipe out the piercing? But it's useless, the damage won't be eliminated. Felid thought secretly, but the next scene that appeared in front of him surprised him. Dragon Knight of the Sky. I saw Grad's handsome figure flying out from the flames. Compared with just now, the pierced hole on his body disappeared, and his body was emitting a faint yellow light, but the biggest difference was the mount under him. The color on the body of the cursed dragon is no longer the light green it used to be. It is replaced by a hot red. There are many sharp protrusions on the body, and the original hideous face becomes more and more terrifying. Of course, its strength is also unmatched in the past, and its name has now become the Dragon of Hellfire Curse. Grad chuckled lightly and pinched his feet lightly, and the figure rushed out immediately and went straight to Philip. In Gretter's view, the three people in front of him are difficult to deal with, but the most difficult one is definitely Felid. The speed of the Dragon Knight had already shown inefficiency just now, and Felid didn't think that the small trick of twisting could be used for the second time. Dark text, Juying. In an instant, Philip turned into a warrior wearing jet black armor and a mask, his hands wrapped in heavy iron armor, allowing him to grab the tip of the gun without hesitation. At the same time, Guthro and EBA Grimm are not only watching the show nearby, seeing their partners being attacked, and each using their own magic to relieve Felid. Fairy machine gun highest frequency. A large number of magic explosive bombs shot out from the wave of EBA Jellin, and the dense attack was like a torrential rain, which made people unavoidable. Baryon formation. Like an army, the puppets of Bigaslow ordered the Prohibition novel. Me immediately assembled into a pentagram formation, and shot a terrifying laser from it, directed towards Grad. With Felid in front of him, Greed was besieged on three sides and looked like he could only dodge backwards. It's just that Grad didn't take any other actions. He was still holding a short spear in a fierce manner. In an instant, the short spear stabbed. At the same time, the Hellfire-cursed dragon beneath him expelled a blaze of flames and completely covered the short spear. Prison Flame Spiral Gun Kill. As before, the weird spiral strength struck again, but this time, something else came along. The force of the spiral pulled Philip's body, and at the same time, a hot sensation that seemed to burn both body and mind, made him scream in pain. Not only that, the other attacks that blasted towards Grad, faced with the power of the spiral without dead ends, were also moved one after another, and there was no magic that could fall on Grad. Chapter 205, Irresistible. The fastest update to the latest chapter of Summoner of the Monster Tale. After receiving this heavy blow, Philip was hit and flew to the wall and fell into it. Pieces of armor on his body shattered, revealing his painful face, and the wall behind him appeared spirals. Traces, one can imagine how terrible Grad's attack was. Upon seeing the situation, Bigoslow and EBA Green quickly flew to Philip's body at the fastest speed, blocking him in front of him, to prevent Grad from pursuing them further. Grad did have this idea, but seeing that the two had been prepared, he just sneered at the moment, and did not waste his energy to do unnecessary things. For him, which one of the enemies is the most powerful has been determined, and the remaining two shrimp soldiers and crabs may have some strength, but they are not enough to be afraid. Philip, can you still move? Seeing that Grad didn't seem to have the intention of pursuing, EBA Green took the opportunity to ask, and gently helped Philip to pull out of the wall. Bigoslow was beside him, cold sweat couldn't help but the pressure was not small at the moment. After all, Philip is also their backbone. Why is Felid the captain of the Thunder Gods? Apart from the fact that this group was formed by him, the strength is also an important test. If nothing else, Felid can participate in the S-level assessment, but the other two cannot. You can see the gap. Ahem, I can't die. Philip said weakly with his arm resting on EBA Jellin. This sentence sounds like a brave man, but it has actually shown that he is no longer able to fight. Grad had been watching them not far away with cold eyes, watching their next actions with interest, and hearing Philip's words, the corners of his mouth could not help but raised slightly. For him, this is undoubtedly the best result. Perhaps, even he himself did not notice, he underestimated the enemy. However, he has the qualifications to underestimate the enemy. Philip's tragic situation at the moment made Grad realize that he is invincible, and the remaining two people are absolutely impossible to be his opponents. He is absolutely sure of this, so he appears so leisurely. What do you do now? Do you want to run? Jellin frowned tightly, her eyes were full of worry, and she couldn't hide her anxious question. Pigusro didn't speak, but his impatience and various small movements also showed that he also had the same thoughts. The current situation is already obvious. All three people can be dismissed by the other party, and the enemy is clearly able to do so. So now there are only two people left. Can the fight continue? Even if you keep going, is there still hope of victory? Can't escape, my friends have entrusted the enemy to us, but they can't fail their expectations, nor can they fall into the name of the Thunder Gods. Felid immediately shouted decisively, but as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't bear it. Spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. This really makes EBA Green and Bigoslow helpless. They are clearly at the end of their fight, but they are still doing their best. This kind of person is clearly the exclusive type of Naz. But undoubtedly, these words ignited the fighting spirit of the two again. The two looked at each other, and their eyes no longer contained fear, and some were just blazing fires. Although Bigusro was wearing a mask. But this is not the point, what is important is the inner will. Failure and death are not terrible. For the Thunder Gods, partners are important, but their true glory is always only one, which is to be able to follow Laxus until death. Therefore, even if you die in battle, you must never let Laxus' name be ashamed. With this fighting spirit, Alba Green and Bigaslow no longer hesitated, and rushed toward Grad aggressively. Used guerrilla tactics. Although Grad also wanted to finish the two immediately, it was just that Bigaslow and EBA Green were excellent wizards after all, and desperately, Grad couldn't take it immediately. On the other side, Felid had been helped to the ground by EBA Green just now, leaning against the wall and panting, looking almost exasperated. Seeing his teammates and Grad fighting again, he couldn't help but raise gently. The corners of his mouth were raised, but he immediately converged, and returned to his half-dead look. After Grade's merciless blow, did Felid really lie down? Is he really hurt so badly? The answer is yes, Felid is indeed already seriously injured, unable to continue fighting. The Dark Knight Gaia doesn't have many tricks, coming and going is a spiral shot, but it also represents how easy the spiral shot is. Don't you see, Azma was killed by this trick, and Gaia at that time was still a Dark Knight, not a Dragon Knight, let alone the current Dragon Knight of the sky. You know, the Dark Knight becomes the Dragon Knight, not only the change on the mount, the true essence of the fusion is the combination of power, the effect of the combination is 1 + 1 is greater than 2, and the changes in appearance are not worth mentioning. Even Laxus, at the outset, was in the dark against the Dragon Knight Gaia. If it weren't for Zhu Ying, it's a very comprehensive move. Not only would the attack power increase, but the defense power would also be quite strong. I am afraid that this blow would be enough to cost Felid his life. However, the severity of the injury does not mean that he cannot do other things. Philip's magic has never stopped overflowing. Although he looked embarrassed while leaning against the wall, his weapon, the Western sword, had never left him and was still held in his hand. The magic power slowly flows into the Duxia Yang sword, and then secretly extends out, spreading throughout the room. What exactly is Philip going to do? Do you still have to ask? Don't forget, besides the dark text, his art is the magic that really makes people tricky. The previous battle was too tight, and he has been unable to spare time to write the art in secret, and now he is completely ignored. Will he let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity be missed? This was not a plan that had been planned in the morning. If possible, Philip didn't want to be beaten out. This was a battle plan that he came up with in a thousandth of a second after realizing that he was unable to fight. Moreover, the plan was quite successful. In the sky, Bigaslow and EBA Grim retreated again and again in the face of Grad's heavy offensive, embarrassed, and when they were about to be unable to sustain them, the whole room suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The words appeared in the surroundings out of thin air, completely surrounding everyone. At that moment, everyone was stopped by the accident, even Pigasro and EBA Green. But they reacted immediately. After all, they had seen this scene countless times, and this was clearly the movement when Philip launched the spell. Looking down in surprise, Philip showed a reassuring smile, and then he stared at Grad with his indifferent eyes. The reassuring smile turned sarcasm, which made people look so angry. Although Grad's eyes were covered and he couldn't see his emotions, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem to be calm. Is this your last resort? I have to say, not very good. Grad said calmly, but with Felid's IQ and observation ability, how could he fail to see his true emotions? I saw him smiling slightly and whispering, no need to pretend, at this point, you have no way to escape. Do it, Bigaslow, Alba, he can no longer do anything. As Philip's voice fell to novel.me a paragraph of text appeared in the air. Seeing this scene, Grad's face was as green as ever. There are so many different types of surgery, it is impossible to explain them one by one, but except for some special surgery, most of them can be divided into two types. One is the defensive technique, which can be defended from the outside or from the inside, the second is the regular technique, in which the rules must be followed. What Grad saw was naturally the rules set by Philip. He who steals magic cannot use the magic of stealing. This sentence directly sentenced Grad to death. Following the unreserved attacks of Bigaslow and EBA Jelen, he was directly bombarded in the art until it disappeared. Only a few cards were left, lying quietly on the ground. It's over.